Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning.
There you go. A response was what I was looking for. I am State Representative Jonathan Steinberg. I'm causing the feedback. Co-chair of the Energy and Technology Committee. Make sure you're in the right room because there are very few seats. If you're at the wrong hearing, it's a good time to leave. This is an important public hearing for us. Not only is our final hearing for the committee this session, but we're going to talk about some things that many people are very emotional about and find very controversial. I am going to use my introductory time to help us all get through a long day as smoothly as possible. We'll state from the outset, it's incredibly important to us that we get to hear from everybody who's taken the time to come here today or to participate via Zoom. And we are eager to hear from every last one of you. So in order to accomplish that, we're going to need to impose a little discipline. For those who are testifying today, it's really pretty straightforward. You have 3 minutes. We ask you to try to confine your remarks to 3 minutes. A number of you will be asked questions subsequently, but pay attention to when one of our staff lets you know that your time has expired, and then promptly summarize. That's how we're going to get through the day. We have roughly 150 people scheduled to speak. Now, that is not necessarily a huge number in terms of precedent. The money committees, finance and appropriations often have this many people testifying. This is unusual for the Energy Committee. So we are going to adopt some of the basic ground rules, guidelines that the money committees have used in the past. We're asking legislators to be disciplined as well. Ideally, to confine their number of questions to 2, at most 3, to try to get to a question sooner than later, even though we appreciate the context of questions. And if you have a comment, try to be as cogent as you can be on that, because we have a lot of people, and I'd hate to have people drop off because they just got frustrated and they didn't have a chance. We, as chairs, had talked about some sort of time limit. The precedent is 24 hours. I've done that twice. I'm not eager to do that again. We talked about perhaps adjourning at midnight. We're not going to suggest those are the rules for today. But if we do seem to just be going on and on, we have also contemplated an adjournment of the hearing until a date certain if we have to. We're hoping we don't need to get to that point, but it's really in the hands of particularly we legislators to show some self-discipline, try to get to the point with our questions and with our comments. I will also say that we really value free speech, but we don't think it's appropriate for signs to be displayed during a hearing. I'm going to ask all those who are displaying signs to put them away. There are other opportunities within this building in which one can use signs. We prefer not to in the hearing room. We want everybody who comes here to testify not to feel intimidated, not to feel as if the room is for them or against them. So we appreciate the fact that what we really want to focus in on is the testimony before us today. So those are the basic rules. We're calling them more guidelines than a code, if you will. That was a little Pirates of the Caribbean reference. Anybody pick up on it? In any case, I want to thank you in advance for your patience, for your good manners. We want to keep this very much a civil conversation. If people begin with personal attacks or question the motivations of any members of this committee, we will step on it immediately. So let's all model good behavior today. Thank you for your understanding. I will now hand it over to my esteemed co-chair, Senator Needleman.
Good morning, everybody. It is still morning. As my co-chair, Representative Steinberg, said, we're interested in having a good debate here on the issues. There are some bills that need some airing by the public beyond just the grievances that the public has about higher rates in New England, in Connecticut in particular. with the highlighting of that one new bucket that's on your bill called public benefits. I need to remind everybody that that bucket used to be in distribution rates. It had been for quite a while. It was there because a lot of them are offsetting distribution costs. A lot of it is post-deregulation stuff. Some of it is policy. And I think that the debate should be centered around the policy, although, you know, we are here to listen to grievances. That's part of what we do. But we need to find solutions. And I know as somebody who's worked on this policy side for a long time, I care about the solutions that we're looking to find. As Representative Steinberg said, we want a civil discourse here. You know, we don't want a lot of cheering and jeering when people speak. It's not necessarily appropriate. Because this committee has always been a bipartisan, solutions-based committee. Politics are politics, but policy is policy. And I like to spend most of my time focusing on the policy side. So with that, I'm going to yield back.
You can give it back to me, and I will hand it off to Representative Mara.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, everyone, for coming today. I know it's been a long time waiting for many of you to come out and talk to us about that portion of your bill, that public benefit charge that so many of you are either excited about or frustrated about. So I appreciate you coming out today. Unfortunately, you know, as I've talked to many people, I think so many people have said, I've already told you I'm frustrated. I've already told you that this is an issue. So I don't want you to give up on this process. I'm very happy that the chairs have agreed to bring forward a bill that has some solutions that the Republican caucuses have put forward. I know that there is a lot of misinformation and disseminated disinformation about this, and I think that we can have a lot of civil discussion here today to kind of work through some of these issues. And just so that you know, my goal moving forward is to find some solutions. I don't think it's good enough to say that your energy bill is high and it's always going to be high. I think that we can find solutions to make this better, and that is my goal for today. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Good morning, Senator Fazio.
Good morning, Representative. Thank you for the time. Thank you to everyone who signed up to testify or submit written testimony. There will be an airing of grievances, but people are right to be aggrieved in this state where they're paying the second highest electric rates in the country. And there's going to be earnest disagreement about policy before us today. And I think we can have that discussion and debate in a civil tone. I think public hearings are not just perfunctory. I think they actually exist to test and debate ideas. And oftentimes I have my mind changed and we actually come to agreement and try to forge a better way forward. And that's what this day should be about. I think there's going to be earnest people who can disagree and can disagree in a civil manner. And I hope and believe that that's what we're going to have today. And yes, people are going to be right to be aggrieved in this state where they're struggling to pay their electric bills. They're struggling to afford to live here. And today, hopefully, will be about trying to find solutions to alleviate that pain and make our state more affordable for everybody. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. I agree with you. I think the public hearing process is maybe the best thing we do as legislators. This is really where we hear from everybody. So I hope I still feel that way by the end of today. Without further ado, just so you're aware, this committee does afford some deference to elected officials during the first hour or agency heads, and that will be the process that we adhere to. After that hour, we alternate between public officials and the public. So the first up today is the President Pro Tem of the State Senate, Marty Looney, who I understand is at a funeral this morning and will be testifying later today. So we will move directly on to Commissioner Katie Dykes of the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. Good morning.
Good morning. Pleasure to be with you this morning. I'm Katie Dykes. I'm the Commissioner of the Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. and pleased to have the opportunity to highlight some of the written testimony that DEEP has submitted on the bills that are before you today. DEEP is strongly in support of Senate Bill 4, an act concerning energy affordability, access, and accountability. In particular, I would appreciate the provisions in here that would expand opportunities for investment in new nuclear generation statewide with community opt-in. We see this as a positive step in line with other states that are leading on helping to incent new nuclear development. And we are pleased to work with the committee on ways to help strengthen funding for early site permitting, which can benefit sending a signal to developers that Connecticut is a nuclear-ready state, and also be a process for communities to explore and understand whether nuclear is right for them. So we appreciate seeing these provisions. We've had opportunities, I know, given the lengthy agenda and many speakers that the committee will be hearing from today. I'll just be brief and say that many sections of Senate Bill 4 we support and have submitted testimony on other bills that have raised similar concepts. So I'll just refer to that prior support, particularly to clarify DEEP's ability to include active demand response and gas efficiency measures in our efficiency procurement that we have underway today, as well as the support for the Thermal Energy Networks proposal that has, I think the committee has heard testimony on that concept in other bills in previous hearings. There's a provision, section 6, which would provide greater flexibility for PURA and for the electric utilities to be able to utilize a portion of energy products that are purchased pursuant to DEEP administered grid scale procurements towards standard service. We think there's certainly a lot of details to work out to determine when this would make sense, but there's been a lot of volatility in the wholesale electric markets, which we know has translated into potentially risk premiums being assigned to those that are bidding in on standard service. And so this could be a tool to extract more value from the long-term contracts that the state has supported for other purposes to also provide benefit for standard service. I want to turn next to Senate Bill 647. This is an act concerning protections for consumer access to affordable electricity. Simply put, DEEP opposes this legislation, and respectfully, we feel that many of the provisions in this bill would have the opposite effect of increasing costs for consumers. And so we appreciate, with the opening statements here, I know, I think everyone in this room is committed to trying to improve on the affordability of electricity for customers, and certainly that is a top priority for Governor Lamont. We feel that some of the measures in this bill would actually undercut critical investments that are providing benefits to ratepayers today in terms of us being able to keep the generation and distribution and transmission rates lower by supporting consumer investments in energy efficiency, for example. Several sections of this bill would defund critical investments in the energy efficiency programs. I just want to note that energy efficiency is about half the cost of supply. And we've seen enormous demand from businesses and residents across the state for the energy efficiency services that are funded through the Conservation Adjustment Mechanism and the Systems Benefit Charge within the public policy part of the bill. People have been turning increasingly to those programs to help as a tool to help them take control of their energy costs at a time that we've seen a lot of volatility and spikes in prices, including during the war, at the outset of the war in Ukraine, when we saw wholesale electricity prices spike up to $82 per megawatt hour. So defunding these critical programs would have the consequence of causing Connecticut to have, and the region as a whole, to have to procure more power, conventional and more costly power generation. Just in 2024 alone, the energy savings that we derived from the investments in the energy efficiency programs helped us avoid the need to build a 58 megawatt power plant And those investments will provide $408 million in lifetime energy bill savings statewide, which is a significant multiplier above the cost of the programs to implement. And these benefits, I just want to underscore that there are benefits, direct benefits to the consumers who take advantage of these programs and immediately lowering their bills. But all ratepayers benefit from these programs. Because the less our neighbors use in terms of electricity, the less the rest of us have to pay for in terms of building new generation and paying for transmission and distribution expansion. In addition, I'm concerned about provisions that would disrupt the stability of our contracts for critical resources such as the Millstone and Seabrook nuclear facilities, as well as contract we have with the Revolution Wind offshore wind project, which is under construction and due to come online next year. It will, together with another Massachusetts procured offshore wind project, be providing 5% increase in our electricity supply. So the provisions in here that would disrupt those ratepayer-backed commitments in those contracts and would have a catastrophic impact on our ability to contract with resources necessary for not just meeting clean energy goals, but for expanding our energy supply and improving the reliability of the grid. I want to note as well that together, as of today, as of February of 2025, the Millstone and Seabrook contracts have, when you go tally it up from the beginning of those contracts in 2019, have produced a net profit of $100 million total. So there has been significant volatility in how the rate has been set to collect the revenue necessary for those contracts. Those contracts follow the volatility of the wholesale electricity markets. That is directly impacting customers in terms of their ability to plan, and businesses in terms of the predictability of the cost that they're paying on the public policy charge. We think that the solutions that we have to reach for are ones that reduce volatility. We applaud the work that Pura is undertaking now to look at how the forecasting is done for the utility rate collection for those contracts. But it's important to note that these investments these investments have in those nuclear contracts have achieved a net profit from the time of their inception. And then there's further provisions in 647 that we are concerned would undermine consumer choice, particularly and create unintended consequences potentially of increasing the costs of serving customers who are opting for electric vehicles and installing heat pumps. And we think it would be very short-sighted to prohibit Pura from being able to ensure that customers who are buying EVs and installing EV chargers are incented through the managed charging program to charge those vehicles off peak. That provides a benefit for everyone on the electric system to the extent that the utilities through that program are able to ensure charging is occurring at times when the grid has excess power to flow. So just being brief, those are a few key points there. We're submitting written testimony as well on 7087, an act concerning shared clean energy subscriptions. We do not support this bill in part because we are committed to the continued success of the shared clean energy facility program that already exists in the state. And we have a few concerns on 7088 as well. But in the interest of time, I will end my introductory comments there, and pleased to take any questions. I know many members of my senior team are here as well to assist.
Thank you, Commissioner. I imagine a number of us do have questions for you. I'd love to get into 647, but I'd like to focus on your initial comments on SB 4, Section 6, which you mentioned. It starts right off with the best interest of ratepayers, and that's really kind of why we're all here today in many ways. You made mention of the work you do with Pura and the importance of procurement contracts in dealing with the volatility in the marketplace, which is volatile in the best of times, but seems particularly so now. I can't help but ask the question about what are your concerns with regard to our contracts in the marketplace given the onset of tariffs and the possibility of Ontario even cutting off energy supply to the state of Connecticut?
Appreciate that question. We have been monitoring in real time the potential impacts of some of the moves of the Trump administration to impose tariffs on energy products imported from Canada. This is something that, you know, we today import or rely on Canada for roughly 8% of our energy supply, which is flowed not on a contractual basis, but on an economic basis by Hydro-Quebec, largely hydropower coming into our system. You know, this is obviously something that's unfolding, you know, day to day, but we have not seen any, and we are, you know, it's something we're monitoring closely to better hope to quantify what the potential impacts will be to customers. It's important to note that we're reliant on trade with our northern neighbors, not just for hydropower flowing over our transmission ties, but also LNG that's imported through New Brunswick. It's one of 2 critical LNG import facilities that serves the New England grid. And we could see possibly more pronounced impacts to wholesale electric prices to the extent that the cost of LNG to those generators that are buying it is elevated. As we are moving into the spring, of course, out of the winter peak season, that may help to moderate a bit some of these impacts. We are also, you know, there's also gasoline and diesel imports that could be impacted, but as those are things we're monitoring that stage. We haven't seen any information just yet in terms of whether there are any impacts that are impacting Connecticut consumers. I think a lot of the big questions will be how long these tariffs will remain in place and what steps our Canadian neighbors may choose to take in response or retaliation for these tariffs. There's certain been comments from Ontario and from Quebec premiers indicating there's the possibility of even cutting off the flow of hydro to New England, to the US, perhaps impacting New York. You know, again, there's lots of moving pieces here, but certainly directionally, while it's uncertain what these impacts are in the near term or today as we stand here, because this is just happening this week, directionally, we think that some of these tariff steps, if they are prolonged or stay in place for a long time, are not going to improve or could put further pressure on the affordability of electricity in our region.
Thank you. And to your point, volatility is almost not a strong enough word these days. Who knows from hour to hour what the situation on tariffs may end up being. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but is it fair to say that if the tariffs stay in place, that the impact on ratepayers could easily be as significant as anything else we've talked about with increases in the bill? And are you concerned about reliability should Ontario cut off supply?
I think the most dramatic impact would be if we see the Canada cutting off supply. That could impact reliability again, depending on the time of the year, and could impact pricing, since hydro typically displaces more expensive conventional generation for having to run. But I think we'll look forward to staying in touch with the committee about, as you know, how what information, you know, as we're monitoring and where we may have more information on, like quantitatively, how tariffs may impact the bidding behavior for hydro resources or for fossil fuel plants in the New England region, gas plants that may be importing Canadian LNG. Again, I think our understanding of how the electric system works points to these as potential areas where tariffs could start to show up in prices. But we don't have any specific information yet to say exactly the extent, but it's something we're monitoring closely along with all the other New England states. And I should note also, last week, the ISO New England put in place a proactive measure to be able to preemptively or proactively collect from ratepayers the anticipated costs of these tariffs should they be the ISO be the required to remit these tariffs revenues. And so even that proactive step could have an impact on ratepayers ahead of actually seeing what these costs could, how these costs show up in the market.
I'm going to ask one more question to try to model the right behavior for my colleagues. With regard to 647, there's been talk about not eliminating everything under public benefits, but simply moving it to the general fund. And that sounds reasonable on its face, but I hope you could comment. You made some comment about the importance of these programs, that many of them represent contracts and encumbered relationships that would be at risk in the general fund. And would you agree that by definition, moving it to the general fund would be much more aggressive because the charges under public benefits are related to usage, so that those who are using the most energy are paying their fair share? And that if we move it to the general fund, it would be on all taxpayers and would therefore be regressive, and also potentially not provide the same incentives to change usage behaviors that we have under the current circumstances.
Thank you, Representative. I think I probably have just as many questions as answers in terms of how this would work if it's still enacted. I mean, when you think about the time period and the process for appropriations and budget negotiations and how those are set, it just seems completely mismatched from the way that contracts, in some cases, these are 10-year or even 20-year contract commitments that are made, and revenue and the revenue needed to support the contracts is settled on a semi-annual basis by PURA through, as we track the performance of these contracts against the wholesale electricity market. It's just so different from the way that the general fund revenues are managed and how those state budgets are set. So it feels I'm quite uncertain about how this would work. I think that I will say that the most recent example that we have of a situation where the general fund or the appropriations process was impacting or integrated in some way with the way that we fund the energy efficiency program was in 2017, when the legislature raided the ratepayer funds for the conservation and load management program and diverted a significant amount, over 117 million, I believe, of ratepayer funds from the efficiency program to plug budget holes for other legislative priorities. And so, unfortunately, our most recent experience with bringing the budgeting process into contact with these longstanding ratepayer programs was that it created enormous disruption. It undermined our ability to serve customers who wanted to invest in energy efficiency, has the consequence of increasing costs elsewhere, not to mention causing many of the private businesses that are delivering these energy efficiency services to have to lay off their worker, create enormous disruption in the workforce that's delivering these cost-saving measures. So that's our most recent experience, and it was not a positive one.
Thank you for reminding me, I guess, of that egregious step by the legislature in raiding funds that did not belong to the legislature, but belong to ratepayers. And I certainly hope we would not repeat that again. But to your point, if we were to move all these to the general fund, they would be susceptible to being cut at some future point. I will offer you one little bit of consolation. It seems that on the national stage, the idea of honoring legal contracts isn't so important anymore. So maybe it wouldn't be as big an issue for us in other circumstances.
It's really dark, Representative.
I'm not sure I disagree with him. Look, I'm a big believer in user fees. So if you use more of something and you use less of it, you benefit by the programs. Almost everything that's in that bucket called the public benefits is pretty much related to usage. There may be one or two smaller items that are not, but I think if you pull them out, there's such variable numbers from period to period that I don't even know how a budgeting process could allow for that. These are mostly true ups on policy decisions that we've made. And with all due respect to everyone in the room, those policy decisions were voted on by the legislature, many of them in a bipartisan manner. They're not completely bipartisan, but most of them are. This state, as a state, believes that we should be using less electricity, that we are let me back up and say that the role of the minority party is to make sure that they become the majority party, right? That's their job. I get it. If I was in the minority, I'd be trying to become in the majority party. And I have said a number of times that a lot of these initiatives are really pretty much political discussions as opposed to policy discussions. Policies have been settled in law. We're enacting them. I don't believe in any way, shape, or form that moving them out of the bill will fix anything. I think it'll make things worse. In particular, some of the sections that are attacking programs like heat pumps or electric vehicles are a direct attack on an attempt to decarbonize the grid. They do cost some money, but they don't cost that much money. The bigger issues are we saved Millstone. We have been working for decades to try to be on the right track since deregulation. We've come up with what I would agree, and when Senator Harding testifies, I will tell him his comments on the record saying that this is just too complicated for anybody to understand. He's actually right. But this is how it's evolved since deregulation. There's 45 items in that bucket. They all used to be on the distribution side of the bill, and it actually might have presented a little bit clearer picture had we kept it that way. But there was an interest in clarity, so the bill was redesigned. And what happened concurrent with that was a pandemic and a war, and we're still feeling the after effects of that. I had hoped that they would work their way through the system a little bit faster than they are. But again, we have had historic high rates in New England, and I want to continually remind my friends on the other side of the aisle that New England is always in the top 10 most expensive states. Even Vermont, which is still vertical, is number 10. But we are continually switching seats. End of the pipeline, a lot of other issues that make this a more expensive region, a more expensive grid in some regard. I want to fix as much as we can fix, but I'm not in the moment thinking that we should throw out the baby with the bathwater. And I understand that there's a desire to seize the moment politically, and there's a desire to play upon people's rage about higher electric bills for a period of time. That's perfect, legitimate political discourse. But from a policy point of view, I believe that we need to make sure that we don't react, that we're thoughtful in what we do. A crisis is a moment to think things through properly, but it's not necessarily a moment to toss everything we've worked on for the last 25 years aside. I want to remind people that Take Back Our Grid and Senate Bill 7 were some of the biggest ratepayer protection bills that we did in the last 25 years. In the Senate, both of those bills passed unanimously. They were widely approved in the House. The first one was, the second one a little bit less so, but they are law. One of those things that's in there, and I want to talk about this for a moment because the most displeasing part of the conversation has been from people who have sent me emails saying, I don't want to be paying bills for those deadbeats that are not paying. And that's a small part of it. We've come through a pandemic. There's a lot of other things in those line items that's in that bucket. But I want to caution people to not demonize people over this. This was a hard time, a pandemic followed by spiking supply rates. We were 2 years ago talking about supply rates that reached almost 25 cents a kilowatt hour because a war began in Ukraine and because of how the global energy markets work. all of these repercussions come as a result of some of that, and we're still dealing with them. But your bill is kind of a moving barcode. You have a bar graph on your bill and it moves, but the rate in the prior period was pretty much the same rate. Sorry for I'm not close enough, I'm too quiet, and if I'm too close, I'm cracking in people's heads. I think I have a broken mic. Let's see. Anyway, I appreciate your validating the idea that we don't want to walk into unknown territory here. I don't think that most other jurisdictions would even consider the idea of entertaining any of this stuff, especially a state that prides itself on trying to be a leader in many areas of environmental policy and protecting consumers. So I want to say thank you because you've done a lot of the work here. There's a few people in this state who really understand energy policy, and you're one of them. And every time I talk with you, I learn, even when I'm yelling, and that is occasionally the case. But just to reiterate the idea that taking this stuff out of an electric bill where you're trying to incentivize somebody to use less power, why would they participate in energy efficiency programs? If you're going to put it in the budget, which is socializing it over all the residents of the state, arguably, you take it out and you don't give people an incentive by saying, if you use this, you're going to lower your usage. Why would it make sense to have those programs? I guess that's sort of a question.
Yeah, I do think that, I think there's definitely a principle there of fairness in ensuring that customers are, exposed to what the cost of serving that customer is. And certainly if rates are designed properly, they are helping customers, see the full cost of serving them and then be, excuse me, incented to take actions to address that. I'll also note that, there's 3 other parts of the bill in addition to the public policy charge. The public policy charge spiked last year because of the under collection of the Millstone contract and the COVID, the program in terms of arrearage forgiveness and so on, that had an uptick, and that caught many people off guard, especially after we saw a heat wave going on last July that had usage significantly above normal for air conditioning. So it's a confluence of factors. And I've met with businesses and residents around the state who are, suffering when they see these, when they have these cost increases that they can't plan for. But we have to keep in mind that just in the last 3 to 4 years, we've seen spikes on other parts of the bill. The generation rate spiked in the winter of 2022, 2023. And at that time we had earnings on the Millstone contract that passed back in terms of a credit on the public policy charge to help to offset some of that generation rate increase. And so we see these kinds of spikes occurring in different parts of the bill. And when those spikes occur, the important thing is to note is that then people are looking for relief. And one of the principal places they look for relief is through the energy efficiency programs. And so every time we see one of these spikes, the phones are really ringing and the demand for these programs is increasing significantly. That happened in the winter of 22-23. And we were able to find additional revenues from the RGGI program and some ARPA funding to help meet excess demand for the efficiency program above what was funded in the public policy charge at the time. We've seen a doubling in interest in heat pumps, heat pump rebates provided in the energy efficiency program because heat pumps are more efficient than window air units as far as cooling. And 40% of our residents are relying on energy intensive window air conditioning units for their air conditioning. And so again, as we debate these different charges, it's important to not lose sight of what the customers, what the residents and the businesses of the state are, how they're voting with their feet, what they're looking for in terms of relief, and being able to provide access to low cost air conditioning is critical when 80% of your, bill increase is due to increased usage for air conditioning, as an example. So I think it's just something important to note. And maybe briefly, I can say this charge, which was kind of reconfigured a few years ago, is called the public policy charge, but includes within it the recovery of costs associated with a variety of different policies. I think that the sense of public policy, perhaps if it may be implied in 647, is that these public policies are just focused on environmental goals. But actually, many of the costs that are embedded in that public policy charge reflect actions that that Republican governors in the past and Democratic governors and this legislature, oftentimes on a bipartisan basis, have initiated for a range of different public policy goals. Environmental being one, but also keeping the lights on. In the mid 2000s, we had a huge issue of spiking prices because the ISO was forcing these reliability must run contracts that were very costly because we had transmission congestion in Fairfield County. And so Connecticut took a proactive step to then extend contracts to build natural gas power plants here in the state of Connecticut, because we viewed that as a cheaper solution than paying these more expensive ISO New England costs. And about $100 million per year of costs are flowing through the public policy charge because of that investment that was made in the mid 2000s that was necessary at the time to shore up the reliability of the ISO New England grid and provide a lower cost option for supply from a fossil fuel resource. And you're paying for that in the public policy charge today. The reliability public policy driver, was also present when this legislature, on a bipartisan basis, advanced or I will say, it was not a Democratic exclusive initiative to authorize DEEP to do a procurement for nuclear in 2017. When we were facing the possibility of a premature retirement of the Millstone nuclear facility. So that was primarily a reliability-driven initiative, and that is what has been a significant cost on the public policy charge, and sometimes a credit on the public policy charge, depending on how the market is doing. I think the other thing that's important to note beyond those goals of reliability that are in there is that there may be a sense that this public policy charge is really about providing subsidies for some people, right? That the things we're funding here are giveaways to individuals for preferred, policy solutions or something around the environment. Every single one of these programs, by the legislation that authorizes it, has a test that it has to pass, that it has to be cost effective, or it has to be in the best interest of ratepayers. So I think it's really important across all these programs. I mentioned it for the energy efficiency program, for example, to note that while these programs may manifest in providing a rebate or a low interest loan or whatever it may be for a customer to take a particular action, those supports have to be cost effective in the sense that we can only, across these various programs, support them if all ratepayers will benefit by motivating the action of that individual, right? In the sense that getting that individual to reduce their energy usage will help all of us have to pay less for generation, transmission, and distribution. But I do think that people are looking for answers and solutions. And so I'll just wind up this unprompted speech by saying that, I think we are trying to achieve those solutions. And one of the ways that we do it are by trying to reduce the volatility, which is really what people have been seeing in different parts of the bill over the last couple of years. So I think that the effort to provide for more flexibility to use contracted research for standard service will help with that. For example, the actions that PURA is taking to look at how to improve the forecasting of what the revenues will be needed for these contracts in the public policy charge, I think will help provide for more stability in the future. Equity and fairness also have to be part of this too. We need to make more investments in new resources, including new nuclear, which is in the bill that you're hearing today. But we have to make sure that we're not doing it as Connecticut alone. We did the right thing when we invested in those gas peakers back in the 2000s. But if we could have done it a little bit better, we would have shared that cost across all New England states that were benefiting from those gas peakers getting built. The Millstone contract benefits all New England states, but only Connecticut is paying for it. This legislature took a really important step last year when you said that any renegotiating of that contract going forward has to include at least 2 other states. And the state of Massachusetts reacted by then giving themselves the authority to join us in the next procurement. And we have at least 2 other states that are taking that step now because of the legislation that you passed. So we can't go it alone anymore. And we're taking steps towards that. And then finally, we have to keep our eye on how we can make sure we are giving proper oversight over all parts of this bill. And, DEEP is strongly supportive of other legislation that this committee has heard to rein in parts of the bill that we aren't even talking about typically in the public, which is the transmission rate, which has been increasing significantly, 75% since 2015. And we think that there's common sense ways we can improve the oversight of projects there, including some that are being heard by the Siting Council today that will roll another $150 million of costs onto Connecticut ratepayers alone from asset condition projects. There are lots of places where we can trim costs or make sure that we're getting proper, adequate value out of the investments that we're making. And by doing it more equitably with greater oversight and transparency, sharing the costs among the other states, those are some of the common sense steps I think that we can take to address this shared goal of improving affordability.
Thank you, Commissioner. I don't think that anybody could have said that better. So much of this stuff makes me feel like we're still dealing with being a victim of deregulation, where states go it alone on policy and the region doesn't decide. ISO has got a mandate to be fuel neutral, and they take some things into account, but not others. We have to pick up the pieces, I think, in some regard, and at various times have thought it's good to be part of ISO, and then at other points, not sure it is. But deregulation really, really changed the game. It made it much more complicated to do what we do. And it leads people to a lot of misinformation. When you look at historic numbers, right, going back to 2015 and maybe even a little before that, that whole bucket that is called public policy now, public benefits, public policy, system benefits, whatever we want to call them, have historically represented 10 to 12% of the bill, or about 2 cents per kilowatt hour, right? Because I looked at some of the numbers. Then we hit the pandemic and the numbers started flying all over the place. Supply rates started flying all over the place. Eversource's rates have been pretty consistent. UI's rates have been pretty consistent because of they're tied to rate cases. But I'm hopeful that over time, we will see that whole bucket of 45 different items go back to being 2 to 3 cents per kilowatt hour. And then I think that it is still something to always look at, and we should be mindful. But I just hate to use my father's phrase too often about throwing the baby out with the bathwater. I don't know if anybody's ever heard that, if that's under 65. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, correct. I wonder back in the old days if they did that. I don't think so. I don't know where the hell he got it from. But we're all mindful of rates. And I do want to tell one thing that, again, we did in the Senate in Take Back Our Grid. We established a low-income discount rate program. We allowed for the establishment of that program in legislation, which will have a lot of positive impacts. One, it will help people who are in the lower income categories, and that would be everybody in the lower income categories. Depending on how that program, the final design of it, which I think we're pretty close to now, there are 5 steps. But one of the benefits that will have is it will have almost a direct correlation to the number of people who are forced into this situation where they can't pay. By making it more affordable for them, it will actually cut down on arrearages. And I think that was the intent behind it. as well as to make sure that we weren't burdening people, because historically, we are a more expensive region, not this expensive, because I think we've suffered more of the impact since the war than other regions, mostly because almost all of our states, except for Vermont, are deregulated states. So we've seen a lot of volatility. We've seen the bar graph has not helped, although the intent was to help. But I think it's exacerbated it just based on the moment. And I'm looking forward, because I don't think that there's anything short term that we can do to fix that, no matter what. But I'm hopeful that things will normalize, although with what's going on and coming out of Washington with all the tariffs, I don't have any idea. I don't even want to begin to predict. Just want to ask you about one other section, because I think you can speak about it better than anybody in 647, about taking Millstone and making it a Class 1 renewable. What we did do in the past, and that was discussion with my ranking member here, we worked on making new nuclear procurements Class 1. But what would happen if we retroactively pushed Millstone into a Class 1 category now? Or even when the procurement ends in 2029?
Sure.
What would be the impact?
I think it's important to try to understand what the goal is of this provision, which I'm a little uncertain about. But I think if the goal, you know, I think that the Millstone, or there's a distinction between existing nuclear resources and new nuclear resources, to the extent that the existing resources or new nuclear resources would be contributing to incremental reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. And so the inclusion of those resources in the Class 1 tier is appropriate from my standpoint. But existing nuclear resources are not, while we need to, retaining them is important to avoid going, backsliding and seeing greenhouse gas emissions increase. It's a little different, including them in the RPS, which is focused on expanding the amount of zero emission resources when they're not contributing incremental greenhouse gas reduction impacts. There's, of course, like a direct impact that the quantity of supply of zero emission credits from the nuclear resource, because they are so large and they operate around the clock, would significantly overwhelm, the demand or exceed the demand for these resources in the RPS, and so it would have the effect of crushing the RPS Class 1 price. I don't know if that's the goal of this legislation to crush the REC price. But in my view, that could have other unintended consequences of undermining critical, revenue support for other types of resources that are eligible in the RPS. If the goal is to reduce the cost of the RPS, right, to electric ratepayers, then I think that there's other ways that we can achieve that. And DEEP is, we launched our integrated resources plan process last week. We hope to issue a white paper on some RPS reform concepts, perhaps shifting, changing the eligibility for biomass and landfill methane gas, which are emitting resources largely located outside of the state of Connecticut that are not contributing to meeting environmental goals or economic development benefits for the state. Could have the consequence of reducing some of the cost of the RPS if we adjusted the target accordingly. Those are some of the things we may prefer to explore that preserves the integrity of what the RPS is about, but in a way that may reduce costs to ratepayers. I think the inclusion of existing nuclear would have a very disruptive effect. It would, in the near term, significantly reduce the cost of the RPS, but may undermine its overall objectives. And so, and then lastly, I think that it's something to take into account as we have, started some discussions or looking ahead to the possibility of extending the Millstone contract beyond 2029. And if we start to factor in avoided rec costs in those negotiations, we might see that we'd have to pay a higher price for the nuclear resource than we would have otherwise. And my goal is to pay as little as we effectively have to be able to keep that resource operating on the New England grid.
Thank you. That was my take on it also. It would squeeze out everything else that we might want to do. And I think you would have no capacity to do any solar or any other renewable resources. And it, there's an economic impact, but it also feels like, when I see a bill that targets heat pumps and electric vehicles and wants to make existing assets subject to Class 1, I just feel like it's an attempt to squeeze everything else out that are goals of the state of Connecticut. It's a backhanded way to do it. I appreciate it tactically. I just don't agree with it. And I think that the majority of the people in the state of Connecticut don't agree with it. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a 25-11 majority in the Senate and a very large majority in the House. So I just have to get that out. Remind people that we're talking politics while we're talking people's electric bills. We all want solutions. I'm just not a guy who thinks that tearing up everything we've done for 25 years is a good way to get to that solution. We need to provide relief for ratepayers. We're all working on that. I believe we're all sincere, but I want to never forget that there's a political moment here. And, would I take advantage of a political moment? Of course I would, because I guess I'm a politician. Some people, not a good one. But I do like the policy side. I want to fix things and I want relief for our ratepayers to the extent that we can give it to them in a deregulated market where everything is too complicated. So with that, I'm going to reserve the right to come back, but I'm going to pass it back to my co-chair.
Thank you. Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner, for your testimony. Obviously, we have some philosophical disagreements on this committee and with DEEP, but I have a lot of respect for my colleagues and for you, and I have always enjoyed working with them and with you, and hope to continue working to find common ground over the course of this session. And the white paper you were mentioning on some of the reforms to the RPS, I imagine is one of those areas where we might actually be able to collaborate. In other legislation, I had mentioned similar concepts as well. I do want to disagree with my friend, the good chair who just walked out. However, I do not agree that the goal of members in the minority in this legislature is to get into the majority. I think that the goal of every single legislator in this General Assembly is to do a good job on behalf of their constituents. And I and other members of the minority could simply pound the table and say there's been one party in charge for 15 years and Connecticut has verifiably the second highest rates in the country, and that's simply not working for people. We could do that all day long. Instead, we have chosen to offer a comprehensive alternative plan, and that subjects us to criticism. Yes, when you offer solutions, when you offer a different way, that comes with complications and that comes with criticism, and it'll come with criticism today. But it is an earnest attempt to change policy to make rates more affordable in this state. And I will not regret the fact that we took a politically more difficult path, offering an alternative way, offering specific reforms, rather than simply pounding the table and saying, as Senator Needleman mentioned, we don't normally talk about this in public hearings and committee meetings, that one party has a 2-to-1 majority and they're presiding over the second highest rates in the country. I will not do that. I will simply advance a policy that I think will reduce rates in the long term. And I am proud that our caucus has chosen to make an alternative package of reform a priority rather than simply taking a political path. One of my concerns, to zoom out for a second, is that, listen, there are, and we have always said that among these 40 or 50 line items in the public benefits, there are programs that are justifiable and should continue to exist. There are some that should probably be pared down and changed, and there are others that should be eliminated. But in totality, you're looking at costs that exceed, I think, $800 million for the CLNP system. So for 1.2 million customers, and setting aside the Millstone and Seabrook, contracts, which were about $50 million last year. It's about $750 million for the for 1.2 million Eversource customers that they're paying in their bills. You know, you had said in the beginning of your testimony that the effect of these $750 million in programs is to reduce the cost of energy. I guess I just have a little bit of trouble squaring that analysis because we have such high rates. We have higher rates than our neighbors. And part of what is baked into our rates is this $750 million of programming. I guess my question for Deep is, do you think that we could do a better job in managing these costs, which really, if you look over time, have mostly increased? They've mostly increased. I think if you just look at the combined public benefits charge, so this does not include the Millstone contract. It's increased from $250 million in 2016 to $430 million in 2024. Do you think we could do as a state a better job of managing or reducing the overall costs of these programs? And if so, how should we undertake that?
Thank you so much for that question. I think that's where the answer is always yes. We're committed to, you know, continuous improvement to these programs to ensure that we can extract as much value from these programs as possible while paying the least amount we have to for them. I'll give you an example for the energy efficiency program. You know, we have undertaken last year, as we saw that the demand for these programs was going up significantly. That's always a signal to us that, you know, the more demand there is, there may be the possibility for us to reduce the incentives that are being provided to customers because there's more customers willing to take the action. And we want to support as many customers participating and reducing usage as possible. So we directed the utilities to undertake an optimization plan to look across all of the programs, and instead of just handing out the rebates and then when we run out of money, we just hit the brakes. Instead, to say, let's shift into a higher gear at that point, reduce the incentives a little bit so we can serve more customers with our ratepayer funding, get more savings for every dollar that we're investing, as an example. And so we're actively working through that. And I think that's an example of trying to achieve greater value, right, with the dollars that we're investing, as opposed to eliminating a program or curtailing the funding for it. We have undertaken, you know, in many past sessions and a look at what we're paying for behind the meter resources. Connecticut's made a lot of changes over time to modernize or upgrade the net metering programs, for example, shifting from, you know, we had a debate last year about caps on the NRES program, for example, ensuring that we're leveraging competition as much as possible to help get every solar megawatt, every fuel cell delivered with the least amount of ratepayer dollars necessary. The Green Bank model is one that's been emulated in other states. That emerged in 2011 as from the idea of rather than just giving out rebates and grants, let's have the ability to use some amount of ratepayer funding to attract private capital, where you can support, you know, efficiency and solar and other things that reduce generation and transmission and distribution costs, but with more private capital and financing supports that are cheaper in terms of the total amount of ratepayer funding necessary to motivate the action. So I think that there's example of that throughout, and it's something we'd be happy to come back to the legislature to talk about. Not to mention the importance of spreading these costs equitably among the states. I do want to note that the costs of generation transmission are largely distributed based across the 6 states in New England based on how much we consume. And so all the states around us are investing in energy efficiency and in behind the meter solar and those types of resources, and that reduces their load. So if we stop investing in those things that are demand reducers, the share of what Connecticut will be responsible for in terms of the cost of generation transmission will increase relative to those other states. And so that's something we also have to take into account.
Thank you. And I appreciate that answer. And that's sort of the type of thing that I think we would want to see on a more widespread basis. The fact is that over the last 7 years, the combined public benefits charge, this is excluding Millstone and Seabrook, has more than doubled in the state. And so we're looking at a situation where the costs keep adding up, they keep growing. And in the past session, Pura itself testified before this committee that one of the major reasons they think Connecticut has higher rates than its neighboring states is because the public benefits charges, so to speak, are higher than their neighboring states. So we have a situation where overall these programs continue to increase in costs, where these programs are more costly than in other states, and where we have the second highest rates. So when we propose, for instance, to fund more of these programs through the normal budgetary process, it's often because, yes, they're like the energy efficiency programs, demand response, load management. There is a lot of merit to those programs, and I would want to see them funded through the appropriations process. The question becomes procedurally, are we doing a good enough job of simply passing these statutes and having these programs continue a very long time rather than have them go through a 2-year process of being reevaluated in the budget where they have to compete on merit against other vital needs in the state? I'm looking for procedural reforms. And this is what the bill attempts to do. If there is another one, I'm open to it. I'm looking for procedural reforms that stops us from having doubling of our system benefits charges over a period of time, that stops us having larger public benefits charges than other states, that stops us from having the second highest rates in the country. That's really what we're trying to get at here. So I'm really open to kind of systematic procedural ideas on how we, some of the programs need to increase, but when you do that, other programs should probably be deprioritized and decreased, because we just can't have this situation where it continues to increase and it's bigger than other states. So I'm looking for ideas on that if you want to give some.
Well, I think that's a place where there may be a lot of common ground. I mean, I think that the first step that was taken by the legislature in SB 7 was to couple or consolidate or endorse the actions that Pura was taking to consolidate these programs into this charge. So here they are, and now, and that's really precipitated customer interest and legislative interest and press interest in what are all these different 52 programs and so on and so forth. So we have DEEP has been working to provide more transparency and historical lookbacks on the different portions of the bill. We put it on the Energize CT website, and I encourage folks to go and take a look there. And we're actively, I know there's one proposal, I forget in which bill, that's up today to talk about further segregating out pieces of the public benefits charge, for example, the Millstone charge on the utility bill. It's expensive to ratepayers when the utilities go in and redesign their bill. I think our suggestion would be, DEEP is working to update that Energize CT website where we might be able to track the portfolio of these different investments that are being made through the public benefits charge, and being able to help people understand exactly where the charges are coming from. Usually it's something where there's always statute that underlies the authority for the program. There's history and context about why, in 2005 or 1998 or 2013, because a lot of these charges trace back to investments that were made many years ago. So context for why these investments were authorized, context for, what different entity is involved in determining what the revenue is needed to fund the program. So you know where to go to participate in a program, in some of the oversight processes. And then there's the rate design, which is in the RAM process that PURA undertakes. That's where the actual rate that is set to collect the revenue for this program is determined. And as I've mentioned previously, DEEP and OCC and others are participating in the PURA process to look at how the forecasting is done to set that rate to help minimize some volatility going forward. But so we want to provide some more transparency that I think it goes beyond what you can do in the space of an electric bill and put it on this Energize CT website. And we'd be really excited to get some feedback from the E&T committee members about how we do that, since you're often on the front lines of communicating to your constituents about what all these charges are. And then finally, to your question about, is there adequate oversight, if I'm hearing your question, and would the budgetary process be a better place to provide that oversight about how these dollars are being spent? We have a lot of different processes that are underway, whether it might be PURA dockets on the behind the meter programs, or right now we're in the process of reviewing the utilities energy efficiency spend plan for the next 3 years, together with the Energy Efficiency Board, through a structure that is set up by statute. And so we really hope that this conversation will precipitate more people getting involved in those proceedings where some of these charges are being, or some of these, these investments are being guided and overseen. But there may be ways that we could ensure that there's more reporting back to the legislature to track what how these programs are doing in terms of actually avoiding other costs on the bill. For some programs, we actively track that with third-party evaluators and analysis, such as for the energy efficiency program. For other things like some of the contracts that were signed years ago, we may not go back and do a look back to say how much more expensive, how did this perform relative to what the expectations were in the past. But that is certainly something that we could do. I'd welcome the chance for us to do, think about ways to do that analysis and report back. We have the integrated resource plan scope that we just launched, and that we hope to be a place where we can look at things, some of these questions about how to better tune these investments to make sure that they're providing as much value as possible going forward. So it's something I think goes to the spirit of greater transparency and ensuring that the legislature that authorizes these programs at the outset is adequately informed about how this portfolio of investments is doing over time.
Yeah, and I do think that there are ways that the legislature would also be equipped to manage some of them or oversee some of them through the general fund. The legislature does manage energy. It does manage contracts, large contracts through the general fund. It does have and has had energy and environmental programs that have been funded through the general fund. So I imagine there is precedent here as well. I'll ask one final question, then turn it over. But there's a portion of 647 that calls for a limit on the price that we pay for long-term energy contracts, limits the subsidy that we would pay. It says no more than 2.5 times some price in the market. We shouldn't pay more than 2.5 times on the backs of ratepayers. I imagine you oppose that. You think 2.5 times might be too low, but is there any kind of upward limit in statute that DEEP would support? Maybe 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, or something like that?
I think that the standard that we have, and I appreciated the back and forth we had on this concept at the last hearing as well. I think perhaps it's something that we could circle back and on the standards that apply to all of our at least the DEEP administered procurements today, which is that they have to meet the best interest of ratepayers, and it may be helpful for us to provide some more information to the committee about how that standard is applied, because it includes it's seeking to achieve something similar to what you're looking for, which is to ensure that there's some limits, right? That we can't just pick the most, wildly expensive project that's out there just because we care about the environment or something like that. If I'm being, a caricature of myself.
Yes.
So for example, when we have a procurement for a renewable energy resource, the lion's share of how we score the project when we receive a bid, first we look out at a forecast of what we think energy prices are going to be in the ISO New England market for conventional generation over the next, if it's going to be a 20-year contract, over the 20 years that contract would be in place. It's really important to do apples to apples comparisons of what we expect prices to be in the future, since these are resources that would be performing in the future, right? And that we'd be paying for in the future. And our indicators are that prices are going to be rising in the future. So if we just lock in a comparison to current day prices, we may be underestimating what the value or the benefit would be of buying a resource that could deliver into the future. And then we compare the bid that we receive, if it's a renewable energy project that's qualified for Class 1 RECs, right? That we would compare if we sign this contract and buy this project effectively. Let's compare what the energy price is that the contract is offering, and also the REC price that they're offering, and compare it to our forecast of both energy and REC prices in the market to determine whether there's going to be savings. There's also some qualitative scoring sometimes that we're directed to consider in these procurements, so it's something we can follow up on. But by and large, that analysis is ensuring that we're going to be looking to make sure that the project is going to deliver net savings when we compare forecasted REC and energy prices, as opposed to like a multiplier of 6 or a multiplier of 4.
Yeah.
But I think these kinds of numeric sort of caps, especially if it's benchmarked to actual prices today, would be causing us to not be able to procure resources. I think it wouldn't achieve the goal that I think you're looking for. And I think the standard that we have today actually does achieve what you're looking for, but it's something we'd be happy to continue discussion on.
Yes, I'm sure we can continue discussing it. I've looked at a lot of commodity markets and traded commodity markets. There's not a lot of commodity markets where the forward price is 4, 5, 6 times the spot price. But I do get that the forward price would be higher in this market. But we're dealing with forecasts, so it's pretty difficult when we're just internally forecasting. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Mara, followed by Representative Buckby.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony today and for sticking with us for so long. I appreciate the back and forth. So one of the things that you talked about, and I think many of us are so much in agreement that looking at nuclear and the future of nuclear is a good thing for the state, which is great to see. We get a lot of pushback, and we've had a lot of pushback on our current nuclear prices. And I know that we've made, this committee has gone to lengths to say ways in the future that we can, share those prices with some of our other states. But can you explain to me why, I guess when I'm looking at these numbers, and I don't know if you have them in front of you, but or off the top of your head, as you may very well do. When we talked about the public benefits charge, there was so much focus on Millstone and the numbers there. And it seems like I've heard numbers like 70% of the public benefit charge. Would you agree with that?
So the Millstone contract is for $49.99 per megawatt hour. And the way that contract is structured is it started in 2019, it goes till 2029. We entered into that contract because Dominion was the owner of the facility, was saying that they there's too much unpredictability in how much revenue they were going to earn in the ISO New England wholesale market. And so to enable, so it's becoming too risky for them to continue to operate the plant, and they were seeking revenue stability. So the structure of this contract is saying that they would receive this $49.99 on a significant portion of their output. It's backstopped by Connecticut Electric ratepayers. The way the contract works is if the ISO New England market price is below 49, then we have to pay the difference and to Dominion. And that difference is collected in the public policy charge. If the market performs or the market price is above that 49.99, then we earn a profit, the Connecticut ratepayers, and that's flowed back either in, or it reflects it either in a lower cost on the public policy charge, or in some cases, briefly, we had a customer credit that was flowed back on the public policy charge. So you heard me earlier say that over the lifespan of that contract with Millstone, and also we have a contract with Seabrook, we're a much smaller quantity, but at a even lower price, that we have made a profit overall of roughly 100 million if we stopped the contract today, in February. But that's not been the lived experience, right? Because there's been as the wholesale electricity market has had a lot of volatility over the last few years. Sometimes we've been earning, sometimes on this contract, and sometimes we've had to provide significant payments to Millstone. So I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I don't know if someone in my team, I'll look to my team if you guys want to speak to it. But we had, during the depths of the pandemic, wholesale electricity prices were as low as, 20 some dollars per megawatt hour, which is unprecedented. We earned a lot on the Millstone contract at that time. We rolled some of that back in the form of a credit to ratepayers. Then the market prices went up with the war in Ukraine, when natural gas prices increased about, in the 80s per megawatt hour. So, so in essence, we've had different, there's been different swings in the wholesale electric price, and that has contributed to different amounts of revenue that were required to pay on the contract. And that's so if to the extent that there was an increase last year, the customers were seeing some of that was because of what we owed on the contract. Plus, there were some catch-up payments because there had not the cost when it was for a period of time, the rate was set at 0, so we weren't collecting the revenue needed to pay the contract. While it was clear in the wholesale electricity market that we were going to have to make these payments to Millstone, and so some of that resulted in some catch-up payments that had to be made over ultimately with the way that PURA, the commissioners at PURA decided over a 10-month period, and that contributed to the Millstone cost being a significant percentage of the public policy charge recently.
Okay, so if I just want to clarify, you said that to date, if we stopped it right now, our contracts with the 2 nuclear plants, we have made a profit.
Correct.
Okay, I think that's important for people to hear. The other point that you made is the slight bump in Millstone this year is because, or this past year is because we did not collect appropriately for Millstone for 2 years.
I think that I'm not going to say it was inappropriate. I'm just going to say, just looking at the numbers, that there was a period where the rate was set to not in the public policy charge where we were not, ratepayers were not contributing revenue to the cost of the contract, where the signs in the wholesale electricity market were that we were going to have some payments that were going to be due.
Okay, thank you. I think that's important for people to hear when we talk about nuclear, that that I think there's a lot of misinformation that gets out about that. I just want to jump over to some of the efficiency programs, and I kind of want to reiterate what the other ranking member mentioned, is that I think it's a bit disingenuous to say that we're here because we want to be the majority party. I am definitely here, and I am literally right here because of knocking on doors to constituents in their frustration with energy bills. So that is why I'm here. That is why I have spent my many days studying and trying to learn as much as I can to help represent the people in my town. And one of the things that I'm looking at now is this efficiency program. I think we can all agree that efficiency in our homes, even on our transmission lines, that is that's important, and it's a way to move forward. And I think it's very valuable. So if we are able to move those efficiency programs into the general fund, I think they will stand to muster. I think they're that our state can realize that that's an important program we need to support. But one of the things I want to talk about with this program is when it's within the ratepayers, or when it's with the electric distribution companies, who has access to it? Is it the ratepayer?
Who has access to the efficiency programs?
Mhm.
We have programs for every type of ratepayer, from residential renters, homeowners, small businesses, the largest industrial customers. We have programs tailored for all of those different customer classes.
For ratepayers.
Correct.
Okay, so we are looking at a bill here that's going to look at if you put your house on the market, that you may have to get an efficiency standard on your house before you sell it, so that it's, I know that's not a bill we're dealing with today, but I would like to keep that in mind, because what if an owner of a house, a building, commercial building, rents their facility out, their home out, and the ratepayer is in the house and has access to the bill, but the homeowner or the building owner wants to use efficiency? Is it available to them?
So I'm Vicki Hackett. I'm the Bureau Chief for the Bureau of Energy and Technology Policy. And one of the things that we are focused on doing is making sure, and one of the things that that bill with respect to transparency about the energy efficiency of, especially when it comes to rental properties where people don't have control over what gets installed in the home that they rent, is that it will encourage landlords to make efficiency changes that can lower the bills for the person who's paying it, if that's the question that you're asking. So when the renter is actually responsible for the electric bill, that will help encourage landlords to participate in the program where they might not otherwise have an incentive to do so. Where the landlord is paying the bill, they already have more of an incentive to engage in the energy efficiency programs. And we do have programs for multifamily properties as well. So that's definitely a big part of the barrier for renters, is getting the landlords interested. And we are also getting ready to host some roundtables with property managers and landlords and others to work directly with them to help them understand what some of the benefits of participating in the programs can be. And many do already participate. So I don't want to represent that none do, but having more efficient properties should be a selling point for landlords.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. And I think that's one of the, I think one of the things that we can look forward as a bonus to moving it off of a ratepayer and into the general fund is then it becomes something that is available to everyone, not even just ratepayers or now we're looking at homeowners, but then we're also looking at what about the other municipal electric companies that may not have access to these programs.
So the municipal electric companies are not the collections of these funds from UI and Eversource ratepayers are available to UI and Eversource ratepayers. We have never supported, and we don't have a construct here of then allowing municipal electric consumers who are not paying into these programs to take the funds that are available for for Eversource and UI ratepayers to fund their own efficiency. Some municipal electric co-ops have their own efficiency programs, and they also do get some revenue from the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, which is covered statewide. But anyway, in case that's helpful. And I guess one other thing I did want to say is, it's really troubling. I mean, some of the things that are in 647, with all due respect, don't talk about shifting the efficiency program over to the general fund. They actually call for just eliminating full stop for example, the conservation adjustment mechanism that provides a significant amount of the funding, 136 million per year. And more for the natural gas and electric efficiency programs. So I read this bill as just defunding significant portions of the revenue for the efficiency program. And I think it would be, it would be hard for me to not notice that this proposal to shift this ratepayer investment that is highly cost effective and delivering benefits to all ratepayers to the general fund is being proposed at a time that in Washington, we see efforts being discussed to significantly defund other federal aid and grant programs that is possibly going to have to be picked up by the state taxpayers in the general fund at the same time. And so even if there were like great support for energy efficiency, I think the idea of putting energy efficiency as yet another program that would have to be picked up by the general fund at a moment that, for example, there's cuts being discussed for EPA of 65% of their funding, 20% of deep staffing come from federal grants. Medicaid proposals to defund Medicaid, which will come back on state budgets. So as much as, I know it's great to know that there's broad support for energy efficiency investments, and that should manifest in, support for it in the general, from the general fund. I think that this seems like a year when there's going to be extraordinary pressures on the general fund to have to make up the difference potentially for other critical programs that have been federally funded to date, which makes me even more more pessimistic that even though we all see the benefits of these programs, that it may just be very difficult to continue to fund them if we were reliant only on the general fund.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I want to point out one of the issues. I think you kind of made my point really when we talk about those efficiency programs with the municipal electric is that if we actually brought it into the general fund, it might be something that the municipal electric companies would be able to utilize as well. And I don't necessarily have a question about that unless you need to have a response.
So there is a seat on the Energy Efficiency Board, a non-voting seat for municipal electric companies, and they are welcome to, if there was a desire among municipal electrics to contribute their own ratepayer funding, the way that UI and Eversource's ratepayers contribute their funding into the fund, we would welcome a way to make that happen so that we have a statewide approach that is universal for all customers in Connecticut. But I think everybody recognizes that having UI and Eversource ratepayers pay for municipal ratepayers to engage is, that's what we've been avoiding. But they do have a seat on the Energy Efficiency Board. We have well-established programs that the Energy Efficiency Board and then DEEP oversee, and would welcome a way to discuss funding coming from muni customers so that they could fully participate in those programs.
Thank you. No, yeah, and that makes sense. They're choosing not to collect funds from their ratepayers. Yeah. So I think the last thing I'd like to discuss is the reason why we put why we want to put things in the general fund versus on ratepayers back. And I know that my guess is that you're thinking that we're going to hit a limit because there's only so much in the general fund that we can cover. Is that your issue?
Let's say that I support the governor's budget and it doesn't have provisions in it to fund electric system investments that are currently funded by ratepayers. So sure.
Yeah, I agree. And what we're not looking at is that we assume that there's no limit on our ratepayers right now.
And there is a limit. We don't support investments in any of these programs that are not delivering savings for ratepayers in terms of avoiding generation and distribution and transmission costs. And I guess where I'm confused by this proposal is that it seems to treat efficiency as different than, say, electric transformers or the cost of supporting power plants. These energy efficiency investments are a resource just as much as the poles and wires and gas power plants that are keeping the lights on. And it feels like the idea of funding them more like social service programs seems to, I don't know if I'm misreading or misunderstanding the intent, but it seems to discriminate against or treat differently an energy resource that's half the cost of conventional power generation. And that's why I struggle to understand the merits of of funding, causing it to be funded in a different way. There are caps on the amount of funding for efficiency, for example, set by the legislature. The systems benefit charge is a fixed amount, and the CAM has a cap as well.
Okay, so I struggle to see how $800 million is a savings, and maybe that's something that we'll be able to get into in the future. And I also struggle to understand how we should be asking neighbors to pay hardship on their electric bill for other people that can't pay. Never do we ever go to the grocery store and have our bill higher at the grocery store for someone else's groceries. So that part doesn't exactly make sense to me. I believe that those social services really should be in the general fund.
So I think, as somebody who was around during the Take Back Our Grid Act and, was part of, the discussions around the proposal for the low income discount rate, along with the commissioner, during COVID, we certainly had, a lot of hardship among especially people with low income. And so a big part of what we're seeing, the impact of that is leftover, hardship that people experienced during COVID, which I think is understandable. As far as the low income discount rate, what that rate should allow people to do is be able to actually afford their bill. So that's the intention of that rate, is to create a bill that's affordable for people. Electricity is a necessity. People can't live without it. It's not optional. We have a tax system that is progressive and recognizes that different people, somewhat progressive, and recognizes that different people can pay at different rates, and recognizing that people cannot live without electricity, and allowing people to pay a rate that they might actually be able to afford, rather than just trying to figure out ways to avoid paying their bill altogether. Either way, we pay for it, because if the utilities are going through their processes to get people to pay and people aren't paying, those costs get passed through as uncollectible costs, and we pay for it either way. So the effort here is to make the bill more affordable for people so that they will actually pay it, and thereby reduce those uncollectible costs for everybody.
But I think it's a really important point, because this is something that is distinct about an electric utility versus a grocery store. And I think it can be a point that can be very confusing to folks, that electric utilities are regulated monopolies. And so in exchange for, being able to have public oversight about how much they can charge for the electricity, which is the job of PURA, right? The utility gets to pass on and be assured that they'll be able to recover the costs of running this business as a monopoly. And so that includes when they have customers that don't pay, they pass on, they're obligated to take all the steps they can to try to get that customer to pay, put them on a payment plan, so on and so forth. That's some of their rearage forgiveness and hardship programs that are in there. But ultimately, if they don't pay, the cost of that gets socialized among all the customers in the form of the rate that the utility is then charging, the price of the goods, the price of electricity. And it's different from a grocery store in that sense, because the grocery store isn't regulated, and they may be passing on some of these costs themselves, but we don't see that pricing isn't transparent. But anyway, it's an important point, and it can be confusing to people to feel that they're paying for a social service program. But effectively, if you're avoiding the cost of having to pay the entire unpaid bill by another customer, those costs, that might be a prudent investment.
Well, I'm not sure that it's very confusing. I think ratepayers get it. I think that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Just following up quickly to make it maybe a little less confusing. Could you tell us what percentage of these ballooning arrearages that we're trying to address were related to commercial customers, particularly small businesses that struggled post-COVID and actually represent perhaps a very large percentage as compared to residential?
Yeah, my understanding is that oh, sorry, I'm Eric Annas. I work in the Office of Supply at Deep. Sorry for the acronyms. The answer is, what you're seeing on your bill and the public benefits, none of that is attributable to businesses. Those are built into base rates. This is just the hardship customers that are defined under the statute, who meets who is a hardship customer, those unpaid bills get worked into the RAM docket and the public benefits charge. Our base rates have everyone who is not hardship, whether it's business or residential, who are not paying their bills, are built into the base rates that utilities receive. So there's no transparency on those, but you're paying those bills as well. We're just highlighting, because of the way we do our rates and have designed the rates, we're seeing it and calling attention to it. But the reality is almost all the unpaid bills work their way through the system and get paid by all ratepayers.
As the commissioner said, we're paying for it, or ratepayers are paying for it one way or the other. But we've created the hardship program to ideally mitigate some of those expenses.
It allows us to let people keep their power on. They're paying less, but they're keeping their power on. And at the same time, hopefully shifting fewer costs to other ratepayers, because they're encouraged to pay something that they're able to pay versus being required to pay something that they're never able to pay. And then the full cost of that getting shifted to all ratepayers.
It is a little bit confusing.
Yeah. Sorry.
And is it true that with all that we're talking about with hardships in this current circumstance, that it amounts to about $4 per the average ratepayer?
I think it's somewhere around, we're going to find out as the program rolls out. We'll know more, right? But probably somewhere $4 to $6 a month for the average ratepayer.
Doesn't sound quite as shocking when you put it in that context. Representative Buckby.
Perfect timing as I'm in my office and the phone is ringing behind me. So odds of when a phone call are going to come in are lovely. So you hear me in the background of that as well. I want to thank everyone for taking a moment. Give me 1 sec here.
We can hear you just fine, Representative.
Okay, I was just hearing my voice in the background as well. It was throwing me off with the voicemail coming in. I want to thank everyone for taking the time today. Sorry I can't be there. There's some other state issues, oddly enough, working on here at the park. But I wanted to touch base on a few things. And as we're talking about hardship right there, I think it's a big question I had was, we went 4 years, and that was put forth by the state. It wasn't put forth in any other capacity. So that's why I believe personally that the state should be the one footing that bill on that, since it wasn't the ratepayers who said, hey, let's help everybody out. Let's do it through the state. That's why I think it really should be part of the budget process. But those people who can't pay, they're still paying directly into the public benefits charge. Am I correct, Commissioner, that even though they can't pay their bill, when they start paying up a little bit, they're still paying for those efficiency standards that they have no chance of applying for at this point?
I'll see if I can follow the question, but everybody contributes to the public benefits charge, but people on the low income discount rate contribute at a lower rate to the public benefits charge. And everybody is eligible to participate in the programs, including, you don't have to be up to date on your bills to participate in the programs. And in fact, we try to target the energy efficiency programs toward people who have historically had trouble paying their bills, so that we can permanently reduce their bills and make them more affordable.
Risk of them and not being able to pay the bills and have their bill become uncollectible and socialized to all ratepayers.
Yes.
Yeah, I understand the solution. I think I might disagree with the intent of what that is. I'd also like to, before I get any further, I'd like to echo both of our good rankings comments that absolutely none of what I do has anything to do with politics. If you know me at all, none of it's about politics. I get mad at everybody regardless. So, it's a standard that we need to keep, and we represent the people. When the people are upset, that's what we have to bring forward. And if this is being put forward on behalf of the legislature, we're causing the problem, then we should be addressing the problem. So I just wanted to address that briefly. My other notes here, Commissioner, you mentioned early on, and this is going to piggyback a little bit what the good ranking member of the House mentioned, but you mentioned fairness and equity for the people who are with their rates. And I agree that should certainly be there. But the about 35% of the people who are paying their bill, from what I can find in my notes, are renters in the state and really have no say over what their landlord is putting forward. So I think the fairness goes back to those people who have been paying it for years. now into this public benefits charge have no say over what that is. I don't think that falls under fairness and equity. To me, I think they've gotten kind of the short end of the stick. Just to comment on that part earlier, I'd like to know how much, if Deep has this number, it'd be great. How much has been collected for efficiency and broken down by category, heat pumps, solar, whatever it may be, over time in each of those categories? Do we have a breakdown of what's been collected, itemized for each of those, and see what the efficiency is of all the programs? There's a lot of programs in there, correct?
There are a lot of programs serving, open to all ratepayers in Connecticut. There was just recently an annual report delivered to legislators for the energy efficiency funds that could provide, I think, some of that information. And if, we're happy to reshare that with the committee. And if there are any remaining questions about how budgets are allocated, there's a lot to that question. So, but if there are remaining questions about how budgets are allocated, another place to view sort of the budget allocations would be in the submission of the plan that gets submitted to first to the Energy Efficiency Board for review, and then gets reviewed and modified and approved by DEEP. And that has a lot of budget information in it about, that covers where all the funding is going. One thing that I will highlight as you're looking through those numbers is that for low-income customers and multifamily customers, the HVAC is included in their budget, whereas for market rate residential customers, HVAC is a breakout. So that could be a little bit confusing, but
yeah, thank you for that. I think part of that breakdown again falls under what could be falling under fairness and equity for those people. And again, those who are renters, especially, who are over a third of the people are paying into it, who have no choice. Has there been any thought of allowing people an opt out on some of the efficiency standards they might not have any desire to do? Or if they've, let's say you just bought a house, it's all done, I've already paid my share, I bought all this stuff, it's energy efficient. Would I be able to opt out of just that part of the program as far as a fairness piece, because it's all been done?
Well, I think that goes back to the issue that this program actually saves all ratepayers money, whether they're participating or not. This program drives down the costs of having to increase the generation, build up more distribution. So this program actually drives down other portions of the bill for everybody, whether they're participating or not. When it comes to renters, there are renters who participate in the program. And in fact, we directed the utilities, we gave extra funding into the program, ARPA funding last year, and directed the utilities to focus it on multifamily dwellings, which would include significant portions of renters. And they are working through that right now. And we already had existing multifamily focus within the energy efficiency program. So there is the opportunity for renters to participate. We do know that there is a barrier. Some landlords don't want to participate. We are working on that, and we're at, working on ways to address that barrier. But we've made a lot of progress in that regard. So.
And while I appreciate the efforts and the thought process to it, I would personally disagree that it's working, because the numbers still go up and up and up, and that public benefits charge is not working. So I think that's something that we need to do better collectively, working with DEEP and with PURA and with the commission and with the legislature. I think we really need to make an effort, especially with us as legislators, to do that. And again, simply because it's the right thing to do for the people who are there, and nothing to do with politics in any regard. I think it could be said, quite frankly, on either side, this has become a political football, and I can't stand that it is. So I'll leave it at that. Good chairs, thank you for the time, and Commissioner, thank you for your time.
If I may, on the numbers going
Please
up and
proceed.
up, the CAM, which funds the Energy Efficiency Fund, is capped. So the numbers are not going up and up on the CAM. The CAM is capped. So that is not a cause for any increase that people have seen.
Well, I just want to say before I turn it over to Senator Lieneman for a follow-up, I think Representative Buckby is onto something with this opt-out. I think we should apply it to taxes as well. Why should I pay taxes for things that don't benefit me? Maybe we can just make this a policy. You only pay for the taxes or the ratepayers that you directly benefit from. It would really change government in some very significant ways. So just a thought. Senator Needham.
I have had suggestions with people in my towns when they've complained about the taxes that in the future they can pave the road in front of their house. I do want to say, in terms of renters, one of the governor's priorities for a while hasn't come up recently in regard to what Representative Buckby said, was a bill that would require landlords to score rental properties, that would give renters the ability to know what they were actually renting. Because there is a concern that when renters do rent, they might get a lower rent, but then they get blindsided going into an apartment or a house, and the cost for utilities because of the efficiency of the property is almost as much as the rent some months. So that has been a bill that we've entertained before. It did not have bipartisan support. Let me be clear about that. But it is certainly something that if the good representative thinks we should be reconsidering, that we could reconsider.
Thank you. Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, and your team for being here. First, I'd like to align my comments with the two ranking members. I don't participate to get the majority. I'd love to be in the majority, but the fact of the matter is I get, like all of us, calls every day since last year about our rates and the public benefit side. And that we are tasked as legislators to serve our constituents honestly and with integrity and fight as hard as possible to adhere to their needs. And we have not done that. So to you, Commissioner, I only have a couple of questions, but it bothered me that the senator said that. And then the comment about the paving, I would never tell one of my constituents, pave your own driveway. That's disrespectful. And I think it's wrong. So to you, Commissioner, our rates have constantly gone up, obviously, and we discussed prior to the meeting today, and I appreciate your comments about nuclear. I've been a strong proponent of nuclear and natural gas. And, you know, we have all this discussion about public benefits, about different ways to put it off budget, put it on our bill. But the fact of the matter is, we have not done anything to lower utility rates for anybody. I think I'm correct. To take back the grid has not lowered rates. Rates have just gone up. And I'm not blaming you in general, but the fact is the policies we create here have not lowered our rates. And that's a fact. Am I right?
There are a lot of factors that have contributed to costs going up for electricity, not just here in New England, but across the country. We have increasing demand for electricity, which means we have to invest in new forms of supply. Ask your counterparts in the mid-Atlantic states who are facing 25% increases in their electric bills because they failed to build generation capacity quickly enough to meet a significant spike in demand for data centers. So we have to stay ahead of the investment needs for economic growth in manufacturing and other types of electrification. We also have interest rate increases, supply chain challenges that have impacted all kinds of infrastructure sectors, including on the electricity sector. The backlogs and timeframes for getting a transmission or a new transformer on the transmission grid are unprecedented, and those costs are increasing. We also have had a lot of volatility in the price of the fuels that we import to power our grid, which is more than 50% natural gas. And we saw that during the war in Ukraine. There may be new pressures that are coming. If LNG exports are expanded, that could cause the domestic price of natural gas to increase here in our region. We don't have adequate gas pipeline capacity to be able to ensure that all the gas power plants in New England that can run reliably year round. And so we pay a premium for gas delivered to New England because of that lack of capacity. We are, there's a whole host of things, and then, add in sort of some of the COVID related challenges. So these things are contributing to price volatility and price increases in the long term, and the best ways out of it. And I would say Connecticut has had to carry unilaterally some costs that we should have been sharing across all 6 states. But going forward, being able to have multiple states contribute to the Millstone contract to retain that resource is critical. Being able to continue to invest in fuel diversity so that we have some hedges, which renewable resources provide against possible spikes in gas prices. Seeing what will transpire, whether we will see any additional gas infrastructure built out into New York or into the region that could reduce the basis. Whether ratepayers would have to foot the bill to build that infrastructure because power plants won't do it. Whether, those are some of the questions, and then the tariff discussion from earlier. I can go on, but there's a lot of reasons why the costs have been going up. And I think everyone here is troubled by it, and we've been working hard to do what we can.
I'm not disagreeing with you because they
Yeah.
have gone up, but I don't think, in my view, since I've been here, we have advocated, I said at the first meeting here, 14 years ago, almost 15 years ago, to work with our partners in New York and Massachusetts. We have to, I know we need that compact. I don't think we've ever really done that. I think there was always a push against, we wanted to phase natural gas out. And the perfect example is now Ukraine, the war in Ukraine. They had to revert to coal in Europe. We don't want to revert to coal. We want to be prepared. And my point is, I don't think we've really been prepared. And I think at the end of the day, the ratepayer paid for that. We're not going to agree, but I believe the ratepayer paid for all this because we weren't prepared. But I do appreciate our comment about nuclear, because that's the future right now, like it or not. Nuclear pods, they're small, they're portable, there's different sizes. And I think you said you are going to embrace that. But you did say the class renewables will be okay for the pods or the new nuclear going forward, but the existing nuclear, that will not be considered, that's not considered a class renewable. And is that true? And why?
I don't know why we would need to offer subsidies in the form of RECs to.
I didn't say subsidies. I saw the class renewal, the class one, you mean?
Yeah. I think we've done a good job of negotiating a contract with Dominion.
Okay. fair enough.
Without making them class one eligible, that, was able to give them the revenue certainty that they want. I think we're free. We have what we need in terms of the contracting structure to be able to have that negotiation with them again, now with more states at the table. And inclusion of that, including them in the RPS, I don't think is strengthens our hand in those negotiations or is necessary to do so. It could have negative impacts on the RPS. But if the goal, what I was saying earlier, is to optimize what we're paying for the RPS, get more value out of it at less ratepayer investment, we have some ideas on that we're hoping to pursue. And glad to hear, Senator Fazio, I think was perhaps driving for us to do the Section 35 study that teed up some of the concepts that we want to build on in the RPS white paper. So hopefully, if that's the goal, we can present some proposals in the next, going in the future that could achieve that.
I appreciate that. So what I'm hearing is you want to give the incentives going forward when this day comes for nuclear.
New nuclear,
Yeah, new,
but not
I
existing.
appreciate it. I wasn't gonna, I appreciate everything you try to do. We don't always agree, but I appreciate what you and your team does. At the end of the day, though, we are here in task to do our best for ratepayers, to have consistent energy, work with our utilities. I know everybody calls them monopoly, but there's nobody else coming to the table to become utilities, as far as I know. Does anybody know? I don't think I know anybody that wants to become a utility in Connecticut. But that's our job, to be honest and work hard for people, and we're outnumbered 2-1, so I don't campaign to be the majority. I campaign to try to do the best for my constituents. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Representative Iaccarino. Representative Mashinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have two questions, and this is a really interesting back and forth, by the way. I've been listening. Okay, one of my questions is to recruit our constituents to help us be more energy efficient, which helps everybody on the grid and avoids new generation. Could we change their electric bill to show their consumption in kilowatt hours compared to same period last year? In my little municipal utility, we have bills that show that.
Yep, yes, if I may, that is shown on the bill. There's a graph on the paper bill that shows how much you're using this month compared to the same month last year, and it shows your usage over time.
Okay, I was told it wasn't on there, but I have a separate bill, cause I'm in a municipal. And in ours, we do show it. So you can actually see if it's a big air conditioning year, you can actually see it on your bill in comparison.
Yeah, if people look at, if they look at that part of their bill, they'll see how things spike in the summer if they're not using electric heat, for example, electric resistance heat, which could cause a spike in the winter instead. So yeah, you can
Yep.
do some analysis looking at that for sure.
Also, if you have a visiting relative show up for a month, that shows up on your.
Or college students, right? Or,
College
yeah.
students. I was actually, that was in my head, was college student.
Or a pool heater that you leave on.
Yep, it actually makes you think when you see the graph, which is good. I also want to ask you for evidence on the record, or you can send it in later, but you have said several times that efficiency programs are half as expensive as new generation. And that's why efficiency programs save all ratepayers money. Can you verify that with submitted testimony, please?
Yes, I think we included some numbers in our testimony, but, and also the annual report would include, some information about that. We're happy to reshare that. Our programs do, we have in statute the requirement of an independent evaluator for our programs. And, they're funded through the efficiency program, and they do studies on a continuous rolling basis to study the impact of the program's process studies. And, you know, to keep us up to speed on the most recent, technology and evaluating, new technologies and things of that nature. So that is done on a continuous basis for this program, and it informs our cost benefit. We have a document called the program savings document, and that includes, detailed calculations of the cost benefit, of each measure.
Okay, you have them, but do the constituents see them? That's my
We
question.
we can share with you if that would be helpful. We can share links to where to find all of that, but I'll say the program savings document is quite lengthy and complex. But I do think the annual report might contain some information that would be helpful there. And, so that might be helpful as well. So we'd be happy to share both of those things.
Yeah, that's good. I try to get my constituents to do the energy efficiency improvements. We have limited ones in our municipal utility. It's not anywhere near as generous as the regulated utilities, but we do have some. And for example, you can drive down the street on a snowy day and you can see who put in their attic insulation and who didn't, because the ones who never put it in, the snow is all melted on their roof. The heat is going right out the top of the house. And the people that did take advantage and buy the insulation and put it in, they still have the snow on their roof. And I want to be able to convince those other people whose roofs have no snow, what they can do to lower their bills.
And we're doing that in the regulated utility service territories. And, you know, as we've said in the past, happy to work with the municipal utilities if they would like to start up similar programs.
Okay, thanks. Well, that data would be very helpful for us to share with our constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. A tip for everybody, if you want to get snow off your roof, be energy inefficient. Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for all your testimony. You've mentioned the Renewable Portfolio Standard white paper several times. Could you briefly describe what's going on there? I haven't reviewed that.
You haven't reviewed it because we haven't issued it yet. So last week we issued a notice to launch the Integrated Resources Plan process. Something that we're deepest charged with doing every few years is to look ahead at what are our needs, electricity needs for electricity supply over the next 10 years, and look at strategies we can implement to meet those needs in an affordable and reliable way compatible with our clean energy goals. So we just launched that last week. I'll use this as a very brief PSA to say that we're seeking comment on the scope of that plan, the questions that we're wanting to, or we're proposing to dig into in the IRP. Given all of the attention and interest in the affordability of electricity and some of the related questions, we're hoping to make this process really iterative and engaging for the public and for stakeholders. So we're putting out what we're calling white papers, which are, 5 to 10 page kind of concepts on different topics. So we issued one last week on transmission, pointing to some recommendations for how we could rein in some of the, or hopefully make sure that we're getting adequate value out of the significant increase in transmission investment that's happening. And then we're planning to put forward a similar kind of concept paper for discussion and comment about ways that we might look to modify, or the legislature might look to modify the RPS to ensure it's delivering on the objectives, but perhaps at a lower cost to ratepayers. But it's forthcoming. And we did do a study last year as requested in Senate Bill 7 we called it the Section 35 study because it was Section 35 of that bill that did tee up some of these issues around the RPS, including the significant amount of funding, I think roughly 50 million per year that's going towards out of state emitting resources like biomass and landfill methane gas. That number is subject to check. I'm getting some nodding heads. So, just thinking about, some of that Section 35 study identified, here's some of the performance of the RPS. And then we're looking at the concept paper to make some suggestions about how we might act on those observations. And so to TBD in terms of date.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. I just have a few questions. I'll try to keep it brief here. So first, we've heard about the importance of these energy efficiency initiatives, and we heard that the CAM has been capped, but I also see there's energy efficiency initiatives under the systems benefit charge. Is that a separate program than the other one?
Oh, great question. So there's a 3 mil charge in the systems benefit charge that has funded the energy efficiency program, I think since, no? Oh, you have to use a mic.
It's in the public benefits charge, but I don't believe it's part of the SBC. So.
Okay, so there's a 3 mil charge that was in place since 1998, I believe. When the state first deregulated, the bill that authorized the restructuring of the energy market created this fund for energy efficiency, recognizing that it wouldn't be, energy efficiency wouldn't be happening in this new restructured market. And then in 2013, the legislature increased the amount of funding for the efficiency program by through this CAM, the Conservation Adjustment Mechanism, which recovers another 3 mils. So total 6 mils that goes into the same energy efficiency program. Sorry for the lengthy answer to your question.
I do think that there are other references to efficiency programs that maybe PURA used to oversee or may continue to oversee. We would have to look at what those are, but those are not the same program, and I'm not sure they're all in operation. That would be a good question for PURA, but yeah.
Okay, thank you. And again, through you, Mr. Chairman, I do have a question then about the millstone, the way that we bill it. And it's not just millstone, right? There's actually 12 renewable energy contracts that we have, right? That account for about 40% of our total energy now, right? So we have Millstone, we have Seabrook, we have Revolution Wind, and then 9 solar, right? So why is the billing for these so convoluted, if you will, right? I mean, we contracted for energy at this price. Why isn't it just in our generation charge? And why are there pluses and minuses and going in different parts of the bill? It seems convoluted and all right.
Well, yeah, this one, it's hard to, because the market fluctuates. So we have contracts that are for the most part at a fixed price, but they're fixed, and then you settle those contracts against the energy price that is constantly fluctuating every day throughout the day. It's up and down. So you have to set your rates. So PURA sets the rates. How much are we going to collect over this year to make sure the utilities can pay those contracts? So what they do is they look at what they think they're going to need to collect, to pay the contracts. And then rates happen, and they may have collected too much, may have collected too little over the time. And then they reconcile those every year. There's 6 months, there's a every April, they set a rate for they think for the next year, and then they look at it again in September to see if they are on or off. Pura is currently undergoing another docket to see if they can do this a little bit more efficiently and effectively. There's been trying to figure out what's the best way to do this. And so there has been, with the war in Ukraine and COVID, there's been these wild fluctuations, which we're not used to, the system wasn't set up to really adjust quickly enough to those. And so Pura is re-looking at it to see if we can smooth that process over. But unfortunately, you don't know what the rate of is going to happen. So you can't say you don't charge the rate of the contract. You charge the difference between the contract and the market. And that is a moving target. And so that is why we end up with trying to collect the rates they are. So
If I may briefly say, in other states that didn't deregulate, right? The utilities are the monopoly and they are the only ones that build the generation, whether it's renewable or gas or whatever it may be. And they recover those costs. They get to recover all of their costs of building the generation plus a guaranteed rate of return on the generation in their effectively the distribution rate. When we deregulated, we recognized we were going to be relying on this ISO New England market, this private market to provide, to purchase the electric supply that we needed. But then as time progressed, we recognized that the ISO New England market rules are structured that there's only one resource that actually gets purchased through that market, and that's natural gas resources. But the natural gas resources aren't investing in the pipelines that they need to have fuel to run reliably all year round. And, if you ran your system entirely on gas, you have a lot of exposure to those price fluctuations and you're not meeting your environmental goals. So over time, the state took action starting in the 2010s to say that the utilities, we should do these contracts with renewable resources so that we can make up for the fact that they may be cost effective, that they're not getting purchased through the ISO market. And so it's correcting for that failure. The way the contracts are structured, they're contracts for differences, essentially the difference between the market price and the bid price. But the developer, we solicit those projects through competitions to try to get the best price. And we put all the risk on the shareholders of those renewable developers. They don't get a guaranteed rate of return. They come in with one price, a fixed price for the output. They get paid when they produce a fixed price. And if it costs them more to build that project than what they set, what their bid price will recover for them, that's on them. So those are some of the enhancements of buying renewable power this way. Anyway, I probably bored you to death and there's so many people waiting to testify, but it is convoluted and some of it is because of the structure of deregulation, having to correct for some market failures there.
I also wanted to add quickly that Senate Bill 4, I think, also has direction for Pura and DEEP to look at using the contracts more efficiently. So not only is Pura doing that process, but I think SB 4 looks at whether the contracts can be used to serve load as opposed to just a hedge.
And through you, Mr. Chair, if I could quickly summarize, so Pura pays these contracts, not UI and Eversource, right?
The contracts are between the utilities and the generators. And then Pura allows the utilities to collect those costs from ratepayers. So the actual payments are done by the utilities and then they collect rates along with they collect all the other rates, including their needs.
So is that the same way all the power is paid for, including through the ISO market, or is that different?
That is different. So that's your
Okay.
supply. You have a supply chart on your bill, which you can do a third-party supplier, or you can do the standard service. That is billed, but that is collected by the utilities as well. So you pay your utilities, but the supplier will pay the generator. So that's through the ISO market.
All right, I understand. Thank you. And one more follow-up on this one. Are these numbers available someplace so we can see how much all these solars are costing us in the wind and et cetera?
Yes, in various places. I think to my back and forth with Senator Fazio, I think we're looking at ways to consolidate this information on the Energize CT website in a way that might be more readily available to folks. But there are compliance filings that the utilities provide to Pura in the RAM proceeding. And happy to follow up to the extent that there's additional information that you're interested in, and we can point you to where it is publicly available.
And through you, Mr. Chairman, just one more question. Could you comment on the possibility of waste to energy plants as a way to save the consumer some money and deal with the waste crisis that we're looking at now?
No.
Make a comment on that? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. So we have 4 remaining waste energy facilities in the state. They're critical to maintaining self-sufficiency in the management of municipal solid waste here in the state, which is a statutory priority for Connecticut. And we actually have ratepayer funding going to help support those waste energy facilities in the which are eligible for Class 2 renewable energy credits. So that is embedded in the supply cost on your bill. But that is one mechanism that's in place that ratepayers are funding to help ensure that those waste energy facilities remain economic here in the state. And we have, been working with the Environment Committee, and the Energy and Technology Committee has done a task force on these topics in the past, looking at ways that we can ensure the continued operation of the remaining waste energy facilities. Deep's also conducted an RFI to see if there's developers of additional, new technologies to support waste disposal here in the state. Happy to follow up on, mechanisms and actions that the state can take, working together with municipalities to help support those investments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Sorry for my emotional reaction on the trash thing. Been doing it for too long. Anyone? Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First off, I know others have said it. I just say it for myself, and I think it's true of all of us. The reason we're here is to help residents, to help our constituents, and try and find solutions to problems, do the best we can in that regard. There's different ways to do that. There's different approaches. There's different ideas. The number one issue people, my constituents reach out to me to, and I think it's probably common around the table, is the high electricity cost and frustration over public benefits charge. And I think it's just so important that we have these discussions, we address it. And I think that doing that is or should be the least political thing we do, because it's something that our residents need, they want, and it's something that we really need to get a handle of. That said, Commissioner, thank you so much for being here. I've enjoyed the discussion this morning. You've been before our committee a number of times. I always find it to be informative, and I thank you for your efforts. I just have one question, and that's on section 13 of SB 647. We talked a little bit about nuclear today. This deals with natural gas, and it requires the Commissioner of DEEP to evaluate the natural gas capacity in the state and to examine ways to expand it. And I'm just curious if you have a view on that.
Thank you. Yes, so this is a topic that DEEP has analyzed and explored at many junctures, dating back to 2013, 2014, after the polar vortex. At that time, there's a lot of attention among the New England states about this inadequate gas capacity to deliver the gas fuel to power generators that are declining to invest in that infrastructure, and it's creating a real reliability problem that persists in the region, and it causes the delivered cost of gas to be higher in New England, which puts pressure on electric rates. At that time, Connecticut and some other states were exploring doing an RFP to have electric ratepayers backstop investment in additional gas transportation capacity to help improve reliability and lower costs at this. But it ended up not really going forward. Massachusetts, for example, under a Supreme Court law there is prevented from being able to have electric ratepayers backstop these types of gas pipeline investments. But the issue continues to be one that is, we continue to analyze. In fact, last year, DEEP prepared the Section 35 study, which included RPS, but also looked at these questions of natural gas capacity. And so happy to share that with the committee again. And then we also indicated in the integrated resource plan that I was just mentioning to Representative Winter, that this is a topic that we could model and do some scenario planning and analysis around, to be able to compare, again, usually in this IRP, we compare different scenarios of like, what if we invest in this? What if the state invested in this? And so on and so forth. So we could do a comparison of like the cost and benefit of investing in more gas transportation capacity, especially if that investment could not be regionalized equitably among all the states, relative to the cost of investing and benefits of investing in other portfolios of supply. So it's something that we have studied in the past and can study in the future. I don't know if that's helpful.
Thank you. So as a general matter, are you supportive of looking into evaluating increasing natural gas capacity in the state?
I think it's important to evaluate all of these different resource options. You probably heard Governor Lamont at his in the State of the State speech speak to the importance of all the above energy approach. And natural gas is powering half of our generation today. I think the question is like, what would be the cost of investing in pipeline capacity would ratepayers in Connecticut or subset of states be carrying all those costs disproportionately? And how is it compatible with meeting the clean energy goals? There's certainly action in Washington that we're tracking related to permitting and so on and so forth. So anyway, it's really important to evaluate all of these different scenarios. It's back to the spirit of making sure that everyone is informed about what those different options are, especially the legislature.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You've been here for a long time.
I know you're
Thank you,
all sick of
guys.
me, so.
And, I just want to sum up really, really quickly. We're spending a lot of time, and I apologize if I insulted anybody by talking about the politics. Shocked that we're politicians and we do politics. But I want to be clear. Connecticut has high electric rates. When somebody says we're number 2 or number 1 or number 3, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Maine, and New Hampshire are always very tightly matched as being very high cost states, as is New York and probably New Jersey, although I don't have any electric bills from New Jersey. Vermont is higher than the average nationally, but is about 1/3 less than ours because they're a regulated state. And I will continue to remind people that whoever thought that deregulation of the utilities in Connecticut was a good idea should be rethinking that position, because in my opinion, it was the original sin. Just because I'm old and I tell stories, but I remember being with a group of manufacturers, and an older guy who was probably younger than I am right now came into lunch one day when we were meeting, and he said, the world, and he was a hardcore Republican, turned out to be a good friend, wonderful guy, passed away, came in and he said, the world as we know it has ended. And I said, what the hell are you talking about, Jack? And he said, they've just deregulated the electric markets and everything is going to be different. And we are still to this day paying the price. And I know we have at the moment, the obsession with this one section of our bill that's called public benefits, which includes this many items, right? Senator Fazio has probably done a better job than anybody of trying to decipher it. It is complicated. Some stuff goes back to 2005 that we're still paying for. But let's look at the rest of the market. And we did receive a report from OLR saying, why are electric rates so high in New England? Not just Connecticut. Massachusetts is dealing with this right now, and they cut $50 million from one of their energy efficiency funds. But rates are high in New England for a variety of reasons. And the public benefits, the non-distribution, transmission, and supply piece of it spiked as a result of the war, typically ran 10 to 12% of the budget with not a lot of volatility in it. We don't control ISO. We don't even have a seat at their board, right? We are member states. but we do not have board representation. A topic that I have brought up with them a number of times. ISO New England came as a result of deregulation, generally speaking, and their board is consisted of, it's an outgrowth of something called NEPOOL, the New England Power Pool, which was the generators and the utilities, and they still control the ISO, right? No state has a seat on their board. My opinion is ISO needs to be restructured because most of the New England states have comparable goals. And if these things were built across the platform of all the states, we would not be dealing with the spikes that we are. But the deregulation component alone has eliminated our ability to smooth things out, right? It's really hurt us. And if you take out the public benefits piece, which is higher now, again, because of the war and the pandemic, if you take that out and take out the way those hedges work, we're still at 21 cents per kilowatt hour. And 21 cents per kilowatt hour without any of that is 1.5 times the national average. Without anything, it's 1.5 times the national average. I own factories in Connecticut and Michigan. My factory in Michigan has a rate all in of 13 or 14 cents. It is a fully vertical state. They do burn more fossil fuels, which is not what we want to do, although they are on a path to eliminating them. But our rate fluctuates because of deregulation. It's very, very difficult to manage our electric grid in this environment. I think it hurts everybody. What we did in 1996 or 98 has had consequences for 25 years. It was under Governor Rowland, but there were Democrats who supported the idea of deregulation. If you remember, when all this was popularized, you had Enron running around telling everybody that this was the greatest thing since sliced bread. It ended up with those guys going to jail, but it ended up with us having this legacy disastrous system. And I've spent 6 years trying to put that cat back in the bag. And if any of you guys want to focus on that for a little bit of time to help me figure out how to do it, I'm willing to talk about it. But right now, we're in this one category. We're talking about it, and that's what leads me to say we're going to focus on the cost of the renewable energy programs or the energy efficiency programs, which have been an enormous benefit to the state of Connecticut, both in terms of ratepayer impact and in terms of these are our policy goals. They are our policy goals. You want to exploit the moment? That's what it is all about. We can do that. That's policy, that's politics. But the reality is our rates will be high even if you get rid of all of that stuff. Will not fix the broken market. The market is broken and our rates are high. And the best answer that I can give you is exactly the programs that we've been working on, which is to cut usage. Because the kilowatt hour you don't use is a kilowatt hour you don't have to build a power plant for and generate more capacity. You know, we take for granted in the mid 2010s, I had friends coming to me, how dare the state of Connecticut say I can't buy 100-watt incandescent light bulb, right? It was a big deal to some of my more conservative friends. Why is the government telling me I can't buy that light bulb? I'm not sure we should have ever said that way, and I wasn't here then, but the impact of LED lighting and the impact of incentivizing people to use LED lights has enormously cut down demand on the grid, enormously. And today, I don't know anybody that would go into a store and buy an incandescent bulb anymore, right? But we start these programs, we monitor them, we cut down the incentives as they get propagated across the platform of all the users, and it works. It's the way it works. It's the way other states do it. Our bill is complicated for a lot of reasons, but we're in this moment where we're targeting this one piece of the bill, when what we should be doing is sitting around a table trying to figure out how do we fix the whole market. And I don't have an answer to it. I've spent a lot of time and I would love to figure it out. But New England, this paper that OLR did, tells you why, sort of, it can't point to any one specific thing, but it does say our over-reliance on natural gas and the limitations of that are causing problems because that is an incredibly volatile commodity. So we're living with a broken system. No one disagrees. We want to focus on one slice of the pie because that's convenient. Fine. But let's remember that our job is to focus on the whole pie and not just that one slice of the pie. You're back.
I like pie. You have another question, Representative Yacarino?
Screen I do agree with Senator. We discussed this. I would love to, I don't know why we ever deregulated. That was a huge mistake. And I remember that I wasn't here, obviously. And that would be for the commissioner and somebody to really fight to do that because that's one of the biggest problems. But I don't agree. Yes, natural gas spikes, liquid natural gas spikes, standard natural gas really doesn't spike. But the problem is we fight the capacity. So we can't have it both ways. That's all. We really don't do our justice because I agree with you 100%, Senator. That was a horrible mistake. I don't know why people did it because it just, ISO has too much control, to be honest, I think. I can't say, no, but that's why but you're right. But we can't fight. The fact of the matter is we need the capacity. AI and data centers, you think we need power and energy now, we're going to need so much more energy in 5 years. That's why I'm hoping we have these nuclear pods because for some reason people are fighting the capacity of natural gas in Connecticut.
Okay, let's try to keep this to questions and comments, not conversations. Senator Fazio.
I will just say, I continue to think the discussion of the public benefits and the roughly 50 different programs is not trivial. The OLR study, which cites 7 different potential causes for Connecticut's high rates, include state mandated energy procurements, state renewable energy policies, and system benefit charges, namely public benefits section of the bill. When Pura testified in previous sessions, a chairwoman who we have a lot of respect for, the analysis from Pura showed that public benefits charges that combine the public benefits charge, public policy charge, and the FMCC are one of the main reasons that Connecticut has higher rates than other states. That's on the record, and Connecticut does have higher rates than all the other states in New England, according to the EIA's latest December numbers. So yes, I do not believe that we will be below average if I get everything I wanted, if 647 passes or anything like that. But I do think that when you have programs that are only going in one direction, up and up and up, when only 1/5 of the programs are related to energy efficiency, I was just counting them up. And those are the ones where we have probably the strongest bipartisan support, and they should stay even if they're in the budget. I think there is a way to go through this and find economies because people are hurting, and having the second highest rates is not a trivial thing. It's not purely happenstance. There are state policies that are contributing to it, and I do think we can do better.
Thank you, Senator. I don't think anybody would characterize the effort we're making as trivial either. We are trying to elucidate potential solutions, whether or not they bring more benefit than cost. I think as the commissioners pointed out, even though we may be spending roughly $800 million for this huge slew of programs, it's harder for us to quantify what the benefits to ratepayers are, which may easily exceed 800 million at the end of the day. And imagine what life would be like if we didn't have them and ratepayers were paying for all of that. Any other comments or questions? If not, it seems like we've solved all the problems of the state, and the commissioner has made it possible for everybody here to understand exactly what's going on. We are well past our 1 hour deference to agency people, elected officials. So we're going to go next to the first person on the list who I guess qualifies as a member of the public. Before we go back to Consumer Counsel Coleman, we will hear from Ann Manusky from the Connecticut Republican Assembly. Oh, excuse me. I assume she was here. Is she here? She is here.
think you have to push the mic when you're ready to talk.
Did I? Or yes, it's on now. Thank you. Just pulling up my testimony. Chairman Needleman, Steinberg, Ranking Members Fazio, Mara, and members of the Energy and Technology Committee. Thank you for having this opportunity for all of us to speak. I am MSD and I'm the National Director of the Connecticut Republican Assembly, an organization with members and friends totaling over 550 Republicans and conservatives across the state of Connecticut. We stand firm in our principles and unalienable rights under the U.S. Constitution, as well as the rights and responsibilities within the Connecticut Constitution. The preamble of the Connecticut Constitution states, "The people of Connecticut, acknowledging with gratitude the good providence of God in having permitted them to enjoy a free government, do in order more effectively to define, secure, and perpetuate the liberties, rights, and privileges which they have derived from their ancestors. Hereby, after a careful consideration and revision, ordain and establish the following constitution and form of civil government." I am here as an electric bill payer and one of many who are greatly disgusted by public benefits. I think the increase for public benefits was $71 for myself in July. And I had no idea what had happened, but luckily many people were very concerned with what was going on and the increase in their bills. So it comes to us that this increase is really a tax on all the people, unbeknownst to them. This is socialism. We were not informed of this tax. This was due to the portion that I'm speaking to is COVID shutdown of people's electric bills. And that this was all put on the backs of the citizens. I'm grateful for my husband having a good job, now retired. There are people who are living hand to mouth. There are people who cannot afford their electricity, so they're having to decide what to buy, food, maybe their medication. This is just abysmal. And I guess God wanted me to be here right now at this very moment after listening for the last, I guess, hour and a half, 2 hours. Our system is definitely broken. So Senator Needleman, I hope you will look at that white paper very carefully, because I think that there's a lot of things that can be done. I am very happy that DOGE will be coming through. The federal government will be making changes. And I think that we, the people, will be very appreciative to the effects that it has on Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony today. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
We will now go back to the government side and Consumer Counsel Coleman.
Good afternoon, Co-Chairs Edelman and Steinberg, ranking members Fazio and Mara, to the rest of the committee. My name is Claire Coleman, the Consumer Counsel. Thanks again for allowing me to testify. It's always hard to follow that dynamic conversation with Commissioner Dykes and her team. I'm sort of looking at my checking off things that I intended to cover, but as I was recalling something my late stepdad used to say about local government, not state government, but he would say, everything's been said, but not everybody's said it. So if you'll indulge me a little, I do have a few things I feel as the Consumer Counsel it's important to say in reframing some of the conversation from the perspective of the ratepayer advocate. And I do think it is really important, as Senator Needleman, you acknowledged, to recognize sort of the challenging period that we have been through. And that is really what should set the conversation about the challenges that consumers are facing in terms of high rates. You know, there are so many drivers that have been discussed, the high supply costs as a result of the war in Ukraine, the aging infrastructure and related distribution costs that come with that, due to, you know, impacts from storms and the need to account for growing demand. You know, the higher operational costs, storm costs, we're all absorbing constantly because of the more frequent storms. And of course, most relevant to today's hearing, and its focus on the public benefits charge, the lingering impacts of the pandemic, that it was not just a national health emergency, but created an economic downturn and required sensible protections for Connecticut's customers, in order to ensure lights could be on, water could be had, that the health, safety, and economic well-being of our residents could be maintained. So, you know, with that framing, given the focus of concern today on the public benefits portion of the bill, and particularly the, you know, the energy assistance costs, I did want to make sure the committee thinks about the challenges we're facing right now as a period of transition, particularly with respect to the costs under the public benefits charge that are associated with affordability. You know, we've talked about the low income discount rate, about arrearages, about some of our affordability programs. And I do think it's important to think about the changes that have occurred due to the pandemic and the changes this legislature has made with respect to supporting affordability programs. We're at a point where all of this needs to kind of level out. Just last year was May of 2024, where both the COVID and winter moratoriums that protected hardship customers for shutoffs were lifted for the first time. So in this past year, and as reflected in the July rate adjustment mechanism changes, you know, we saw the result of people coming off of those protections and the efforts of our utilities, which we fully expected them to do, which is to get people on payment plans to avoid shutoff. That is, from our perspective, a positive result to avoid a shutoff and get a customer on a payment plan to commit to paying towards their bill. You know, you discussed briefly with Deep the rationale behind the low income discount rate. It also applies to these matching payment programs because it's better to enable some payment rather than no payment at all, because customers are left holding the cost. So that is the sort of transition period we're in. And I think I just urge the committee's patience with pulling the rug out from any of these programs before we've been able to see the benefits, which unfortunately is going to take a little time. I also want to put this in context in terms of this affordability crisis that we're having here in Connecticut. We are not alone. You know, this has been a nationwide problem, higher unpaid bills, as well as higher electricity costs. Everyone here reads the news. And I do think that the combination of the pandemic and the rising costs and the inflation and the supply chain uncertainty and all of that that's impacted the nation, you know, is evidence that we're not seeing higher rates because of bad public policy or because we, you know, but because of these challenges. And we have, you know, just to focus a little bit on the low income discount rate. And well, I'll just say generally, because you talked about that at length already, these affordability programs have a purpose, and they also help make the electric bill less regressive. But at the same time, there are limits, right? And I do think that ratepayers cannot solve the general poverty problems of our state. So it is appropriate to talk about what opportunities we have to shift costs from ratepayers and explore other funding mechanisms. What I took away from the conversation earlier was that there's a tension here. As a ratepayer advocate, obviously, the idea of finding other sources such as the general fund sounds like a great idea that I should automatically support. The challenges are with that are the implementation and how we do it. And I think some credence was given to the challenges of our budgetary process versus the details with which PURA analyzes and evaluates each of these programs and evaluates things like cost causation and does cost of service studies and figures out how to divide costs between different rate classes and does benefit cost analyses and cost effectiveness analyses and all of this analysis that, with all due respect, the legislature is, I think, too busy to do. So I worry that the connection to rate regulation might be lost. And I also think that's probably a problem for our utilities and our private, businesses that engage in the energy efficiency programs, in the solar and renewable energy programs, because of the volatility of our budgetary process of not being able to rely on funds. Our utilities, last summer talked a lot about predictability and the need to be guaranteed revenue. And one of the reasons we do this annual rate adjustment mechanism process is to ensure that costs they prudently incurred for these programs are that they recover for them. They wouldn't be able to have that assurance with the budget process, and therefore they may refuse to participate completely. So that's just one other challenge I thought about as we had the discussion. I do think there's potentially a middle ground here, which is, keeping all of these programs that are legislatively directed, implemented by PURA, which includes setting rates based on that complex analysis I referenced before. But that doesn't stop the General Assembly from ever allocating or appropriating funds to serve as a credit, for example, to customers. So I don't think they're mutually exclusive. And I think there's room for dialogue around how we can take some of the burden off ratepayers, but not take away the important role that PURA plays in setting rates. There was also significant discussion about the different components of the bill. I won't belabor our testimony, but we did seek to detail some of these components because it is really confusing. I'm happy to answer questions on that. And just to very briefly touch on a couple of the other specific points in bills, we supported many of the ideas in SB4. I did just want to highlight, I don't think I'll go through them. You can certainly ask me questions, but I did want to highlight that we did add a couple of our own ideas along the theme of the last section of SB4 was strengthening safety and accountability. We certainly support the provisions establishing emergency service restoration planning committee and protecting our line workers. They are, the heart of the service that customers receive. And we certainly support protecting their health, safety, and well-being. Sort of along those same lines, there are ways to protect other employees, contractors, or others who might want to report concerns about utility management. This is detailed in our testimony, but one of our concerns with Avangrid going private was the loss of SEC reporting, and that includes an important whistleblower protection program the SEC has, which now we've lost access to for Avangrid company employees. So evaluating whether a similar state framework could exist here in Connecticut, I think would benefit both customers and those serving these companies. And there are a couple other ideas just to strengthen our ability to gain access to information. And all of that would, of course, be consistent with our mission and would require us to maintain confidentiality provisions. With respect to SB 647, there was also a lot of discussion on that. I do echo the concern. I don't know if it was intentional to single out the energy efficiency programs and the CAM as an elimination as opposed to the other section of the bill, which moved some of the other programs to the general fund. It sounds like there's bipartisan support for energy efficiency, and I would encourage that to continue because, you know, the easiest way to say it is the cheapest energy is the energy we don't use. ISO New England actually relies on our energy efficiency programs, just like a power plant, and these do benefit all ratepayers and urge continued support of those programs. We didn't actually, or you didn't actually discuss two of the bills with Commissioner Dykes, 7088, which is the act requiring the Public Utility Regulatory Authority to study alternative energy delivery methods, develop a capital investment funding mechanism, and increase the frequency of rate adjustment proceedings. This, which we've been jokingly in our office calling the utility bill, which I don't know if it is, but it certainly seems like it is, has some proposals in it that really hit at some of the core work we do within rate making proceedings, both rate cases and the annual rate adjustment mechanism. There are aspects of the bill we support, including a proceeding about innovative rate plans to stable electric bills. OCC actually requested in the last RAM that we have a generic docket to evaluate some of these potentials for reducing volatility and improving some of these mechanisms. And we certainly, you know, support. I think it's already happening. Actually, it's been open, so it may not need to be mandated, but support the intent behind it. And similarly, we support having PURA evaluate the medically protected hardship designation. This committee has considered different changes previously. We do have an arrearage challenge with our medically protected hardship customers, but the complexities are complex, so we support the legislature's decision to instruct PURA to have a docket where all the stakeholders can get together and make sure that we can create a program that reduces some of the longstanding arrearage issues while also protecting the critical health of these vulnerable customers who have life-threatening medical illnesses. Just to highlight a couple of areas we oppose in that bill. Section 2 of that bill would require PURA to create a specific framework for capital investment recovery. This would basically mandate a forward-looking capital cost recovery mechanism, which in essence puts a lot of risk on ratepayers and gives the utilities more revenue faster. We have spent a significant amount of time through the PBR, performance-based rate making docket, evaluating how forward-looking capital, you know, the costs of the plant that the utilities have not incurred and is not being used and is not yet useful for customers should be accounted for in rates. That process has been a really productive dialogue. I feel like this is kind of is an attempt to end run around that process and legislate one formula. Whereas I believe that we need to let that process play out. And PURA has in fact issued a straw proposal just last week that we're reviewing that includes addressing this issue. So I urge the committee not to act on it now and allow PURA to complete the PBR framework. We also oppose Section 3 of the bill, which would prohibit the ex parte provisions of the UIP, or prohibit. What the bill does is it says that PURA is not allowed to invoke ex parte prohibitions for uncontested cases. What the statute says right now is it's required for contested cases, but that leaves some room for PURA as a regulator to use its discretion to determine when it wants to invoke ex parte restrictions to ensure that it's not being unfairly lobbied or influenced by a party to a proceeding. And we think that discretion should remain within PURA and oppose that section of the bill. I'll stop there and just flag that we do think there's opportunities in HB 7086 to provide more transparency and clarity around some of these cost drivers. We've seen the discussion over the last year and the anger and frustration that we understand that customers are feeling. We ourselves have struggled to explain the complexity of the bill, so it certainly is always a valuable exercise to go back to Pura, talk about, you know, what are some of the lessons learned, the confusions, and how can we more clearly explain this to our customers. So with that, I will end there and answer any questions.
Thank you, Claire. We very much appreciate all your testimony and everything you chose to comment on today. I'll start with 7088, and you are indeed correct. We were not trying to be secretive, but that bill came to us from our request to the utilities to give us ideas of things we could look at. And I know this is shocking to a lot of people in the room, but we do actually work with the utilities, and it's not always adversarial. And
As do we.
we sincerely wanted to hear they had ideas. So your comments are very important to us as we consider these possibilities. We also take your point that, as with so many things, many of these things relate to open Pura dockets or contested cases, and it's really challenging for us to try to tinker with process when there's so much of this going on. But as I think the theme of today has been, we can always do better. And so we wanted to hear from the utilities as well. So I'm sure we'll have some ongoing conversation with regard to whether or not some of these ideas have merit. And we appreciate your input on that. My only other comment is that I was struck by the irony of your commentary earlier about how our attempts to forge affordability programs to benefit people ironically have now come back to bite us and are perceived as created affordability issues. And from what I understand is, I think, and I would agree, that the problem has resulted not so much from poor policy as exogenous factors that, with the best of intentions, caused to postpone the sharing of the pain with ratepayers, which only made things worse when that day finally arrived. You've got to pay the piper. Maybe we should have chosen a different date to pay the piper. And certainly I would have agreed if spreading out the pain over a longer period of time would have been helpful to ratepayers. But I think the point you make is very important. This problem, if you want to call it that, is not the result of bad intentions or poor policy, but exogenous factors that we certainly hope do not occur again. Do I accurately describe your take on this?
Yeah, thank you, Representative. I think that timing has been tricky, you know, as we sought to respond to the supply crisis with tools like providing, you know, a credit to customers when Millstone was in the money, just as one example. You know, then, you know, we ended up with the Millstone contract plummeting in terms of its its revenue generating capacity for customers ending up paying more for it. And then having to make that up at the same time we were making up a lot of other costs related to, you know, coming out of COVID and affordability. So it was a very unfortunate timing to have to deal with both the drivers of the challenges with paying bills, as well as the impacts of the global supply dynamic, making that Millstone contract really expensive for customers for a period. That happening at the same time was an unfortunate confluence of factors.
And the hottest July on record. So,
That too, yes.
all right.
Boot.
Thank you. Senator Fazio, followed by Representative Foster.
Thank you, Consumer Council, which is, I think, the title we decided to go with last time.
Good to see you, Senator.
Doesn't like roll off the tongue, but so be it. Thank you for your testimony. So I guess my interpretation with what you were saying is that you think there's some opportunities for certain things, certain programs that are funded through the public benefits charges, the FMCC, or the combined public benefits charge, to be funded by the general fund instead of the ratepayers and overseen by Pura. Is that you talked about middle ground, and I think that's the road you were going down. Maybe can you expand on that a little?
Sure. I mean, I think in thinking about the challenge of sort of the ratepayer, the utilities requiring guaranteed revenue, which comes from ratepayers, is the concern I have with applying the general fund budgeting process to this. So I think there would have to be some sort of guaranteed form of cost recovery for these programs. But that shouldn't stop the legislature from appropriating funds to devote to those should be used to offset cost of repairs or
And of course, there are a lot of costs in our budget that if we do not pay them, would be violating contract, we'd be sued. I think of the collective bargaining agreements that are a large portion of our overall budget. So I imagine, as you say, it could be done. And they could still be done with certain PURA oversight. So I appreciate that. I think, I guess that leads me to my next question. I guess you as the Consumer Council, who's charged with representing consumers before PURA and looking after them, I guess you share some of the concerns that, yes, a lot of these programs are necessary, they're good, but the overall charges have gotten very high, and we have to figure out a way to balance the costs better than we do now with the justifications of some of those programs.
I do think as costs are increasing, particularly on the capital side, with infrastructure needed to accommodate the increased demand, for example, there are opportunities to explore, bond funding, for example, as we do for other capital projects in the state. So yeah, I do think there should be conversations about that, but I do want to be clear that I think that the programs that have been subject to a lot of scrutiny under the systems benefit component of the bill the bill that I believe you co-sponsored suggests moving over to the general fund are valuable programs providing benefits to customers. And I do worry about losing them through that process. But certainly rolling up our sleeves and figuring out different ways to fund these programs is important.
I appreciate that. I agree with that goal. I think the other co-sponsors of the bill agree with that goal, that we should be funding the good programs. We should be paring down the inefficient programs. We should end programs that don't provide enough benefit. And that's what the difficult balance of governing and legislating looks like. And the legislature should take a role in that. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Consumer Council.
Thank you, Senator. Looking at Representative Steinberg's computer. Does anybody else have any? Yes, Representative Foster.
Thank you so much for being with us, Consumer Council Coleman, today. I was wondering if I could ask you to talk a little bit about in Senate Bill 647, Section 3. I appreciate the section. It looks at the same policy lever that I have bills introduced to address. They took a different angle than I would. And so I want to just ask a little bit about it. So the way it's drafted right now, it removes payment to the utility companies for the CLMM program. I see why they did that, because the annual price tag of $200 million is it's the shiny object. I think it makes a lot of sense for us to look here. What draws my attention in this is that the utility companies are administering this program. And it's not totally clear to me that we have key performance indicators or like a causal link on the return on investment. So theoretically, the CLMM programs are supposed to create either $2 to $5 ROI for dollar spent. And so I think it seems like in this discussion, we've all sort of agreed that when that math is working the way it's supposed to, this is an excellent investment. And it would be penny wise and pound foolish to eliminate a program that did that work because it offers savings. But I'm wondering if structurally, the way that we are currently running this program makes the most sense in protection of the ratepayers' investment. And what my specific policy proposal had been is let's not have the utility companies run it. Have a nonprofit. The Green Bank, I don't know if would want me to say this, but have the Green Bank run the program. Have someone who's not going to profit off of investment, and then tie the money spent to the realized return on investment. So they get a return on investment for money spent in the way that I'm seeing the program administered right now, not necessarily for demonstrable proof that dollars spent resulted in ratepayer savings and load management appropriately. So is there a way to take this idea and move forward in a way that we can, like, maybe $200 million could go a whole lot further if it was administered differently, or maybe we could save $50 million, which I'll just, like, for those watching from home, is like $1.40 a month on your bill. It's not a huge savings, but it could be really effective for that money to be leveraged the way it was meant to be leveraged if it's not being leveraged. And maybe it is being leveraged exactly as it's supposed to be. Maybe every dollar spent in that program is getting the maximum return on investment. I'm not sure that's the case, but are we collecting enough performance indicators to know that it's effective? And is the utility company the most effective administrator of that program? And is there a better way for us to do that so that $200 million goes further, or we could save some?
Thank you for the question and the comments. So the OCC plays a significant role in the Energy Efficiency Board. We actually hold the vice chair seat. My colleague, J.R. Viglione, who's here, I don't know if you want to come up and talk a little bit about the significant benefit cost analyses that are taking place. I think just briefly, there are, the EEB is, there is consultant driven. So even though the EDCs are implementing the programs, they're being told what to do. Essentially, hopefully, Jerry, you'll think that's a fair representation. So the combination of the cost effectiveness evaluations that are ongoing, as well as the role of sort of third-party expertise, I do think helps ensure that our programs are efficient and award-winning. Now, that's not to say there isn't room for improvement. Certainly would love to sit down with you and hear your ideas about areas that we could be exploring in more detail. We've talked about, more detailed auditing. There are audits that are done. I think we referenced this in testimony a couple weeks ago with respect to another bill. There are audits that are done of the EDCs on their performance, but if there are areas that, you might review it and see we need to audit in other ways, we're open to that. So I don't want to be overly, we're open to improvement always. But given the structure, it could be challenging. JR, did I cover it or
Yeah, so John Viglione with the Office of Consumer Counsel. I think you summed it up well. I would also add that, the EDCs and DEEP are in the process of going through an optimization plan for the budget. So making sure that, like you said, every dollar spent is being spent to the best of its ability. And that is a ongoing process right now.
And I'll add, just to add, I did recently spend a little time on NYSERDA's website, and they, the New York sort of energy efficiency entity, and they do some reporting in an effective way. And I think that we could bring some of those ideas into our programs as well. So that's just one example of thinking, and certainly open to other feedback.
One of the things that one of these reports on the efficacy of the program was just released late last week, and it's 80 pages. So I haven't really fine-tooth combed through the whole thing yet. But one of the things that I realize is that I think that some of the assumptions in the calculation of ROI are based on assumptions like a swap out for this kind of light bulb for this kind of light bulb results in this savings, but we're not actually auditing if those savings are being realized light bulb for light bulb spend. So there is no real accountability in that sort of minutia of what is happening. And so there really is no good way for us to determine if every dollar spent in purchasing the bulbs that are swapping it out in per foot of insulation addition is returning the investment that it's intended to return in sort of the load. It doesn't seem like we have that causal or tighter correlated data. It looked to me like the report was based on assumptions of calculations of theoretically this number of light bulbs administered should have resulted in this amount of savings. This amount of feet of insulation should have resulted in this amount of savings. And we weren't the report didn't appear to go to the level of accountability that I would have expected. Did we actually see a load shift corresponding to what we would anticipate there? And that's the thing that I am missing, because I want to make sure that each dollar for dollar is leveraged. And then just fundamentally speaking, I feel like the level of tiering in administration could raise a question, like why, you know, you have all of these different levels of business that obviously are making some benefit to their shareholders or their businesses' bottom lines for participation. And is there a way to remove a tier from that and offer ratepayer savings if you worked directly to the businesses, or there was a way to work more directly to a nonprofit that didn't have to report to shareholders the benefit of administering that program, even with that strong level of oversight? Is there just a way to do it with you know, a little bit more efficiency? And I think what I'm getting at is a little wonky maybe for where we are at right now, but I just think that there's like, I think that there's a lever here that's been appropriately identified. The dollar amount like draws attention. So if there's a way, like if we take each of the big ticket items and say, okay, fundamentally, we agree that this should be working and it is working. Is it getting to the maximum amount we want it to? Is it running with the efficiencies, returning the investment it's meant to be? And then do we really know, can we really account for that level? And if we can't, then what metrics do we put in place to make sure that we can be accountable to that level?
No, I certainly support your efforts for more granular data. It's the challenge to me. It sounds like we would need to tie back to specific customers and their usage really to really get that precise.
And it seems to me that since the utility companies are the ones administering the program, they should be able to say, deployed to this house, here was the reduction in utilization at that house post program intervention. And that should be very easy to report in an audit. Did it work?
Any further thoughts on that, Jared?
I would just say that some efficiency measures are a lot easier to measure than others. If just take, for example, if you do efficiency on an oil heated home, if they don't have, you know, a meter on their oil tank, we do have to make some assumptions about what the efficiency measures anticipate to save, because there's really no hard there's no way to go back without additional, you know, technology that the customer would have to adopt.
Certainly, but like when you do the home energy efficiency, you do like a pre-post, like the fan test thing, like those results, is that level of benefit house for house reported in that level of granularity? I didn't see that in the report that I saw. And so that's what I'm asking to see, to just ensure that we are being the best fiduciaries possible. And I know we're trying to be. So I'm just trying to sort of elucidate, like, do we have the right accountability metric to make sure that this $200 million, which is a giant sum of money, is giving us the best bang for our buck?
Yeah, no, and I fully support your efforts and thought, and happy to continue this conversation afterwards and look through the report together and see if there are additional opportunities for scrutinizing.
Thank you, Representative. I really do think it's the mic, not just me. I'm going to try to find the right spot. Again, thank you. You have a very strong, small, powerful team that punches above your weight. And I know it's not an easy job. I know that a consumer counsel in a nearby state who's been pretty vocal is now facing legislation in that state to eliminate the position of consumer counsel.
Shh, don't tell people here that.
No, but
I don't want that to get out.
I want to
Yes,
make,
that's correct.
I want to make it clear that we have worked really hard in this state to hold our utilities accountable. We have a limited ability to hold suppliers accountable, except for the fact that we made it a lot safer for the market to work in the third-party market as was intended, and not to have people hurt. And your office was instrumental in a lot of that. So we're fighting a battle on the grounds where we can fight the battle. But the opposition to trying to fix this market is strong, powerful, and heavily funded. So I just want to say thank you. Thank you to your whole team for the work that they do. No one at this table, no one in this circle doesn't want what's best for the ratepayers. I think that we all have to understand what we can fight and what we can't fight because of the market design since deregulation. And I will say that you're a champion in that area. So thank you. Oh, yes, Representative.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it. And I share others' encouragement by your positive remarks on the public benefits, trying your analysis of trying to get them a little better vetting and cost benefit look at them. So I appreciate that, Counselor. My question just goes, it's a very easy question, a quick question on power purchase agreements. How this works. If you see our commissioner enter into a contract maybe that may seem like a problem, may seem like an increase for our ratepayers, it's too high. It would come in at too high of a rate, way over the regular wholesale purchase of energy. What's the mechanism? Except for calling a press conference, as I've heard you do in the past, do you have a voice on that power purchase agreement? And would you ask of us or put in a request for us to change that policy to where you would have more of an intervention in that, or as a voice of our ratepayer?
We are consulted in the RFPs that result from legislatively directed procurements. We've referred to the best interest of ratepayer standard. Once the legislature directs a procurement to occur, we view our role in those procurement processes as ensuring that the least cost, bidder is picked and that the process is implemented efficiently and effectively. And certainly we would have an opportunity to voice that within, the context of the RFP, as well as at PURA when that RFP is approved. So yeah, we do pay attention to that. I did want to clarify the concerns that I was referencing before. Perhaps you misunderstood. I was talking about my concern with the legislature not having the time to do an effective benefit cost analysis or cost effectiveness test for each of these programs to fairly evaluate them. And that's why I was urging that job remain at PURA, because we do such lengthy processes there. But just to clarify my position on that.
I appreciate that.
Thanks.
Thank you. Counselor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any other comments or questions? Again, thank you for your good counsel and your
Thank
patience
you.
in waiting for us. But you're going to be as patient as everybody else who's waiting for us. So we'll move on. Back to the public. Next up is David Weidlich Jr. And that'll be followed by Senator Harding. Welcome.
Good afternoon to the chairs and the ranking members and the committee members. My name is Dave Weidlich Jr. I represent, as president of CWA Local 1298, around 2,000 members in the state, doing work at both Frontier Communications and AT&T. I think on Senate Bill 4, there's a very important new section from my perspective as Section 8, and I appreciate labor's voice being heard on that issue. I appreciate the Office of Consumer Counsel being supportive of that new section as well. And it's not a new concept. In 2012, in a two-storm panel that Governor Malloy put together, there was all kinds of output from a large gathering of labor municipalities, elected officials, et cetera. And one of the things that was recommended back then, and I encourage it now, is improving labor management relations. And also recognizing the skill of the workers in the field and how being on the ground and familiar with your surroundings is a critical part of decision-making on restoration during storms. I think even now, more than ever, with all of the different attachers on poles that weren't there in the past, a pole goes down and there's 10 cables on it when it used to be 3. Sometimes we don't even know who all 10 are. There's a lot of attachments that were done on a temporary basis that are still out there as temporary. There's a lot of poles in unsafe conditions that are still out there. So if there's a voice at the table from the electrician workers and the telecommunication gain workers, and it comes through the voice of labor, even the telecom industry and the telecom gain isn't very unionized. There's many providers out there that aren't unionized, but at the end of the day, whether you're unionized or not, safety is a priority for everybody. And I really, really think this is a good opportunity to get that ball rolling, and I think it should get going sooner than later. So that's my testimony for you. I'll be happy to answer any questions, and I really, really appreciate you bringing this forward.
Thank you for testifying today, and I'm sure we all feel this, that we appreciate the work you do on the front lines, particularly after a storm, under challenging circumstances. I think we're all just focused on getting the lights back on in our own individual homes, so we don't appreciate the risks that you need to take on any given day to deal with whatever situations are presented to you. We know your job is even more challenging because we're more and more dependent on out-of-state support, which means they don't know the local environment in the same fashion. So you are a critical partner in so much of what we do, and we appreciate it. Are there other comments or questions? If not, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you very much.
Next up is Senator Harding, followed by Ed Hawthorne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So good morning, co-chairs Needleben and Steinberg, ranking members Fazio and Mara, and distinguished members of the Energy and Technology Committee. Today, I'm testifying in support of Senate Bill 647, an act concerning protections for consumer access to the affordable electricity. This is the Senate Republican Caucus's detailed proposal to lower energy costs and electricity bills. We think it merits bipartisan support. Electric bills are crushing working class families, and small businesses across Connecticut have the second highest electric rates in the country. And I think all of us in this committee should agree it's absolutely unacceptable where we currently stand, where we are. We have to do something. We have an obligation as legislators, regardless of our party affiliation, to do something on this issue. We believe this plan is a good step forward towards doing something to address affordability in our electric rates. I recently spoke with a 90-year-old woman, as I've spoken about, from Brookfield. She could barely afford to make her electric payments. It was crushing to hear that on my phone, and I'm sure it's crushing to hear it from your constituents too. I know I'm certainly not the only member of this committee that's heard those phone calls and the disturbing stories from their constituents being driven out of their homes, many of them that lived in their entire lives in some cases, primarily due to the rising electric bills and the public benefit charges as well. It is frustrating beyond words, and I think all of you would agree with me in that as well. Everywhere I go, I'm asked, why are electric bills so high and what is the state legislature doing about it? And it's excellent questions. And the truth is, there is some power that lies in us, and there's some burden that we have to take on for the responsibility where we currently sit. And this bill that we have before us seeks to do something about that. More than 60,000 state residents signed a petition last year to urge the legislature to do something about the electric bills in the state. Unfortunately, their calls were felt on deaf ears. We did not go into session and do anything over the summer when we could have made at least some small steps to help address these bills. Our proposal seeks to remove these public benefit charges that have been discussed. The public benefit charges are equivalent to a hidden tax on our electric bills, and it funds over 40 different discretionary government programs passed by the state legislature. Removing this hidden tax could save CT taxpayers thousands of dollars per year. It's a mystery to most people exactly what the public benefits are, And let's have an open and transparent discussion about what Connecticut residents are paying for, and what's worth continuing to pay for. It should be done in the light of day in the budgetary process like any other investment program we have, not hidden in a tax levied out by Eversource and UI. Our proposals also prohibit the commissioner of DEEP or any electric distribution company from entering into power purchase agreements at more than 1.5 times the market rate or 150% above the wholesale price of electricity. You wouldn't go to a gas station, Senator Fazio says this often, he's exactly correct. You wouldn't go to a gas station and buy gas at $8 and $9 a gallon. And why forcing the ratepayer to place that burden on them is, I think, completely unfair. And I think most of us would agree with that. We should be capping that. But that's effectively what we're doing through these purchase procurement agreements that are 4 or 5 times the market rate. Our proposal also separates PURA from DEEP. And I think this is a key point. This does it for one purpose and one purpose only, to provide independence to PURA, as well as providing independence to drive affordability, not to get certain people jobs. And that's the reason why we believe this independence is important in our plan. Our plan also seeks to increase the supply of natural gas, or at least seeking more ways to do that. Supply is a critical aspect of engaging more affordability overall in our electric rates. It redefines Class 1 renewable energy resources to include any electricity generated from hydropower and nuclear power. We also eliminate the incentive programs which artificially increase demand for electricity on the backs of working class people and baked into their rates. This is an opportunity to finally do something about lowering our electric rates. It's a significant first step, and we as a Republican caucus, a Senate Republican caucus, ask all members, Republican and Democrat, to work with us on this issue, to come together in a bipartisan fashion and finally do what we need to do as legislators and reduce electric rates for the people of this state. So I thank you so much for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Senator. And we really do appreciate your testifying today and making the points that so many citizens here in the state of Connecticut are feeling the pain, and it's legitimate, and they're feeling pain from high grocery prices and high housing prices and the like. It's like a triple whammy of factors that are really putting people in hard places, making decisions on whether to feed their kids or buy school books or take care of their medication. So we take it very seriously. And I think our conversation today is a reflection on that.
Yes.
Let me just get to a couple points. You made reference to moving existing nuclear resources into Class 1 in the renewable portfolio standard. We've heard today that that would effectively undermine the entire RPS program, in that it would crowd out all the other potential uses that are already currently in the RPS. Were you aware of that?
I think it has to be examined, and I think providing for more renewable resources at different rates may provide more supply in that area and stop forcing us to get procurement agreements at higher electric rates. I think that what we're seeing is, I think there's a constant push where we're purchasing renewables at extremely expensive energy rates. And I think that, frankly, we should be finding more carbon efficient, more greener sources of energy. But the point that we're making in our plan is that it shouldn't be on the backs of the ratepayers at 3 or 4 times the market rate. And so if there's better ways to explore ways to define different renewables in different ways, we're open to that discussion. But I think the primary aspect of our proposal, what you're seeing there, is that forcing the ratepayers to pay 3 or 4 times the market rate for other energy renewable resources that are greener is just unfair to the ratepayer. So if there's more of if there's a different structure to that plan that would allow us to purchase greener energy that's not so unaffordable on the backs of the ratepayers, we'd certainly be open to that discussion.
Thank you. As you're maybe aware, DEEP has recently prepared a white paper on the RPS, and we've had conversations with our rankings on this. I think there is some common ground in looking at the RPS with fresh eyes. I'm not sure that we can entertain wholesale change in this session, but I do think there's a lot worth exploring on that point, and we will do that. One more question for you.
Yeah.
I asked this of Commissioner Dykes, and I can't resist asking you.
Okay.
And I know we don't typically talk about the national scene very much, but with all our conversations about affordability, with what is going on now, if anybody understands it, with tariffs on energy from Canada, which impacts us not only in terms of raising the price of the energy, it also creates additional volatility and risk that is captured in price as well, and maybe affects our reliability if Ontario follows through with their threat to cut us off, because Connecticut benefits from that energy. Do you endorse this broad program, which may have a broader impact on electric rates in Connecticut than anything else we're talking about?
Well, what I don't endorse, Chairman, with all due respect, is the policies of the Democratic majority in this building that have led to the record electric rates that we're currently sitting on now, and the fact that all the calls from people in this state that have been trying to remove the public benefit charge that have been falling on deaf ears time and time and time again. And when I'm sitting here today and saying we are 48th out of 50th in the country in terms of affordability in electric rates, we could talk about what goes on in DC, we could talk about what goes on nationally, but look within ourselves. We are second worst in the country. We are doing something wrong. And it's about time we do something about it. So let's put our heads together. Let's stop blaming people on either side of the aisle. Let's stop blaming what may be going on in DC and figure out what's going on in this own building and provide affordability to people in this state. That's what I'm concerned about. That's what everybody should be concerned about.
For that, and that's why we're having this conversation. The only thing I wouldn't do is make things much worse. Senator Needleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. I appreciate your time. I noticed, because I've been going over vote totals for past things that we did. You did not support the Millstone procurement.
I did not vote for
Yeah, no, I know. And why? I just was wondering.
I was concerned about what it would do for, I think that many individuals on the eastern side of the state saw Millstone as an important resource to their community. And I was afraid of some of that cost and what it would do to other people that, didn't have that level of resource on the western side of the state, looking at it from a more parochial standpoint as a representative in Brookfield at the time. I think everyone in this committee, Republican and Democrat, will say that Millstone some years is beneficial to us and some years it's not beneficial to us. I think that Millstone being the main driver for the problem that we stand here is probably not correct either. I think the Democratic legislature pushed it through. I think some in the Democratic Party are trying to blame Millstone on another party. I think, the Democrats have controlled this legislature since I was a little kid. So I think that's probably not the right place to point it. But nevertheless, Millstone is the public benefit is really the issue overall. Millstone is only one aspect of the public benefit. And I think if the public benefit finally saw the light of day, and we had a transparent discussion, within the confines of the budget about many aspects and the programs within the public benefit, I think we could have a really good discussion about phasing some of those aspects out and placing it potentially under the state budget if it was worthwhile. And I think focusing only on Millstone is probably, I don't think is completely fair.
I understand. So when we made the decision, you and I were not here in 2005 to build natural gas plants because of the congestion pricing that was going on down in the western part of the state, that would have been the same kind of parochial argument.
I wasn't here in 2005 with all due
Me
respect.
neither. So, but to be
I was in
clear,
high school at the time, but
I was not. Well,
I think, look, with all,
I'm only
Chairman,
kidding.
yeah, but Chairman, I think this is, a good editorial towards where we sit. We're sitting here and debating what happened 25 years ago.
Only because we're still paying for what we did 25 years ago. And that was 2005. We'll be paying $100 million a year for that initiative for 30 years.
But I think the point is that we could sit here and we could debate till we're blue in the face about what happened 20 years ago or 25 years ago or 15 years ago. It's going to do us no good. I think and the reason I'm testifying in favor of this bill today, and I'm asking for your support, is because we actually have an opportunity to have a constructive conversation about moving some aspects of this public benefit charge, which are literally driving people out of this state today, in the here and the now. And we could argue about what happened 20 years ago or 15 years ago, but I think it's futile. We can learn from it the best we can, and we could argue over who voted for it or what party voted for it. It is meaningless to me, and I know it's meaningless to you for the most part. So let's have a constructive discussion about the bill that's before us.
What is meaningless to me is saying that the initiative to do Millstone was a Democratic initiative when Democrats controlled the state. That's factually just not correct. It was 18-18 in the Senate. I wasn't here. You were in the House. You did not support it.
Right.
And it was led by Republicans. Some Democrats voted for it, but it was a Republican initiative.
Well,
It is the
again,
mic. It's
this-
not me.
yeah.
I just have to tell you. Oh, come on. It's all me. I'm gonna stay. I don't know what to do with this.
I'm not interested in the partisan bickering, Mr. Chair, with all
Okay.
due respect. I'm interested in doing something to finally resolve this problem with it's in front of us.
And I would say that two landmark bills that this state passed, that the Senate voted on 36-0 are landmark bills that were co-sponsored by the most conservative and the most progressive members. That is a testament to my desire to work in a bipartisan way and behind the scenes to make sure that those bills come out, get passed within 5 or 10 minutes in the Senate. I think you were there for, I don't know if you were there for either one of them, but no, you were there for one. You're not there for the other. But that is a testament to actually working in a bipartisan way. And I appreciate that desire, and I will continue to do that for as long as I possibly can, as long as I'm here. But again, as I said a few minutes ago, if you stripped out all of those numbers, right? Even though some of them are economic true up, some of them go back 30 years, 25 years, some of them are purely a function of deregulation that need to be trued up in rates. If you strip them all away, Connecticut's rates would be 1.5 times the cost of the average rate nationally. There is a problem in New England. It has to do with many things, some of which are an over-reliance on natural gas, and the policies to use less energy, which are embedded in rates, have had huge benefits for us because we haven't had to build massive new generation. We support through rates, building out more solar behind the meter, in front of the meter, with incentives. And if you just following the logic of 1.5 or 2 times the wholesale price is a moving target. I can show you on some days when the wholesale price of energy spot market on the grid is 20 cents a kilowatt hour. Does that mean we should pay 30 cents? I can show you other times when it's negative. Does that mean we should never buy anything ever again? There are markers, there's ways to do this. Every power purchase agreement, every commitment to buy new renewables is put out to bid. It's given the best opportunity to get the best market rates at that moment. I trust that process that goes on through DEEP. And capping it would be basically saying, no, we cannot do that. And you know what? On some level, and Senator Fazio and I have had this conversation, ISO, if they did a different job and if they took some other things into account besides just the cheapest rates at the moment that they needed new generation, none of the states would be doing what they're doing. But we project problems sometimes before they do, and our solutions for those problems have to be initiated, as in the 2005 case where there were congestion problems on the grid. Again, you and I were not here. I don't know the full argument, but we're paying $100 million a year for that. So, look, I support solving the problem, but I support solving the problem in a global way, like I said before. That is, look at the whole bill, not just this one piece, which today is higher and has brought focus on it and is a great political target. But the reality is the whole bill is too high. We pay too much in New England for energy. You and I agree on that. I have to say, people look at me and say, I can afford my electric bill. I don't want to tell people what this has cost me personally through my business, but it's probably $1 million, right? That's not chump change to me or to anybody else. That's real money. I understand this. I understand it not only from my residence, where you're probably right, it doesn't impact me, but I run a business in the state and I'm constantly evaluating, does that make sense? Does it not make sense? I run a business. I've supported manufacturing in this state for well over 45 years now and have managed to figure out a way to make money. I love the state of Connecticut with all of its warts and freckles and problems that we have. It's still a great freckles. That
I got a
it's
few
still,
freckles too.
I actually don't, but probably the tone of my skin. In any case, we will work together again to try to do the best we can in this moment. I do believe in seizing a moment when you can to fix what you can and fix it in a logical, reasonable way. And I have always appreciated Senator Fazio's ideas on what will work, what won't work. I think we have that kind of relationship. And I just want to say that I'm hoping that we can come up with a bill that once again passes through the Senate 36-0, like the last two bills that I've been part of.
Just want to do a quick follow-up. We had this sort of back and forth about trying to really address the affordability thing, but there's one thing that's been sticking in my craw. Let's assume we implement all the programs that are in 647. Maybe you'll save us several bucks on the bills. You'll feel good, but we also need to be making some significant investments in transmission infrastructure if we're going to bring all the energy we're going to need based upon projections for demand to us. We know for fact that somebody's got to pay for all that transmission work. And if it's, a big project, it's shared by many states. But what do we do? What do we tell ratepayers when we have to go back to them and say, in order for you to have lower rates down the road, in order for you to have reliability in your grid, we need to make investments that are going to cost you money. And I would submit we're actually at that point just about right now. There's a natural tension between meeting the needs of citizens and affordability for ratepayers. I just feel as if we start making promises that we're going to reduce everybody's rates, we're misleading people about the inevitable reality of the investments we need to make going forward.
Mr. Chair, I mean, so we shouldn't try. I mean, and I think that's a difference. We have an obligation to try to reduce these rates, whether we have to implement improvements to our infrastructure or not, which I don't think any of us here are saying we shouldn't. We should. But at the same time, let's at least try from where we're at. And I think, a little bit of, Senator Needleman's, commentary, which I agree with much of what he had to say, disagree with some of it. But one of the things in terms of the indexing, I would assume it would be done on a kind of an average basis, similar to how you calculate an interest rate for an adjusted interest rate for a mortgage. It wouldn't be just on that very second, that very moment you made a deal. It would be some sort of average index. There's got to be a way you can calculate that. If you want to work with Senator Fazio and Senate Republicans, we'd be happy to come up with a construct for that. That would make a lot of sense to me. And, I think what we're saying is just don't be charging 3 or 4 times the wholesale market maker. I think anyone should agree to that. And that's what we've been doing with some of these procurement agreements. And with the wind energy that was being contemplated, that, that could have been on the backs of the ratepayers on top of all this right now, which is unconscionable to think. And I think to say that, where we're at is, even if we strip away the public benefits, we're still at 1.5 times. It says we're not in a good place. Yeah, we're not in a good place. We're not even close. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't start. I mean, that old cliche, a marathon starts with 1 step. Well, let's take that step. It's about time. When are these electric ratepayers going to be provided some level of relief? What are we doing? We keep on saying it's too difficult to fix. Let's take that step and start the process. What is taking us so long? That's all we're asking. Join with us in this effort and just have a conversation. I'm not interested in partisan bickering. Let's sit down and figure out ways we could phase some of these things out and at least make it a little bit more affordable for the ratepayer in the state. And if you think some things you may disagree with, that's fine. But I mean, I think we should start now.
I think we all agree on that point, and any relief we can give, I know will be appreciated. Though I also think that it's important for us to seize the day when it comes to making the requisite investments that are really going to secure our energy future. And I hope we all acknowledge that as well. Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Harding, for your testimony. I appreciate you came here to testify, not test positively for COVID or anything like that. Testify positively.
Yeah,
I shouldn't be abbreviating my words. I should just abbreviate things I write. I appreciate that you're here to testify positively in favor of a bill. didn't throw any shots in your testimony at other people's bills. Didn't call them any names, and that's what I think this is all about. The fact that you want to see bipartisan agreement to try to tackle costs. You know, I was doing the calculations, and there's about $750 million of public benefits costs across the CLNP system. That's about 1.2 million. This is excluding Millstone and Seabrook. That's about across 1.2 million customers in the state. That's about $625 per year for the average customer. Do you think your 90-year-old constituent on a fixed income or any of your other constituents would find a $625 per year break on their energy bills helpful to them?
Yeah, and I think that Senator Fazio, first off, thank you for your work on this committee, and I want to thank the work you've done in a bipartisan fashion to help reduce electric rates. You've provided a great service to our state, and I appreciate your question. And I think you're exactly right. I think that, you look at those on a fixed income, particularly our senior citizens that are being forced out of here because the rising costs, and providing a $650 a year benefit, a reduction in electric bills to a fixed income family would be significant beyond words. I mean, all of us have received those phone calls, those tear-filled in some cases phone calls of men and women calling us up saying, I don't know how I'm going to pay this. And it's sickening. It's sickening to hear it. And I think it galvanized, I would hope, people on both sides of the aisle to do the right thing and do something about it. And I think, Senator Fazio, you made the right point. I mean, it's taking out the aspects of the public benefit charge, which truly should be within the confines of the state budget, not baked into a hidden tax. And you could talk about the aspects of Millstone and others where it's kind of a hedge bet on the market and how that fluctuates into the public benefit. I think that would be kind of difficult to phase out, admittedly. But I mean, I think there's tons of other social programs, 40 plus probably, that you could all phase eventually into a state budget where it's in the light of day. And it's also equitable. There's nothing more regressive than basically taxing somebody, a middle class or working class family, let's say in Bridgeport, New Haven, the same amount as somebody who lives on the Gold Coast for the same exact program. So if you believe in equity, you certainly would believe in removing the social program aspects of the public benefit onto the state budget where they should be in the light of day.
You made the point about including nuclear in the renewable portfolio standard. Nuclear is zero carbon, it's clean. We're rooting for the success of our clean energy resources. Do you think it would be better to put all of our clean energy resources on an equal playing field, or simply pick a couple winners and losers, one above the other, in order to make that part of the energy industry work best?
And I think that's a huge aspect of our plan, Senator Fazio, and I'm happy you asked that question because I think that's what it's about. We can do both. We can walk and chew gum at the same time, as they say. We can go out and we can try to procure renewable energy resources that are green, which we all agree we should be doing, but at the same time doing it at an affordable manner and not putting, as I said, 3 or 4 times the market rate in the backs of the ratepayers. And I think that's critically important to that, is we should be out there seeking affordable, green, renewable energy resources, but just not doing and picking where winners and losers, where particularly more expensive resources are being put on the backs of the ratepayers. I think that's completely unfair. And I think every logical person of all political stripes would really see it that way.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. We want clean energy to succeed, and having a competitive market where the best rise to the top is going to be the best thing, I think, long term for clean energy production. My final question is, you and I and other Republicans have, and some Democrats actually, in the building for many years have been advocating for DEEP and PURA, the rate-making body, or policy-making body of the energy kind of administration, and the rate-making body, the adjudicator, to be separate. So for the long term, there's a separation of powers and responsibilities, and there's never a conflict. For many years we were told that was impossible. All of a sudden, that seems to have changed. I assume your support of an independent PURA is for one that is within the executive branch,
yes,
and the state government, rather than something quasi-public.
Yeah, I don't even know. I think setting up a Port Authority PURA board is probably not a good idea. And so, at the very least, I think, what you're going to see in our plan, Senator Fazio, and what you support, I know in this plan as well, is the fact that gaining independence from Pura, from DEEP, or excuse me, for Pura from DEEP, is strictly in regards to gaining their independence, creating constructs in which they can make independent decisions that really look at affordability on the ratepayer and making the rates in Connecticut more affordable, not creating a quasi-public so certain people can get appointed to the board. And so what was done last week are backroom deals that were constructed a couple weeks ago, and saying it has anything to do with this particular plan it couldn't be more of the opposite. We have one focus in mind in separating Pura from DEEP, and that's purely independence and affordability for the ratepayers, not other manners.
Thank you, Senator Harding, for your testimony. I'm glad to report that this test has been positive for you.
That was
before our committee.
only Senator Fazio knows how to wrap it up in a positive way, no matter how he starts it. Thank you, Senator.
Yeah, we don't have a mask rule today, but
I'm positive for affordable electric rates, Chairman.
there you go. All right. I hope it's catching.
Yes.
Representative Buckby, followed by Representative Mushinski, followed by Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And honestly, all these puns, it's kind of strange for me. I'm not used to hearing that in this committee. I'd like to thank, first off, the senator for the best town in the USA to come out here and talk to us. And one of the things that I caught early on from the good chair from the House was a comment on the influx of federal legislation. I kind of want to look at the other side of that with the look of more pipelines opening up. Shouldn't that help reduce the cost of some of the supply?
Yeah. So
you seem to have frozen a bit. Could you just? Okay. Did he finish?
No, I think he finished.
I was probably finished before I started, Mr. Chair.
So thank you, Representative, and Representative Buckby is a constituent of mine. So I thank him for his kind words and for his question. But yeah, I mean, I think that speaks overall to our plan here in Senate Bill 647 to look at more ways to attain natural gas supply. I think it is a cleaner, affordable gas supply that we can tap into that would help reduce electric rates. And there's a lot of ways we can explore that initiative. And I think that's why it's important in this particular plan that we see that there's going to be a really constructive study on ways that we can really expand the production and expand the access for Connecticut consumers to that very affordable, cleaner form of energy. And so that's the reason that you see that in our plan. And I think that there's a lot of hopeful prospects for that in terms of increasing our energy supply at an affordable rate.
I agree. And I think that just we've been hearing a lot about that federal piece. And I think this one federal piece could be beneficial for us down the road. My other question for you, Senator, was talking a lot about nuclear, and I'm kind of a fan of SMRs, of small modular reactors that we can put in smaller areas. And I'm just curious your thoughts on repurposing. If we were to take a look at, and I know it's not part of the entire plan right now, but just since so many ideas are flowing today, with repurposing some of the dollars, would it be logical to distribute funds for, let's say, more efficient heat pumps to building SMRs across the state, especially in some of these other areas that can afford to do it?
I think we have to be open to everything. And I think that's why we're here today with our plan. And if there's certainly additions, such as you mentioned, that we think would be more effective, more efficient, that could refine our plan and kind of be added to our plan, I certainly would be open to that. And I think it's a good suggestion on your part.
I appreciate that. And then the last thing for you too is the other part of it I'd love to see added to this. We talked a little bit about early on, but I don't know what happened with the bill, but renewable energy credits are purchased strictly from New England ISO. It'd be nice if we can go nationwide with that, since we're saving the planet with all of it. So maybe that could bring down some of those. So if you're willing to talk about some of the amendments maybe to this, I think some of that could really help. But I just really wanted to make sure I came on and said thank you to the senator for the best town in the USA for stopping by. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And we're shocked that you would bring that up. Representative Mushinski, followed by Representative Foster.
Okay, looking at your bill, so the group bill, I should say. the
You
caucus
support it,
bill.
right, Mayor?
I do not. And I'll tell you, I have a couple concerns and, you know, I used to work very well with the Republican caucus on energy efficiency, and now you guys are diverging away, and I'm not sure why that is. For example, I think the way I read the bill, you're taking away the energy efficiency program funding. And for example, for people that buy heat pumps, and when Consumer Counsel Claire was here, she said that uncollectibles fall on every ratepayer, and the way you fix it is not, you know, letting them try to survive the winter with no, this is my words now, letting them try to survive the winter with no heat and electricity, but you fix their problem of uncollectible rates by helping them install better equipment so their house is more efficient, they heat and cool more efficiently for cheaper. And that people not being able to pay their bills is a national problem, not a Connecticut specific policy problem. And then I look at Maine, and that's an elderly state. They have an elderly population that's colder than Connecticut, and they're all going full speed ahead on heat pumps, putting them in because they're saving money. And the elderly are happier. They're happier with their new equipment than with their old systems. So I don't know. So that's one thing. I don't understand why you would take away money that goes into helping people like my constituents, your constituents, upgrade to better, more efficient technology. So I don't understand that. And then my other concern with this bill, my other big concern is that it appears to be encouraging more natural gas in the state. And if you look at the charts that compare gas price changes over time to electricity prices over time, they match up. You can put one chart right on top of the other one.
Right.
And the electricity goes up and down in price, very closely aligned with how natural gas goes up and down in price. So why we would want to stay with more natural gas when that is driving our prices up, I do not understand. It makes no sense to me. But anyway, talk to me about that.
So a couple of things. One is that's not factual that we want to get rid of the program. We just want to move it off of the public benefit charge and move it where it should be onto the state budget. And really it's a social program. And I think part of what I think is going to be productive about phasing out the public benefit off of the back of the ratepayers and onto the state budget in the light of day and transparency is many of the programs that you just mentioned, Representative Mashinsky, I think will be highlighted in a positive way. Maybe we should make a continued or a higher investment into those programs than what's already given to them within the confines of the public benefit currently. So it's certainly not taking away from those programs. What we're saying is stop putting it on the backs of the ratepayers. Be more open-minded, be more transparent about it, and put it into the state budget where it sees the light of the day, and we can make a state investment into this as opposed to the middle class, working class people footing the bill for all these programs in the backs of their rates. We just think it's patently unfair to do that, and we think it's more fair to put it in the light of the day on the state budget. That's number one. So in terms of that program, it would not go away under this plan. It would just simply be looked at in the confines of the Finance and Appropriations Committee and be in the state budgeting process. And you might want to make a continued or even higher investment into that particular program if you find it a worthwhile investment. That's number one. In terms of, stating that the electric rates are a national problem, I don't think that's an excuse. I mean, we have an obligation to protect the people here in Connecticut. It's a Connecticut problem. For us, it's a Connecticut problem. And we're 48th out of 50 in the country in terms of the affordability of our electric rates here. So we have a particularly unique problem here and how bad it is. And so we have an obligation to resolve it, and just chalk up to being a national problem, I don't think is an acceptable excuse. And in terms of, I think the last piece was natural gas. It does not force us to purchase more natural gas. I think it explores opportunities to do a study into seeing if we can increase our natural gas supply. I think part of that study, if we have a comprehensive study, Representative Mashinsky, would be to see the affordability of that and whether or not it truly would be able to provide more affordable rates. our goal here all along, like I said at the beginning of my testimony, is to provide more affordable electric rates for the people of this state. If we do a study on expanding our natural gas here in Connecticut and we find it's not going to provide more affordable electricity to the people of the state, then we should look elsewhere. But I think it's worth an opportunity to discuss, and you can bring your side, and I think others may argue that it is more affordable. Let's have that discussion and let's figure out a way to make energy supply more affordable in the state.
Okay, if we were a natural gas state making natural gas, then I might agree with you, but we're at the end of the pipeline.
I
And,
disagree.
you know, if it goes up and down based on war or hurricane hits facility in Texas or whatever, we feel the pain of that. The natural gas prices are very volatile and that really hurts people. How the heck are you supposed to plan ahead in Connecticut when you don't know what your natural gas prices are going to do? You're completely at their mercy.
I think we shouldn't just chalk it up and say, let's forget about everything. We should be open to exploring a lot of things. And that's the reason why it's a study. And I know I can tell you what's really volatile and high right now are electric bills.
Yep,
That's
but
really
but if you
volatile and high
heard
right
what
now.
I said, they
So-
track exactly with the electricity.
Okay,
You could put
well,
the two charts together.
So let's, I mean, one problem we have, and you think you'd agree with me, Representative, is we don't have enough supply. And so we need to find a way to get more supply. And that's all we're saying in our plan is let's find out affordable options to gain more supply, period. And if it involves natural gas, I think that's one way that many people see as an option for us. As you said, producing it here would provide a more affordable supply for us as opposed to our current sources currently for our electric rates. Let's have a discussion about ways to make it more affordable here. That's it. It's a study. And if we could find other aspects of supply that would increase our supply, that would help to reduce our rates here, I'm all for that discussion.
Okay. Last year I did put in the budget 25 million for heat pumps. We couldn't actually use it because the language that went with it was in 5004 and it didn't pass. So the money is still sitting there. But 25 million is not enough, as you can expect, for installing better equipment statewide. It would do, select nursing homes, elderly housing, and so on, but it wouldn't be able to do the whole state. So that's probably why it's in the having people invest in that with their rates rather than buying another peaking plant with their rates is, according to the testimony we had earlier, half the price. So, if it's cheaper than another peaking plant or another gas line, maybe that's the way we should be going.
We are open to ideas, and I think that part of moving the public benefit charge off of the backs of the ratepayers and into the light of the day, into the budget, we could have renewed discussion about increased investment, particularly in areas where you think we could find more efficiency and therefore make our electric rates more affordable.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Foster.
You caught me mid-yawn, which has nothing to do with this
I'm
conversation
sure.
today. I am grateful for you here. It's always a pleasure to talk to you. Thanks for coming before the committee. I was excited to review your bill, the caucus's bill, and see that the Section 3, I think you and I had discussions about the $200 million that's in the CLM program. You guys chose a different lever than I would pick. But I'm curious, I don't know if you were in here earlier when I was talking to the Consumer Council. I'm curious about what you think about accountability and metrics for that program, as opposed to moving it from, the utilities purview and moving it, on the general fund budget, which might not even change who administers it. If you have any interest in changing the way we create accountability for that program. And the reason why I ask is, since I've been in this building for 4 years, it is not totally clear to me that the state agencies are always, measuring outcomes the way I would as a scientist choose to measure an outcome. I think a lot of times in government, we measure outputs. So we say number of light bulbs distributed, foot of insulation, and public health will say number of patients saw, but we don't actually measure the outcomes for the patients or the outcomes when it comes to load reduction. And so I'm wondering if you'd be amenable to looking into really creating metrics for that program and every other program that we're spending for. Like for me, I think it's 6 and one, half dozen another, if it's in the general fund or in the utility bill as a part of the public benefits charge. I think our constituents are going to pay for it anyways. What we really need is accountability for if we're going to have a program, that program is doing exactly what it's supposed to do. And so I'm curious if you think that would get to the same goal, because certainly shifting it, if it's meritorious, doesn't necessarily create the accountability to make sure that the money is well spent and having a good ROI.
I think accountability always has to be the primary aspect. I think you mentioned. With that said, I would argue that moving it onto the state budget inherently would be more accountable than currently the way it is. Because I think if you brought any expert into the room, they'd be hard pressed to even name all the programs that are truly baked into your electric bill. And it's kind of sad. It's really sad because I have constituents calling me up saying, "What is this public benefit charge?" That's all it's listed as. And I, as their legislator, can't even detail for them every single thing they're paying for. At least if it was in the confines of a state budget, it would be detailed by the line item. And I think inherently that creates more accountability than anything else. And we could have a real discussion about whether or not it's worth our state taxpayers continually to fund these things. And I think, Representative Foster, I think even more than that, I think we talk about equity in this building all the time. What is more inequitable than baking the same exact rate on a program for, as I said, a billionaire on the Gold Coast as a working class family anywhere else in the state of Connecticut paying the same exact rate? I mean, if you believe in equity, you believe in transparency, you believe in accountability, then I think inherently we should support the structure and the construct to move this one by one, phase it out of the public benefit, more into the light of the day, more into transparency, and move it onto the state budget. And I think we could even have a better discussion about accountability. Because I don't disagree to your point. I mean, many of these programs, I would admit, are probably worthwhile. And the ones that are worthwhile, I think we need to see metrics that are accountable. To your point, you're a scientist, you're a dedicated legislator, you like to see numbers. I want to see numbers too. But let's be honest, our constituents are not getting the numbers they deserve right now and what they're paying that's baked into their rate currently. And it's not fair to them.
I guess what I would argue is that I don't know that there's more transparency in any agency's budget. I mean, we see line item budgets, right? But you don't actually see programmatically what ROI you get when it's a state agency too. So I think we can make that argument that we want accountability and transparency across all of these programs. And I think that's an appropriate conversation we should absolutely be having. I just want to sort of say that I align myself with your comments about the structure of PURA. I have never felt really strong, sentiments in whether or not we have PURA under DEEP or independent when it comes to ratepayer impact. I understand philosophically the idea of it being independent, but I do fundamentally agree with concerns about our ability to have oversight in the structure as it's been proposed. And I do fundamentally agree with the reason and impetus for why we do things should be aligned with the constituents that we serve. So I appreciate that comment, and I hope that we can all continue to work bipartisanly moving forward in trying to find ways that we can create the best benefit for our ratepayers. And I don't, I think that what we're all grasping at right now is a policy lever, and what lever that we pull that gives the best ratepayer savings. And I certainly don't want to create ratepayer savings and a tax increase simultaneously. And I think I understand what you're trying to say, here. My goal is the accountability, and I'm not sure which way we can get the most accountability, but I understand your philosophy with moving it on budget. So thank you for your testimony and being here today. It's always good to see you.
Ditto.
If you had brought me a hot lunch, I might have been more friendly. I'm
Senator,
friendly
if you want to
anyway.
review your policies, you're welcome in the Senate Republican Caucus.
You're telling me that you brought in Chick-fil-A to the Senate Republican Caucus? And I just ate a cold turkey sandwich. I'm sorry, for giving me pause. Just a couple of last things.
Sure.
Mechanically,
Yeah.
right? Let's say tomorrow we decided to move all this cost over, which I think is not, I don't think it's good policy, but let's just follow
Mhm.
through the argument. And they're very variable. They're based on a lot of factors, period to period with adjustments in the middle. We're actually looking to refine the way the RAM adjustments work. All these things ended up going into the budget. Would you agree to $800 million in extra spending?
I don't think that we have to equate it to that. I think that you have to look at, no, because it's unfair to say that. You have to look at every program and find out whether it's, we haven't even had a chance to review that, with all due respect, Mr. Chairman. What we're currently having now is we're having the ratepayers pay for this and not even being told what they're paying for, other than public benefit line and number. That's it. What we're saying is, let's have some transparency around it. And so you're saying, okay, it's $800 million. That may be what it is
Today.
now, today.
Today.
Okay, well, let's
Right.
also review what programs are worthwhile. I think we had a good discussion about what programs may be worthwhile, but I think in the light of day, we may see some programs that say this is not worth the taxpayer or the ratepayer continuing to pay, and yet it's continued to baked into their rate. And what I'm saying is, let's have a transparent discussion about it. And I object to the notion that every single charge that we're currently charging the ratepayer in the public benefit is
No one,
gonna
no
get
one,
shifted
no one's,
and not cut.
no one is disagreeing with that idea.
So you would agree that
But
there's
the,
a,
but the
we would cut- David.
but the implication is that we didn't approve these in the past. Every one has been approved. These are not initiatives by the executive branch. These are initiatives by the legislature.
Right.
So the, as complex as the list looks, some of them are federally mandated, some of them are just baked into the way we do things since deregulation. Some of them are policy decisions, but they've all been voted on in one form or another at different points in time. They've all been reviewed, in my opinion, where they could be, where you don't have like a 30-year agreement to pay off natural gas peaker plants that were built in 2005. That's an obligation that we have. Traditionally, these things have been done through rates because they pertain to the use of electricity specifically. So, and some of the same things apply to natural gas. You know, it's kind of special to say none of these were approved and these are done in dark rooms when that's not the case. And I think that everything has been approved. For example, and I used this example before, the original LREC ZREC program for solar was based on costs for solar panels at that time. And a few years ago, we revised that program to make the benefits much, much lower. There was a lot of pushback from the industry, but we acknowledged that there was too much of a cost impact and there was too much of a reimbursement for the value of the energy. It was making it too expensive. But the price of solar panels in the ensuing period, due to the incentives tied to usage, has made a huge impact and has lowered the cost for solar energy. That's just a fact. That's what's happened and that's the way it worked. It is also solar, not the thing that I've been the one banging the drum on, but solar makes us more energy independent. I mean, it's quite clear that if you generate power behind the meter at your house, you're getting a benefit. It's being subsidized by the ratepayers in some measure to one extent or another, but it's making the grid more stable because it's cut down the need for all the extra demand on the grid. So that's why these things are traditionally tied to usage and to numbers around that. And I think if you parse through that entire list, there may be a couple of items that we missed that maybe should be reviewed. But now I want to remind everybody that when we did take back our grid, we understood that energy is expensive in the Northeast and in Connecticut. And we established, and I believe almost everybody that was here at that time voted for it, including yourself, including myself, a provision for low-income discount rates. And we approved that knowing it was going to be in the bill at the time, right? We've all seen the light and suddenly we want them out of the bill. Things that were approved at that point stay in the bill because they were approved in statute in the bill. We asked the authority to implement them, but we didn't ask the authority to create the policy that we voted on. And in many cases voted on broadly unanimously and broadly bipartisan at least. So open to every idea, but just the idea, let's take this user fee, which is what these programs are, based on use of electricity. All these programs, many of them federally mandated, some of them state policies, based on usage, socialized over the course of the rate base. And you're saying, let's socialize them over the course of the tax base. That's really what we're saying. And I just find that I like user fees, and I like the person that uses something to pay for it and get the benefit directly in their usage, as opposed to over the broader taxpayer base.
So, Mr. Chairman, I don't like user fees when it drives people out of the state, and that's exactly what this user fee
Neither
is
do
doing.
I.
You can call it what you want, but this user fee, which is the public benefit, is driving people out of the state. And I would argue that once, because it may have been approved at one time, does not mean we can't go back and fix it. And that's no longer an excuse to the people of the state. We should go back and fix some of these programs, and to simply say we're socializing it over a state budget. Again, I think you even have admitted, Mr. Chairman, there's probably programs that we would cut, which means
Maybe.
that, yeah,
I
I would
don't know
agree.
of any,
I would think
but
we would. And I think, Mr. Chair, you would know that there would be programs we would cut, which means that the people of the state would get a savings. And it's about time they get a savings, wouldn't it be?
appreciate your point of view. Disagree that we should go back and rehash things, but we're constantly looking at this and have done so since I've been here for the last 6 years. So I don't know if anybody's got anything else. I love the banter. I would have liked it after Chick-fil-A instead of a lousy
Next
turkey
time I'll bring
sandwich,
Chick-fil-A
but
down, Senator.
That's all right.
Thank you.
Thanks. I think we have, Dave Weidlich. Oh, I'm sorry. Ed Hawthorne, I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, Senator Needleman, Representative Steinberg, distinguished members of the Energy and Technology Committee. My name is Ed Hawthorne. I'm proud to serve as the president of the Connecticut AFL-CIO, federation of hundreds of local unions representing approximately 250,000 working people here in the state of Connecticut. It's on their behalf I testify positively regarding SB 4. I saw Senator Fazio was back, so I had to throw that positively in there. We'll start with Section 2 of the bill. The key provisions: establish a competitive funding program under the Commission of Energy and Environmental Protection. Some recommendations for it as far as workforce protections. We asked to adopt the language in Public Act 19-71 requiring project labor agreements, prevailing wage standards, and apprenticeship programs. To go section by section, 1 sub A sub 2, solicitation requirements must include prevailing wage provisions for construction laborers, workmen, and mechanics, mandates for good faith negotiation of project labor agreements specifying minimum terms. Next section, section 1 sub A 3B. Bidders should include workforce plans that utilize skilled labor, incorporate apprenticeship training programs approved by the Connecticut State Apprenticeship Council. This ensures equitable labor practices and a skilled labor force involvement, and supports local labor markets and enhances project quality and efficiency. Next, sections 8, 9, and 10. These sections focus on critical health and safety protections. Our line workers play essential roles. They build, operate, upgrade, maintain the electrical and communications, telecommunications infrastructure. They're first responders after the storm. They're out there in it. They have high training standards. They are trained very well. I visited the training facility over at Avangrid and saw it firsthand. There's some key dangers to this job. It's hazardous conditions. They're handling damaged poles, inoperative transformers, and obscured down lines. There's restoration risks in getting the power back up after the storm that are inherent in anything. That's why I call them first responders. We're talking about fallen trees, debris, flooding, blocked roads. While we're sitting at home safe and sound, waiting for the power to go back on or that internet to click back on, they're out there in the middle of it, working in extremely dangerous conditions that could be life-threatening conditions. And there's also worker fatigue that plays into it. So they're out there for hours and hours on end. So some of the protections introduced in Senate Bill 4, the involvement in making these energy plans. It grants line restoration crews a voice in developing emergency restoration plans, ensures plans explicitly address worker safety. I say it all the time. We talk about pay, pension, and healthcare all the time, but none of that matters if you don't come home alive. This is about making sure they get home alive by giving them a voice at the table to make sure that our members are safe and also the protection from unsafe conditions. I thank you for your commitment to a comprehensive energy policy that's fair and accountable and that values workplace safety, and we urge you to support SB4.
Thank you. And I appreciate your testimony. We've been trying to work with Jennifer and the different groups involved. In the bill that we passed called Take Back Our Grid, we were very disturbed at the length of the outage and the fact that it was in the middle of a pandemic and that New York, Con Ed provided some relief to residents for food and medicine that got lost as a result of the lengthy outage. That's what inspired the 96-hour thing. It was never meant to be anything that put workers at risk or that gave management a lever to put pressure on the company's workers to do things in an unsafe way. I said this to the folks that came. I've spent hundreds of hours out in the field after storms, meeting with, working with, buying coffee for the guys that worked on the lines. As the first selectman in my town, I've always had an interest in not only learning, truth be told, it's one of the reasons I came here, my frustration with how management was making decisions, but it was never with how the workers were doing their job. And it pained me greatly to hear that the workers felt that that bill put undue pressure on them, that it gave management a tool to save a few bucks, that, at 4 or 5 days out after a storm, there shouldn't be that many people, but providing some relief to those customers for food or medicine in the middle of the summer that lost in the middle of a pandemic when food was hard to get, medicine was hard to get. It was personally an affront to me that was being portrayed that way from the management of the company to the workers. And we've continued to try to have that dialogue. And, as a result of the meetings we had, we did add in some preliminary language in Senate Bill 4 to protect those workers, even though it shouldn't be necessary, because it just shouldn't be said that we would ever do anything, any member of this body, that put line workers who are out there in adverse conditions, climbing poles, sitting in bucket trucks. It could be rainy, it could be windy, it could be snowy, making us safer, getting our power back. So that fear on the part of workers, I know is really real. But I do want to say that today, testimony was submitted, unfortunate testimony, in my opinion, by one of those people that was in that meeting when we agreed to try to do something. Person's not here. He represents, he's like one of the union heads from one of the locals. I find it so distressing. I don't even know what to say about it, that we're working in good faith. We're all trying to figure out a way to to have more company line workers, and at the same time, make sure that they're safe, even though there are dozens of laws that protect workers, but we understand that there's a legitimate concern. So receiving this testimony was so discouraging to me. And it's not, you didn't submit it. I'm sure you did not know about it. But it makes me wonder, where does this come from when we get this kind of thing? And I've seen articles in the newspapers, opinion pieces supporting management as we try to hold management more accountable from a cost point of view, because every worker is a ratepayer. And much as we want to spend a lot of time talking about the public benefits piece, I want to talk about the whole bill, about the piece that is the regulated utilities, the job that they do, hold them accountable where we can. And at the same time, make sure that there's an adequate amount of employees that do the work for these companies. It was the first bill I put in, was to a minimum worker bill, right? Because I just didn't feel that the company had enough of their own line workers. I really felt that problems were going to be inevitable. When they happened, it was pretty obvious why, in my opinion. Getting contractors lined up, then bringing in out-of-state contractors takes even longer. I just thought that, you know, to me, it's impossible to understand this, right? It really is. And I know it's not you, I know it's not Jennifer, I know we're trying, and I know you're trying, but I just wonder what's going on here.
So we are deeply appreciative of the meetings you've had, your willingness to listen to the problem that our members are seeing on the ground. And we are here to work with you and to find those solutions that everyone can get behind. And you heard from CWA before. They're behind it. You're going to hear from the utility workers later on. And, you know, we're just looking for a way to make it safer so that people dealing with high voltages, when the power's out and the lines are on the ground, excuse me, covered by trees, covered by debris, that they're not forced by management that is worried about paying a fine to replace someone's medicine or food, that they're willing to put somebody's life down at risk. So if management is willing to treat a person like a person, that's where we want to be. And sometimes it takes legislation to tell them to do that. And if we're going to depend on OSHA, I quote it every single year on Workers' Memorial Day that's coming up. Connecticut has 20 OSHA inspectors. It would take them 199 years to inspect every workplace in Connecticut just once, and that's before DOJ. So only God knows how much it's going to take now. So sometimes we need to take the lead, and we can't depend on OSHA to enforce the laws, because even with 20 of them, it's an illusion of enforcement. So I thank you for your willingness to listen to us. I thank you for the language in this bill, and we think it's a good first step to make sure our line workers, who are our first responders after a storm, get out there and do it safely. And thank you for showing some kindness to them when they're out there. And one thing that really they get is they have to take breaks. I talked about worker fatigue. When you're tired, I'm sure after this hearing, you're not going to be as sharp as you were at the beginning of it. The same goes for line workers dealing with dangerous electrical lines after a storm. And when they're going out to get that cup of coffee or get a bite to eat or maybe some Chick-fil-A, they will inevitably be approached by someone who's yelling at them, why isn't my power back on yet? Because they are the face of the company. And that's what they deal with. So your act of kindness, and I encourage anyone listening to this to show that understanding and that kindness that they are people. They cannot work 24 hours straight. They need to eat. They need to drink. They need to use the bathroom. They need to take breaks, because if they don't take breaks, mistakes are more likely to happen. And that's what we're trying to prevent. And the language of this bill is a good step forward to do that.
Thank you, Ed. And I agree. I think that whenever there's an incident out there, if somebody drives by and sees a line worker having a cup of coffee, that doesn't mean that they haven't worked 16 hours and that, why is my power not back on? I have tried to educate the people in my town that these people work, and they work. I mean, when you get out there, it is dangerous work. It is hard work. You work in all weather conditions. It's really, you know, I can walk around and say I'm here to help, but I can't really help. I don't change an electrical outlet, right? Because I know I'll electrocute myself. So I admire the guys that do it, and the men and women now.
Oh, absolutely.
There's a broader group, and thank you for your understanding.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions of the like. We will move on. While Senator Needleman was interacting with Mr. Hawthorne, I did a little bit of math, and I calculated that we had talked to all of 5 people over more than 4 hours, which means at this rate, we only have another 120 hours to go. So I hope you're all in it for the next 5 days, because this is the way we're going. Maybe we should display a little more discipline as we go forward. But thank you, Mr. Hawthorne, for your testimony.
Thank you all.
We are returning to elected officials and agencies. And next up is Minority Leader Candelora, though I understand accepting the award for him will be Representative Nuccio.
You know, I have to start by, I looked at this chair from over there, and as a short girl, I would appreciate a higher chair here.
We noted.
Thank you very much, Chairs Needleman and Steinberg, Ranking Members Fazio and Mara, and members of the Energy and Technology Committee. The House Republican Caucus appreciates this opportunity to offer testimony in support of Senate Bill 647, the act concerning protections for consumers, consumer access to affordable electricity. I have the privilege and disadvantage of going after Senator Harding, who I think really addressed a lot of the specificity that is in this bill. But I do want to take the opportunity to say, you know, listening to the testimony, one of the things I tell people up here all the time is when you know better, you do better. I'm not here to re-legislate the Millstone contract. I'm not here to re-legislate 7006, take back your grid, right? All of those pieces of legislation were passed at a time with a majority. Doesn't matter who voted for it or not, you know, and I don't get into the partisan back and forth of who led what, because everything in this building is passed by a majority. And if we're lucky, it's a bipartisan support. And those bills both had bipartisan support. So not here to re-legislate that. But what I am here to say is, as you listen to this gentleman here, part of 7006, who just spoke, was the 96-hour agreement, right? You have acknowledged that 96-hour agreement did not do everything you thought it should do. And you are now taking action to change that. That is when you know better, you do better. And I think that's what this bill here specifically is asking for. There are things in this bill, as Senator Harding talked about, in regard to the public benefit fee, in regard to the incentive programming, in regard to the adjustment mechanisms and everything else. It's very detailed, and I am sure that you are all going to read it and look at it. What I would like to talk about is coming into this legislature post those bills and seeing what happened starting in July to our residents. A lot of these things came on board, a lot of these pieces of legislation, and having a lot of conversation with Commissioner Gillette, I would probably bet a paycheck that not everybody on this committee can tell me what those 54 to 57 pieces of legislation are that are in the public benefit fee. And I've had conversations with a lot of you personally to talk about the impact of these pieces of legislation. And I've heard every gamut from, you know, we can't put it in the budget because it's volatile, till it belongs in the budget, and everything in between. But there are several things that are in our state budget that are volatile, whether it be Medicaid, whether it be employee health care, whether it be retiree health care, whether it just be our revenues, right? Volatility is not something for us to shy away from. The programs that we're mentioning in here and looking at, I like to equate them to, I pay taxes at a federal level and at a state level. I pay for SNAP benefits. I'm wholly supportive of SNAP benefits. But when I go to the grocery store and I check out at the end of the day, and my bill is $100 for half a bag of groceries these days, but $100, they don't say, give me your $100 and pay $30 for the next person in line. When I get my oil delivered to my house for my heating, I don't pay my $300 oil bill and then $35 for something else. These are programs that are priorities of the legislature. They are legislative agenda and driven priorities, just like every other part of our budget. And they should be continued as such. They should be reviewed as such. They should be negotiated, debated, bargained, tracked by our departments that handle these types of policies. So many people take pride in the fact that 2 years ago, we passed the largest tax benefit, you know, with largest tax, we gave the best tax credit ever since 1991 when the taxes went in place. Starting in July, we negated that. We negated it by over 100%. The average person is going to see between $450 and $600 in a tax break for the tax benefit that we passed. And on the same hand, July 1st, we are now charging them $600+ more in public benefit fees. We have negated what we gave people, and we are now making it harder for them to pay their electric bills. The part that's most frustrating about this is the bills had good intent. The low-income discount program has good intent. Millstone had good intent. I'm sure those 57 pieces of legislation had good intent. But when you look at what it's actually doing to the public right now, you have to step back and say, are we actually achieving the intent that we tried? And I don't think that anybody here could truly say that. When we have residents across the board that are calling, that are writing, that are stopping us all over the place, talking about the fact that they can't afford their electric bills right now, you know, across the board, I'm one of them, right? I get the same electric bill that everybody else in here does, and I'm not a millionaire. So when my bill goes up to $500 in 1 month, it takes you back a bit, right? So what I'm asking is, we know better, let's do better. With this low income discount plan, again, it's a noble cause. When it came before, when DSS came before us, DAS and the agencies looking at the LIHEAP program and such, they were talking about the fact that they were providing the information to PURA. And PURA was instituting the plan. And I know it went from 2 brackets to 5 brackets. I don't think we should have a regulatory body implementing or determining programs, right? That should be decided by the legislature. It should be decided like LIHEAP is, like Medicaid is, like Care for Kids is, like for all the other programs that we have, rental assistance. Those are our priorities. We're taking care of our residents. Rather than having PURA develop a plan to implement a 5-bracket payment structure that does not have any accountability in it at the end of the day. The end of the day, the Supreme Court has said Eversource or UI can recover their rates, period. So there's always going to be a populace that is not going to pay for the electricity that they're using because they can't afford it. But by put this program back on the ratepayer, we are not socializing it to the fullest amount that we can. And whether you like it in the budget or not, whether it's, I don't think it would be a tax increase. I think it would have to be pulled in. You know, I'm trying to think of all the different things that everybody said when they were up here. And if it's a priority, we make it work, right? And we have to have programming for people who can't afford it, but it shouldn't be your neighbor. And things like electric car charging, you know how many people have contacted me that they can't afford an electric vehicle, but they're paying for their neighbor's car charger? Like, these are, as Representative Mashinsky said, we're not saying you need to get rid of these programs. What we're saying is if this is a state of Connecticut legislative priority, then the state of Connecticut legislature should pay for it. And I shouldn't be asking my neighbor to pay for my electric car charger, right? Or my neighbor's electric car charger. Because all we're doing is creating animosity between our residents, because they do not feel like they are fairly being charged for just the electricity that they're using. They're being charged for their electricity, for somebody who can't afford their electricity, for their neighbor who has a Tesla's electricity. It doesn't have good public optics. And in my opinion, it's just not good legislative practice. If there is volatility, and if some of these 57 pieces of legislature truly equate to what we're doing for electrical rates, it belongs in the bill. But anything that we are intentionally asking others to pay for and intentionally putting programs in to help other people needs to be assumed in the state budget, because that is where we provide the highest public benefit, the public benefit for all of our residents. We don't ask people to pay their taxes and then pay additionally. That's my high and low of it. Free to open to answer any questions. I didn't want to get into all the stuff that everybody else got into. I'm just asking you to please recognize the fact 54 to 57 pieces of legislation. They may have had good intent at the time, but we now know better. So please, let's do better.
Thank you, Representative Nuccio. And I'll start by saying that I think your paycheck is safe. I don't think anybody here knows all 57 elements here any more than we know the 57 ingredients in Heinz ketchup.
You know, there really weren't 57 ingredients.
And maybe there are not really 57 in the bill. But I think, and of course, if this was your legislative paycheck, it probably wasn't worth much to risk anyway. But I do want to contend with you on the issue of volatility.
Yes.
I don't find volatility particularly attractive. When businesses come to the state of Connecticut, they say they want predictability, virtually certainty. Volatility not only creates tension and anxiety, but also adds to costs. We find that everybody involved needs to de-risk that volatility, and that costs us more as well. So, what we're trying to do, and government often doesn't do it very well, is to create a pathway where there is greater predictability. And I'm very much afraid that if we shift these items into the general fund, we are putting them at much greater risk, knowing the volatility that may be coming our way in terms of the state budget. And that the key thing, maybe you didn't hear earlier because others had testified, is that the things that are in the public benefits typically are things that benefit ratepayers, not taxpayers, and that they are intended to influence behavior on the part of ratepayers that leads to conservation, which lead ultimately to lower rates for everybody. So you can hear the resistance in many of us, not so much just to defend the items that are in the public benefits, but we're very wary about moving it to the general fund. I came in 2011. It was a mess. We were cutting programs left and right. I also was very upset. One of the most upsetting things that's ever happened in the legislature, in my view, is when we basically stole the energy efficiency fund and used it to plug a budget gap. You know, it's sort of the old line, the government is killed and will kill again. I don't want to put these programs for energy efficiency and for some environmental protections at risk by putting them in the general fund, just as we're losing federal dollars, just when the stock market seems like it's about to fall off a cliff. So, you know, I take your point. It sounds perfectly neutral in the scheme of things to move everything in the budget, to socialize it against all taxpayers. But one could easily argue that's not only regressive, but unfair to those who actually don't use all that much energy. And they're now paying the price that would have been paid by somebody whose bill would be higher because their usage was higher. So I am concerned by what you say. I'm never going to challenge you on anything to do with the budget. I'll leave that alone. But my projection of where this state will be in a couple of years makes me nervous. And this is just the wrong time to be making a well-intentioned move to the general fund, only to discover the general fund doesn't have the money to cover it going forward. And of course, you know, we make choices, but we don't necessarily have to make choices in this case.
So, sir, I would come back and just say, if the state of Connecticut's $55 billion budget can't handle the volatility, what makes you think my neighbor can? Like, really, if we're saying that the state of Connecticut can't prioritize incentive programs and low-income discount plans, what makes you think the senior citizen that lives in your town can? Right? They have no predictability. It is all volatile. When people are opening their electric bills every month, they don't know what to expect. I know I went back and tracked the last year of my usage where the public benefit fee went from 7% to 30%. I now pay higher public benefits fee than I do for my supply. Granted, I got a good rate when I locked in at 8 cents per kilowatt hour, but still my public benefit fee is higher than my supply. So why am I asking every resident who has an electrical bill to assume more volatility than I am willing to put forward in a state budget where they pay their taxes, where they look to their government to provide the programming that they need? So we're saying that these programs are even more important and they should be given to even the lowest income person and the highest income person at the same rates. Like, I'm challenging us to say, if this is important to us and it needs to go in a budget and it needs to be looked at, it needs to be prioritized. It needs to also be paid for in a manner in which our residents can expect stability. And what more can they have? Okay, there's two things certain in life, death and taxes. They know what they're paying in taxes, right? So that is the ultimate stability compared to a volatile electric bill that I, as their legislator, can't even articulate all the pieces of. So again, respectfully, I hear what you're saying. We want to ensure that we have these programs. I think we absolutely want to have them. They are our priorities for our residents. We need to take accountability for that. And not all of them, right? I don't know the 57 yet. I have a meeting set up with Marissa Gillette to sit down and go over the 57 of them and to review them, because as Representative Foster said, one thing that we are horrible at in this building is actually putting accountability on programs and having measures that say, this is a good program, this is not a good program, we should not be funding this, we should be funding that, right? What better way to be able to do that than to put it in the state budget where it gets analyzed and reviewed every year? To me, that would be the ultimate place for accountability.
I agree with you on that. We used to have this committee called Programs Review that used to do, a lot of quality work in determining that things we passed decades ago, whether they were working or not.
Yeah.
I want to use that again. I will say,
I'll help you. Like, let's get that going there.
anytime. But I will say that the volatility to which you refer on the public benefits is all of 8 months. Prior to that, there was very little volatility. There was maybe an upward trend, but stability over a period of years. So I caution everybody to be aware of the fact that we maybe abhor is the wrong word, but we abhor volatility. We want stability. We want predictability for people on fixed incomes or people with limited incomes. And that's why we're having this conversation. But the volatility is really an anomalous recent event. And I hope we don't overreact to it. Representative Mara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Nuccio, for coming in, and I really appreciate your testimony today. I think you gave us all some things to think about, and I think one of the discussions that we've had here this morning is whether the Appropriations Committee would be able to take on this burden of looking at this, and whether you would be able to thoughtfully go through a lot of these charges if we were to move all of the public benefits onto appropriations. So I just, as the chair of or the ranking on appropriations, excuse me, this is not a political move here. As a ranking on appropriations, I think your input here would be very valuable.
I think this is something that we have to look at, like Representative Steinberg, I'm sorry, holy moly, can't speak right now, said, it's crazy time right now, and we have to try to figure out where the state budget is going to fall. I don't think any of us are proposing to take the entirety of the public health benefits and just throw it on the budget and say, let's just figure out a way to make that work, right? We have to review the policies that are in there and see which ones are logical to move and which ones are not. I'm a person who believes, a budget reflects your priorities. So we have to look at, were we too bold in thinking some of these programs, what is the benefit of them? Are they measurable? Are we going to get success rates from it and that? And I do think that there should be room to put these in there, not all at once, not on the drop of a dime, not $800 million at the get-go. I don't like extremes. I don't care which side of the aisle you're on. I'm not going to sit here and say we have to drop 800 million, figure it out. I'm saying we come up with a plan and we start to move these where they truly belong, where our residents expect them to be and what they're currently paying.
Okay, yeah, no, I hear you. The other discussion that we've had is, I think many of us, probably most of us, really like the efficiency programs, or the idea of the efficiency programs. Obviously, we have to see how effective they are, but like the idea of the efficiency programs. And as Representative Steinberg mentioned, we may not want a power grab between various departments on pulling money away. Is there a way, or have you seen any other areas in where you can kind of protect funding for a specific use if there was something like energy efficiency we didn't want taken away and we wanted it very specifically in the budget that way?
Well, I definitely think we have to look at this from a revenue perspective too. When you get energy efficient products and stuff like that, you get a tax credit on your federal income taxes. My husband happens to be in the heating field, and every time we talk about heat pumps, he tells me all the time, he's like, does anybody not realize we don't have the grid for that? Like, we can't support that, and it's not always cheaper if you're 100% electric in that. Like, the incentives for these, like the movement to a more varied forms of providing heat or our vehicles and everything else, again, all well-intentioned, but should it be a cashback rebate? Should it be a discount off your taxes? Like these, I think, are conversations that we truly have to sit down and have and figure out. And we have to do it in a bipartisan way, right? It doesn't matter if it's 101 to 49 or whatever, 26 to 10 or whatever, right? Because our constituency across the board doesn't care about that. They care about what they're paying and what they're being asked to pay, and that has no political party. So it really truly has to be people listening to each other, listening to our residents, and coming up with ways to do that. Maybe it's not a cashback rebate. Maybe it doesn't have to be in the budget directly. Maybe we have to look at it on the revenue side and we look at a credit or something like that. The point is, we know better, so let's do better. Let's pick the ones that say, how do we want to continue to fund these going forward, and come up with a way to do it with the least amount of harm to our residents.
Thank you. And I know you've had a chance to look at a lot of these numbers going forward, but stop me if you haven't. I think, we talk about volatility. We know that people's bills went up this summer, and I think everyone is expecting them to drop after May. And what are your thoughts on that?
I don't think it's going to drop, I think it's going to go down, but I can't even totally say that. I spend hours. I've spoken to Senator Needleman. I've spoken to many people on this committee. I spent hours with Eversource and with the commissioner and that, looking at all of these different things. And there are things that I think we should do. I don't think Pura should ever have the ability to charge 2 years of Millstone in one contract, ever. I don't care what it is. We should have 1 year. We should be looking at the rates. We should be truing up our prior rate and figuring out what the new rate should be. That was part of the problem. There was also the compounding fact of the COVID underpayments and the double impact of the two programs, the uncollectibles of 103 million, plus looking at starting up the lighter program and starting to fund that. We look at things as a true up from the prior year and a projection for the forward year. With that in mind, I think telling people that this goes away in April is probably the biggest farce we're saying, because public benefits is not going away unless somebody here is telling me that we're getting rid of 57 pieces of legislation. Public benefits is not going away. The amount's going to change, but I don't know that I feel 100% confident that it's all of a sudden going to drop to 10% of my bill, right? And I think part of the terrible part of this is that we can't tell people what they can expect. Again, volatility, right? And we're asking them to assume that in their lives when we're not willing to assume it in our $55 billion budget.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to thank Representative Nuccio for her testimony. I think it was actually important that we had a budgetary expert here, and you are that, quite frankly. And I think you gave very, very cogent analysis of the feasibility of funding a lot of the programs that are worthwhile through the budget. And in any drafted committee bill as this is, there are ways that we can change it and make it better. And this sort of information and testimony would theoretically make it better and more feasible and allow us to achieve the goals we want. You had mentioned the making sure we manage the tax burden of the state too. As we all know, we have a spending cap in this state. But I just wanted to simply thank you for your very, very astute and cogent analysis. Again, was very important to have a budgetary expert here to testify, and you are that, and so we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. We complimented you sufficiently for.
I don't need all that. I really don't. But listen, I just want to, we're all here for the same reason, right? Whether it's our 25,000 or our 150,000 people that we represent. And collectively, we make the laws for 3.6 million people. Everything that we do in this building impacts 3.6 million people. None of us come up here with the intent to make things harder on our residents, right? This specific thing at this specific time is making it harder on our residents. I want to help be part of the solution to alleviate that, and I have always been very upfront. There's no aisle as far as I'm concerned when it comes to helping the people of the state of Connecticut. So I am hopeful and anxiously awaiting to work with you to try to find a way to better this situation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for that offer. We really do appreciate it. All right, moving along. I think we're down to 4.5 days now. Next up is Gail Sheldon, followed by Senator Gordon. Okay, do we not have Gail Sheldon? I do not see her in the virtual room, so we will move on to Senator Gordon. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairs Needleman and Steinberg, Ranking Members Fazio and Mara, and members of the Energy and Technology Committee. I'm State Senator Jeff Gordon, proud to represent 13 towns of the 35th District, part of Northeast Connecticut and into part of North Central Connecticut. And I'm here to strongly support SB 647. I was proud with my colleagues to be a introducer of this bill originally, and proud to be a co-sponsor with a number of people as a committee bill. And thank you for bringing this bill for a public hearing. And I've been following along so far through the day as far as hearing what people have to say. I am pleased to support this legislation, in part because it does seek to see what can we do with these public benefit charges that are on the electric bill. We have heard from various people about an effort to want to remove them. We've also heard about whether or not they can be removed. But I do believe that my constituents and the people of Connecticut who are paying these bills indeed would want to see these removed from the bill. There can be quite a bit of cost savings on that, and it should be up to the legislature to decide, what are these programs? Do we want to continue them? If we do, then how do we fund it, as opposed to what really is an additional charge separate from what we already pay in taxes that contribute to the state budget for these programs? And I'm not speaking that any of these programs don't have merit, perhaps. It should be the legislature that should decide. And so I don't think they should just continue without us really taking a good look to see where we stand with these charges, and then have a fair and transparent accounting, so that way the people of Connecticut, the public, can better understand what we as a legislature think and want to do with regards to these charges. I've long been concerned about policies that do drive up costs. Sometimes there are policies that we do feel have merit, and we do weigh the pros and cons of what to do as far as to fund them. Again, that's the role of the legislature, and we should be mindful of that. If there are these programs that do continue, we have a responsibility to have the oversight, as we know, and to keep track of them and to see what is going on with regards to them. Not just for funding of them, but the merits of them, the outcomes of them, and what do we feel and the public feels should be done or not done with any particular program at any period of time. But instead of continuing down the current pathway that I believe does burden ratepayers at a time when there's already high costs, and we rank very high, unfortunately, in this country as a state with high costs of energy, in addition to the high cost of living for many reasons in Connecticut, we should be focusing on what can we do in a common sense way to realistically address these issues, to balance the issues, to keep ratepayers uppermost in decision-making at the same time, while we try to think about what can we do in an affordable and practical way on long-term issues with regards to energy policy, climate resiliency, climate concerns. But indeed, in the short term, what are we doing with regards to making certain that our state gets the energy sources that it needs? And we all understand that does come with a certain cost, but we really need to use this as a moment in time to really fully address it and really look into it in more detail. So to me, I believe that electricity bill should only be about the electricity you use and not anything else. If we want certain programs to continue, look to see, can it be funded in the budget? And we should very much see what we can do in that regard. I agree with what some people have said before, including my colleagues, Senator Harding and Representative Nuccio, about where we stand with various things. So I do support SB 647. I think it's an important step moving forward to try to rebalance energy policies, but also making certain as we move forward with energy policy, we keep the ratepayers uppermost in our mind. I think we're all mindful of that. We've all been hearing from the ratepayers in our districts very much so about this. So I appreciate that we have a public hearing today, and I look forward to seeing what as a committee can be done and what as a legislature can be done in a bipartisan way to move things forward. So Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and I did submit written testimony, which should be in the system.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for your testimony. We will look at your written testimony. Senator Fazio.
I just wanted to thank Senator Gordon for his testimony and his advocacy on behalf of the 35th District. I know, there are a lot of hardworking middle-class people in your district, and they're worried about costs. And, I appreciate you helping to forge this bill and advocate for it. So thanks for your testimony today.
And thank you very much, Senator Fazio, and I appreciate very much your leadership as well on this issue.
Seeing no others, Senator Gordon, thank you for your time. We will move to the next person. We're going back to the public. That would be Jay Markwell, and followed by Representative Corpas. Is Jay here? No, apparently not. We will hear then from Representative Corpas. Is the representative here? Okay, we can always come back to the representative if she's in another committee currently. Next up is George Austin, followed by Tony Mastriani. Howdy to you.
Everyone, I'm George Austin. I serve as Executive Director for LUCA, Latinos United for Conservative Action here in our state. We advocate for, but by no means exclusively, the Latino communities here in Connecticut. I'd like to preface my remarks here today by recounting my own experience of City of Connecticut. This was just over 10 years ago, and at the time, I did not qualify for the stay of termination, or whatever it's called. And regardless of being a 25-year-old at the time, at the beginning stages of building a construction business and finishing my bachelor's, all whilst responsible for the household expenses of a family of 4, I simply owed the money. And in order to pay it, at the time, our only recourse was to pawn off some valuables and some heirlooms to bridge the gap, to bridge the income gap to having our service restored. I'm here to speak for so many around the state who may have also dug themselves into a hole, climbed out of it, and are now pursuing happiness in spite of an oppressive, tyrannical utility bolstered up by egregiously overreaching policy that emanates from this very building. Told you, I need Chick-fil-A. In terms of SB 647, we strenuously support this bill. There is concern, however, that the language doesn't actually even go far enough. We need to make sure that the public benefits charge does not reincarnate as something perhaps a little bit more inconspicuous down the road. I've heard arguments that Eversource needs to be made whole, and as they suffered losses during the lockdowns at the hands of the governor and the General Assembly of that cycle. As a business owner in one of the most physically and financially dangerous industries in America, I would retort that that is simply the cost and the risk of doing business. Sometimes you lose money and you got to deal with it. If this is insufficient reason for companies reporting record income and year after year profits, or any monopolizing enterprise for that matter, to take their licks, then perhaps they should turn their wrath upon those who drafted and approved such measures in the first place, and not the ratepayers at large struggling to reconcile their basic everyday needs, making increasingly difficult decisions as to what they can do without. In terms of HB 7088 and others, we are concerned with an apparent recurring theme, or perhaps a seemingly political priority, which is language such as equity and climate change. We ask, why not within these bills and statutes? Why do we not enshrine ideals such as equality, meaning everyone is treated and subsequently billed the same, regardless of their gender, their ethnicity, their creed, their income, their kilowatts consumed, or whether or not they possess solar panels on the roof? We call on this committee and the bodies that follow to no longer acquiesce to the climate change agenda and to focus on efficiency in terms of technical innovation and financial concerns when considering policy that every single person in this state for whom you're in charge and service interacts with on a daily basis. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you for your time. Moving along, we will hear from Tony Mastriani, followed by Janet Sutton. Is Tony with us? Okay, how about Janet Sutton? All right, we're going to keep moving. If they suddenly appear, we'll try to do something for them. Next up is Casey Grenier, followed by Karen McCarthy. Is Casey with us? Yes, we have a winner. Welcome.
Welcome. Oh, thank you. Hi. I'm glad it's my turn. I don't know about Chick-fil-A, but I'm glad I'm here. This one. Thank you. My name's Casey Grenier. I just want to thank all the Republican representatives that have not only been part of us citizens that have been pretty passionate about this subject, but some of you were part of our rally back in September in front of the Capitol when we called upon Governor Lamont to go into special session to discuss the public benefits. I see you guys out and about in some of the events that I attend. I am a proud Republican. I'm a lifelong resident of Connecticut. I've lived both in Eastern Connecticut and now I'm in the town of Seymour. And I'm just like super excited to see that you guys really are the voice of us. We talk about it not being political, but as a resident, as a hardworking taxpayer, it feels political, right? When you can't get that buy-in from the other side to see what residents do go through. I'm not going to share the hundreds of dollars I've paid in and talk about my bills because that's stating the obvious. We've been sitting here for 5 hours, but I'm just going to really go through a little bit of, my perspective. Back in the summer, we were pretty much gaslit to believe that it was the AC that we were using in the central air because it was a hot summer. And, rightfully so, right? It's hot. You work hard. You want to come home and turn your air on. But I think we all started to really open those bills and say, wait a minute, something's not right. I joined a Facebook group that now holds about 22,000 people. And it's titled Ban the Public Benefits. And people, from every walk of life, every political stance started to compare and contrast bills. And I love when I heard some of the representatives talk about public benefits being higher than your usage. That was the unlock for a lot of us to say something's not right here. It really is a double tax, right? You can call it what you want. It used to sit at the bottom of the bill. Now it sits at the top. If you're an Eversource customer, there's those 4 beautifully bright boxes, orange, purple, blue, green. And people really started to become aware that something wasn't right. Back in the summer, that portion sat upwards to 30%, okay? The usage and delivery and the threat and the extortion of being threatened to shut off. I'm a single parent. I'm proud that I work hard to support my children and I am not on state welfare or of any kind. I don't want to be on a payment plan. I want to pay my bill. I want to pay for what I used. I don't want to pay another tax. And so many people like me think like that, okay? I know I'm not alone when I view my Eversource bill every month and I feel sick because those are the days when the Facebook group is really going strong. If you read, and I know my time is almost up, but if you read in local papers, right, News Channel 8, Fox 61, right, the way that they approach the news, we know that the CEO of Eversource made $19 million last year. So it's very hard to digest somebody making $19 million and we're sitting with this on our backs when most people don't dispute that some of those benefits or some of those programs are needed. But like the last representative just said, why can't it be back absorbed into the budget, right? We're the highest tax state. We're paying taxes. Let's break it down and pay for what needs to be paid. It's impossible to live in this state. We stay here for family or for work. And I really, really believe that this public benefits portion needs to go. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
You got done a little bit earlier than some people will. Next up is Karen McCarthy, followed by Regina Yanello. Is Karen with us? Okay, how about Regina Yanello? Okay, we're going to keep going. Aaron Bowman. Aaron is here. Welcome.
I am. Thank you. Thank you, committee. My name is Aaron Bowman, and I come before you today in support of Bill 7088 and Bill number 647, two critical pieces of legislation that align with the principles of economic freedom, individual liberty, and responsible governance. Bill 7088 takes a proactive approach to energy reform by requiring the Public Utility Regulatory Authority to explore alternative energy delivery methods, develops a capital investment funding mechanism, and ensures a fair and frequent rate adjustment. It puts ratepayers first by demanding greater accountability and transparency from the utility companies while ensuring that customers are not subject to unjustified rate hikes. Additionally, this bill protects our most vulnerable residents by reviewing service termination policies for those with serious medical conditions, which I see as a measure of compassion and common sense. Now, with Bill 647, it continues to build on these reforms by prioritizing affordability and competition in our energy markets. It shifts certain utility costs off the back of hardworking families and small businesses here in Connecticut, which are currently struggling, places the burden where it belongs on efficient, market-driven and energy solutions. By ensuring that consumers are not forced into an overpriced energy contract, it eliminates wasteful subsidies. This bill also promotes fairness and fiscal discipline. It also rescinds unnecessary government mandates that distort the market and drive up costs, reinforcing the principles that free markets, not bureaucratic overreach, should determine our energy policies. Together, these bills restore transparency, promote competition, and protect consumers while ensuring that our energy policies are economically sound, fiscal responsible, and align with the needs of the people, not special interests. I urge this committee to support both measures and stand with the people of Connecticut in ensuring affordable, reliable, and accountable energy policies for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Right on schedule and very to the point. I don't see any questions or comments, so thank you for your testimony. We will move to the next person, John Basiak, followed by Lee Boyle. Is John with us? I don't see him. How about Lee Boyle? Okay, I do see Mark LeBlanc, who is next up. Did I? Oh, I missed Tom Ray. Okay, I apologize. Yeah, is Tom Ray here? All right, if not, we will welcome Mark LeBlanc.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
I have a technology company here in the local Farmington Valley, and also obviously a ratepayer, and sorry, I'm a little nervous, but I have had a lot of time to read some of this stuff, and it's Can you still hear me? I'm on a cell phone. I think it's disconnecting.
Oh, we can hear you just fine. Just go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm having some technical difficulties. I guess you can move on to the next person.
Do that. If you can figure it out, we'll try to get you back in later. Sorry about
Thanks.
that. Next up is Sharon Hextra or Dennis Hextra. We'll take either one of them right now. A little desperate.
Give you a two for.
Yeah. I don't see the Hextras in the waiting room. How about Joe Iasogna? Is Joe with us? Moving right along. How about Tim Smith? No Tim Smith. All right, James Williams, who's here in person. Welcome.
Thank you so much, committee, for allowing me to speak today. Good afternoon. My name is James Williams. I'm a member of the Republican Town Committee of West Haven. I'm here today to support Senate Bill 647 regarding eliminating the public benefit charge portion on the electric bill. My reason is that I feel the public benefit charge is a violation of consumer rights. After being educated on this charge, I have a couple of concerns. First, the charge forces a consumer to pay for a service they personally render, in which you are being directly charged to pay for somebody else's electric bill, in which that should be by choice, not by force. Second, you're being charged for the upkeep and update of the grid and other equipment owned by the electric company. Under the law, it is the responsibility of the utility company to fund and upkeep of the tools they need to provide the service in which they are getting paid for to provide to the customers. If you go to McDonald's and purchase food, you only have to pay for the food you purchase. You don't get a separate bill for the upkeep of the grill and fryer they use to make your food. Lastly, the public benefit charge takes adverse action against residents who do not want to invest in solar panels and stills individual rights to choose to invest in renewable energy without any level of consequence. My biggest concern is the public benefit charge is doing more harm than good and is going to push more residents to actually have to apply for the utility hardship program. But in the legal aspect, I feel that the public benefit charge is engaging in violating consumer rights.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate your point of view. Any questions or comments? If not, thank you for your time today. Appreciate it. Next up is Sino Wazer, followed by Andrew Sequeira. I'm doing very poorly, but Andrew would know who he is. Okay, thank you. Sina, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, co-chairs Needleman and Steinberg and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Senna Wazer. I am a master's student at Yale School of the Environment and an intern with Sierra Club Connecticut working on the Stop Project Maple campaign. And I'm here today to testify against SB 647, which is very misleadingly titled An Act Concerning Energy Affordability, Access, and Accountability. This bill is not about energy affordability. It's about support for fossil fuels and ending programs that directly help consumers and our state to lower energy demand, save money, and reduce emissions. Specifically, I would like to call out a few sections. First, Section 3 would end Connecticut's energy efficiency program. This is a critical program that saves consumers money and lowers energy demand and pollution. Section 13 requires DEEP to study and recommend ways to expand quote-unquote natural gas, more accurately called methane gas. It makes absolutely no sense that we would study with the intention of expanding the very thing that is poisoning our communities, contributing to Connecticut's high rates of asthma, ozone unattainment, and climate change. And from a purely economic standpoint, as people spoke to earlier, natural gas prices are volatile, subject to international markets and price spikes following conflicts like the war in Ukraine. And if we care about energy security, if we care about energy affordability, then renewables, not fossil fuels, are the way to go. Finally, Section 14 through 25 remove electric vehicle charging and heat pumps from the statute, and this is completely contradictory to everything we know we need to do to ensure affordable and accessible options that combat climate change while also protecting the health and well-being of Connecticut residents. I'm incredibly disappointed by the fact that I'm sitting here testifying on this bill right now, and it is deeply alarming to me that there is any support for it. 2024 was the hottest year on record. Extreme flooding in Connecticut last year cost over $200 million in damage, according to DEEP. The Northeast United States is one of the fastest warming places on the planet. Climate change is not about the future. It's here now, impacting your constituents right now. And I just wonder how clear climate change has to be before the legislature acts on it with any sort of urgency, how many more storms we have to experience here in Connecticut, how many more people have to die. Switching to clean energy means that our energy comes from a source that is more secure and less prone to price fluctuations. It means we stop poisoning our communities with toxic emissions. It means we leave a state and a world that people my age can actually live in. After I graduated from UConn, I moved to DC for 2 years, and I made the very intentional decision over the summer to move back here, not just for grad school, but because I feel tied to the state and doing work here. I want affordable energy bills as much as the next person, and I also want clean air. And I know that the need for affordable electricity is not opposed to the need for renewable energy and energy efficiency. It is actually aligned. And as such, I ask that all of you oppose this bill in the strongest terms possible and think of the people and communities who will be harmed if you support the bill. Thank you.
Sana, thank you, and I apologize. I can even butcher the short names.
It's okay.
But thank you for your testimony, and I think you have a point. Our generation really kind of messed this planet up, and looks like you're going to have to fix it for us at the rate we're going. Any other comments or questions? Not. Thank you for your time today. We really appreciate it. Next up, we have Andrew Cerquera, followed by Dottie Owens. Andrew, I do not see. How about Dottie Owens? I think I got Dottie right. Okay, but no Dottie. How about Christine Patton-Nod? All right, moving along. Vinnie Carbone. Okay, we're going to keep moving. Cassandra Krasinski. No, Cassandra. How about Mahmoud Awad? Not having much luck in this streak. How about Julie Brennan? Do we have a Julie Brennan?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you for being there, Julie. We appreciate it.
Yes, and thank you all for taking the time to have this hearing today. I stand in support of this bill, and I hope it moves forward. I have a family of 5 and also a small business here in Connecticut. And I also try to move my supplier every few months to get the best rates. So I do appreciate, the option to do that. We do have a newer house that we built, and with energy efficient appliances, we use propane for our cooking, and for our heat too, but our primary heat, we use a wood burning stove. So we also have central air. So my public benefits in August of last year was $130.43. And then this past January, it was $139.48. Now, mind you, in January 2024, it was $26.50, which, I didn't mind paying for. But what really bothers myself and my husband is our public benefits cost totaled $864.36 for the last 8 months. This is as much as we paid for our yearly taxes on our 2021 Ford Explorer. And this was only for 8 months. So a year of paying this, it's more than we pay on our vehicle taxes. We pay our taxes every year, business and personal taxes. Even though we have a small business, we're still living paycheck to paycheck, and we just can't afford to have our taxes increase and then also pay for other people's electricity. So anything that can help with this would be greatly appreciated. So thank you again for doing this and having this hearing, and thank you all for your time. It's much appreciated.
Julie, thank you for your testimony. Your story is one we've heard from many, and it definitely affects our thinking, and we really appreciate your taking the time with us. I don't see any questions or comments, so we thank you and move on. Next up is Jason Pereira. Is Jason with us? I don't think so. So next up we have Chris Phelps. I saw Chris around lately, so Chris has got to be here.
Thank you, Representative. I even brought my sleeping bag, figuring I'd be here a lot later than this. So go figure.
Feel free to stay to the end.
You got it. I'm Chris Phelps. I'm State Director with Environment Connecticut. I'm also an advisor for ConPERG. And I mention that because I've worked as a consumer, ratepayer, and environmental advocate focusing on energy issues here in Connecticut for almost 25 years now. And I've submitted testimony. I wanted to just mention briefly, we do have some concerns about the nuclear provisions in Senate Bill 4, primarily relating to the need, as there's a lot of hype around small modular reactors and a lot of hope around them, I suppose. But there is a need to consider the potential ratepayer impacts down the road. There's a lot of open questions about the costs of pursuing that technology for baseload generation versus niche applications. And we would encourage you as policymakers to consider measures in statute, new measures in statute, to ensure that that potential excessive costs of new nuclear construction is not passed on to ratepayers, which is kind of a theme today, I suppose. And that, on that note, I want to turn to Senate Bill 647, which we've also testified in opposition to. Our opposition, as I note in my testimony, for one reason is that we've already testified against about half of this bill in the form of Senate Bill 1353, I believe it was, a week ago, which has been cut and pasted into this, along with additional provisions. This legislation certainly is well-intentioned, as you heard a lot of testimony about. There's a lot of concern about electric costs, but it goes after removing policies in our that are paid for through electric rates, as has been talked about, paid for through electric rates because they benefit ratepayers, not taxpayers necessarily. Policies like our conservation and load management and energy efficiency programs that help people reduce their electric bills for their homes and for their businesses, but also reduce electric costs for supply, for transmission and distribution, the other components of our electric rates. If we undercut or eliminate many of these types of programs, the net effect might be that a small component of our rates will go down, but people's electric bills are what they pay. We pay bills, not rates. And if our bills don't go down, did we see a benefit from that change? I would say no. I just want to turn to that point of our rates. In the last few moments I have before the bell goes off. I actually sat down and looked, as I mentioned, I think on page 3 of my testimony, looked at my Eversource bills going back a number of years. And I wanted to look at the rates and see what we've been paying. And as has been mentioned earlier, darn it, there it goes, I'll sum it up. It's been mentioned earlier, our rates have had extreme volatility and been reflected, you had extreme volatility reflected in them for many, many years. I moved to Connecticut 35 years ago. My rates that I've paid for electricity have always risen. My bills have always risen. But when I looked at my rates just over the last few years, what I noted was supply rates are wildly, as has been talked about, wildly volatile here in Connecticut. They doubled 2 years ago, literally doubled month over month, and stayed that way for 6 months, as we know. Then came back down, then went back up again, then came back down again. Transmission and distribution rates have steadily increased, but at a slow, frankly, moderate rate. And then the public benefits rates, 2 years ago when we were paying, this is the last point I'll make, when we were paying the highest rates that we've ever paid in Connecticut, we were paying 0 for public benefits. There was no public benefit rate contributing to that increase. 2 years later, today, our overall electric rates on my Eversource bill are about 4 cents, I think it is, lower than what I was paying 2 years ago. Yet the public benefits charge is much higher, in large part, as has been mentioned, because we're paying for the cost of electric supply for the Millstone nuclear power plant through that public benefit rate. So I'll stop there.
That was a little bit over 3.
I apologize, Representative. Just say we need to consider the impact on our bills and what we're paying.
Okay, so I'll take the bait.
So
you made the distinction between rates, which is what we've all been talking about. Everybody's been complaining with good cause about their electric rates. And you're saying that that doesn't perfectly correlate to what we see as the total bill. Could you explain further?
Well, it's as we've heard a lot of people talking about, and as we're all at this point well aware of, our rates on our bills are broken down. We pay based on how many kilowatt hours we use. We pay so much in rates for supply, so much in rates for transmission, so much in rates for distribution, and the poles and wires that bring electricity to our homes, and so much in rates for what is now being termed public benefits. We used to call that system benefits in Connecticut because it paid for those charges that helped invest in programs that reduced energy usage and reduced our bills. I mean, that's what I'm talking about. We pay, again, those rates based on how many kilowatt hours we use. If we use more kilowatt hours in our homes or our businesses, we pay more money. If we use less, we pay less. And that portion of our electric bills, the portion that's relatively small portion of our rates that pays for the programs that helps us use less energy, that's what helps us save money on electric supply, on transmission, on distribution. That's what I was really getting at, Representative. And so I think I heard, possibly it was my Senator Needleman, use the term throwing the baby out with the bathwater earlier. That's the risk here, that in order to get short-term reduction in one small component, relatively small component of our rates, we end up throwing the baby out with the bathwater and spending more for electricity nonetheless down the road.
So I'll use a different aphorism. You have to spend money to make money. In this case, we have to spend money to save even more money.
Yeah, that's another definitely fair way of putting it. And, and Representative, I would just add that, we've heard a lot about the millstone component of the public benefits rate increase that hit last July. And as I mentioned earlier, I mentioned my testimony, that's paying for electric supply in essence. And I think I've advocated before this committee in years past. I certainly advocated against that legislation in 2017. And I'm glad that Senator Harding voted against it back in the day, as he mentioned earlier. But one of the things that I've advocated for, regardless of that one's perspective on that policy, is what I just said. That's a charge for electric supply when all is said and done. And if that charge for electric supply were on our bills as a line item underneath the electric supply portion, you'd probably be having, just that one change would mean you'd probably be having a very different political and policy conversation right now, because the public benefits charge would be a lot lower on our bills.
Well, I'm not even going to speculate on how bad things would have been if we put it in a different part of the bill.
Fair enough.
All right. Any questions or comments? If not, Chris, thank you for your time today. And
Thank
I
you.
guess you can say you told us so, but it doesn't do us any good.
Fair enough.
Next up is Denise Cormier, followed by Lori Riley. Is Denise with us? Okay, how about Lori Riley? Okay, we're going to keep moving. Charles Baugh. Okay, Karen Cole. Karen, no? All right, next up, we have Gannon Long from Operation Fuel. Gannon doesn't seem to be here either. How about Mike DeFranco? I don't know whether to be insulted or relieved that nobody's here. Misha McFadden. It must be something good going on somewhere else. That could be it, but that's where the excitement is elsewhere. All right, how about Tanya Wells? I think Tanya's here. I see Tanya.
Mike DeFranco's on. Can you come back to me after Tanya just so I can get my notes together?
Certainly, we will, Mike. Let's hear from Tanya first, then we'll come back to you. Welcome, Tanya. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you for having me. It's been a long day, but I'm here. I'm trying to bring the human element back to this conversation. I'm here before you as a concerned resident, a ratepayer, deeply affected by our state's unjust energy policies. I moved to Connecticut in July 2024. I had no prior connection to the state or its energy challenges, yet I find myself forced to pay for the losses of the pandemic era and more. Before moving here, I never imagined that the basic utilities would be such a financial burden. I was shocked to discover that the majority of my bill isn't for the energy I consume at all, but for artificially inflated delivery charges. Otherwise, my bills would be similar to what I paid in other states. The fact of it is, in July, my energy bill was $780, $406 in delivery fees. And just in comparison, my bill in June of that same year in North Carolina, which was hotter, was $167. Despite making my home as energy efficient as possible, lowering the thermostat to 62 degrees, dressing warmly in the wintertime, using space heaters and blankets, my bill remains unmanageable. There's no alternative energy company here, so I have no option but to pay these fees. This isn't a partisan issue. It's a Connecticut issue. It's about fairness, accountability, and recognizing that the status quo is not working. The people of Connecticut have paid enough. It's time to stop reaching into their pockets and forcing them to pay what you feel is right. You, as elected officials, must make a choice. Do you stand with the hardworking families of Connecticut, or do you allow energy companies to continue exploiting them unchecked? Let's think of the simple solution first. Stop the public benefit charges. I urge you to support Senate Bill 647. Thank you.
Thank you for your time, and we do hope you will continue to enjoy being in Connecticut and will stay in Connecticut. But we take your point. Are there any questions or comments? If not, Tanya, thank you for your time. We will go back to Mike DeFranco, who I understand is ready and willing and able to talk to us now.
I am. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Please
Okay,
proceed.
thanks. Thanks for hearing me. Thanks for gathering to discuss this. I know it's been a long day for all you and you have a longer day coming up. So appreciate it. Want to kind of go over two aspects. I'll try to keep this to 3 minutes too. So the two kind of areas that I want to go into is the bill with some adjustments, main content being the discussion of the public benefits and then green energy. I'd ask you to all think about as you go through this bill and maybe restructuring the bill or keeping it or whatever you want up doing. Ask yourself, would I do this at my house? Would it make sense for me to spend this money if it was my own salary, whatever that salary may be? So if you look at some numbers, the public benefit increased by 380% since last August timeframe, July or August when it went up. That's a substantial increase. I went back, I've owned my house since 2012. I went back and looked at my bills and it had been a couple percent every year before that. So what wasn't a big increase overall. I think from 2012 to now, the whole bill itself increased something in the 80% range. And I have a bunch of stats I put together. So really, I think that we should, I'm supportive of Bill 647. I think that it needs to be changed slightly though, kind of want to make that known. I'd say the public rates should be reverted back to the pre-August timeframe. I think that was a good mix. That gave enough benefit where you had some programs that were beneficial to people, but it wasn't a big thing into people's bills, right? I think the next option change is May 1st. I believe the current program goes to August 30th. We should take that into account. To me, the old rates kind of pre that July timeframe were acceptable. Also worried about the rate increases more. There's another bill that was recently passed. I believe it was in December. I don't have the bill in front of me, but it talked about smart metering. Smart metering. That bill would basically apply $855 million onto us as taxpayers. That basically equates to $600 per household. I'd like to see the savings of that. Smart metering to me is going to drive cost up. You're going to pay more when you're home, when everyone, less in the day. So if you have solar, you're going to pay less because you're going to pay back at a lower rate. When you're home later on, you're going to wind up paying more money because there's more people coming home from work in those peak hours. So you're going to pay more because that's more. The usage is going to be more because more people are available between, we'll just say 4 and 9 p.m. Kind of the public sector, kind of two areas that went up from my understanding. The thousands of people that couldn't pay their bills for extended period of times. To me, we live in a democracy, not a communism and socialist country. Those should have been paid for by AARP funds if we decided to go that route, not ARPA, sorry, not AARP, ARPA funds versus that. To me, putting it back on all the ratepayers was not the right thing to do. Also, I feel like there was some backdoor shady deals with Millstone. If you look currently, someone mentioned the price per Millstone per megawatt. If you break that down per kilowatt, it comes to 4.99 cents. The generation rate right now in Connecticut is about 11. So Millstone's a cheaper deal. I don't understand why we're not buying 100% of our power from Millstone. Don't understand why we need backdoor deals with Millstone. Just take their power, their nuclear power plant, Nuclear likes to operate at 100% efficiency, meaning they're on or off. There's no throttling like there is for fossil fuel or other types of, solar energy power plants. Run them at 100%. Have Connecticut buy that power at 100%. Why do we need a deal? Just buy it. We're going to buy 100% of it. We know that they're only comprised of maybe 30 to 40% of our power in the grid. Use them 100%. Green investment. So I feel there's been a lot of talk from other folks about green investment, and one thing I don't think that personally I'm not convinced is the return on investment. So there was a lot of people that talked, and I think there was someone from DEEP that said, there's gates and different things that look to make decisions, but I'm not convinced that we really do look at the ROI. I'm in a business where I do need to look at ROI depending if I want to do something new in manufacturing. I don't feel like we do. I'll give you an example. I went to a seminar in New Haven about 1 or 2 years ago I think Orsted was having it. The governor was supposed to show up, but he wound up going to New York for something. It was really a seminar to look at wind power going off the coast and what's going on there. So one thing that really happened in that was I asked, well, can you tell me the sustainment cost? They had a lot of good info on this is the cost to go build the windmill farm, but they didn't know what happened after that. So I said, you're in the sea. It's a different environment. You have to build ships to get there. You have to oil them. Do you understand how long the blades are going to last? All that types of stuff. No one could answer any of those questions. So to me, we didn't know the sustainment costs. We're putting it in. Look at Block Island. Block Island, if you look at their overall rate.
Marco, maybe you can't hear, but the 3-minute thing went off twice now. Could you summarize your remarks, please?
Sure. So basically, I don't think that was a good investment. Overall, to me, I think that we got to look at return on investment, and that we really deferring it to just the public benefits charge should be removed, but really brought back to the old rates, not removed, and putting in the general fund doesn't fix the issue, just defers the cost of something else. So I'd ask you guys as a caucus to consider that, revise the bill, proceed forward with it, but maybe with some revision language. So thank you for letting me speak. I'm very much appreciated.
Thank you for your testimony. We do appreciate it. Seeing no questions or comments, we'll thank you for your testimony. We will now move to Jean Correo, followed by Mark Edens. Is Jean with us? Mark Edens then. All right, next up is Kate Prokop. I see she's in the waiting room, so we can welcome Kate.
Good evening, Chairman, ranking members, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in strong support of Bill 647, which seeks to bring what I feel is much needed oversight and accountability to the Public Benefits Fund. I stand with Representative Nuccio and Senator Gordon and really calling for a full review of the programs funded by the surcharge and really what is a long overdue conversation about which programs are benefiting ratepayers and which ones are, really just driving up costs and showing no return or very little return. For years, Connecticut residents have been forced to pay into a system that lacks transparency and measurable results. The public benefits charge is embedded in every single electric bill and has evolved into what I really feel is a funding mechanism for a growing number of state mandated programs. It's in the 50s, I believe it was said, many which again have not been proven to reduce costs or really improve grid reliability. Meanwhile, we have, I think, the second highest utility rates in the entire country. Families and businesses we're struggling with these costs. It's past time that this committee takes this to the legislature to take action. I really think it would be a great idea to move this into the general fund where this could be debated openly with the entire legislature, again, at the same level of scrutiny as other state-funded initiatives. This really is not just a matter of financial responsibility. At this point, it's about restoring public trust in our energy policies. And, if these programs are effective, as you claim, they should have no problem being evaluated and justified and funded through the proper process. And if not, then we really need to have the courage to eliminate them in a bipartisan effort to relieve all ratepayers of unnecessary burdens. Furthermore, if the state intends to continue requiring us to fund these initiatives as ratepayers, then there has to be some kind of direct benefit I like, that idea that was discussed, credits, rebates, something for the consumers. I mean, truly, if you are committed to affordability and sustainability, you have to ensure that your consumers are rewarded for their contributions and not just forced to pay these higher bills under this vague promise of future savings. Hiding costs in utility bills has allowed for wasteful and honestly ineffective programs to go continually unchecked for just far too long. If this committee's own leadership in this hearing admitted that they don't have the answers, then it's clear that a broader legislative oversight needs to be had to restructure how these funds are managed to ensure that ratepayers are getting the real value for their money. Representative Steinberg and others in the legislature should not be asking the struggling ratepayers to spend money to make money. That philosophy might work for private businesses, but it's unfair and unsustainable when it's applied to us, the residents, who are already dealing with the highest cost of living we've seen in modern day history. So instead, the state, I ask you to take responsibility for decisions, spending decisions, ensuring programs are transparent and effective, and please stop forcing working families to foot the bill on policies that we never had a say in. Again, I support the bill 647. I think it's a step in the right direction, and it really deserves some bipartisan conversation. So I hope that we see that. Thank you.
Kate, thank you for your testimony. We do appreciate it. We take your points. Questions or comments? I don't see any. So thank you again. Next up is Stan Gowisnock, followed by Mark Dawley. Is Stan with us? Is Mark with us? How about Antonio Cabral? Okay, how about Peter Festa? In the form of Terry Eichel.
No, he left. He's the vice chair of my group, so he figured we would say the same things. Hi, my name is Terry Eichel. I'm the executive director for the Interreligious Eco-Justice Network. I want to thank Representative Steinberg, Senator Needleman, and the members of the Energy and Technology Committee for the opportunity to testify today in opposition to SB 647. I work with houses of worship across Connecticut on environmental issues, and one of their biggest things is energy efficiency. We have beautiful historic houses of worship in our state, and they're community centers where people go for help, and they're also old and they are drafty, and they have some of the most outdated electric and fuel sources that you can see. In the past, just 2 years alone, hundreds of congregations have taken advantage of the small business energy and the micro business energy programs available through the utilities. They've done lighting projects and insulation. They've installed heat pumps and hot water heat pumps and solar on their congregational buildings, on their parsonages. One is doing a ground mount in their parking lot. And this is something that has really helped them reduce their bills. My contact person at Union Baptist sent me an email saying, "We praise God that you told us about these programs." And when they save money, they have more funding to help their communities. And literally, I kind of Googled everyone and made sure I looked at your districts. I have congregations in every single one of your districts. And they haven't stopped at their buildings. They've done home weatherization campaigns in their churches to help their people also take advantage of the program and reduce their energy use and reduce their energy bills. And our Savior Lutheran in Thomaston, I want to just give a little acknowledgement to. They did the small business program, and it was so successful, they decided they wanted to do a heat pump hot water heater because they needed to replace that. So then they ran a home weatherization campaign in their congregation, and the vendor kindly donated the $75 copay back to the church, which then they used as a fundraiser to fund the heat pump hot water heater. So they have helped reduce their energy use and their carbon emissions and their pollution emissions as a church, and then also within their community. And that has reduced their energy bills. But it's not just about the savings for houses of worship. I just want to be clear. People of faith feel that we have a moral, a theological, spiritual, ethical call to care for the planet and the people and all of its inhabitants, and also use the resources wisely. So these programs help them do that. And so I just want to say, I oppose this bill. Energy efficiency is the best way to reduce energy bills. It is the cleanest, the energy we don't use is our cleanest and cheapest energy. It is my first stopping point when I'm talking to houses of worship.
You, Terry, I think, at least I hope that we're all trying to be ethical here.
Yeah.
Want to be supportive, of not just individual people's needs, but also some collective needs, things that benefit all of us. So,
And just, if I could just say, when I hear people saying, talking about their bills and how high they are, my heart breaks. And I want to sort of follow them out of the room and say, have you heard about the Home Energy Solutions Program? They really are great programs. And having worked with houses of worship are actually wonderful conduits for this type of information, for helping people, because they are a trusted source in their towns. So thank you very much.
thank you. Representative Mara.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming today. I really appreciate your testimony. And I think you and I can really agree on the efficiency part. Excuse me. I absolutely agree that we need efficiency, and that is a way we can move forward. And I think I could speak for everyone on this committee that that's something that we want to preserve. And wanting efficiency or not wanting efficiency shouldn't be support or not support for this bill, because no one here wants to take away those effective policies. So I just want to be very clear when we speak on that.
On page 7, line 647, it eliminates funding for the Connecticut Green Bank, which supports all of those programs.
It moves them all into appropriations is what it does.
And see, I feel that volatility is going to be very detrimental. We're in a situation where you give a man a fish or teach him how to fish situation. If we have people that are struggling to pay their bills, we are going to help them. And this is what houses of worship do all the time. They're regularly approached by people who need help. We're going to help them pay their bills through great programs like Operation Fuel. But the energy efficiency programs are investments to help them reduce their energy costs and the utility costs over time. So, I think these programs have been working well as in where they are. If we put them in the general budget, I'm very worried they're going to get cut as we deal with other budget issues.
So yeah, I appreciate that. We actually had the ranking of appropriations in here earlier, and she walked us through many steps, and I feel very confident that we can move forward with this because we all do support it. Thank you so much.
I wish I was as confident. Any other questions or comments? If not, Terry, thank you for your testimony. Please thank Peter as well for your channeling him.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
We're going to go back for a moment to Mark LeBlanc, who apparently is now available to speak with us. Mark, welcome.
Thank you very much. Yeah, sorry, I was having some difficulties with my speech there. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. As an expert in Farmington Valley, a technology expert, I've helped over 4,000 households save millions of dollars on their cable and internet bills and various other home technologies. Today, I'm here to support the bill. I have a family of 7, an electric bill that includes $333 in usage and an astounding $627 in additional charges. After reviewing my bill, I strongly believe the benefits charge needs to be removed due to wasteful spending within the programs it funds. I believe many of the programs are noble in intent, but need to be funded in other ways, not a mandatory tax. I also feel that some of the other Eversource charges need to be evaluated and regulated accordingly. So I fully support clean energy and acknowledge the reality of climate change. However, as a technology professional, I know there are far more cost-effective ways for homeowners to contribute to a cleaner environment without being forced to pay excessive fees. Moreover, why should ratepayers be responsible for funding the infrastructure needs of a publicly traded company? This financial burden has been unfairly shifted to consumers, allowing the company to increase shareholder profits and fund excessive bonuses. instead of treating infrastructure as a standard business expense. It's time to put an end to the practice. Thank you.
Thank you for your time and thanks for hanging in there so you got a chance to testify. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you again for your participation in today's hearing. Next up, we have Bruce Farmer, followed by Cindy Jordan. Is Bruce with us? I don't see Bruce, but I do see Cindy online. Cindy, welcome.
Hi, sorry about that. I was going to say good morning, but it is now almost good evening. My name is Cindy Jordan. I'm speaking today as a citizen and resident of Connecticut for my entire life. I'm not affiliated with any group. I'm just simply a voice for those who could not be here today to express their frustration and to demand action. I appreciate all of the information that was shared today and everyone's time. It's very sad that it has come to this. The public benefits charge on our electric bills has long been an unjustified burden on consumers. But on July 1st last year, it surged to an outrageous 25 to 30% of our total electric costs. And this is just not unfair. It's unacceptable. In September of 2024, my public benefits charges were $144, as opposed to the $11 public benefit charge in May of 2024. When my 88-year-old neighbor called Eversource to let them know she couldn't afford her public benefits charges due to her very limited and fixed income, she was told she could apply to receive public benefits. And this is just creating a larger number of consumers that once could support themselves to now depend on the aid of the public benefits. And that is supported mostly by the Democratic politicians. I know this isn't supposed to be a political, speech. I've heard the explanations claiming these charges fund financial assistance programs, energy efficient initiatives, renewable energy purchases, and electric vehicle incentives. And let's be clear, we, the consumers, should not be forced to pay for programs that we may never benefit from. For example, I don't qualify to put solar on my home. These are additional costs imposed without our consent on top of the already exorbitant electric rates. I want to add that last fall, free movie tickets and free zoo tickets were sent out to residents of a small group in certain specific towns in the state of Connecticut. And on the bottom of those tickets, it stated that they were paid for and funded by the public benefits charge on our electric bills. Why? I also want to say that it was confirmed today that a large portion of these fees is being used to cover unpaid debts from the COVID-19 pandemic. Many of those residents that took advantage of that program because they were out of work are actually currently paying back these debts on their own in their electric bill. Let me ask you this: why should hardworking residents be responsible for covering the debt of others that is, some of it, being repaid already? Connecticut consumers are not a bailout fund. But here's the real question: where did the ARPA funds go? The federal government allocated billions of dollars in ARPA relief to states, specifically to help with COVID-related financial burdens. Why weren't those funds used to cover the unpaid utility debts instead of shifting the cost onto the residents that had to work through the pandemic? Why are we, the ratepayers, being forced to carry this debt while ARPA funds are still not fully accounted for? And from what I was told yesterday, there's a large amount of interest now in some fund somewhere in government funding. So please consider removing the public benefits charges from our electric bills. I know that the bill that, everybody's discussing today, Bill 647, it has a lot packed into that bill. I agree with a lot of it. I don't agree with some of it. If that is the only way to get the public benefits funds removed, then I am in support of it. I do believe that the ARPA funds allocated to assist with COVID relief needs to be applied to the unpaid debt from the pandemic. That should be first and foremost. Connecticut residents are struggling. All residents, even the ones that were considered wealthy at one time, are struggling. This isn't a political issue. It's about fairness, transparency, and affordability. I also would like to address
Pardon,
that.
the alarm has gone off twice now. Could you please summarize?
Okay, absolutely. I didn't hear an alarm. I wanted to address Senator Needleman directly. As a senator in my district, I'm very disappointed in your remarks and attitude today. You claimed that the people of Connecticut must be okay with the public benefits, and so many Democrats were voted back in. And that just doesn't sit right with me because that is not the truth. And also, you said that you like user fees that people who use something pay for. So if that's the case, then why am I paying for programs that I don't use? And also, Senator Needleman, if you want to learn how to change an outlet in your home, I'd be more than happy to show you. It's very easy. I truly thank you all for your time, and I do welcome any questions or comments. Thank you so much.
We'll make sure next time Senator Needleman needs to change a light bulb or deal with that he gives you a call. So thank you for the offer.
Mhm.
Seeing no further questions or comments, we appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
Next up would be Vincent Mays. Do we have Vincent here? No? How about Jeffrey Sir? Jeffrey is here. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Representative Steinberg, members of the Energy Committee. My name is Jeffrey Sear. I'm a line worker at the United Illuminating Company. I'm also a trustee on behalf of Utility Workers Union of America, Local 470-1, representing frontline workers. Currently, SB4 contains some aspects that are acceptable that we can support. And among these, Section 8 allows for union representation to have an equal voice in developing emergency response plans along with utility companies. Frontline workers have a first-hand experience and knowledge that is both unique and underutilized. Companies collaborating with frontline utility workers is essential for creating emergency response plans for weather-related events, ensuring efficient service and the safety of the public, first responders, and utility workers. Frontline workers have an essential but dangerous job that must be performed safely 24 hours a day, 365 days of the year. Years of technical training in the classroom, as well as physically demanding on-the-job training, whether it's a blue sky day or emergency conditions caused by weather-related events, all give frontline workers both the knowledge and the experience to be considered subject matter experts necessary to develop emergency response plans in conjunctions with the utility company. Union members are representatives of the communities we serve. Being involved in the creation of emergency response plans gives you a sense of commitment and pride in restoring electricity to the people in our communities. After all, we share the same values. Safety is a primary concern for all of our frontline workers. The most dangerous work occurs during and after storms. We manage down wires, broken poles, leaking transformers, and other unforeseen challenges. In addition to working long, unusual hours in all types of weather. These experiences allow us to be subject matter experts regarding our safety and well-being. I appreciate the committee acknowledging the work done by frontline workers every day. However, in my view, SB4 also misses an opportunity to correct the 96-hour rule and its negative impacts on frontline utility workers. The Take Back Our Grid Act requires EDCs to provide $25 per day for a residential customer for outages extending beyond 96 hours. And while there are noble intentions with this, there are unintended consequences. Frontline workers have a passion for the jobs they do. It's a fantastic feeling to get the lights back on for families, even when their own lights at home might be off. An arbitrary time signaling when all power should be restored places undue stress and fatigue on workers already enduring extreme temperatures, long hours, and adverse conditions. Thank you for hearing my testimony.
Thank you, Jeff. Sorry, I missed the beginning of it. again, I want to reiterate my extreme gratitude to the frontline workers that put themselves at risk, certainly even more so after there's a storm. The 96-hour decision to take back our grid was very specifically targeted at a moment in time where I thought there was an opportunity for the utilities themselves. I cannot figure out the right spot for this. I'm going to apologize ahead of time if I'm cracking in your ear. When another public utility in the region that had experienced the same storm provided some relief to the ratepayers in their territory, right? It was during the pandemic. There was a power outage that extended. There was food and medicine being lost. There were restricted supplies of food and medicine at that point. We were at the beginning of the pandemic, or before there was a vaccination, there was still lockdowns. And we felt that it was very important. And I kind of asked, like, why don't you guys do this? Con Ed, Con Ed. I don't even know how to describe it, but they did it. And we felt that it was important to provide people some relief. I didn't feel it was important to provide everybody relief, because somebody like me, it's not going to change my life, but there were people for whom losing that food and that medicine was really an unreasonable burden at that moment in time. So that's what led to the law. It was originally 72 hours, then it became 96. It in no way is an attempt to force power to come back on. And that's why we added some sections in Senate Bill 4 to try to address the fact that this is not meant to be a time certain for restoration, but a point at which maybe people would get some help. And even if you look at where we were at during and after Isaias, the percentage of outages and the number of people that would have applied to was not a large number. I didn't want to put the pressure on the workers as much as to put the pressure on the company to help people. And I felt that there was the old one or the new one. Ozio's tearing the joint apart. I don't know. Must have been the chicken that went through his head. Got to lighten up the mood here. Anyway, so I think that there's an opportunity maybe to take a look at this, maybe make it a little bit more income dependent, maybe to do something where the people that need the help get the help. Because I think it's important that those people still get the help if they're out of power and they lose food and medicine. So, but we put stuff in Senate Bill 4, sections that address the fact that it's not allowed, management is not allowed to put that kind of pressure on you, not allowed to create an unsafe work environment. It was about some compensation for people that needed it, not a bill to try to put pressure on the workers. The fact that management, you folks perceive that that's what they're doing, that's unfortunate. And I'd like to rectify that. And I've expressed a willingness to try to work on that. But I also believe strongly that the utilities have some responsibilities to their ratepayers. So we're just trying to strike that balance. But I appreciate your testimony. I hope you can appreciate that we're trying to mediate between the interests of, I've said to other people that in my view, the pyramid here is ratepayers, workers, sort of line supervisors, managers, senior managers at the top, and then shareholders. And my least consideration is the shareholders and the senior executives, because frankly, they're going to do just fine. But my concern after the ratepayers has always been the line people who are out there doing the job and the people just above them that are frantic after a storm, getting calls from 169 municipal CEOs. When's my power coming on from entities throughout the state that need the power? I understand the pressure. I've been in it probably 15 times in my career as a municipal official. So I don't want it to fall on you guys, but I also believe that the companies have a responsibility here. So with that, I'm going to see if anybody else says anything. And I thank you for your coming and being patient and well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, let's figure out where we are. Robert Guerrero. Ooh, I don't know how to pronounce that one. Guerrero, followed by William Wilson. Robert. Going once. Nope. William Wilson, followed by Scott Pearson. William. Going once. Nope. Scott. You're muted, Scott.
Senator Needleman, how are you?
Are you of the petition, Scott?
I am, sir.
Oh.
And we've talked before. So I was there for a very long time, but of course, due to circumstances, I had to be on Zoom. In November 2014, the U.S. Energy Information Administration released a report saying that Connecticut has found to be the second highest average retail electricity in the country. And a decade later, nothing has changed. Today, Connecticut residents continue to pay most of the highest energy costs in the nation, burdened by worse with additional charges that are unrelated and with the public benefits charge, forcing ratepayers to subsidize programs that should be funded through the state budget. So I am in support of 647, and I know your position on it, but I've heard a lot of testimony, and I would like to appeal to your empathy. Nobody has heard more horror stories of seniors and people on limited and fixed income than I have. And during this 8-month tenure that I have burdened, but more than happy to accept, is the fact that people just can't afford to live here anymore. They just cannot live here with the public benefits. And even a person who had 10% energy assistant program or something like that, he said it was 10% because he fell below the poverty level and he still can't pay his bill. So there's a lot of smart people in that room. And I know you're one of them. And there's got to be a way to fix this. There's not going to be an easy way, but there has to be a good way to fix this, because I'm the 4th generation Connecticut citizen here. And I've never seen this happen to any other state. Since I started the petition back in August of 2024, it's been that long. 5 people have moved out of state. That one that helped me start a petition, my friend Adam. And there was something mentioned about high electricity is throughout the country. I have to differ with that, only because of the fact that my buddy Adam in North Carolina, during the hottest months, he paid $77 total for his electricity bill. So I'm not sure what that facts are coming from, but I just want to reiterate the fact that the public benefit charges need to be removed and they need to be put in the general state budget. And I am in support of SB 647.
Thank you, Scott. I did enjoy my conversation with you. In the middle of all of that, respectfully disagree with how we should handle it, but I know Senator Fazio is eager to have a conversation with you.
Mr. Pearson, we've never met, but I think you're pretty famous at this point.
Not really.
Maybe in my world of Connecticut energy policy, you are. And I appreciate not only the fact that you brought to the public attention and to the attention of state policymakers the widespread concern with this issue, but that even in your testimony here, you're very civil, very constructive, inviting basically some sort of compromise and progress that hopefully can be made on a bipartisan basis. You and I support Senate Bill 647, but we hope that something can be done. How many people signed your petition across the state, and what did the petition say?
I just looked. It's 74,426. Thank you very much, Senator, and I do appreciate it. I don't think I'm as famous as you, and I don't want to be famous, but I do have a great deal of respect of everyone in that room and their political views. But I do have to say that you can't put initiatives over people. And I think that's what's happening here with public benefits. There is a right way and a wrong way, and you have to figure out a different way to get this done and fix this, because seniors all over, especially the one, it was a heartbreaking one, and I'm referring to notes, so I'm sorry, I'm looking away from the screen because I'm not a public speaker like you guys. She was crying to me because she had to move away because she couldn't afford Connecticut anymore. And maybe it's not just because of the public benefits, because of the taxes, but she had grandchildren here, and she's going to miss her six grandchildren. Their sixth birthday she's going to miss. And she can't turn on heat in the summer, in the winter, and she can't turn on the AC in the summer. Yeah. So, anyways, and I also, Representative Steinberg, I also enjoyed our conversation. I understand how complicated it is to acquire energy through the state, and I don't envy your task, but I do have to plead with you to please figure out some other way, getting these public benefits off the electric bill into the state budget. I know you don't agree, and it doesn't have to be done all at once, but we need to do something, some action that has to be done, because we can't go for a third decade of being the highest bills in the country.
Yeah, I think it's 3 centuries worth of charges that we're paying in a short period of time. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Pearson. Thank you for your advocacy. 74,000 Connecticut residents signing a petition, all in agreement that they want to reduce public benefits charges. Wow. I don't know if there's ever been a petition in the state of Connecticut to get so many signatures. And your stories that the retelling are very sad and very concerning. Seniors who can't afford to pay their bills and are choosing to move out of the state because of the high electric costs, the high taxes, the high cost of living in the state. Hopefully we can do something about it. And your leadership and advocacy has certainly brought this to the public attention. So we thank you for not only testifying, but also the constructive and congenial manner of your testimony.
Oh, thank you very much, sir.
That's all.
Thank you, Scott. Anyone else? Jared Kirchberger, followed by Kevin Iannotti. Jared? Going once? Nope. Kevin Iannotti, followed by Laura Derico. Kevin? No. Laura Derico, followed by Justin Benson. Laura? No. Justin Benson, followed by Heather Cowett. Heather Cowett, followed by Russell Cox. Heather? Heather Russell Cox, followed by Paul Anglerucci.
Here.
Russell? Russell Cox?
Nope, Paul Angelucci.
Nope, I'm just waiting for Russell Cox. Nope. Paul, you're up.
Thank you.
Followed by Maria Weingarten.
Good afternoon, Senator Needleman, Representative Steinberg, Senator Fazio, Representative Marr, and members of the Energy and Technology Committee. My name is Paul Angelucci. I'm president of the SVFT. I represent the 1,375 high school teachers across the state in the CTEC system. I stand today opposed to Senate Bill 647, an act concerning protection consumer access to affordable electricity. The ratepayer fund in question today is directly benefiting the 11,850 students across the state by giving them hands-on experience. Since 2010, over 10,000 kids have been through the Green Step program. And, you know, at each school, and I know some of you have toured them, I've been on the tour myself with you, that we build e-houses, which Green Step funds. And it gives the opportunity for the kids not only to get hands-on training, but it gives them real-world certifications. It gives them the skills that take, you know, right into the field with them. And it's a culmination of all the trades along with Green Step. You know, today in Connecticut, you have a housing shortage. You have the future need of a bigger grid and power plants, and we're literally teaching the next generation the green technology that's needed for all of us, but they are learning this hands-on right out the door. This fund, it's essential in providing a direct pipeline for students in the technical school system with opportunities in the industry. Without it, the children wouldn't have the Connecticut Science Fair and the Green Workforce Summer Program that keeps our kids active through the summer months when schools are closed. And, you know, I believe all the students, obviously we all do, you know, should have access to explore a career that will provide them and their future families. You know, the CTEC system, we're training these kids, and like myself, before this, I had a much cooler job. I taught plumbing and heating in the high school. And, you know, these jobs, they stay in Connecticut. You know, my plumbing license is only good in Connecticut. And everyone we train becomes a Connecticut upper class, middle class, tax-paying resident. But this technology through Green Step, since 2011, has been just an incredible exposure for them for green technology. We know the state sometimes can't move fast enough in upgrading the schools as new technology moves in. And in the trades themselves, that technology, I can tell you, you know, I'm a 82 graduate of the system of Bullard Havens plumbing, and technology moves at a blinding rate. And Green Step has helped us stay in step with that. So I appreciate your time today, and I thank you for all you do.
I want to thank you, Paul, and thank you for all that you do, changing careers and morphing into a job that looks forward into the economy is a great thing, and I'm glad that we're able to be part of that. Senator Fazio.
Mr. Angelucci, thank you for your testimony. I did not know that this program was part of the public benefits funding. You know, it gets to the fact that the structure and the process here, I think, is problematic, that there are important programs that are part of the public benefits, and there's really no way for anyone in the legislature to know about it because it doesn't go through a periodic examination process as we have during the normal appropriations process. Obviously, this type of training, this type of education, you know, belongs in our state, and it could very well belong in our general fund, which funds educational programming in the state of Connecticut. I was pretty surprised to see it in that this is part of the public benefits funding in our bill. Again, I think that there is clearly something problematic with the process here in the state of Connecticut that no one in the legislature, which is the body charged with taxing and spending people's dollars in this state, would likely have known about this because of how the public benefits are funded almost into perpetuity compared to how budgets are forged in the state. So, I hope you know that that this is the exact type of program that would likely be continued to see funding, maybe even see more funding through the general fund if Senate Bill 647 was passed. But again, I was even surprised to hear that it's part of the public benefits section. Again, it's not directly doing generation or delivery of electricity, but it is a program that's educational in nature and certainly warrants being part of the appropriations process through the general fund. So I thank you for your work. Thank you for your testimony and bringing this to our attention.
I couldn't agree with you more. As of today, out of the 11,800 students, currently 4,000 have access to the Green Step program and all its benefits. So I thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Paul. Maria Weingarten, followed by Jan Schaefer.
Good afternoon to the committee. Thank you all for letting me present to you. My name is Maria Weingarten. I'm a former auditor with PwC, a realtor currently, member of my town's Board of Finance in New Canaan, and a member of the Affordable Housing Committee. I'm also a founder of CT 169 Strong. I'm here to talk about SB 647 in support of it, and I wanted to share with you a couple of thoughts. As a member of CT 169 Strong, I know that we've been very focused on housing cost burden, and that's something that we hear a lot from the housing advocates. And my concern here is that when you think about housing costs, that includes your rental cost, your mortgage and principal interest, and then it also includes your property taxes, your home insurance, and your energy costs. So I find it concerning that we had such a big rise in the last 10 months, just as this session is going on through the end of this session, and all of Connecticut was hit with these high increases in our public benefits charges. Because I know a lot of the bills in housing focus on how many units of housing are needed and how many people are cost burdened. So the fact that we've jumped up what those bills are at this exact time struck me as more than just coincidence. So that's a bit of a concern for me. And I do would like to talk about a couple of these funding issues. So when you think about the fact that, you've got some fiscal guardrails and there are so many different priorities that the legislators have, how do you fund things? It can be through the state budget, which of course to me seems like the most logical conclusion, because it's there where you actually have to figure out your competing needs, just like we all do. When we have a budget, we can't overspend, and we don't have somebody else's pocket that we can go into to use money to pay for our costs on different things that we want to do, that we'd like to have, but we can't necessarily have. So another way is to do unfunded mandates on municipalities. And I'm definitely focused on that, because as a member of my Board of Finance, we know that those unfunded mandates do impact our towns. Another way is to have PURA push through these costs as a public benefit charge onto residents' bills. And that's what we are here talking about today. And then another thing is to consider is whether we should be matching costs with the people who are benefiting. Who benefits? So if we think about those EV charges, those chargers that have to be that were installed, that were installed in the different municipalities, it would have been more reasonable to have those financed and have anybody who uses those pay for the costs of those, because there should be no free ride in Connecticut. We should be making sure that if you're able to afford an EV and you want to charge in town, you should be able to have a charge in town, but you should use the funds that you pay for that, because we pay for gas when we need our car to run, and the same should be true of EVs. So those are just a couple of thoughts I wanted to have. I'll be submitting testimony related to a couple of the other items related to the moratorium, which should have been funded through COVID costs, because again, I'm a firm believer in matching your costs with your expenses, your costs with what makes sense and how they should be paid. And given that that was COVID related, that seems like would have been the most rational way to pay for that. So that's it. And I thank you for listening to me today. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. No one else, anyone else? No. Jan Schaefer, followed by Victoria Eggers.
Hi, good afternoon, members of the Energy Committee. My name is Jan Schaefer. I live in New Canaan, Connecticut. My professional background is corporate finance, commercial real estate finance, and wealth management. But I'm coming at this more from a personal perspective in terms of the public benefits that are on our electric bills. I am in the fortunate position that I can afford to pay for those extra charges on my electric bill. But I have many people that I know that live in my town, retired people, that it has been a real hardship on. Philosophically, I really feel that people, we live in a free country, and along with that freedom comes a lot of freedom of choice and responsibility. And if somebody is going to choose to put solar on their home or drive an electric vehicle, I think they should pay for the charging. And in terms of paying for other people's bills that couldn't afford to pay for them, I understand that. There are times when people are down, and I think there's another way to cover those costs besides putting them on the ratepayer. And I'll speak for myself. I, for 15 years, helped support my own parents and paid well more than what their electric bills were. And I chose to do that. And I think other people choose to do that for family members or friends, and it shouldn't be told to us that we have to pay other people's bills in this light. I also think there's some solutions. I know we've had a lot of discussion today, but nuclear power, I think in terms of all the development of AI, we need to be looking at nuclear power now and starting to build some nuclear power plants in order to stay up to date. We live between New York and Boston. We have tremendous opportunity in the state, and I think we better start to really think forward about how we're going to come up with the energy that we're going to need. And I think this is not a political thing at all. It's not about having a majority or a super majority. This is about making Connecticut affordable and desirable for people who want to come here and live. We need to be able to provide good energy sources. We need to keep down the cost of living in Connecticut. And that's the reason I'm here testifying today. So thank you for the time.
Thank you, Victoria. Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Ms. Schaefer. Good to see you. Thank you for coming to testify. And I'm sure there are many people in New Canaan and in the 36th district who share your opinion, but wanted to thank you for your thoughtful testimony. As always, not surprised that it's coming from you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you, Senator. And thank you, Victoria. Don DeForge, followed by Lori Brown. Oh, I'm sorry, Victoria Eggers.
Ms. Eggers, we need you to accept the invitation to become a panelist when it's sent to you. That's how we'll be able to see and hear you. Thank you.
Oh, I hope we didn't scare you away. If you find your way back in, we'll try to fit you in. Don DeForge, followed by Lori Brown. Don? No Don. Lori Brown, followed by Mary Doan.
Yep. Good afternoon, Senator Needleman and members of the Energy and Technology Committee. I'm Lori Brown. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut League of Conservation Voters. And I'm here to share my time with CTLCV's Deputy Director, Connor Yukaitis. I'll get right to it. We've submitted written testimony in opposition to 647, which takes in the exact opposite direction from the strong energy efficiency legislation that you just heard last week in Senate Bill 1352. Among the laundry list of things that proponents want to destroy are the programs that will actually lower electric bills and reduce the energy demand on our grid, which brings down the costs for everyone. The public benefit charge costs less than 1 cent per kilowatt hour on our utility bills in order to fund vital energy efficiency and clean energy programs. Programs funded through these charges have saved Connecticut towns and cities millions of dollars while dramatically reducing carbon emissions. So we urge every member of the committee to see how much your town has benefited from these programs. There's a link to this information and this report from Eversource in our written testimony, and I would urge every one of you to take a look and see what your towns have benefited from the public benefits charge. And with that, I'll pass it over to Connor.
Thanks, Lori. While ratepayer affordability is an important and timely concern, CTLCV feels that this bill takes a short-sighted approach by focusing on the immediate costs rather than investing in sustainable and resilient energy systems for the future. As has been said numerous times in previous testimony, the cheapest energy is the energy not used. Clean energy and energy efficiency programs not only reduce costs over time, but also insulate consumers from the volatility of fossil fuel markets. The longer we wait to invest in clean energy and energy efficiency, the longer it will take for the benefits of cleaner, cheap electricity and much more reliable grid. Meanwhile, storms, floods, fires, and damage to our communities are increasing and costly. We all deserve a healthier environment. We urge this committee to reject SB 647 and instead support policies that accelerate a transition to a clean, equitable, and sustainable energy future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Connor. Thank you, Laurie. I think you just raised an important point, between the difference between the rate and the bill, again, which Chris brought up before. You know, everybody talks about our absolute rates being high and New England's rates are high, but we've done so much to make ourselves not in the highest average cost per customer, but moved us into the middle of the pack. And I would say that a lot of the energy efficiency programs and a lot of the stabilization that's brought to our supply side through power purchase agreements of various forms of energy, Millstone and other renewables, has been quite important. And I think that that message needs to get out more, that per kilowatt hour, maybe New England is in the top, but bill size, we're not in the top. And I think that once again, it's easy to conflate a bar graph and an absolute number per kilowatt hour with what the real cost of living in a 2,500 square foot house may be. If you have an efficient house, if you use heat pumps, or even, I know you don't want to hear it, an efficient boiler, you can mitigate a lot of the cost of heating, cooling, and electrifying your home by availing yourselves of all the programs that we've initiated here that are covered through rates. And I think they are still the best way to do that, because I go back to the idea that why would you have an incentive to use any of those programs if you were not going to see a reduction in usage? So I don't think I have anything else, but yeah, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. Could you just state again what you said the public benefit rate was? In your testimony, you just mentioned a public.
Not the rate. It's that there is the charge
believe you said 1 cent per kilowatt hour.
Yes, it's 0.7.
0.7 of 1 cent
Right.
per
From-
kilowatt hour.
From where did you get that? Because I'm looking at a bill right here from Energy Company, and it's 8 cents, almost 9 cents.
That's not the information that we have from.
Well, yes, but I have a bill.
Okay.
So if you're looking at an average house using 700 kilowatts per hour, you're just short of $60 a month.
So what we have on a lot of the fact that has been assembled and the information that we've been passing around is, it says exactly this: without the 0.7 of 1 cent per kilowatt hour dedicated to renewable energy and efficiency programs, Connecticut residents would have to actually reduce their energy costs.
The combined renewable energy charge, not the entirety of the public benefits charge.
Okay, well, I think when you're putting that information out, you need to be very clear that that's not the full public benefit. I think one of the problems that we have here is that there's a lot of people that are spreading misinformation and disinformation. And I think that doesn't help the actual real conversation. So that's all I have.
It says
Thank you,
right
Mr.
here, dedicated to renewable energy and efficiency programs.
I appreciate that, and you've got that in your handout. But when you spoke today, you said the public benefit charge was 1 cent per kilowatt hour, which is inaccurate. Thank you.
I appreciate you allowing us to clarify that.
Yep.
Thank you, guys. Connor, does that mean you're not testifying at the very end?
Correct. I'll save you some time down there.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate your patience today.
Thank you.
Mary Doan, followed by Callie Acker. Mary Doan. No Mary Doan. Callie Acker, followed by Brett Wine. No Callie Acker. Brett Wine, followed by Ann Harvey. Ann Harvey, followed by Jordana Santos. Ann Harvey. Ann Harvey going once, twice. Well, sorry, Ann. Jordano Santos, followed by Irene Scribalio. I don't know, Jordano Santos.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Jordano Santos. I reside in Middlebury, Connecticut. I am opposed to the bills before us today. I'm a master electrician and a commercial energy efficiency auditor with a career in the efficiency industry spanning since 1985. I've worked with efficiency programs throughout the United States. I currently serve as a regional sales manager for USCSI, a company headquartered in Middletown, Connecticut, with a significant presence throughout the United States. You may know us by the name of Electrical Wholesalers in Connecticut. In Connecticut alone, we employ approximately 260 individuals, all of whom are directly impacted by the state's energy efficiency programs. USCSI has consistently utilized these programs to implement efficiency upgrades across all of our Connecticut facilities, demonstrating the practical benefits available to businesses. This mirrors the experience of countless small, medium, large businesses statewide who have successfully reduced their energy cost and carbon footprint in a very highly competitive market. For example, I am currently assisting a daycare facility, very small business, with a lighting replacement project. The projected savings of nearly $1,000 per month will provide a substantial boost to this small business, which they couldn't afford to do without these utility programs in place. Moreover, the programs collectively contribute to avoiding the construction of costly new power plants. If you look at the forward capacity auctions that have happened throughout the United States recently, electrical demand is through the roof. We will need to find the electricity for the new high-tech industries. AI, data centers, and new manufacturers require vast amounts of power to keep them running. We want those businesses to come to Connecticut. We will need to power them. The energy efficiency sector in Connecticut sustains over 43,000 jobs, encompassing a diverse range of roles, including salespeople, warehouse workers, truck drivers, electricians, HVAC technicians, plumbers, roofers, insulators. These positions offer both highly skilled, well-compensated career paths and start with entry-level opportunities with apprenticeship programs. For every dollar invested in these programs by the ratepayers realize over a $10 return. My extensive experience in business and energy conservation has shown me the detrimental effects of diverting ratepayer funds to the general fund. The previous instance of such a diversion resulted in the termination of these essential programs, the closure of businesses, and widespread layoffs in our industry. Connecticut energy efficiency programs are recognized as award-winning and serve as a model for other states. These programs are exceptionally well managed, and I strongly endorse the recommendation of Commissioner Dykes and her team. Transferring these programs to the general fund would expose them to political instability, jeopardizing their effectiveness. We risk the elimination of these invaluable self-funding initiatives.
Mr. Santos, can you please summarize your testimony? Your 3 minutes are up.
I am done. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for me?
Thank you, Giordano. I really appreciate that. I got to say, Electrical Wholesalers is a good company. We do business with them. Always been good to work with. But your position on energy efficiency and the value of the programs as self-perpetuating and the damage that was caused when money was swept because the general fund ran out of money should make everybody understand a little bit better why putting these in the competitive budget allocations of a budget that can be very up and down, run out of money quite easily, and why you want this to be tied to usage and savings on usage in specific. The savings of that small daycare center speak volumes. I think that people underestimate the value of just a simple lighting change and the subsidies in the energy efficiency fund that provides. Without that fund, those changes would never have begun and they would not continue because we have sort of boxed ourselves in with spending caps that some people think are appropriate, some people think need to be amended, some people think we shouldn't have. But the bottom line is the budget's always a battle. Programs like this need to be continually funded, and funding them through the rate structure is common throughout the country. It's not like we're in the wheel here. So
can I comment on that a little bit?
Sure.
During the last session, when that did happen, we saw businesses not only close, but move out of state. I saw colleagues that I'd worked with for years, and I asked them, what's going on? Like, can you sustain the business here? Unfortunately, putting a business that works in the industry in times of turmoil, it's tough. It's tough for people to say, hey, I'm going to stay in Connecticut and work in Connecticut when I can go into New York, I can go into Massachusetts, I can go into Iowa, New Jersey, wherever, and have a very, very simple line of work to go through that I'm not beholden to the whims of politics.
I appreciate that, and I think it's important that everybody understand that. So thank you. I know the work that you guys do, and I can see your LED lights up above. And I just lighting alone, all the work on lighting alone, the amount of energy is power plants worth of energy. It's been an amazing success, and it defies logic that we want to seize the moment when this particular charge went up for the first time ever, and then pull it out and put it in a competitive budget when it should be tied to usage. So with that, I want to thank you. Unless you want to go. Yep, Senator Fazio.
Thank you for your testimony, Santos. It was good to learn about what you do. And, as has been said before, I think a lot of these energy efficiency programs and subsidies are appropriate and are an important part of the programming that should exist that's supported by the state. Continues to be my position that supporting them through the general fund is reasonable. I don't think saying that, listen, I think if you take a state subsidy, whether it's through the ratepayer or through the general fund, that's by its nature the whims of politics. It was created by statute, created by the General Assembly. That is the whims of politics in the first place, and and policies do change over time. Having them stay the same way forever cannot be a reasonable expectation for any business. If it's engaged in using public programs that are subsidized by ratepayers or taxpayers. I think that putting things through the budget process, listen, healthcare is funded through the state budget process and the general fund to the tune of billions of dollars. Public education is, transportation is, all of these are vital things, and they're forced to justify themselves every 2 years before the General Assembly. I wouldn't say that those are less important needs than long-term energy contracts with large for-profit companies, which are subsidized through public benefits. We think education and healthcare are less important than long-term subsidized energy contracts with for-profit companies? I don't think so. They should have to justify themselves through the state budget process. I think that's reasonable. I think a lot of these programs will stand up through the state budget process, and some of them will get better if they go through the state budget process. But there needs to be, even theoretically, if there was a statute that said we have to re-vote on the public benefits programs every 2 years, line item by line item, that might be a good thing. And maybe it'll make the Energy and Technology Committee a little busier. It'll turn into its own finance committee in some ways. But, at least there's a process for justifying them. So I think
Senator Fazio, that defies what I believe. When somebody says I'm with the government, I'm here to help, it scares me.
I'm not the one saying that. My colleagues who defend the public benefits programs are saying that. They're the ones from the government.
It's a ratepayer funded. It's not government funded.
Yes, it's ratepayer funded.
Which is totally
different. Because the state statute forces ratepayers to pay a higher bill to fund them.
Again, it's ratepayer, not government funded. And it is justified every day.
Sorry, there was a blip on the video, and someone else came on and was commenting on it. But anyway, I do appreciate your testimony and commentary, and appreciate the time, Mr. Chairman.
Again, thank you. And I do appreciate the work that you do. And I do want to mention something about healthcare for a minute. As a business owner who pays 140% of the cost of services that my employees get to the 80% of the rate that I pay for their health insurance, I know as a business that I am subsidizing every customer, every patient in the state of Connecticut that cannot pay their bill, every Medicaid patient, and every Medicare patient, because private businesses pay 140 to 150% now of the actual cost of service. So I think that that's the perfect example to use for why this should not be funded that way that the Republicans are proposing. I just really believe that we don't want to be in a situation like we are with healthcare, where businesses become less competitive every day by ending up bearing an undue portion of the burden here. This is just another example of why government action on the budget would make this impossible. We fight every year about the billions of dollars worth of underfunded Medicaid costs to provide basic health care to people. So anyway, next up is Irene, and I'm going to botch this name.
Scribilo. That's okay. Irene is
Scribilo.
fine.
Thank you.
Irene is fine.
Followed by Cynics O'Dare.
Members of the Energy Committee, I'm urging you to oppose SB 647. We need to rethink electricity in Connecticut, just like Mr. Peterson was saying previously, but this bill is definitely not the answer. If this bill passes, it'll lock Connecticut into dirty fossil fuels forever. It'll seek to increase harmful methane gas. It eliminates programs aimed at reducing greenhouse gas emissions and air pollution reduction necessary to clean our air and protect our future. Eliminating the public benefits portion, this has been said several times today, by moving it to the general fund is just paper shuffling. Since there's no money in the general fund, a lot of times it'll kill all energy efficiency efforts. One thing that really bothered me about this bill was steady ways to increase natural gas. Neighboring states don't want to build more pipelines through them to fuel Connecticut. Heck, Connecticut residents don't want necessary compressor stations in their backyards. One such notable person is Stephen Harding, who is pro-natural gas expansion, just not in his neighborhood. Connecticut supplies quite a bit of electricity to New England via Millstone, yet Connecticut's the only one footing the bill. Other states don't want to build infrastructure for us to get more energy. Nothing in this bill addresses this inequality. Another issue I have is redefining Class 1 renewable energy sources to include nuclear and hydropower. Hydropower is already a Class 1 renewable, and nuclear, I don't know where this started, but it's not renewable energy. It's not included now, and it doesn't make sense that it should be included in the future. Eliminate programs that increase electric demand. Instead of eliminating electric vehicle rebates, which will help the environment, how about holding Eversource accountable to prove that all the money they're using for the upgrade is actually used to upgrade the grid? I know this was addressed, but certainly there should be more accountability. Which brings me to my biggest issue. It's nowhere in this bill that I could tell. It has to do with the procurement process. Existing procurement process empowers the businesses who are selling to Eversource and United Illuminating, as you know. These wholesale suppliers are able to charge exorbitant rates, and the utilities are unable to refuse. Utility customers paid more than 200% the market average in 2023. The added costs are felt by consumers and businesses, and me, and the money that is paid is sent out of state to out-of-state energy programs. We need to reform the procurement process so that Connecticut consumers can benefit, not companies like Constellation. I was going to finish my time by reading the names of all the people who co-sponsored this bill that actually were around in 2017 and voted in favor of the Millstone Agreement. It's 11 out of 21 co-signers, and one of the co-signers actually works for Eversource. Just the fact that they're running away from this, the way it was structured, this repayment could have been spread out over a longer time rather than hitting the ratepayer with like a massive increase. It could have been spread out over a longer period of time. If I have time, I'll read their names, or you guys can look it up. I'll let you look it up. And the other thing that just really bothers me is everyone who's saying, I don't want to pay for poor people's.
Excuse me, Irene. Can you please conclude your testimony?
Okay, that's it. That's all I got to say. Thank you for your time and your patience.
Thank you for your testimony today. Are there any questions or comments? If not, thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
We appreciate it. Next up is Cynics O'Dare. Hope I got that right. I've been batting very poorly today. Welcome.
Good evening, members of the committee. My name is Cynics O'Dare. I speak to you today on behalf of the 20% of residents in Connecticut with electric heating, who our legislators have entirely ignored. As a multifamily and condominium property manager to over 3,000 residents and as a Connecticut homeowner, I am intimately aware of how Connecticut's energy policies are failing residents, specifically tenants with electric heating with no control over their heating system. I am an environmentalist, and I took the adventurous project of decarbonizing a historic century home in Hartford's West End for a greener future. Originally heated with coal in the 1920s, then oil in the 40s, and natural gas in the 70s, and now high-efficiency heat pumps, the decarbonization of his home has taken over a century. Despite investing in $120,000 of high-efficiency upgrades that reduced my monthly electric use or monthly energy use by 75%, from 120 million BTUs to 30 million BTUs, in my hand is a $2,800 electric bill this past month with an $840 public benefits charge, a monthly occurrence for residents with electric heat due to the egregiously unfair distribution of the burden of the public benefits charge, which is being funded almost exclusively by electric heating customers. Let me be clear, decarbonization in Connecticut is financially unfeasible. With natural gas rates of $1.27 per 100 cubic foot, electricity would need to cost 10 cents a kilowatt for heat pumps to even break even. Instead, our rates are triple that. It's cheaper to drive a gasoline vehicle in this state than an electric vehicle. Yet our legislatures are increasing the cost of electricity to promote the adoption of renewable energy through a public benefits charge that widens the gap on decarbonization financial feasibility. This isn't progress, it's a blatant policy failure. But as our legislatures, you have the power to fix this immediately by shifting the public benefits charge to natural gas usage by the cubic foot rather than the kilowatt hour. This single action would cut electric costs by 30%, as well as close the gap between gas and electric heating costs overnight. We should be incentivizing residents to decarbonize, not to convert to fossil fuels. Second, establish a discounted rate for electric heating customers during winter months to make heat pumps at least equivalent to the cost of natural gas heating, a subsidy that could be recuperated with a charge on natural gas bills. As for long-term solutions, first, leverage the expertise of Connecticut's existing municipal electric companies in Groton, Wallingford, and Norwalk, which already deliver power at 15 cents a kilowatt. Fund them with our state's massive budgetary surplus to expand their grids, lowering costs statewide. Clearly, these municipal electric grids have a better understanding of providing electricity than Eversource does. 2, revive our hydroelectric heritage. Connecticut was once a manufacturing powerhouse built on hydroelectric power. Dams like the ones in Collinsville sit idle while they could be delivering clean, reliable, and affordable baseload electric power. In closing, Connecticut's energy crisis isn't just about bills, it's about priorities. We're punishing families for trying to electrify while propping up a gas-dependent system when we don't even produce natural gas in this state. Let's stop subsidizing the past and start investing in the future. I urge you to act before another $2,800 bill lands on someone's kitchen table. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I will say that we, as a committee, have looked at hydro and whether or not it'd be cost effective to sustain or increase hydro production. Unfortunately, it's kind of a mixed bag, but you bring up some interesting points, but I can't help but be astounded by your bill. I also heat with heat pumps, and I had a pretty big bill a couple of months ago, but yours is double even that. What kind of facility are you trying to heat?
I'm heating a single family house in the Hartford West End.
Wow. And how many square feet are we talking?
Around 7,000.
Okay. That's still a very big bill. It's also a very big house. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions or comments? Yeah, apparently, maybe you can get some roommates and reduce your bill. Talk to Senator Fazio. Thank you for, we don't need to belittle it. That's a serious number that got everybody's attention. So thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have Daniel Robertson. Is Daniel with us? Yes.
Appreciate the time with the committee. I'm Dan Robertson. I run a company called Artis Energy Solutions. I'm also part of a commercial contractor consortium of 25 companies that deliver energy efficiency solutions to customers throughout Connecticut. All commercial customers, small customers, micro businesses, houses of worship, nonprofits, towns, industrials, aeronautical customers. Our goal is to improve affordability for these customers. We use part of the public benefits charge that's administered through the utilities, which is only about 12% of the entire bill to support those projects. Our contractors and those outside the consortium have delivered over 11,000 projects, saving $44 million. And when you look at the budget that was spent on that, it's about a 2.5-year return. And I don't think many businesses can do better than that. We are focused on supporting communities from a financial standpoint, towns, municipalities, all these different organizations. We oppose that bill to cut out the combined public benefits charge. that really doesn't address the big factor, which was the millstone charge that made up 80% of the increase. We've seen it on we're a small business as well. We see it on our bills from a personal standpoint. The Bill 647 does not address that. It just addresses energy efficiency and I think some affordability components, and those are very small components. And you're throwing those programs away. And as Mr. Santos said before, the green energy workforce has about 43,000 employees, pays about 81 million in taxes. And I feel that the way this has been presented, that it shows that energy efficiency, or puts the blame on energy efficiency, when it's really a millstone charge that we have no way to mitigate, that was decided in 2017. So we oppose this portion of the bill, and we also would like to keep it in the ratepayers' pockets since they get the benefit for it, instead of putting it in the general fund, which I think then it could be cut. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Let's say that we abolish these charges. What would happen to your company, more importantly, to your clients?
I don't know if we would stay in business. I think it'd be difficult for us. I think some other states have better policies. If you look at like New Jersey, for example, their rates are 30% lower than ours, and they have a terrific energy efficiency program. And so that can't be the problem why these rates are going through the roof. It's got to be other things. But our customers would not be able to take advantage of these energy savings that save about $44 million a year. It's also equivalent to powering 25,000 homes a year. So basically what you're doing when you're taking that apart, you're going to increase demand. You're not taking demand off the grid. If the supply is the same and you increase demand or don't lower it, everybody's going to have higher energy costs, just basic economics.
Thank you. Yeah, I think connecting the dots is something we've been trying to do today, to not just look at the short-term savings, but also the broader impacts. So speaking with somebody like you, who's sort of on the front lines with a lot of the projects that are actually saving customers money and reducing demand, is really important. So thank you for that. Representative Yacarino.
Real quick, Mr. Chair, and thank you for testifying. I used your company for retrofit a few years ago. What do you generally charge for businesses? You're not free. It's not free.
Yeah, so here's how this works. So you have, let's say, a customer and they want to have an energy efficiency assessment. So we'll go in, we'll look at insulation. Now insulation's a big deal, lighting, all these different areas. It could be refrigeration, depending on the type of business. We'll put together a project. We'll have our team that goes out there, put together a project. We submit it to the utility. Let's say it's Eversource. They review the project. Their engineers review the project, see if the numbers make sense, and they assign a sentence to it based on the savings that the project delivers. If your project delivers more savings, energy savings, you're going to get a higher level of incentive. And the rest, they'll typically, for a small business, they may be able to finance on bill at 0%. So many of these projects can be cash flow positive. So the cost of the project depends on the amount of incentives, and we're very upfront. Everything is written out, so you see what the payments are. You can decide whether to move forward or not. It's very transparent.
No, that's right, but it's in the thousands. You didn't just give a number. It's generally in the few $1,000s range.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a small business, it could be 2,000, but we work with large customers. It could be a $400,000 or $500,000 project that could have incentives.
But there is a profit to your company. That's all I want to know.
Absolutely, of course, yeah.
It's not like home energy, which is very affordable. Businesses, it was, cost me quite a few $1,000s. And
But
that's
the
fine.
benefit
That was
should,
my choice.
yeah.
I was cold called, but it was my choice to do it. I did it mainly because, all new lighting was really nice, but it wasn't free. That's all. It was very expensive.
Absolutely, yep.
That's all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any other comments or questions? If not, thank you for being with us today, and we'll consider your testimony.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Next up is Thomas Encina, followed by John Matheson. Thomas is not online. Is John Matheson here? Please push the button on the, there you go. Thank you.
It's one of the benefits of being an older guy. I come in person this way. I can't mess it up on Zoom, but I still have to be told what button to push, right? No, it's good. I want to thank the committee for hearing us this evening. My name is John Matheson. Next to me is Brian Carmody. We're from Renew Developers. I'm the president of Renew. Renew Developers is a Connecticut-based sustainable real estate development firm specializing in land acquisition, permitting, and the build-out of large-scale renewable energy projects, including the powering of data centers. We currently have projects in Colchester and Bristol, with more locations coming soon. So we're going to talk a little bit different on what the topic has been up till now. We're going to speak on Bill 7088 regarding alternative energy delivery methods. And we're here to ask the committee to consider adding some additional beneficial components to that. So one industry we can discuss alternative energy methods for is the data center industry. And when we talk about the data center industry as Renew for Connecticut, we're really talking about smaller data centers, which I'll classify as under 50 megawatts of power. We're not talking about large hyperscalers. So that industry is poised for incredible growth. We all hear about that in the news cycle, AI, quantum computing, all the things that are coming. We've heard Dan O'Keefe from the Commissioner of the Department of Economic and Community Development talk about the need in Connecticut to source and develop these projects. The data centers are needed in population dense centers and technology dense locations like the Northeast and Connecticut like never before. And what's happening, reports from companies, like Goldman Sachs are telling us that by 2030, the data center industry is poised to have a multiple of 5 to even more in terms of size. So you could have a doubling of the data center market in 5 years, which means that we have power at the center of the conversation here. So we all know that as we study the power grid, be it nationwide or regionally, that there's not enough power in it to meet that demand. So issues for Connecticut responding historically and to this growth that's coming that we think we can come up with some ideas for is, regardless of why the power rates in Connecticut and the Northeast end up being some of the highest in the country. And if you're running a data center, especially the smaller ones, the single largest cost for the data center operation is its power bill. And there's certainly concerns within that industry of grid capacity going forward with the ability to support it. So one solution, at least on the pricing side, is to offer incentives to offset these issues. The state took a nice step in 2021, creating data center incentives, which we're here to report that we do use today in our projects. So very favorable, and it was a good step, but we do need more solutions to stay current and meet the demands that are coming, especially for these smaller edge data centers. And we see one clear step now. We propose for consideration, and we put this to the industry as we talk to people in the space who are interested in coming here, is instead of having a concern about plugging into the grid at higher prices, let's promote on-site behind the meter grid independent power equipment for the data centers. We call it bring your own power, so BYOP. Right. And so, and it seems to be catching on. And what happens then is we don't have the grid as primary power for the data center or other power users. They're powering themselves. So having a renewable energy credit for this on-site equipment is key. So now, today data centers can be powered by fuel cells, which are a class 1 in Connecticut. And this is very helpful. But new technology should be added in order to prepare the state for the future. And specifically, we urge the committee to add linear generators to the renewable portfolio standards. And why do we say that? Well, at the federal level, the Biden administration in the Inflation Reduction Act defined fuel cells and linear generators together. As an industry, the data center industry took hold of that, and there's a lot of those companies that really like both of those technologies.
Mr.
And-
Matheson,
Yes.
excuse me, can you please summarize your testimony, your 3 minutes?
Yeah, I'll
Thank
finish up
you.
in 1 minute. Thank you very much. So linear generators added to the class 1 source in Connecticut RPS will create more data center development opportunities that are not grid dependent. But here's my conclusion. The added benefit for us as sustainable developers. Linear generators are so simple that they're fuel agnostic. Today, sure, they run on natural gas, but tomorrow, when it's more available, hydrogen, biofuel, et cetera, can run these machines without a lot of CapEx
from developers like us or the data center operators to fuel these machines this way. And at that point, we're eliminating emissions. And that, to me, is the desired characteristic of a Class 1 renewable. So in conclusion, we just appreciate the opportunity to comment on HB 7088. We urge the committee to consider adding linear generators as a Class 1 to the RPS, and we're here for any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. It probably will come as no surprise to you that AI and data centers make us a bit nervous. Maybe with the exception of Senator Maroney, who's our resident expert, and even Representative Foster. But for the rest of us, we're not comfortable. But what you're suggesting here, particularly for relatively smaller data centers, is that you're suggesting you're going to supply all your energy needs behind the meter?
As opposed to the grid as primary power, sure. And that's becoming an available opportunity within that industry now. 5 years ago, we couldn't have that conversation. They all wanted to OpEx their power to the grid and have a backup generator. Now, with grid constraints across the country, but with the growth of the necessary power for AI, they're starting as an industry to realize the opportunities to be able to power behind the meter, potentially have some grid backup, but be more resilient and have a better speed to market with their product. That's what gives us the opportunity as a state that has a lot of technology already in it. These centers will come here if we can figure out an effective way for them to pay for that behind the meter equipment. And we already have the fuel cells, which is great, but we need more cutting edge. We have to stay current with the legislation, with the technology that's in the market, in our view.
What do you mean by grid backup? Because either you're behind the meter or you're not.
Well, in other words, you're generating your primary power behind the meter, and it's possible to arrange a portion of your backup power in a failure of your on-site system from the grid, but not necessarily likely.
That sounds like it'd be a little complicated. But
It is complicated. As you said, AI, all of it, it is complicated, but the simplicity part of it is it's really got to be powered in the data centers. All of those computers, everything that we think of with AI still happens with inside a computer that's inside a building that has to have power.
You mentioned linear generators, which is something that we've looked into in recent years. And we recognize that right now, virtually all of them are being powered by fossil fuels. And you mentioned hydrogen, which maybe still not ready for prime time, but we're going to get there. But you also mentioned biofuel. We have biofuel today. Why wouldn't you be using that now?
We might. So we have to get into the idea of delivery mechanisms. The fuel cell with biofuel, in our opinion, is a little bit different than the linear generator. Linear generator is very ease of operation on those type of alternative fuels. So if we have a renewable energy credit as an industry for that, we're more likely to be able to employ those fuels. And that's something that Brian works on a regular basis, sourcing that for us.
Biofuels, Representative Steinberg, are not very easy to physically deliver. We are negotiating renewable gas contracts already, but that's, they put it into the gas line, but it's not physically delivered. That's a real challenge out there to get. We would love to do that, but it's not available. The companies just aren't able to put it in a truck and drive it to our properties in Connecticut.
But then they say to us in a few years, it might be.
That's something to look forward to.
Yeah, right. So if we pay it forward with the right technology invested in today, we have a chance to achieve that zero emission on these type of products.
I mean, I think there probably some of us would say when biofuel is ready, it'd be a better time to talk about actually making that transition. But you submitted testimony that indicates the changes you'd like to see to the legislation that would accommodate you. Is it simply a matter of adding linear generators to the included mix of generation sources?
Yes, and we've provided language and testimony. Yes.
Thank you. Senator Fazio.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. What type of customers do you normally contract with for your data centers? Who's it normally serving?
It's HPC AI data centers.
Okay. And there are most of the data centers in the region now powered by behind the meter kind of fuel cells, or do you think most of them are connected to the grid?
Most of them are connected to the grid.
Okay.
Right. We're just seeing an opportunity for an industry trend that's evolving.
And And so yours are connected to fuel cells. And that makes sense that they're a little smaller because of that.
Right.
What type of, I mean, I don't want you to give away any, dear information, but is there a range in your input costs for the energy per kilowatt hour? Generally speaking, obviously, if you're connected to the grid, you're paying 20 some cents per kilowatt hour. What type of range are you guys looking at?
It's a fantastic question, and we ask that even of our customers before we engage them. And it's, any industry is always going to ask you guys for anything you can get for free. And so we don't believe the data center industry really needs to compress power down below numbers that are in the mid-teens per kW. We think it can run at that number, but there is always going to be an inflationary curve on any kind of PPA to make sense when you're starting at those lower numbers when power in the market is much higher.
So you're able to do it, I assume, in the low double digits or lower than that.
Sure. Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
Interesting. I mean, as a committee, I think there's been bipartisan concern about the fact that data centers are going to take energy off the grid. There are concerns about AI too, but we'll leave that to Senator Maroney. I think that as an energy committee, we're rightfully concerned about taking energy off the grid, and to the extent that fuel cells could be used to do behind the meter. Obviously, there's talk about doing other behind the meter in Connecticut for data centers, which would take energy off the grid. But fuel cells would represent new energy production. It'd be providing the same computing power, that the economy needs in our state, without the same drain on the grid. That's a major interest. Do you, given that you're currently, I guess, presumably powering most of the fuel cells with natural gas, I guess you don't view that as a major constraint? When natural gas is dear, when in the coldest days of the winter, when the heating is taking priority, do you have to switch off of that to a different source?
No, we're gonna when you're operating data centers, you're very conscious of fluctuations in the gas market, and when for the fuel component of that, the gas is your single largest OpEx item. So you're likely, if you're us, you're buying futures contracts. So you're covered for years in advance, and you're going to flatten that variable curve and probably pay a little premium going in. But the bigger predicament is the cost of that equipment, the fuel cells, the linear generators. You're talking about equipment that's millions of dollars per megawatt to install. So when we talk about let's go behind the meter, and these data centers are 2 5-megawatt systems, maybe 10, they're not that big, and those kind of CapEx costs can really affect their decision whether they come here.
Mm-hmm.
And then they look at the grid costs and they say, well, we can't afford that either, so let's try to go somewhere else. And we're sitting right there with those conversations every day where we have the opportunity to influence them to say, no, we can actually do business here. And I think they're starting to see that, which is great.
And when you're talking, going back to the customer, where the market is, it's artificial intelligence, but is it kind of the medical field? Is it large companies looking, to do just out of interest for us?
No, thank you, Senator. It's actually, when we say data centers, it's important to understand that's not just an industry by itself. It's not just Google and Facebook. A data center is used by all the insurance companies in Hartford, all the healthcare and biotech firms that are in the area. They need that. They need data centers here because of the latency for the Holter monitors that patients walk around with, and all those other types of things, and the biotech analyses that they're using AI for to lower the research costs for new drugs, for example. So it's for homegrown Connecticut businesses that are already here and have been here for 100 years in some cases.
So some medical insurance, those are large sources of demand on the data centers in Connecticut, particularly.
Sure, universities, anything you can think of that is using lots of data, doing a lot of research. And localizing your data is a real movement now nationwide for companies, because why should we have our data if we're a Connecticut company in Arizona?
Yep. All right. Well,
Yeah.
thank you for being here. It's a topic of interest. It's an interesting proposal that I've been positive towards in the past. So, hopefully we continue working together.
Sure.
We like that there's new power servicing the new data centers rather than, taking more off the grid. So
Thank you.
I think that's important consideration for us as a committee.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Mara.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming in today and giving your testimony. I'm sorry, I did miss the beginning part of it. My apologies. I'm just curious, did you, how much data or how much energy are you talking about that these linear generators can produce?
It's an ideal piece of equipment for 1 to 50 megawatts. We don't view it as anything that would be available and over that, and even to 50 is a stretch. It's got a nice sweet spot between 1 and 20. And that's what we think is going to be the majority of the size of the data centers that we're going to be able to attract to this state.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
And probably where you put these, where you create these data centers would be important, because I assume it would have to have natural gas delivered to it. Is that
Right, right. There's a significant amount of due diligence style components that have to be available. It's almost like aligning stars.
Okay, so what kind of pushback do you think communities would have on something like this? I'm just curious. I mean, it sounds really like just a really great idea. So there's obviously got to be some drawbacks, some negatives to it.
Quality of life for us as sustainable developer is a really important consideration. If you look at some of the sites that we have now, we're redeveloping brownfields, which were already an eyesore, and they're off the tax rolls and they can be brought back on. So most residents will embrace that. We also want to end up on the outskirts of town. We certainly don't want to locate any facility that's going to make any kind of noise next to a residential community. Very sensitive to that. The linear generator does profile at a lower noise level than most of the fuel cells that we've seen, which we like. But there's with any kind of data centers, any kind of computers, a lot of it comes down to how you build the building too. If you insulate the walls for sound and you do it the right way, you can lessen the impacts. And then there's no reason why they can't be environmentally friendly, where we can recycle the groundwater, or we can repurpose the waste heat. We've even talked in different formats where, as Renew, on the same exact site that we have a data center, most local zoning codes also allow for warehouses, which allow for greenhouses. And we can take the waste heat from a linear generator and we can pipe it into a greenhouse. And now we've lowered the OpEx cost there, and we can actually grow food on that same property and donate that food locally to food banks in that community. So there's a lot of things that come with properly doing sustainable development with the benefit of the community in mind. I'm glad you asked that, because we totally agree with you. You can't just put these anywhere.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for coming today. Really appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative. Any other questions or comments? You've given us a bit to think about. We appreciate it. We will look at your testimony and your language with interest. Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Barry Michelson, followed by Robert Maddox. I believe Mr. Mickelson is here. Welcome.
Yes, it's Michelson, and thank you. I don't know whether
I
it's good
apologize. I
evening.
got them all wrong.
It's okay. I don't know if it's good evening or good afternoon. But anyway, my name is Barry Michelson. I'm from Stamford. I'm representing the Stamford Neighborhoods Coalition. We're a neighborhood coalition of concerned citizens, and we promote public engagement. We support SB 647, an act concerning protections for consumer access to affordable energy. Regrettably, it has come to this. There's a need for legislation based on common sense. After all, isn't it the role of our elected officials to prioritize the best interests of their constituents instead of catering to the agendas of advocacy groups, lobbyists, and lobbyists representing special interests? Senator Needleman's earlier comments as chair are objectionable and extremely disturbing. It came across as policy is driven by the majority party's politics with little regard for the impact on rate-paying constituents. The majority party believes it knows best and accuses the minority party, which has been striving to promote common sense and affordable utility rates, of being motivated by a desire to gain power. Our elected legislators in the majority have enacted policies and regulations harmful to their constituents' well-being. According to the U.S. Energy Information Administration, EIA, Connecticut has some of the highest utility rates in the nation. In December 2024, electric rates across residential, commercial, and industrial sectors averaged 25.6 cents per kilowatt hour, compared to an average of 12.89 cents per kilowatt hour in the U.S. as a whole. Residential consumers in Connecticut were particularly impacted, facing rates of 28.16 cents per kilowatt hour during the same period, while the national average was 16.26 cents per kilowatt hour. On average, Connecticut ratepayers are paying 50% more for utilities. I want to highlight that according to the EIA, average households in the state in our state consume 20% less energy than other homes in the U.S. Contrary to what has been portrayed, I suspect this is due to the high costs that we face. Connecticut has maintained a commitment to speculative environmental goals for over 2 decades. In 1998, the General Assembly established the Renewable Portfolio Standard, which greatly restricts utilities' ability to find the cleanest and most efficient ways of delivering electricity to Connecticut residents and businesses, leading to higher electric bills. Given the urgent energy crisis we are currently facing and the energy agenda introduced by the new administration in Washington, I request that item 6 of the act be revised, from investigating methods to boost natural gas supply in the state to promptly enacting programs and policies to enhance natural gas. It is clearly obvious. Do the right thing for the people who elected you. Approve Act 647 without hesitation. We need to get on board with making energy affordable and available. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you, and thank your coalition for participating in our hearing. Next up, we have Robert Maddox, followed by Catherine Pierce. Welcome.
Welcome. Good evening, distinguished members of the Energy and Technology Committee. I'm here to make some comments on Senate Bill 4. I really want to thank you for trying to deal with the difficult issue of energy, and it is difficult. My name's Robert Maddox. I am an international energy consultant. I've helped develop the LEED standard, as well as promote renewable energy and sustainable business buildings for over 25 years. I will admit that during the late 1990s, I was in the General Assembly with Representative Piscopo and involved actively in energy restructuring. I presently live in a passive house that has a total all-in energy bill of $600 a year. We know that time for action has passed and we need to get serious. I know that the intentions of Senate Bill 4 are laudable, but let's be honest, as written, it's not going to provide any relief to anybody in the next 5 years. To start, nuclear. We have to get honest on this. Nuclear is part of the reason that the price is up now. And if we think new nuclear is the solution, just ask Georgia Power that put a new nuclear power plant online and it went over budget by $20 billion. The cost came in at $170 a megawatt hour. This compares to solar at $40 to $80 a megawatt hour, onshore wind at 45 a megawatt hour, offshore wind at 120 a megawatt hour, hydroelectric at 65, gas at $40 to $90 a megawatt hour, and energy efficiency at $0 to $40 a megawatt hour. Nuclear is a financial disaster, period. And small modular nuclear is at least 10 to 15 years away if it can be developed safely and cost effectively. In Senate Bill 4, you do have one good section, Section 7, thermal loops, Makes total sense. Europe's been doing it for years. I would strongly suggest, however, that you expand it beyond just authorizing gas companies. You should authorize municipalities, groups of municipalities, subdivisions of the state like UConn, and even universities like Yale to pursue them. Yale actually already operates on a big thermal loop. Senator Needleman, to provide you with some specific suggestions, because I gather the committee is grasping for it, and I have some, and it's in my testimony. First, Connecticut should follow New York City, 2.5 times our population, Boston, and Cambridge in enacting building labeling, followed by building performance standards. These are proven free market mechanisms that will substantially lower building energy use that accounts for a substantial portion of energy use in Connecticut. I think it's time that we really get serious about encouraging development of low-cost, zero-carbon homes. As such, I would like to suggest to the committee that until 2030, anyone constructing a net zero home under 4,000 square feet, so we don't just build McMansions, gets a waiver of property taxes for 3 years. We should follow New York State and create the Connecticut Power Authority. This authority could own, operate generation, storage, and transmission that would serve Connecticut. NYPA, the New York Power Authority, currently provides 1/3 of the generation and about 25% of the power in New York State very cost effectively. I would also suggest that Pure, in conjunction with the state's utilities, identify the most grid constrained areas in the state, and that we focus in those areas the creation and authorization of community solar programs. Let's put the power where it's needed. As part of this also, with working with ISO, we should identify the top 100 hours a year where we have peak demand. And during those times, I would suggest that you offer a bonus for anyone producing new renewable power during a time of giving them 1.5, say, RECs per megawatt hour generated. In addition, you should direct efficiency programs to provide greater benefit during that 100 hours. That 100 hours could potentially equate for 20 or 30% of our power bill. We pay an average cost, but we got 100 hours a year that are way out of whack. Some in the middle of the summer, some in the middle of the winter. Finally, to summarize with procurement, one of the major problems with the procurement, and I've had this conversation now with you, Representative Steinberg, so I'll put it on the record here, is the fact that when we did the procurement for the nuclear power plants, we failed to hedge them. I have worked with this little tech company. It's called Microsoft. They had the same issue some years ago with their wind, and they really quickly, and by the way, Microsoft's energy use is almost equal to the entire state of Connecticut's energy use worldwide. That what they do is they hedge that. They go to an entity and say, listen, we're not energy whizzes. We don't know what the price of power that bounces around every 15 minutes it moves, and maybe faster with AI, and we hedge that. What we have now is not a hedge. We are buying at a fixed price. We are selling at a variable price. Bring our friends in from Bridgewater, the hedge fund, Representative Steinberg, you probably know where they are. Bring them in and tell you what a hedge is, because they will tell you what they'll tell it. They'll say it's a stinky hedge when you have a fixed versus variable. So on any future contracts, it should be a pure hedge. We should offload that risk onto somebody else. I thank the committee for your work. I hope these suggestions will help on you going forward.
Thank you. As usual, you've given us a lot to think about.
Yes.
I will say I'm a little disappointed on your take on nuclear. You're really harshing my vibe on that one, because we're still hopeful that we will be able to make nuclear work. There is an SMR apparently beginning construction shortly with a goal of completion by 2030. And given the rise of the data centers, I'm sure you heard the testimony preceding yours, we have to be very open-minded, including nuclear. And we're hoping that the Georgia example is the last of really excessive overruns, and maybe we'll, as a nation, get our act together, because other countries are way ahead of us on that. But some of your other points are interesting, worthy of further conversation. I'm going to hand it off to Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Bob. It's good to see you, Mr. Maddox.
Good to see you, Representative.
I know you served on the Environment Committee with us way back when with Chairwoman Mashinsky. I think
Stratton, I believe, but yes.
Oh, was it Stratton? Oh, you came late. Did you serve on the Energy Committee?
No, I just got really involved with restructuring.
I appreciate your testimony, and I agree with our chairs on this. On the way up here, I heard on the radio that nuclear was actually intermediate nuclear and even micronuclear. It may be the way a way to go in the future. Have you taken a look at that?
Well, again, what I'm pointing out to you is reality of what the plant Vogtle came in on. There is, yes, a lot of interest now. It's being driven by Bill Gates even about doing modular nuclear. But where is it? And it's not yet ready for prime time. I don't even think the trailer's been made yet for this movie. So what I'm looking at is what you've heard today. You know, I built an intelligent house. We need to build more of them. And I did it on a budget, by the way. It's $175 a square foot in 2016. Is that people are hurting today. If modular nuclear has any role to play, it's well after 2030 and probably more like 2035. Are we going to continue to tell ratepayers, oh, we got a solution for you, just wait 10 years? We can't afford to do that. So what I just want the committee to recognize is that this is not a fix within 5 years.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, unfortunately, it seems like all our fixes are a ways down the road. Senator Foz.
Former representative, thank you for coming to testify. I was looking at your numbers on cost different sources of energy. I assume that's for new energy production to come online, not for existing.
Correct. Existing nuclear is fairly inexpensive.
Yes, because the
but that's
marginal
all
costs
being-
are low and the fixed costs are high.
That's correct.
Just looking at the numbers, if this isn't your specialty, feel free to divert. But solar are these numbers for Connecticut specifically, or for nationwide average, or what?
This is the IA average.
Okay.
And clearly, I mean, let's be honest, I have a little PV system, right?
Yeah.
It's expensive. It was a value-based decision, not an economic decision. We have the opportunity in this state to build solar. The most cost-effective way to do it is to build bigger systems and not stick them on everyone's home, but allow people through community solar to engage in that, allow all ratepayers access to that. And if we site those systems where they will serve other co-benefits, like next to a hospital, in the event the lights go out, maybe I want a little power there with battery storage, or site them where we have load pockets so we can eliminate that. And you add all those co-benefits up, I think at the end of the day, solar will kick nuclear's butt all day long.
What would you guess the grid scale is in Connecticut on average?
I'm not a solar developer, you can check with them, but I think it's under $50.
Well, that's interesting. That would be great. I mean, I think that we will find out eventually. I did ask Steve.
And there, let's be honest, I'm sorry, Senator, there's unknown
okay.
factors. This is assuming that we still have a 30% tax credit. I think we will, but you heard earlier, so it's assuming that the programs that have been in place will be in place.
Yeah. I mean, I would love that. I mean, it would be interesting if in fact we're at $50 here in Connecticut, why we have the long-term procurements starting at $90 going up to $330 for the residential. And as you put it, it's a values decision for you, but on a grid scale basis or a regional basis or a statewide basis, producing the kilowatts and the megawatts at $330 versus $80, or hopefully what you're saying, $50. It seems like a no-brainer to me, allowing for other considerations. But appreciate your expertise and your input. Hopefully we can continue our conversation offline, and
Sure.
you'll continue your conversation with the committee in the future.
Right.
Thank you, Senator. Are there other questions or comments? Representative?
I just wanted to thank you for coming back to testify and on a regular basis, and you are getting younger every year since you've left the legislature.
I don't have to deal with the hard problems, Representative, so, and it is, I mean, again, I want to thank all of you because I know what you're dealing with today. I mean, the frustration is real. There are no easy solutions, to this. Energy is vital. But I actually do believe, you know, we can do the solutions. I've seen it. It's smarter buildings. It's knowledge to the consumer. It was brought up earlier with Senator, I think Needleman was having the conversation that if I can rent this apartment for $1,200 or $1,500, everyone takes the $1,200 and then gets a $1,000 energy bill. The $1,500 was a better deal because it was only a $200 energy bill. And that type of, you know, we get those things out there. Let's use market forces. I mean, I'll be honest, if any one thing, just look what New York's doing and copy it. Just copy New York, period.
Well, as formula goes, that's pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
Thank you for your testimony. We really do appreciate it. We're going to talk more. Next up, we have Catherine Pierce, followed by Dennis McBride. Is Catherine here? If not, we have Dennis McBride, and then we're going to go back to Sharon Hextra, who has surfaced after some time. But first, Mr. McBride.
Thank you. Please call me DJ. Good evening, Chairman and ranking members of the committee. I'm here today to speak on 647 and share what I approve and oppose about this bill. My methodology for this bill was to take each section and parse it using ChatGPT to translate from legalese and provide pros and cons of each section. Sorry to those who don't like AI. These are the highlights that were identified. Funding the Public Utilities Authority from the general fund will lower the tax burden on low-income homes and high-energy users, like manufacturers. I approve of making Connecticut more business-friendly. I also approve of getting low-income homes a tax break. This approach also makes the taxpayers feel better as it avoids the sticker shock. But the bill still needs to be paid. The taxpayers most negatively affected by this change are solar panel owners as they draw less from the grid. This effectively punishes people for providing power to the Connecticut grid. I oppose PURA being taken away from the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. This could lead to weaker consumer protections if utility-friendly commissioners are appointed. I support making nuclear energy a Class 1 renewable. Nuclear energy is far more safe than movies and media suggest. You could swim in a swimming pool with spent nuclear rods at the bottom and you'd be just fine. Just if you drop your phone, don't dive for it. I support eliminating the 20% requirement of level 2 chargers at schools. Now, I drive an electric car and it's easy to plug in your EV after work. This requirement puts an unnecessary burden on municipalities and people are already in an uproar about our school budget increases. I oppose removing EV charging stations from community environmental benefits agreements as defined in Section 20. EVs do provide less air pollution and a cleaner environment and should be included as part of the solution. I support a natural gas expansion study. It's not an either or when it comes to gas or renewables. We can do both. Section 23 removes heat pumps from the residential heating equipment and financing program, but leaves gas and oil burners. The optics on this are bad, right? This appears to protect fossil fuel interests. And because of this, I worry that sections of this bill will turn away the majority, which could cause taxpayers to lose the critical assistance this bill provides. And I was wondering, is there a way to take this bill and break it into smaller bits to increase the chances of those critical elements passing? Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm almost afraid to ask how much of that was you and how much was ChatGPT.
ChatGPT gave me the summaries. I added the rest in.
Yeah, I think this distinction is going to become more problematic as we go forward. Any questions or comments? If not, thank you for your take on a variety of things related to our bills today. We will look at your testimony carefully. Thank you. Moving along, we're going back to Sharon Hextra, and then we're going to go to Marta Maresco. Welcome, Sharon. You're good. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I don't know how to work this. I'm sorry. I do realize that I am a late arrival. And one of the only reasons I was coming here was out of pure concern as homeowners in Manchester for 29 years and seeing the cost of not necessarily the electricity, but the delivery, as well as the fees, the public fees that are on our bills. A couple of questions I had on that is that is there a way that the public fees, because of course I have no problem looking at people who do have jobs and work hard, being able to help support others who might be a little less fortunate. However, at $800 last month on the public sector of my bill, $800 for an 1,800 square foot home. That is what I got charged. My entire electric bill was $1,300. For 3 months, I owe $4,100 in an 1,800 square foot home. This is up drastically from prior years where it may have been $400 or $500 maximum. So when there are, I would say, middle class people, my husband just retired recently. So these are, as well as other things, these are hitting us very, very hard in just a regular home where you pay almost a mortgage every month for an electric bill. So I don't mind helping to repair lines when they're down because of storms, or helping out with a public service when somebody can't afford their bill. But I think an $800 portion of my bill is going to fees and public sectors of people who can't afford their bills, or repaying for power lines. When things go down from the power company, I'm sure that there's insurance out there as well that also helps them. So to hear Eversource talking about investing $1.6 billion into Massachusetts and ranting and raving about their $800 million profits last year, it really takes a toll on the general homeowner. So my question is there a way to put a fixed rate on people's bills of how much we can help out with the public service, such as, putting a percentage based on how much you use? So if we use 1,400 up to 1,000 kilowatt hours, we pay a $50 fee. If we use 1,500, we pay a $25 fee. But $800 seems excessive. And it makes it so that people who generally just on a day-to-day basis use their power, they can no longer afford their power. So then they now come into the category of the people who need help on their bills, or who have to make billing arrangements, so we end up in the category of people who can't, again, afford our power either. So when all of us can't afford our power and we all have to go on a payment program, then who's going to pay for the electric? So I think that it really is time for whatever is being done in that public sector section of the bill to seriously be evaluated, find out why are we paying so much for the power lines to be restored, the nuclear power plant to be restored, because they just talked about nuclear. Why is it that we're paying for all of this, and what can be done to look at those rates and say, at some point, there were arrangements made between lawmakers and these companies, and the customers are the ones who are flipping the bill. So that is my only statement to make on this. Thank you very much for your time.
For your testimony, I will correct the record in the sense of saying is that lawmakers do not make deals with the utilities. That's not the way it works. Any other comments or questions? Representative Foster.
I just want to make a comment and flag for you that there's a variety of different bills on the agenda today, but at our last public hearing date, we had a bill that looks at transmission planning, and one of the segments of your bills that you're addressing that you saw a big increase in, I recommend that might be something that you want to look into, and so I can get your information through the clerk and pass that along to you. But I think that transmission planning is one of the levers that the committee is looking into, and I think that in the bills that are before us today, that lever is not necessarily the strongest one being pulled, but I think that that is something the committee it's on our radar. And there's going to be a lot of different legislative actions needed to sort of put Pandora back into the box, so to speak. But that is one of the levers that we have before us. And I think you've appropriately identified an area of increase. So I just want to thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Representative. Any other comments or questions? If not, thank you. We appreciate you coming back after some hours, and thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have Marta Maresco, followed by Kendall Keelan. Is Marta available? All right, now Marta, Kendall Keelan. All right, moving along, we have.
Oh, I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Thank you.
Sorry, my apologies. Good evening, everyone. My name is Kendall Keelan. I'm an associate attorney with the Conservation Law Foundation, which is a regional environmental nonprofit that uses science-based legal advocacy to, among other things, facilitate a just transition to a clean energy economy. CLF has offices in all 6 New England states, including Connecticut. And we respectfully have submitted written testimony and are providing this oral testimony in opposition to Senate Bill 647. We find that this bill attacks clean energy programs that reduce the energy burden for many Connecticut residents and advances the state's, and also attacks programs that advances the state's transition to clean energy that is consistent with our statutory targets under the Global Warming Solutions Act. This bill would restructure funding mechanisms for renewable energy and energy efficiency projects like the Public Benefits Charge and the Conservation Load Management Plan to ultimately strip the funding entirely. This bill would disqualify electric vehicle charging and heat pump infrastructure from multiple state grant and funding programs and would eliminate ongoing and successful programs meant to support electrification and allow more Connecticut families and businesses to access highly efficient and modern clean energy technology. We find that this measure is short-sighted, regressive, and a harmful proposal. We also have found that some of these provisions too are seeking to expand the use of gas in the state of Connecticut, and we are concerned that that will allow for stranded assets in the future that will set Connecticut backwards. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony and for your points. We appreciate it. Are there questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you for bearing with us tonight and for getting your testimony in. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next up, we have, I'm going to say Louis de Bourbon, followed by Greg Felton. It sounds like we've gone back to, never mind. I shouldn't go there with somebody's name. I don't see Louis. How about Greg Felton?
Hello, I'm here.
Please proceed.
Okay, Senator Needleman, Representative Steinberg, Senator Fazio, Representative Mara, and members of the Energy and Technology Committee. I am Greg Felton, CEO of Altus Power, the largest owner of commercial scale solar in the country, and we're headquartered in Stamford, Connecticut. We're a nationwide leader in community solar, proudly owning and operating community solar projects across 9 states, representing more than 300, and serving more than 30,000 community solar customers, including a significant presence in neighboring New York and New Jersey. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of House Bill 7087, an act concerning shared clean energy subscriptions. Unfortunately, while we're headquartered right here in Stamford, and I myself live in Greenwich, our focus in Connecticut has been limited due to the lack of a viable community solar framework. However, Altus Power is prepared to make a material investment in Connecticut, currently expected to total hundreds of millions of dollars, if this bill passes, bringing our resources and expertise to the state's energy market. Altus Power's ability to invest in Connecticut is backed by strong institutional partnerships with firms including Goldman Sachs and Blackstone. As a long-term owner and operator, we are well capitalized and ready to commit significant resources to the state, provided that there is a clear and supportive regulatory framework for community solar. Altus Power identifies underutilized spaces such as warehouse rooftops, parking canopies, and brownfields, and turns them into productive sources of clean energy through our solar installations. When evaluating a location for a solar project, one of the key factors that we consider is the revenue potential of the power generated. Large warehouses, for example, may only use a small portion of the energy that the rooftops can produce. And for projects like these, without a community solar program, this energy has no viable offtake for the power and therefore no viable economic model. However, community solar provides the crucial mechanism to distribute that power, sending it back into the grid and making it available for local subscribers. This model benefits everyone. Property owners earn a lucrative lease for their rooftops or excess land, generating clean energy that feeds into the local grid. And individual subscribers, whether they be homeowners or renters, can receive much needed savings on their electricity bills at a time when power bills are skyrocketing. At the same time, our commercial solar projects contribute additional power to the grid, and supply has been certainly a focus of today, helping to meet growing energy demand, particularly in communities where new infrastructure such as large-scale data centers are driving up consumption. Connecticut stands to benefit enormously from a robust community solar program. Power would be generated where and when it is needed most, directly offsetting local consumption. This is not just a theoretical impact, it's real and measurable benefit to communities. While many neighboring states, including New York, New Jersey, and Massachusetts, have adopted successful community solar programs, our recent experience in Maryland serves as an excellent example. The state moved from a pilot program to a permanent program that operates on a first-come, first-served basis for developers. Today, we operate significant commercial-scale projects in Maryland with a portion dedicated to community solar, and the other portion, by the way, are behind-the-meter projects. Community solar unlocks the value of commercial-scale solar, allowing projects to serve both commercial customers and local communities. In addition to environmental and economic benefits, community solar is also a powerful driver of job creation. On average, there are 15 jobs created for every megawatt installed, and our typical projects are anywhere from 1 to 10 megawatts, several megawatts each. Expanding community solar in Connecticut will generate new employment opportunities across construction, engineering, maintenance, and more, providing a lasting economic boost for the state as well. We strongly support Connecticut taking similar steps to expand its community solar market. This is a proven model that fosters strong partnerships between businesses, homeowners, and renters. It's a win-win solution, lowering costs for consumers, enhancing grid reliability, and accelerating the transition to clean energy. I urge the committee to support the passage of community solar legislation so that Connecticut can benefit from the same opportunities that have already been embraced in states like New York and Maryland. Altus Power is ready to commit meaningful investment to Connecticut and become a major player in the state's energy future if favorable legislation is enacted. And thank you for your time and consideration. And I look forward to answering any questions today or in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Felton. I must start by saying I'm very much grieved that such a prominent company as yours is doing business all over the place, and you're located in Connecticut, yet you're not doing any business in Connecticut. What specifically, for example, are the surrounding states putting in their legislation that makes it worth your while to do business here? And what's the order of magnitude of opportunity in a state like Connecticut?
Yeah, no, great question. And I would say visibility and transparency are key. Putting in place a program that has a level of scalability. We're obviously making decisions on a multi-year horizon. And so understanding that there's some program, as I mentioned, Maryland is a good example in that they adopted a permanent program, which given permitting timelines and interconnection queues, having some degree of visibility that a project that we will invest material dollars into can ultimately be brought to bear 2 years in the future, 3 years in the future, and have access to the opportunity is important. I'd say that I would recommend beginning as a pilot initiative, as Maryland did, and then transitioning to a permanent program. It's important to ensure that you have true developers with capital and resources that are going to commit capital to the state. We've seen other states that have made the mistake of clogging up their queues with developers who don't have viable projects. So it would be important to, in my opinion, have a streamlined and state-led permitting and approval process, which would reduce delays and avoid county-level regulatory roadblocks.
Yes, we too have had some experience with stranded projects in the queue that eat up our incentives but don't actually create any benefit on the ground. You even mentioned canopies, which we've always struggled with because they turn out to be so expensive.
Yep.
How do you make that work?
We make it work in states with a high power price, which Connecticut has. And so candidly, there are many states where we do not build canopies because the power price is not sufficiently robust. But in a state like Connecticut, canopies would make sense. We're obviously investing materially in the steel and other infrastructure necessary. We, by the way, for those that are in the Fairfield County, we built a site very close by in Westchester and Purchase on Morgan Stanley's campus. That's happy, and as we all know, Westchester has expensive power. So the math works. That's also a community solar project. Feel free to reach out. Happy to make a tour available to you. It's a 2.6 megawatt carport in Purchase, New York.
I definitely would like to see that. And you're right. It's always about the math, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
It's got to pencil out, or we're just talking to ourselves. And we seem to have been doing a lot of that. I will say that your timing is both good and bad in the sense that we have tasked Pura with reviewing our existing solar programs, including our SCEF program, which is kind of our version of doing community solar. I will tend to agree, it's sort of the general theme today that we can do better. Well, I think we could do better with our SCEF program. So we hadn't planned to really do much with regard to reforming our solar programs until next year when Pura is to return to us with a report. But this is good timing in the sense of talking about what they need to be thinking about, what we might want to do to reform our SCEF program. But I'm also intrigued by your suggestion that maybe it's a good time to do a pilot so we can prove out in the state, give a company like yours some experience. Not that we can award it to any one company, but you would probably be competitive. So, this bill is here before us this year, despite the fact that we had planned to postpone any real conversations on solar. But I have to admit, I'm very tantalized by the prospect of a company like yours doing a whole variety of projects in the state that really might move the needle on solar for us. And as we despair about not being able to build out easily new natural gas pipelines, not having hydrogen, offshore wind being retarded, nuclear not ready for prime time, I think we do need to be open-minded about ways to bring more solar to be available to people. So I find your proposal very intriguing, and we'll look at your language. Representative Iacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, real quick. And thank you, Mr. Felton, for being here. In my town of North Haven and the neighboring town, North Branford, I'm not sure where your solar projects are, but our open space has been eaten up by solar farms. Towns have fought it. Eventually, they didn't have enough resources to fight it, and they were able to come in. It was your projects. Are they mainly on brownfields, canopies, on asphalt, or anywhere, anything?
We are all of the above, but I would say we are eager to go where the state and the county would like us to be. We're not trying to bring a solution where it's not warranted. And frankly, we are not focused, have not been particularly focused on Connecticut because we are, while a Connecticut-based company, we have robust opportunity elsewhere in the country. Our company operates as far as Hawaii and certainly active in California. And while we're here and have the resources to devote, we would take our cue from what the state prefers as it relates to the type of property that is the preference. If you were to ask what is our experience, it's rooftop systems, it's canopy systems, it's land-based systems. There's a strong opinion that brownfields are an excellent use case because it's land that's not otherwise developable. And as you may know, the federal government has incentivized brownfield development. But truth be told, each project has its own peculiarities. And from our perspective, we're eager to adopt something that is a scalable program that can make an impact within the state.
I appreciate that. I would just always err on the side of canopies, asphalt, brownfields, something that you're not going to destroy pristine land. One last question, Mr. Chair. Do you pay, and your others, maybe Connecticut's different, so I can't say, but do you pay property taxes on your projects in your municipalities?
It depends on the state. Many states, yes. Some states have effectively used property tax exemptions as a means to encourage solar. New York would be an example, California another example. So that's a state-by-state decision. And ultimately, from our perspective, just to be clear, we are a market-based player. We're obviously a for-profit company. And so the degree to which we're paying property tax is just an ingredient into the economic viability of a particular project. But in many locations, we do pay property tax.
Appreciate your testimony and I appreciate your time, Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you.
I'm glad to hear that being a high cost of energy state at least makes us attractive in one small sense.
That's true.
Yes, Representative Mashinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the witness testifying, I'm a former big fan of community solar who is feeling somewhat burned this year by community solar installers going into a forest, an intact forest, and clear cutting large acreage rather than using canopies and urban areas, which is what your sales pitch is. And the folks who came to this committee before had the same sales pitch. They did not, however, go into the urban areas. They did not use canopies. They did not use warehouse roofs. They went into untouched forest and cut it all down. And apparently that's a cheap way to go. So now I'm not as crazy about community solar as I was before this happened. And I wonder what your thoughts are on putting them in urban areas where they're needed rather than going into a forest in a separate town to serve community in a different town.
Yeah, I mean,
a holistic approach to.
I think the short answer here is that this is a function of what type of model you prefer to adopt. Obviously, if the mandate is to go build productive generation, any market participant is going to look to where that can be implemented as sensibly and economically as possible, and then working with the state to define what is the preferred avenue for development, right? So we like you, would prefer not to go into a wooded area and cut down trees, right? From a sustainability perspective, that's not our goal. Why would somebody do that? Presumably because that land, as you described, is available and is economically preferable in the absence of restrictions. So a simple solution there is to effectively define the universe of opportunities that you want to make available, provide preference for roofs, provide preference for canopies, and restrict, to the extent you prefer, certain locations. What we have done across the country, and farmland is, or agricultural land, you could say, is sometimes used. Obviously, what's happening in the context of solar development is this is a competitive market, and to the extent solar is an economically more attractive use case for a landowner, they're going to lease their land to solar. But as I said, many states have made a judgment around how they want to create the incentives effectively to favor a certain type of development, whether that be a rooftop, canopy, brownfield, et cetera. That's all in the program design, and I'd be happy to work with you to create a mechanism that ensures that we're essentially pursuing the type of development that is consistent with the state's objectives.
Okay. I actually had a bill this year to strengthen the regulations on where community solar could be sited, but the bill was not raised. But I am concerned because if we're only going to use we're only going to use the cheapest cost. It's going to steer away from canopies and towards undeveloped land, and that really bothers me. Up until now, I was a big fan of community solar, but I'm having second thoughts now.
I think that there are no easy choices here. I've spent many hours on a call hearing a lot of gripes about the cost of power. And if that's the priority, I think that community solar can facilitate some of the solutions. And I am of the opinion of all of the above. I think there's a lot of different sources. I'm not here to evangelize solar as the sole source. I think that the state should be taking an all of the above approach. But I would tell you that the degree to which the program is limited in nature, I would caution against that because, as I said, we are a Connecticut-based company, but we are not eager to do business in Connecticut unless there's a program that actually invites us in and frankly, provides the type of scalability. As you might imagine, any company trying to do business in the state is going to be more eager to do business in the state to the extent that there's real business to do as opposed to marginal business to do. And so I would just encourage any design, if you choose to take up community solar, if you choose not to, we'll be operating in neighboring states. But if there is a desire to pursue a community solar program, I would encourage you to try to make sure it's a sufficiently robust and scalable program that would invite capital and invite the type of sophisticated development companies into the state that I think would help to mitigate the challenge, which we're all here to talk about, which is higher prices of power.
Thank you. I really appreciate the testimony. I'm not sure if there's anybody else that has any questions.
If not, thank you for your time, and I'm happy to follow up if there's interest to follow up. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Greg. Maria Russo, followed by Charles Rothenberger. Maria Russo. Charles Rothenberger.
Good evening, co-chairs Needleman and Steinberg, Representative Mara, members of the Energy and Technology Committee. My name is Charles Rothenberger. I'm the Director of Government Relations for Save the Sound. And while we've submitted written testimony on SB4, I'm really here to focus my attention on SB 647. Save the Sound opposes this bill for a number of reasons. As noted earlier, half the bill essentially mirrors language from Senate Bill 1353, heard by the committee last week. Those sections eliminate support for the expansion of EV charging infrastructure in the state and for heat pump adoption. That's really contrary to the recognized need to expand that infrastructure throughout the state and particularly in underserved communities. SB 647 goes even further in eroding the state's investment in a clean energy future. I won't detail all the sections, which we've heard a lot about, but only to say that these changes really ignore the benefits provided to the electric grid and ratepayers by the existing programs, while also ignoring the costs of the alternatives. As we think about this, a few things, right? We know that the state's reliance on natural gas is a leading cause of the region's and Connecticut's high electricity costs. If we want more natural gas imports into the region, that strategy comes with a very expensive price tag for the increased infrastructure. If we're looking at new gas pipelines, which we will need because that's a constraint to expanding gas use here in the state, we're looking at a price tag of about $11 million per mile for that infrastructure. Nor is a focus on small modular nuclear reactors necessarily the silver bullet that it may appear to be, certainly if we're concerned about cost. In 2023, rising cost estimates for new SMRs were identified as approximately $120 per megawatt hour, and that upward price trend appears to be continuing. A 300 megawatt SMR currently in the planning stages in Tennessee is estimated to have a final price tag of $5.4 billion. It's with a B, and that's if it ever gets built at all, which is far from certain. We also question whether a comparison to the wholesale market rate is really the appropriate comparison when we're evaluating our power purchase agreements. That really suggests that the cost of building new generation is comparable to the cost of providing power from an existing legacy plant that has already paid off its fixed costs. Probably a better comparison would be to compare the levelized cost of energy of new generation sources. I think that's a point that was made by a prior speaker, Mr. Maddox. That really provides you with an apples to apples comparison and is a fuel neutral analysis. I'll just conclude by saying if we eliminate our energy efficiency and demand response programs, we're likely going to see increases in other parts of the bill. So if we eliminate public benefits, we're probably going to see an increase in supply. We're probably going to see an increase in distribution charges. So at the end of the day, we may not have saved customers any money at all. We have simply eliminated some extremely useful and popular programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. And I always appreciate the testimony. I've referred back to the Lazard levelized cost of energy a number of times, and it's quite clearly indicating that grid scale solar is the least expensive form. And that doesn't even take into account the fact that you don't have to pay for any fuel. So over 20 years, life of the panels, we don't know what's going to happen to the cost of energy that you have to dig, drill, or mine. The area that I get caught up in is in Connecticut, this battle over the land. You know, we don't want to cut down trees to build solar. We don't want to use farmland to build solar. We want to use every rooftop and every brownfield, but that's not enough to solve the problem. And, you know, when I think about it, and I know what like the 1930s were in Connecticut, if you look at aerial maps, the whole place was farmland. I mean, the whole state was grazing. All the forests pretty much have grown up in the last 75 to 100 years. So some of those forests, some of those areas that are wooded probably would be suitable for solar. But there's always a resistance. And my thought about energy is there's never any free lunch at this point. And one of the problems that I've also had, and it would be helpful, I mean, it is somewhere in the Lazard numbers, but we know what the tangible cost of your bill is because you get it every month. And we don't really know what the intangible cost of, you know, the impact on air quality and water quality and carbon production is going to have. We see it every day. The insurance companies are the harbinger here. They're basically saying whole areas are not going to be insurable, and everybody's insurance rates are going up through the roof because insurance companies have a way of picking and choosing and then socializing the rest. They don't lose money, right? They're not in the business of losing money long term. So they're telling us that there's a real problem out there. It's a global problem, unfortunately, and the other piece of the puzzle is dealing with it one state at a time. It's always difficult. So I appreciate the testimony. You know, I stand firm in my belief that pulling these costs out of the budget, the energy efficiency programs especially, are small. Much of the other public benefit is long-term contracts on energy that you really couldn't move at this point, no matter what you wanted to do. So I think that energy efficiency and moving away from fuels that are subject to global markets is going to pay off in the long run. It's just that people's bills don't come in the long run. They come every month. And that's the battle that we're fighting right now. And, you know, we've gone through a very disruptive period, you know, when people model out economic issues, they don't model out multi-factor beyond a certain point. And we've had two things that really impacted. We had a pandemic with the rising inflation that caused due to supply chain problems, and then a land war in Europe, which I don't think that anybody would have predicted. And that's really, we're reeling from that still. It was a rapid impact and a long walk out of the woods. So I think we have to ride it out as best as we can, help the people that need the help. Certainly seniors, lower income folks are the ones that are most impacted. Small businesses are heavily impacted. I do believe that there will be a normalization and we'll begin to be able to have a rational conversation on this at some point soon.
Now,
So thanks for being true to the mission.
All of your points are very well taken. I'll just take the opportunity to say, you know, if we were to take these public benefit program costs and fund them through the general fund, those that are appropriate to do so, with a guarantee that the programs would not disappear. That may provide a real benefit to ratepayers because the programs would continue to offset rises in the other parts of the bill, but it would be paid for through the taxpayers. I'm skeptical that we can do that. Senator Fazio raised, our commitment to public education here, and that's funded through the general fund. Well, we've just seen over the last 2 weeks how strong that commitment really is, where we've never funded the special education excess cost grant. And to Representative Steinberg's point earlier, despite what I believe is a genuine belief and support for the power of these energy efficiency programs, it didn't stop the General Assembly from reaching into the ratepayer funds and taking those to fill a budget hole. So very skeptical of the ability of the general fund to serve this need. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
I'm very skeptical of the general fund being able to fund a lot of things right now, especially if we see massive cuts in our funding from Washington, which I have to remind people are the taxpayer dollars that we send to them to spend. We deserve a fair share back. And, I think that the future is a little bit clouded right now, maybe even a little more than a little bit clouded. And I think that now is not the time to make massive changes in programs that have worked to reduce demand. There has not been, up to now, a real increase in demand for power. I mean, we've added stuff, we've lost stuff. We're anticipating changes based on a bunch of factors, but ISO, it's a lot of blame that went around, for example, for Killingly being shut down, that project. What really killed Killingly was ISO pulled it because there wasn't a demand for the power. That's really what did it. And I think that Killingly was also killed. All the advocates, there are a lot of people screaming about Killingly, but ISO doesn't respond to those demands. They looked at the numbers. I think the developers couldn't afford to bid into the market because the market was so low. So I think that demand will spike. We need to be prepared, but we also need to let ISO do their job because energy efficiency continually lowers demand on the grid as new demand comes on. And we're all talking about the panic button of AI and data centers and all that, and they will come. But I think that ISO has a big role to play in this. And unfortunately, if we're stuck with deregulation and we're stuck with ISO in this structure, then we're stuck with trying to solve our own problems. And that is what's costing people money. I just don't think people understand that.
And I will say these state level programs, are recognized and valued by ISO in their role for keeping demand relatively low.
All you have to look at is their ISO to Go app when they applied, rooftop solar. It so changed the equation that during the day, it shaved off so many peaks. You can only imagine if we had AMI and we were utilizing energy more efficiently across the board, what that actually would do. The best curve is no curve at all, right? It's this. So you're not dispatching plants, so you're not paying for power plants to sit around idle 99% of the time. The best curve is flat. And if we can get to that, if we can use advanced metering and AI to manage the grid more efficiently, that may in and of itself replace a lot of the power that we think we're going to need over the next decade. So
could not agree with you more.
Thanks, Charles. And
Thank you, sir.
Up next, Steve Allard, followed by Sydney Collins.
Thanks for letting me speak as testimony for this committee. I'm a taxpayer. I'm a ratepayer. You can label me whatever you want. It doesn't bother me. I'm against the public benefits. I'm for the bill, but I'm against you charging the taxpayers. I speak on behalf of some of my family members and some of the taxpayers east of the river who believe that this is not something that we bargained for. When we signed our contracts with Eversource, there was no mention of paying for somebody else's benefit plan or paying for somebody else's programs. This has to be a line by line item thing, and it should go into the general fund. So my testimony is, what is the truth? Or what is your interpretation of the truth? Now, I've done some research in the accounting of the fiscal spending of this state, and we are billions of dollars in debt, billions. I don't see any recovery because now the governor just proposed another $55 billion in a budget. What's the answer? I don't have the answer. You're supposed to have the answers. You're supposed to represent the people. No matter if they're Republican or Democrat, we're all human beings. You're supposed to represent the human race, okay? Environmental impacts. Everybody's got their version of an environmental impact on electricity, how to supply it. Nuclear. Okay, let's do nuclear. Let's put the spent rods in your backyard. Okay? Are you willing to bury spent rods in your backyard? Or is there going to be some responsibility on where these radioactive spent rods are going to be? We're talking about future generations, my grandkids, my kids and my grandkids. I agree that that was the big thing back in the day when Millstone, my father worked on Millstone as an iron worker. He helped build it. Is that the answer? I don't know. Solar, is that the answer? Quite possibly could be. I know a lot of people that are investing in solar. But I also know that my town of Manchester, has zoning restrictions on what I can do with solar. So now it's, well, we want you to do solar. Oh, but you can't put it here and you can't put it there. You know, so there's restrictions. So I have to deal with that. Is there a plan really? I mean, you just have to be fiscally responsible when dealing with this and don't put this on the taxpayers. I consider this personally a socialist move because I didn't sign up for these public benefits. This was something that was pushed towards me, just like the added taxes on my motor vehicle, just like the added taxes on my fishing license. You know, this was something that was just imposed upon me saying, you have to pay this. I didn't sign up for this. I don't have a signed contract with Eversource. I didn't make $1 million or 16 or $19 million in bonuses ever in my lifetime. And they made $800 million in profits. Where? Off the backs of the taxpayers, the ratepayers, the citizens. Let's get all these other states to pay their fair share. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Stephen. Sydney Collins, followed by Mary Hildebrand. Sydney Collins. Oh, there we go. Sydney's-
No, yeah, I'm here. Hi, I'm Sydney. Apologies that I'm taking my testimony on my phone today. I'm a young person that had to walk to class. But good afternoon. My name is Sydney Collins, and I'm a voting constituent from Coventry, Connecticut, represented by State Representative Tim Acker on the Energy and Technology Committee. And I'm here to testify against SB 647 today. This bill defunds energy efficiency and clean energy programs that have saved Coventry, my town, over $650,000 in lifetime savings, as outlined in a report by Energize CT. And overall, these programs have a $4.20 cost savings for every dollar spent. It also eliminates funding for EV charging infrastructure and heat pumps, and mandates DEEP to study ways to increase reliance on harmful natural gas, which undermines our 45% emissions reduction goals by 2030 as outlined in the Global Solutions Warming Act. And this is extremely concerning for young people like myself in our state. Our high electric bills this summer also were not caused by the public benefits programs, but can be attributed to back-to-back heat waves and temporary spikes, including the 2017 Millstone bailout, which was 77% attributed to the increase, and other COVID-related losses, which can be attributed to the other 23%. And so cutting these programs won't lower costs, so it'll only make these things worse. SB 647 would also eliminate critical affordability programs, including Operation Fuel that helps support emergency energy assistance. It would harm shutoff protection that prevents winter shutoffs. Also, matching payment programs that help lower energy debt and other low-income conservation and discount rate programs. SB 647 also eliminates the conservation and load management charge, which would gut programs like home energy solutions, energy opportunities, and energy efficient products, which help families and other businesses cut costs and cut waste and lower costs. It also cuts the renewable energy investment charge, which would strip funding from the Connecticut Green Bank. Some people I work closely with, friends and colleagues, and this program drives clean energy growth through programs like Smart E-Loans, the Municipal Assistance Program, and other low-income incentives that's been crucial for economic growth and an affordable clean energy. And so our high energy costs are not to be confused with the fact that they are directly linked to volatile prices of natural gas, not the efficiency programs that this bill seeks to defund. Methane gas is a significant contributor to climate change, and its emissions from fracking wells to leaking pipelines to indoor air pollution make it even more harmful than coal. So expanding natural gas usage is not going to lower costs, but is just harmful to our health, climate, and my future as a young person. So I really urge you to reject SB 647 and stand with Connecticut residents that rely on these affordability programs. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the passion that you addressed this issue with and the factual approach to it. I really appreciate it. Not sure that there are any questions. No, there's being none. Mary Hildebrandt, and followed by Mark Mitchell. Mary Hildebrandt, no. Mark Mitchell, followed by Tanaya Taylor. Ooh, no, I don't think it's.
Good evening, Senator Needleman and Representative Steinberg and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Mark Mitchell. I am a public health and environmental health physician. I'm also the co-chair of the Connecticut Equity and Environmental Justice Advisory Council, along with Commissioner Dykes. I am not here today speaking on behalf of the commission, however. I'm here to oppose SB 647 and to ask that and I work with low-income people often, and everybody that I've met really wants to pay their bills, but they can't pay their bills. And we work with folks who take advantage of many of the programs that are in the public benefits charge. Many of the programs are things like the energy efficiency programs, the renewable energy programs, the energy affordability programs. And in fact, the Home Energy Solutions Income Eligible Program, which which does an audit of energy use in the home and makes recommendations on how to reduce that energy use, is oversubscribed by low-income people who qualify for the income eligible HESI program. Again, people are very interested in reducing their bills so that they can pay them. I take advantage of the Stakeholder Compensation Fund, which is also one of the programs that's in the public benefits charge, and I want to thank you for setting up that program. I work with the Nonprofit Accountability Group, which Tanaya, who follows me, she leads that group. And these are low-income people who are energy justice advocates who take advantage of many of the programs. We're holding a series of workshops for the Nonprofit Accountability Group. We have 20 participants, and many of them are use many of the programs. So, for example, today in the Pura docket, there was a request about medical need and what should be the requirements for before the electricity is shut off for people who have medical needs. And so we went to our group and asked, you know, how many of you have medical needs? A lot of people raised their hands. Yes, we have medical needs. Yes, we participate in the program. And yes, these are some of the things that can be done to improve the program. And so I think it's important that the people who take advantage of the program, who need the programs the most, who suffer the most because by not having being able to afford electricity, that they have a stake in the decision-making process so that their voices are heard. And so I'm afraid that programs like these will be eliminated in the lean years if they're moved to the general fund. So that's why I oppose this happening. So thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Doctor. And I appreciate all those comments. The starting and stopping nature of these things would have a devastating impact if they were subject to the budget process every year. And it's important to remind people how critical it is. I believe the low income discount rate, number one, will result in more revenue to the state ultimately than it's costing, and that will be offset by the impact that arrearages and delinquencies have on ratepayers now. Somebody said before, paying an affordable bill versus not paying your bill at all is a better option as far as I'm concerned. And also, we have worked hard recently to try to make these programs more targeted towards lower income people, both urban and rural, to make sure that we're targeting the need, not giving everybody the same benefit, because I don't think that it's necessary to do that. I don't think it's wise to do that. So these should be needs-based programs. And I appreciate all your effort on this. So
yeah, and again, I want to thank you for this. You know, we know that inability to pay utility bills is one of the leading causes of homelessness, and so the low-income discount program again helps to prevent homelessness. You know, we know that we have a home affordability issue in Connecticut, so this is a very important program.
Thank you. I'm waiting excitedly to see it implemented. No one else. Up next is Anaya Taylor, followed by Myra Klockenbrink.
Thank you so much, committee, for your work and for your patience. My name's Tanea Taylor. Like Dr. Mitchell said, I am the founder at Nonprofit Accountability Group. We're a membership-based organization in Hartford. Our members are many low-income residents, people of color, people with disabilities, children and families that rely heavily on some of the programs that SB 407 proposes to cut. So this is why I oppose this bill. Connecticut's public benefits charge funds vital energy efficiency programs that help lower costs for residents. It threatens consumer protections and dismantles affordable energy programs. We want healthy energy and more electric vehicle infrastructure. I'm also part of the Environmental Justice Electric Vehicle Collaborative with Dr. Mitchell, and electric vehicles, they do one of two things. They help clean the air. There's 40% transmission pollution in Connecticut, especially concentrated in Hartford, Bridgeport, and Stamford. So reducing some of those emissions by switching to electric vehicles will help to hinder some of the health impacts that communities face. it's also cost saving. We have programs like Cheaper and other Connecticut incentives that lower the price of electric vehicles. And we also have a video series that's on YouTube where one of the electric vehicle users states that he has not paid for charging in a year because he relies on electric charging. So I think someone said that electric vehicle charging is expensive, and it's not, and it can really be affordable and free for the most part. That's pretty much it. I'm pretty tired. My grandma just died, so I'm gonna go with my family, but thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Just before you go though, how is it he gets free charging? He hasn't paid in a year? I'm curious about that.
Yeah. So if you go on to our YouTube, look up electric environmental justice electric vehicle collaborative. This is Omar Green's video, and he just finds all the free charging stations in Hartford. The Swift factory at the North Hartford Partnership has free charging stations, and it's really more in the urban areas. We need more free charging infrastructure in rural and suburban communities, but there are a ton of free chargers, and there's apps and other resources and tools that you can use to find free charging. So.
Thank you for that. Of course, now that you told everybody, it's much harder to get to. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? If not, thank you for your testimony and for your representing so well your community. Next up is Myra Klockenbrink, followed by Edward Cohen.
Good evening, esteemed chairs, ranking members, and guests. My name is Myra Klockenbrink, and I am a ratepayer in Greenwich, and I serve on the Greenwich Sustainability Committee. I am speaking today in opposition to SB 647. This bill is a wolf in sheep's clothing. It is a regressive bill that attacks many of Connecticut's cost-saving renewable energy, electric vehicle, and energy efficiency programs. And I will say, just because Donald Trump took office does not mean that climate change isn't still a fact. We have to keep our eyes wide open and recognize that we must continue to reduce emissions and transition to renewable energy. Greenwich received $1.5 million in incentives through the public benefits charge, saved over $422,000 per year, and nearly $4.5 million during the life of the program, preventing 864 tons of carbon emissions from entering the atmosphere. I remind you that increased emissions heat our climate and cause extreme weather, all of which presents a huge financial risk to residents, not to mention a degradation to our environment. The public benefits charge reduces energy costs. These investments save ratepayers far more than they cost. With every dollar invested in generation, $4.20 in energy savings. For each kilowatt hour of energy used, 0.1% funds renewable energy programs, and 0.6 cents go to energy efficiency programs. So this is not expensive for the value. So I urge you to fully fund and keep clean energy programs intact through this public benefits charge. I don't have the expertise of some of the other witnesses, but personally, our family has invested in 50 solar panels on our modest home, and we have 3 EVs and 2 heat pumps. And so we are committed. And I will say also from a person's point of view, if you want, and with respect, if you want to do something to lower our electrical bills, work on striking a balance between the interests of corporate shareholders and service to ratepayers. Right now, the balance is skewed toward company profits and higher rates for residents, and that has to be brought back into balance. And
thanks, I'm logged back in.
Ira, please finish up. I'm sorry for the interruption.
No, that's fine. I was done, and I thank you very much for the opportunity to speak this evening.
Thank you. We appreciate your testimony, very targeted. I think you raised the valid point that we've discussed today, that these charges represent a fraction of a cent in terms of cost to ratepayers, and they bring us such benefits. So we really do appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you.
And seeing no further questions, thank you for hanging in with us all day long.
Yep.
Thank you very much. We have next we have Edward Cohen, followed by Alicia Charamat. Is Mr. Cohen here? I don't see him. Is Alicia with us tonight? Okay, we're going to keep moving. I do see Sarah Bruno, who's up next. She is up next, followed by Laura Rakowicz. Welcome, Sarah.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
We can hear you just fine.
Fantastic, thank you. Good evening, Senator Needleman, Representative Steinberg, Senator Fazio, Representative Mara, and members of the Energy and Technology Committee. My name is Sarah Bruno, and I'm a resident of Bethany. I work as a teacher and department head for the architecture program at Platt Technical High School in Milford, Connecticut. I'm testifying in opposition to SB 647, an act concerning protection for consumer access to affordable electricity. I get it, affordable electricity. I understand the concept certainly sounds appealing. As a homeowner and a resident of the state of Connecticut, I too worry about where my money goes every time I pay my bills. However, you only need to scratch the surface of this issue to realize that the ratepayer fund in question today is directly responsible for providing valuable educational services for the children of this state. Furthermore, the programs serviced by this fund are essential in providing a direct pipeline for students in the technical high school system to a meaningful career opportunities in the industries that will power our future. As a teacher in the Connecticut Technical High School system, I rely on programs like Green Step to help my students connect the concepts they learn in class to real-world skills and job opportunities. Not only do these programs offer training and certifications that will help them build their resumes, but the industry connections they make through programs such as Green Step are essential in providing a path to gainful employment in emerging industries, such as energy efficiency and weatherization. Eliminating funding for these programs takes away some of the most valuable experiences in my students' high school careers. It robs our children of the Connecticut Science Fair and the Green Workforce summer programs that keep our kids nourished, both mentally and physically, through the months when school is not in session. If you believe that every child in this state should have the opportunity to explore a career that will provide for them and their families for generations to come, if you believe that students should have the ability to access opportunities to directly enter the workforce without the financial burden of a costly traditional college education, you should be against Bill SB 647. Thank you for your time today. And I know that as lawmakers who are dedicated to making Connecticut a better place for our children, you will make the right choice in rejecting this bill. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your testimony. Let me start by saying thank you for taking on the role as a teacher. It's certainly something that we haven't really talked about in the context of these bills today, is the educational mission that we all have, to not merely educate our kids about the planet and their role in maintaining it, but also, as you mentioned, the prospect of really good paying green jobs that could provide entire career paths for people. And this may be where it gets started with an inspiring teacher such as yourself, inspiring them to seek out a career that can not only be able to build a family around, but also help remediate some of the damage that my generation has done. So I don't see any other questions or comments, but we really do appreciate your perspective. It's a little different from what we've heard today. So thank you.
Thank you.
Moving along, apparently Mr. Cohen has shown up, so we will have Mr. Cohen followed by Alicia Charamat if she's around. Welcome, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate you, Senator Needleman and Representative Steinberg and Senator Fazio and Representative Mara. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify. I am a senior, a gig worker, basically living on a fixed income, financially distressed, medically challenged, and trying to get by. So I'm basically a poster child for why we have a problem with the public benefits charge. I recently moved into a 300 square foot efficiency apartment that has electric heat. My first electric bill from Eversource nearly put me in the hospital. It was $315.08 for a 300 square foot apartment. The landlord said it had to be a mistake. It took me 2 weeks to get a paper bill by calling Eversource. It got pretty much nowhere. I then went to their corporate office on the Berlin Turnpike, could only speak through a box at the door to a guard whom I could not see. He said to call the number on the door and that they don't have our bills at corporate. That was the number I had called. It kind of felt like going to the Emerald City. It didn't make any sense. I then received an email, no bill in it, that said I owed $684. I had paid the $315.08. Since that is almost my rent, I was devastated. I have never been on the public dole, but since I'm being forced to pay the public benefit, which is 29% of my bill, which supposedly was only last year, I have been forced on the rolls. I later found that email failed to credit the $315 that I'd paid on time, but I didn't have a paper bill to break that out and understand that. I would beg the question of why we have this monopoly that makes us the second worst energy cost in the nation when the town of Wallingford, Connecticut has its own utility and their average bill is $127. They serve 3 towns. Please move the public benefit to appropriations. Thank you for letting me testify.
Thank you. I guess you really complete the picture. We've had the homeowner, 7,000 square foot home, and now we have one which is pretty much at the opposite extreme. But
Right.
it doesn't dramatize just how expensive it can be, even if you have a fairly small abode. So this is eye-opening for us.
It doesn't get any smaller than this.
If you want to be able to turn around, I think you're right. Senator Fazio.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. You're a leading example of why we need to act as fast and as judiciously as we can to try to limit electric rates. The fact that you're in a difficult situation and you've always tried to avoid using any government benefits.
Yep.
And you have a 300 square foot apartment and yet you're still paying over $300 a month for your bill. I think is unacceptable, and I think it's a shining example of why we need to do everything we can in this building to try to alleviate the situation for people like you and all over our state. So thanks for sharing your story.
Thank you. I can't even find any friends with huge houses that have a bill anywhere near mine.
Well, you may be able to find some space with that other guy we talked to. Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ed,
Yes.
thanks for hanging in.
Thank you.
Test your testimony, but next time this happens, even though you don't live in North Haven, call me and I will help you walk through that. with the
Thank you,
bill.
sir. I appreciate it.
Feel free to reach out and thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Representative Farafri. That's very kind. Thank you, Mr. Cohen. I don't see any other questions today. I guess we already asked about Alicia. So now it's Laura Rakowicz, followed by Susan Wilcox. Is Laura with us? Seeing not. Susan Wilcox. All right, Martha Klein. I do believe Martha is here.
Hi.
Hi, please proceed.
Good evening. My name is Martha Klein, Klein. I oppose SB 647, but I do appreciate that the Republican caucus recognize there's a need to address skyrocketing electricity rates in Connecticut. Two things have a strong, proven track record of stabilizing energy costs for consumers. Number one, energy efficiencies. Number two, solar photovoltaic. This is from ISO. Quote, energy efficiency and solar PV reduce demand growth. Energy efficiency and behind the meter solar PV resources drive down grid electricity use and flatten overall electricity demand in New England. And so that is good. Efficiencies reduce demand and drive down electricity use in part by reducing fuel. The most expensive fuel that we use to generate power in New England is nuclear, and small nuclear modular reactors are going to be more expensive than traditional. So much for the faint hope. And then the second most expensive fuel is fracked methane, burning methane. Solar and wind are free fuels after large initial capital infrastructure investments and in batteries are made. So more energy efficiency in solar on our grid is good, and it can make our energy less expensive. This bill seeks to transfer energy efficiency program and assistance to low-income consumers to the general fund, potentially putting them at risk, but seems a lot more sanguine about corporate welfare. So the majority of the so-called public benefits charge actually subsidizes the revenue requirements, that is to say the profit demand of Dominion, who own Millstone, CPV, Oxford Gas Power Plant, and PSEG, the Bridgeport Gas Power Plant. Millstone may look like a good deal today, but it's been variable, and we know that when price spikes, it hurts everyone. Furthermore, we have ample methane resources, gas resources, frack gas, running across Connecticut through 3 interstate pipelines, all of which have been expanded multiple times, or have current planned expansions right now. And all this capacity expansions didn't lower ratepayer rates. In fact, our rates continue to skyrocket. And why is that? Because guess who's on the hook to pay for gas infrastructure, such as interstate and intrastate pipelines, which you guys made us pay for, and gas power plants. All of that cost redounds to ratepayers. So over-reliance on methane for energy generation is causing rate spikes, as well as polluting the air and accelerating climate change. So finally, I'm going to end with this point. At the same time as you guys, and I'm an equal opportunity critic, so I'm not playing politics here. At the same time as the CGA passed laws subsidizing the methane expansion, which has really hurt our electricity rates, you limited the development of solar. You passed laws to restrain the trade in solar, and thus we get about 1% of our electricity from solar, and far away Massachusetts gets 25% of their electricity from solar. That doesn't sound like an all of the above plan to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Martha. I agree with virtually everything you say. I'm not sure that you can suggest that we are inhibiting solar. In fact, we're looking at our solar incentive programs now, and we expect that we will take advantage of some of the things that Massachusetts has learned. Any questions or comments? If not, I also want to thank you for using the word redound. We don't get that very often. That's probably the word of the day for us.
There's an English teacher.
It's evident. Thank you. We really do appreciate it. Next up is Francis Polaro, followed by Meg Carr. I don't see Francis. Are you around? Nope. Meg, are you available? I don't see Meg. Matt Kowalski. I do see Sam Romeo, and I see you're already unmuted, so you're ready to go.
Good evening. My name's Sam Romeo. I'm here on behalf of myself, but also on behalf of the residents of public housing. I'm also the chairman of the Greenwich Housing Authority. and they too are affected by these rate increases, or not so much a rate increase, but the public benefit portion of the bill. I myself have been in sticker shock over the public benefit portion of my own utility bills. And it all started, I guess, around June or July. My bill in June was the public benefit portion of that bill was only $35. My total bill for electricity was $480. So it was a $35 public benefit, which I had no problem with. Then come the following month, my bill and was $552, and the public benefit portion of the bill was $68. I still didn't have a problem with the $68 public benefit portion of the bill. But come August, I got a tremendous bill, and I don't know what happened. My public benefit portion of the bill was $239 for public benefit of that bill in August. And then again in October, my bill was $519. The public benefit was $162. And if I look at the bill, the supply cost at that time was $153. The transmission was $58. The local delivery charge was $148. And bingo, we get $152 for public benefit. And it goes on and on. I mean, the public benefit portion of my bill is equal to what my electricity use is. And I like to know why that happens. And I heard earlier in the testimony, earlier in the day today, that somebody had said that the public benefit portion is only about 2% per kilowatt hour on the public benefit side. Well, if that's the case, there's something terribly wrong with my bills. It was only 2 cents per kilowatt hour for the public benefit charge. The public benefit charge is out of control. And basically, I'm viewing this as a tax. The legislatures are sticking their hand in my pocket and telling me what I'm going to pay for. I believe this should go into the general fund, and it should be discussed as a budget item rather than being put on the ratepayers. I think we're paying enough for our electricity as it is, and I really have no problem with the rate that we're paying for electricity. It's the public benefit portion that is really hurting a lot of the citizens and residents of the state of Connecticut. And I think the legislature put a mandate on us that's totally unfair. And I think that needs to be addressed, especially that the people that can least afford it the most, the people that I represent in public housing, they're being charged as public benefit. And then if they make up to $52,000, they get I believe a 90%, they can get a rebate. And if they make over up to 100,000, they get like a 10%, depending on the family size. So I think this is something that needs to be addressed and needs to go into the general fund. And you guys should look at it as a budgetary item rather than have us pay for electric chargers for electric vehicles and all these other things that are thrown into this.
Sam,
yes.
I hate to interrupt, but we have a buzzer here that you might not have heard on your end. Can you wrap it up in about 30 seconds?
No, I'll just end it right there. You got the thrust of what my problem is, the public benefit portion, where it's just as much as my electric bill. I'm paying twice for it.
I really appreciate your point of view, Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Sam, for coming to testify. Appreciate you speaking out for all the residents of Chickahominy and across Greenwich who are struggling under the high cost of electric bills. Appreciate your leadership in the community and appreciate your advocacy for all of our residents who are struggling to pay their bills. So thanks for sticking around with us and thanks for saying your part. On their
One thing I might say too is that I monitor the electric bills and the lowest charges, and I send out newsletters to all the residents every time there's a drop. I sign up to this Energize Connecticut, and when the rates drop from either Constellation or Direct Energy or Town Square, I notify my residents, and there's no cancellation charges when you sign up with these people, and I try to save every penny I can save for them. So I wish you guys would do something and get some relief for us because we certainly need it. Greenwich is a wealthy town, but not everybody in Greenwich is wealthy.
Yep, exactly. And appreciate you telling them when to look at Energize CT and when you tell them to cancel and go back to standard service so they can save some money. So thanks again, Sam.
Thank you.
Paul Arvoy, followed by Daniel Canavan. Dan. Paul Arvoy. Nope. Dan Canavan. Excuse me.
Good evening, Senator Needleman, and I represent Steinberg, Representative Mara, and Senator Fazio. Thanks for having us this evening. My name is Dan Canavan. I'm the Vice President of Regulatory for Avangrid's Connecticut operating companies, the United Illuminating, Southern Connecticut Gas Company, and Connecticut Natural Gas Corporation. With me is Director Ms. Christy Prescott, the Director of Wholesale Power. Thanks for having us here this evening. We're here to testify in support of House Bill 7088, which recognizes the need for utility stable, predictable capital cost recovery by requiring, as part of PURA's performance-based regulation proceeding, the authority to adopt a capital investment funding mechanism that will enable electric distribution companies and eventually the local gas distribution companies to recover prudently incurred capital infrastructure investments annually. Requiring this implementation of a capital funding mechanism recognizes the growing EDC cost pressures, including those that will inevitably be introduced by new PBR mechanisms in the form of new and different goals, which is the fundamental promise to customers of the PBR process. PBR will require the EDCs to show demonstrable improvements in areas such as excellent operational performance, customer service, achieving public policy objectives, and enabling customer empowerment and satisfaction. Again, these are all the fundamental promises that PBR is attempting to bring to the state of Connecticut. All of those goals will require additional capital investment of some sort by the utilities. And this a capital funding mechanism will allow the EDCs to recover those costs contemporaneously when they're invested into the system and allow the companies to sustain multiple years of being out of rate cases, which is a goal I think we all share. Without such a capital funding mechanism, the companies will be required to defer recovery of and on that capital investment for multiple years, which will forego spending in the near term to protect the financial standing and creditworthiness of the company. None of the language in Section 2 of 7088 would curtail PURA's review of our capital improvements and do a full prudency review at the level that PURA thinks it needs to ensure that the company deploys its capital in a way that meets PURA's expectations. Section 4 HB 788 also requires PURA to reconcile certain RAM components twice annually. This is different than it is currently done. We think reconciling these RAM components more often is better than less. We think that using forecasts to set rates is better than not. And we support the proposal in Section 4 going forward. We think that this is a change that we could all agree on without too much effort and would likely provide better value and better rate predictability for all involved. And with that, I'll pause there and see if there's any questions.
Well, thank you. And I want to thank UI and Eversource as well for volunteering some suggestions to the committee as to how we could make the process better. As you heard today, our theme is doing it better. We can always do better. So these thoughts are really important to us. Let me start with the rate adjustment mechanism. You're suggesting that twice is better than once a year. I can understand from the utility standpoint, you might get more timely recovery on that basis. Do other states offer such adjustments more than once a year?
Yes, I mean, this is well recognized throughout the industry. States do things different ways. But if you think about reconciliation as balancing your checkbook, do I have enough money in my checking account for the checks I'm about to write month over month, or we're suggesting twice a year? That allows both the utilities and customers to know that there is funds available to cover those RAM components, while in the background, Pura does its full review of all those expenses. So when we think about reconciling, I mean, in a perfect world, we reconcile every month. That's not practical. We think twice a year is a better balance. But it still would allow Pura to do its full review of all those invoices, all those costs, make sure that we're spending the money the way that we should be spending the money, that the math is correct, and all the review that Pura does in the background. And if there are issues that Pura ultimately decides should be adjusted in the RAM, well, that next reconciliation is no less than 5 months away, depending on when they release that decision. And we think that this is a way that would be better for customers and in the company. And one of the things we think about is, if we reconcile more often than less, based on forward-looking forecasts, we should avoid rate spikes, because we catch those increases in costs earlier than waiting a whole year to implement those in the next RAM. And when the market's working in favor of customers, we'd start flowing money back earlier than we would than waiting a whole year to fund that rate decrease the following year.
Thank you for that. I will also add, though, obviously, that this may place a greater burden on Pura having to do it twice a year, so that there's an upside and downside to that aspect. But I take your point that it might smooth things out and avoid some of the sort of balloon payments that are creating issues for us right now. Let's move on to one of the other ideas that you brought forward. We've had so much conversation in recent years about ex parte communications. So much of what has transpired in recent years seems to end up in contested cases of one sort or another. Help us understand what's the real benefit of, going outside of what is maybe typical process, at least lately, and encouraging more ex parte communications.
Sure. I mean, a couple of things come to mind when you ask that question. I think one, as we've seen here today in other sessions like this, these are complicated issues affecting many, many people who have various different views of looking at what is the right way to do things. This exchange of ideas happens in this room, and I know it happens with you out in the districts. You talk to other folks to get their views on how things should be done, and we think that should be no different at some levels with Pura. There are places for ex parte rules in contested proceedings, such as rate case. I don't think anyone would disagree with that. But there are states that don't have ex parte rules. And you have to look no further than New York, where ex parte rules don't exist for any proceeding. And what we do with our New York utilities is we sit down with the regulators, not only the commissioners, but the staff. And we know the staff works hard day and night, just as we are, the companies. They do a lot of the work at the authority. We sit down with commissioners and staff and talk about what's going on with the company and what's going out in the field. And we spend hours going through a preset agenda, talk about customer service challenges. How can we do things better? Talk about our capital program. How are these major projects going out in the field? And we provide updates. It's a free flow of information from the company to the commission and back. And we think that that's just one example of how we think that an exchange of information could happen in a way that's better for everyone. Now, we've heard some folks at Pura say that we have all the information and that there's an information drought on their side, I think is the phrase they use, or information imbalance. And I can appreciate that. But if we can't talk outside of a hearing room where everybody's under oath, everything's done by cross-examination, everything's done with a quorum of commissioners, then I think that there is a better way of doing it. I think we can come to better resolutions that everyone can agree with if there's an openness to discuss these issues outside cross-examination in a formal setting.
For that. I generally believe that more communication is better and leads to fewer misunderstandings and maybe good outcomes. So that's an interesting thought. One last question before I hand it over to Senator Needleman, and we'll ask this of Eversource as well. You heard a lot of testimony today. A lot of people blame the utilities, fairly or otherwise. But do you feel any responsibility when you come forward in the midst of all this controversy with the prospect of asking for an adjustment that is going to increase rates for ratepayers?
Well, you know, we say when we talk to people, customers, that there's no great time to come in for a rate case. And we understand that when we go in for a rate case, we're asking for rates to be raised, and that is going to have a real world impact on customers. And there's certainly enough evidence that some certain customers can only afford so much. But when you think about it from my perspective, and you think about the utilities perspective, we've been operating in Connecticut for 100 years, and God willing, we'll be around for another 100 years. The investments in the system today will be serving customers for decades. And if we do not raise rates and provide investment in the system today, all we're doing is deferring investments to another generation of ratepayers where the costs will be higher. To replace a pole today is about $1,100. Next year, it'll be $1,200. 10 years from now, it'll be $1,800. There's no way around that. That's just the way the costs are going to go. So if we are so focused on not raising rates today, all we're doing is pushing those rates off into the future. And if we're not realistic with customers that utilities are a capital investment business, it keeps a lot of money to keep the wires off the ground, keep the poles off the ground, to pay linemen living wage, to attract new employees to the lineman profession, which is a challenge for all of us. If we're not realistic that that's going to cost money, then we're going to have higher rates in the future. And there's limited ways we can keep rates low today or in the near term. But I suggest this group and other ones like it should be thinking about how can we keep rates lower 15 years from now, 10 years from now. And that's really where I think the challenge is for this group and other people thinking about this issue.
I totally agree with you. Please don't let the media know that I'm totally agreeing with the utilities on anything. But I think you said it very cogently, which is if we do not make these critical investments, we will pay more down the road and we will just set ourselves back. And I know it's, tough for people to hear, but we are really looking out for their interest by making these investments. Senator Needleman.
I don't know, Jonathan did such a good job. I don't even know what I have to say, Dan. Rep Steinberg.
Yeah, of course.
So last week or the week before, you guys announced that the RAM adjustment was going to go up. Has that been adjudicated at PERI yet, or is that what you've submitted?
That's what we submitted. It'll go through the regular process over the next.
Was the press release or the notice to your customers, was it couched that way, that that's what you submitted, or is that what was released to the press to say that, I hate this, Mike, to say that the rates were going to go up because of it? The RAM adjustment was an upward adjustment, but my understanding is it has not been reviewed yet. I don't even know why it would be submitted out there at this point before it was reviewed that it was going to go up. But be that as it may, it is what it is. I also would like to get beyond this point, but when you say that you'd like to have a constructive dialogue, if every rate case ends up in a lawsuit, which perpetuates this, everything becomes ex parte. I guess I'm not a lawyer, but until we get out of this cycle where there's a rate case and an appeal and it goes from one court to another court, each one is taking years. And I think that that's contributing to it. I'm not saying who's right or wrong in that, but that's the process. And I think that it's very hard to partition out. It's not like, as Kim described, the New York system, completely different than what we have. It's a much bigger state, a lot more ratepayers. But when I heard that, at least my understanding of what I heard was there are 20 administrative judges or whatever they're called that receive the testimony and review it. And then the regulators get the sort of fully vetted testimony. I don't even know what that process would be. Here, you've got 3 regulators and a tiny staff. I mean, I'm sure they would love to have 20 lawyers involved in a process. Then you could have as many regulators as you want, but we have a very tight budget. And I do need to remind people that probably don't know it, but PURA is largely funded through ratepayers. So if you want a bigger authority, if you want to move it out of one agency and create its own agency, if you want to make it a quasi-public, it needs a whole separate funding mechanism that's likely going to be larger. Or if you use the same funding mechanism, it's going to be a higher rate impact on people. So I think they would love nothing more than to have more staff and to have more of an ability to partition, to have conversations. I just think we're a small state. The whole agency between all sides is like 78 people or 80 people. And that's, the community, that's the firewall part and the rate review part. So it's very small. It's nimble. I understand the frustration. I love to talk with people and learn, but it's hard when it's repetitive lawsuits here. And you're exercising your legal rights, but you can't exercise those legal rights and then say, why can't I talk to the people that I'm engaged in a lawsuit against? Because that's really what we're talking about.
Okay.
Didn't sound like one either. Representative Mara.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. So I'm just looking through this bill a bit, and I don't think, or maybe you touched on this, but I remember talking to you all before about some of the capital investments and having it be forward-looking versus maybe backward-looking. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Sure. So when we look at capital, this is probably the #1 challenge that we feel that we have in Connecticut, quite frankly. So right now we have filed a rate case for UI in 22. Since that time, we have $270 million of capital invested in the system, serving our 17 towns that customers are benefiting from today. That is not reflected in rates and won't be reflected in rates until our current rate case is concluded, probably some point later on in 2025. So what that means is we've gone out and we're financing $270 million, which is an astronomical amount of money for a company that UI size. And we're not earning any money on that. But on top of that, UI is only earning 3.5% ROE right now. There's no guaranteed ROEs. I know a lot of people like to say that they're guaranteed. If that was true, UI would be earning much more than it is. 3.5 is not an attractive investment for utility capital. It just is. You can put more money in a money market account, have no risk, have no political risk, have no operational risk, have no regulatory risk, and make more money than you can by deploying capital into UI's system today. What you're really, what the rate case from 22 is really saying is that UI, if you invest $1 today, you have the ability to earn $1.03 3 years from now. That is not very attractive. And that's what we would like to avoid going forward, especially when you get into a situation where you're contemplating the PBR program, which by its very nature is going to have multi-year rate cases. We like multi-year rate cases. We like to have the stable and predictable rates so we can run our business. If we have 3-year rate plans, we can today know how much money will be coming in the door over the next 3 years. We can run our business in an efficient manner. We can deploy capital to the field in a way that makes sense to run the business. And we know for 3 years how we're going to operate the business. Right now, we don't have that. In PBR, what we like the authority to approve and language you see in Section 2 of House Bill 7088 is a requirement that PURA includes in the PBR program a capital funding mechanism by which each year of the 3-year rate plan, our rates reflect the capital that is being deployed during that year. So when we outlay money to develop a substation, to replace poles, to keep the wires off the ground, we know that the rates reflect those investments that are going on commensurate with the rates coming in the door.
Okay, so then just to clarify, and the reason why this can be put in now is because there's also the PBRs that are involved. So there will be
Absolutely.
the assurance that whatever you say you're going to be doing for investments, and is this specific towards like grid investments or?
Correct. This would be distribution capital. So this is hard assets in the field
Okay,
that we use to provide service.
okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to put an exclamation point on that, PBR is going to require us to invest more in certain areas to hit certain metrics. But without a capital funding mechanism, you're going to have a situation, we're spending all this capital on a company the size of UI. Right now, it's almost $300 million. It'll be more when PBR comes. And you're telling us we have to wait 3 years before we get any money that back and earn any return on that investment. And that is not an attractive investment for folks who are deploying capital to the field. And that's the challenge that we have. That's the number one challenge from the company's perspective currently in Connecticut.
Okay, so just to clarify, it sounds like if you're looking at that forward-looking capital, that's going to help you comply more with the PBR that we have.
Absolutely. I mean, we're gonna have to comply. There's no way around it. And please don't take my comments today to mean that Pura would not have the ability to review our capital plan, track our progress towards it, and review how we did when we're done. There's no language in Senate Section 2 that would preclude that. And I think when people say they don't like Section 2, they usually say it guarantees too much to the utility. It takes rights away from Pura's ability to review. We don't think that's true. We think that Pura still has all those rights and all those obligations to the state of Connecticut and the ratepayers to review our capital plan and make sure we're doing what we said we did. And if we don't do what we told Pura we would do, we understand that there's consequences. We like to think that we're good at our job. And if we tell we're going to do something, then we'll do it. And we expect to have to prove that. So we don't think that the criticism regarding what's in Section 2 holds weight. We think it's imperative for the financial health of the company that some language like Section 2 goes into effect. Otherwise, it's an unworkable situation for UI.
Okay, no, thank you. That really clarifies and helps me understand. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Getting late, and I'll be really quick, because I'm just a little curious. Thank you for being here and testifying. So when you do your infrastructure, your utility poles, your lines, which I would think it's safety for the ratepayer, for your neighborhoods, and your employees, do you have sorry if I don't see this, like, do you have a 5-year plan, a 10-year plan? Because any business, small or large, has to have some plan with some sort of, we have one of the oldest infrastructures as far as energy in the country, I would think, in Connecticut. Do you have that?
Absolutely.
That
We
makes
file a
sense.
5-year plan with Pura in every rate case. And, we identify the needs in the system. We budget what that will require to address. And obviously there's a pecking order of what capital investments need to go first. But right now, when you're asking me to fund $300 million without any return on that asset for multiple years, we have to start thinking about what we can really do, because there's not an endless amount of money available to UI to deploy to that
Right.
field. If you adopt Section 2, then we have the assurances that the rates will reflect our capital investments. And then we have the ability to go out and do what the system needs. And let's be honest, we hear all day we heard about different technologies that people want to deploy on the system. Some are good, some maybe are not so good. All of that requires funding, and all of that will require capital investment to make sure the grid is ready. So when those technologies become available at scale, they can be deployed. And we are some way away from that right now.
I would think the grid's not ready to handle some of the things that are coming unless they're upgraded.
That's right.
I mean, I don't think I could withstand it. One last question. I don't know if it's part of this or not. Your natural gas, Southern Connecticut Natural Gas, do you do the same thing with the gas lines, or they have to be maintained somewhat, I would think?
Absolutely. I mean, we just came out of a gas rate case where we were cut, I think, combined $60 million. That's going to have effect on the capital programs of those companies. Now, those programs are also funded by with a DIMP mechanism, which is an annual tracking mechanism that allows us to deploy capital field to replace leak-prone pipe. That does not exist in the on UI side. So, it's more challenging for UI than the gas companies, but all those tension will exist on the gas side as well.
I appreciate you being here and I appreciate the time, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. So just to be clear, I think a structure going forward after all this stuff washes out should have some reasonable, accountable capital tracker built into it. I think that that's a good model. I think that we need that. I think the companies should have that. But the hard part is coming up with a method for doing that. Right? The capital tracker that exists right now that Eversource has would not have been a well-designed capital tracker. So the devil's in the details as far as I'm concerned, and the accountability component is really critical.
I don't disagree.
I do want to go back to one other thing, and that is one of the confusions in Connecticut now, right, is we're already changing people's bills 4 times a year, right? And sometimes they go up and sometimes they go down. Now that we've added the bar graph, sometimes more goes on this side, sometimes more goes on that side. It's very, very confusing to ratepayers and not good for the utilities either, in my opinion, because I bet you nobody calls you and says, my rate went down. But they will call you when your rate goes up. So we have this standard service thing, which the procurement makes sense. You know, we've talked about moving it out a month, like to shoulder months a little, to see if that would smooth out some of the differences. But probably that's a tested model for January and July. But then we do RAM in May and September. So you've got 4 rate adjustments that are happening to everybody's bill. And some of them do go up because standard service goes up in, you know, because of the natural gas constraints in pretty much every January. We know that. And that just looks like a rate increase to people. So I'm a little concerned. I understand why truing up RAM, if it's from a workload point of view possible, because each time a RAM adjustment is submitted, there's like 4 to 6 weeks worth of time that it takes to review it. And that requires effort and staff to do that twice as often. Are you suggesting getting rid of the September adjustment, which is sort of a further accounting of the May one, and doing it twice a year? I mean, I just don't know.
Yeah.
Without creating a lot more work and a lot more disruption to people's bills, right? In an ideal world, if we were a vertical state,
right,
you'd get a bill that would pretty much be the same every year, and it would adjust some month during the year.
Right.
You do work in vertical states, don't you?
I personally do not.
You know, okay,
Yeah.
the company does, I think. I don't know, maybe.
Actually, I don't know. I'm
not.
not sure that we do,
Yeah.
actually, thinking about it.
So it system itself creates a lot of problems in vertical states. I can't imagine they do multiple adjustments every year. So I just want to not create more problems.
Well, we share that. But I would think there are solutions to these kind of questions. You know, we could, off the top of my head, we could align the RAM for January in July 1. So people, instead of getting 4 rate changes, they're getting 2. We did that historically. I think we could probably do that pretty easily. I also think that just think of the reconciliation as balancing your checkbook. It is not a full review of the costs that go into the RAM component. We understand that Pura wants time to review that material, which is not insignificant. It's tough for us to pull together, and it's probably also tough for staff to weed through it. So I'm not implying at all that Pura should not have the time it needs to review that material. But I think you can reconcile, you can balance your checkbook twice a year with not a whole lot of effort, while in the background, to use my example, you're reviewing your credit card statement to make sure you think it's accurate.
I understand that, and I hope you balance your checkbook once a month, twice or ever.
Right.
It's a lot more complicated than balancing your checkbook, right? Obviously, and it's, 45 items and 4 pages long that are almost indecipherable foreign language materials at this point. But I assume that to generate that information at the company, because you submit the information and they review it.
Right.
It's not like they develop it. It's not, part of a rigorous campaign that you would have in a rate case where there's.
Right.
You submit the information and they review it and say these things, maybe, there may be some Q&A, but I just am not sure, I guess this is the question, does your system have the ability at the push of a button to generate that information real time? From one period to the next, like a checkbook?
Yeah. So I would just start off, of all the problems I've heard today, this sounds like it can go in the solvable bucket. Okay.
Okay.
Like we can produce rate changes every month if Pura wanted to do that. Producing the material that goes to explain why those rate changes are occurring is a much bigger issue. And I think that's what you're describing.
Yes.
We could change the rates in 24 hours notice. So I think we could do that twice a year while in the background, Pura is taking 9 months to review all the material.
Appreciate that.
And I have one more comment. You said something earlier about when all this washes out, one solution could be a forward-looking capital tracker. But I just want to reiterate, this is not a hypothetical for UI. We have come in for rate cases. We are financially worse off after the rate cases than we were beforehand. Us waiting to PBR washing out is requiring us to fund hundreds of millions of dollars.
I meant by washing out, what I meant was the open dialogue in between rate cases that you might want to have when the lawsuits all wash their way out. PBR notwithstanding, you're in for a rate case, whatever happens in that rate case happens. I'm not a regulator. I don't want to be a regulator. I understand.
My point is, UI is financially struggling today. This is not a hypothetical scenario.
You're in the middle of the rate case, I'm assuming, right? So, in any case, I want to thank you guys for being patient all day, long day. Not seeing anyone else.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate the opportunity.
Have a
Have a good
night.
evening.
Oh, yes. Got a good memory. Elisa Charmot.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for letting me step in after missing my time to testify. The Murphy's Law of Speaker Order struck again. And so I want to thank the chairs and the committee for you guys have had quite a bit of stamina. I've been watching almost all day. My name is Alicia Charmot. I am the Executive Director of Rivers Alliance of Connecticut. And we do policy advocacy and education around water issues. I am here today to speak to you on Section 6 of 647, which removes all of the guardrails around hydropower. Now, I heard Senator Harding earlier talk about how the goal is to have clean and green energy. By removing all of the criteria in the definition of hydropower in RPS, you will be sourcing. First of all, hydropower is not necessarily green. And the criteria in the definition make sure that we are sourcing the greener projects. By removing all of that criteria, we will be incentivizing the most damaging, least green, and possibly the least safe projects out there. And so I highly encourage the committee to not let that go forward. It could be devastating for our rivers, and it could be devastating for our communities. So I ask that particular part not move forward. And just one quick thing, because I've been listening all day to folks, and believe me, my electric bill is high too. And I don't think people appreciate what the public benefit charge does for them, even if they don't utilize those efficiency programs. like water supply, energy supply is limited. And if we don't get a handle on how much we're using, it's going to run out at some point, and it's going to run out during a heat wave, or it's going to run out during a cold snap. And it is very sad when people can't afford their bills. But 2, 4, 10 years from now, when we're hearing stories about people's grandmothers or grandfathers or parents dying in their homes in a heat wave because of blackouts and brownouts, because we don't have enough power, because we pull those investments for energy efficiency, it's going to be sad then too. I'm going to leave it at that. And if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer them. And again, thank you for everything you guys do.
I really appreciate that. And thank you for your patience and sitting in your car right now. You guys do a great job. I just want you to know that. Next up is Aziz Dekhan, Connecticut Roundtable on Climate and Jobs. Is Aziz there? Next up is Carrie Lynch from the Nature Conservancy, followed by Ashen Harper.
Hello? Oh.
Hello.
Oh, okay. Hi. Hi, I'm Carrie Lynch, Climate and Energy Policy Manager at the Nature Conservancy. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony on behalf of the Nature Conservancy in support of 2 bills today, House Bill 7087 and 7088. We have submitted testimony on these bills with further explanation of our rationale. First, we support HB 7087, an act concerning shared clean energy subscriptions. This bill expands access to community solar projects and allows subscribers of the SCEF program to invest in solar and receive direct savings on their electric bills, as well as tax incentives. We believe that this bill will facilitate growth in community solar, including benefits for those who may not have the ability to install solar panels on their own properties to benefit from renewable energy. These facilities will be built without financial risk to ratepayers while increasing local energy resilience. Community solar utilizes all the benefits of utility scale solar, allowing projects to serve both commercial customers and local communities, particularly low to moderate income communities. In addition to environmental and economic benefits, community solar is also a powerful driver of job creation. Expanding community solar in Connecticut will generate new employment opportunities across construction, engineering, maintenance, and more, providing a lasting economic boost to the state. And secondly, and maybe surprisingly, we support HB 7088. This bill requires PR to undertake several studies and implement new regulatory mechanisms to improve energy delivery and customer protections, increasing transparency while also potentially reducing costs. In the interest of time, we would like to call out Section 2 of this bill, which mandates the development of a forward-looking capital investment funding mechanism that will allow electric utilities to recover costs for grid improvements more efficiently with annual reviews and objective standards for investment prudency. A forward-looking capital investment funding mechanism will allow utilities to recover costs for future infrastructure investments needed to adapt to changing energy demands without solely relying upon traditional rate-based mechanisms. Through this, utilities are rewarded for proactive investments in transmission, grid modernization, and energy improvements, incentivizing them to look beyond the current needs of a plan for the future. And finally, my colleague Nathan Froling will be testifying in opposition to SB 647 today, but I wanted to make a quick statement about Section 6 and 7 of SB 647 in regards to expansion of hydropower RECs and financial incentives. TNC opposes policy that seeks to negate decades worth of actions benefiting Connecticut residents through cleaner, more resilient energy by the removal of environmental, community, and safety considerations from hydro facilities. So we are in strong opposition to Section 6 and 7 of SB 647. And with that, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to present testimony today in support of these bills.
Thank you so much, Carrie. Anybody got any questions? No. Ashen Harper, followed by Michael Sinello. Ashen here. Okay, Ashen's not here. Michael Sinello, followed by Christina D'Amato.
All right. So to the committee, to chairs Needleman and Stein, to ranking members Fazio and Mara, and to the members of the committee otherwise, thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of Senate Bill 647. I've provided a lengthy bit of written testimony going deep into energy policy with a few dozen source citations, which I'm happy to answer to for those that took the time to read it. But today I'll just speak to the heart of why we're all here. Electric rates are way too high, and it's a matter of policy and policy alone. It's not that we live in New England, as, for example, New Hampshire, a state famously colder and much more sparsely populated than Connecticut, has historically taken a completely different approach on energy policy and has much lower rates. We're more than 30% higher than them on average, and comparing rates already accounts for the difference in how New Hampshire residents heat their homes. And they're not even the lowest rates in New England. Wallingford, the most deregulated distributor, is half our rates. Happy to address that in questioning. Everyone in here has seen it play out too. I live in a tiny 1-bedroom apartment, and my last electric bill was over $500. Yes, I have electric baseboard heat, which is the most expensive way to heat a home. What am I supposed to do? Tell my landlord to spend $1 gajillion in capital she doesn't have, and which will just come out of my rent anyways? Force other ratepayers to pay for it, which saves those ratepayers money. How? Robbing Peter to pay Paul? My bedroom is already set to 60 degrees. My living room is set to 50. Under just the wrong conditions, you can see your breath in my living room. So I just don't use it in the winter. A whole room in my less than 800 square foot apartment gone. I've gone to the length of hanging sheets of construction plastic to bifurcate my apartment so I can keep my kitchen at a tolerable temperature. There is no part of my day inside my apartment when I'm not seriously layered up. I keep just one desk lamp on in my bedroom when I'm using it, and only one light on in any given room. So I'm sorry if it falls on deaf ears when we're constantly told, just put solar panels on your roof, or just get a heat pump, an air circulator by another name, or when we get green initiatives like offshore wind dumped on us because we're not doing enough to fight climate change. I'm sorry, but who is we? Who is the public that is benefiting from any of the public benefit charges? I know that the public benefit charges aren't the only thing on our bills that keeps us above every other state in the continental US except California, but that's why Senate Bill 647 is a 6-point plan, whose individual parts I'm happy to answer to, and is why I'm here to speak in favor of it, as it addresses a number of major policy issues driving up rates. We shouldn't have to live like we're homeless in our homes. I hope you'll support Senate Bill 647. Thank you. Happy to answer questions. And I do have some August bills and some December bills to put to bed some of the statements that have been made about the difference in how electricity is consumed in the summer and the winter. Happy to take your questions.
Really, thank you. Representative Buckby, I see you have your hand raised. And one other thing, Ashen Harper, we're going to come back to you as soon as we're done.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have to recognize when someone from New Milford steps on, and
Best town
I've
in
been on
America.
here all day with all of you. And Mike, thank you for reaching out from the best town in the USA. Couple things to point out. One, I appreciate we had a couple people, or actually I think there was one earlier that I saw that talked about small apartment and his efforts and his fight. And you're talking about yours, and I appreciate that because that's something we've touched base on a few times with small apartments. But you touch base too on Wallingford, and I'm interested because they don't pay into the public benefits charge, and how your comment to that, how that would be beneficial to. I mean, it's tough. You can't really model what they do. It'd be impossible to build all these plants all over the state.
Okay, so what Wallingford is a municipal. It's a de facto municipal EDC, but because they're technically labeled as an EDC, they avoid a ton of the regulation that EDCs run into. And I'm not saying this just because that's what I've heard. I'm saying this because the fellow that led heads the co-op that handles all of this with those several towns that have the municipal distribution companies said so on WFSB, that the reason that their rates are so much lower than everyone else is because they're able to avoid a lot of this regulation.
Absolutely. And I think it makes it difficult for the overall program. If that's the intent of the state to face this entire program, then that's, we're kind of missing out on the communities like Wallingford that aren't committing to everyone in that. And Mike, you have graphics for us? What?
Yep. So
graphics?
Yeah, just some electric rates across the country. I have all kinds of other sources too. that I can easily
You
pull up.
always do, and you're well read in this environment. As Senator Fazio found out this week, you're very well read in the environment of energy, and I appreciate you taking the time and waiting around all day. Just I see you have a couple of lights on the back. Considering what you're doing, you might want to kill a couple of those. But Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity. I know it's been a long day for all of you there. It's been a long day for me here as well. I've been with you the whole day, but Mike, really appreciate your testimony. I read your written testimony, and you did very well here. So thank you for that.
Thanks for taking the time to read the written testimony.
Thank you, Representative Buckby, speaking as the first selectman of the best town in America, small but town. We'll pat you on the back and say you're up there, but not quite.
It's adorable, Essex. You fit
Senator
my
Fazio,
mark.
We are adorable.
Speaking as a resident of a town without an inferiority complex, Mike, I wanted to. We have a great population, and but I wanted to thank you, Mike, for your testimony. I read through your written testimony today. It's not often we get testimony from the public with 28 footnotes from scientific journals and various studies. It's actually a really good read for legislators and members of the public and journalists. You know, there's a statistic I wasn't aware of that you referenced there that Connecticut is 4th in the country for the percentage of its residents who kept their homes at unsafe temperatures because of high energy rates. That, in addition to high rates, is a very bad outcome. You spoke in, you mentioned in your testimony your support for including all hydropower and nuclear power in the renewable portfolio standard. You didn't mention it in your verbal testimony, so I wanted to just give you an opportunity to discuss why you think that.
Yeah. So basically what's happening is, and I can pull up the legislation. So right now, class 1 renewables exclude run-of-the-river are only allow for run-of-the-river hydroelectric. So it already allows for certain types of hydroelectric, just not the ones that we actually have here in Connecticut. So, for example, the Stevenson Dam, the Chippewa River Dam, and the Rocky River State Power Station, which is effectively it's a hydroelectric dam. It's hydroelectric generation by another name. All of them are disqualified from class 1. And however, all of them are qualified for class 1 renewables as part of the renewable portfolio standards for states like Maine. So we're kind of something of an exception by not allowing the hydroelectric we already have to be class 1. And let me pull up. Well, I can pull that up in just a minute here. But the long and short of it is all that the bill basically is doing is removing those qualifiers. And the biggest one is run of the river, which I guess I can get into the esoterics of what constitutes run of the river. But the long and short of it is I don't think any of our dams actually qualify. And the supermajority at least don't qualify already. So, wouldn't it be nice to use the hydroelectric generation that's already happening in our state as a class 1 renewable?
Thank you for that, Mike. Zero carbon is hydro, and keeping these megawatts online is important as there's concerns about retirement. Again, I highly recommend people read your testimony. It's not that long, even though it does have 28 footnotes full of interesting facts, and appreciate your time here today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Are there other questions or comments? We will read your testimony and the 28 footnotes with great interest.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, we can move on next to Christina D'Amato. Ashen, that's right. Ashen came back. Welcome back, Ashen.
What do you guys think?
What is that? Bye-bye, Michael. We're ready for Ashen.
All right. May I start now?
Before Michael comes back.
Honorable members of the Energy and Technology Committee, my name is Ashen Harper. I'm from Stamford, Connecticut, and I'm a senior at Stamford High School. This testimony is on behalf of our group of students, Fridays for Future Stamford, and more broadly, youth in Connecticut. We are testifying in opposition of SB 647 and SB 4. We oppose SB 647, which would effectively eliminate the Systems Benefit Charge and Conservation Load Management Program from the Public Benefits Charge by moving them to the general fund. The general fund does not have the money to support these programs. Many oppose the Public Benefit Charge after the rate hike in July. About 77% of that increase came from a power purchase agreement with Millstone, with the other 23% coming from the COVID shutoff moratorium. The Millstone costs will be paid off over a 10-month period, which means ratepayers have almost finished paying off these costs, and the public benefits charge is soon to fall. In other words, the only reason that the public benefits charge was unreasonably high was due to a charge which is about to be paid off. The Systems Benefit Charge and Conservation Load Management Program are minimal charges which benefit the grid and public overall. The Systems Benefit Charge funds vital programs to help the most vulnerable low-income people in our state, keep consumers informed about electric rates, protect displaced workers, protect water in our land, and increase energy efficiency and improve safety and quality of life for everyone in the state. The Conservation and Load Management Program manages demand, provides energy security, and develops programs to help energy efficiency across the state, therefore reducing costs. This minor charge, which is at its legal maximum, less than a tenth of a cent per kilowatt per hour, or about $420 per month on the average electric bill, keeps energy affordable. In Stamford, where I live, energy efficiency programs funded by this program saved $1,474,458 annually and 3,000 tons of carbon dioxide emissions. Overall, this program produces $3 in lifetime benefits for every $1 invested. Energy affordability is an issue, but we can't solve energy affordability by removing programs which make energy more affordable. Section 4 of the bill eliminates the Clean Energy Fund. The fund develops and invests in clean energy enterprises and projects. In order to meet our emissions reduction goals and modernize our grid, we must continue to invest in renewables. Section 5 limits all zero carbon energy procurement by the state to no more than 150% of the wholesale electricity price at the time of the agreement. This is short-sighted. According to ISO New England, because large-scale renewable resources typically have higher upfront capital costs and different financing opportunities than more conventional resources, they have had difficulty competing in the wholesale markets. Therefore, limiting energy procurement to 150% of the wholesale electricity price would limit the development of renewables. Planning for the future means planning for the future of renewable energy, not the future of natural gas or fossil fuels. That means we cannot limit renewable development in this manner. Section 13 would direct PARA to create a study on how to expand natural gas capacity in the state. Natural gas is mostly methane, which is a greenhouse gas 80 times more potent than carbon dioxide. If only 0.2% of methane is leaked from pipelines as it travels, that makes the emissions of natural gas equal to that of coal. Therefore, we cannot expand natural gas and we must transition to renewables. Sections 14 through 225 remove EV charging programs and incentives for replacing inefficient boilers with heat pumps. We also oppose SB 4, which among other things would allow DEEP to enter into long-term contracts to procure gas, locking us into emissions and reliance on a dirty fuel source with volatile prices. Overall, this legislation aims to reduce energy costs, but will actually increase them by eliminating energy efficiency programs and increasing reliance on fossil fuels, which is the energy of the past, not the future. I cannot overstate the importance of reducing emissions and keeping energy costs low. We need policies that will transition us to renewables, not policies that will lock us into high-emitting natural gas. We need policies that will increase energy efficiency and decrease prices in the long term, not policies that will remove beneficial and cost-saving charges. Therefore, we ask the committee to oppose SB 647 and SB 4 and instead work to reduce energy costs by increasing energy efficiency and transitioning to renewable energy. And I thank the committee for allowing me to speak today.
Ashton, this is not the first time you testified before us, and I'm still in awe of how amazing your research and cogent analysis is. I could listen to you all night, but it's soon be going past my bedtime, if not yours. I want to thank you for your thoughtfulness, and we will read your testimony. You made a lot of points that others have made, but very convincingly. Any other questions or comments? If not, thank you again. Thanks for coming back so you could share with us tonight.
Thank you.
Next up is, I think we tried Christine D'Amato. How about David? Christine, you're here. Great. Okay.
Thank you. Good evening, Senator Needleman, Representative Steinberg, and Ranking Members Fazio, Mara, and members of the Energy and Technology Committee. My name is Christina D'Amato. I work at Energy Resources, headquartered in Thomaston, Connecticut. And I appreciate the opportunity to testify on behalf of the Commercial Contractor Consortium, CCC, on Senate Bill number 647. The CCC is comprised of top-performing energy efficiency companies serving Connecticut ratepayers. Our mission is to reduce energy consumption and lower utility costs for nonprofits, schools, towns, municipalities, and small and large businesses through the implementation of energy efficiency projects. The CCC helps to drive critical investments in environmental justice communities and distressed municipalities, ensuring equitable access to cost savings and sustainable solutions. Our mission in the Statement of Purpose for Bill 647, to reduce energy costs and increase energy supply, are very much in alignment. So I would like to take a moment to explain why we're here in opposition of Bill 647 as it specifically relates to the energy efficiency programs. According to the Energy Efficiency Board's 2023 and 2024 report, commercial energy efficiency contractors in 2 years completed over 11,000 projects, saving customers $74 million in utility costs and the energy equivalent of a 102 megawatt power plant. Proof that this program is indeed reducing energy costs and increasing energy supply for a much cheaper price tag than building new infrastructure. As someone who works within the Energize Connecticut programs, I can tell you firsthand, as I'm sure all members of the CCC can, how grateful the ratepayers we work with are to have access to a program that provides funding and technical support for energy efficiency solutions. Many ratepayers don't know what energy-related cost-saving opportunities exist within their facilities. This program gives them access to that education, as well as a trusted network of contractors with an expertise in developing energy-efficient solutions. I can share stories of gratitude from all different types of organizations who have benefited from these programs, nonprofits whose energy savings provided needed monies for programs and services, schools able to invest in better learning conditions for our children, churches on the cusp of closing their doors if they couldn't find ways to reduce costs. I think it's important that we're reminded that the energy efficiency programs included in the combined public benefit charge are successfully helping to address the energy burden for Connecticut ratepayers. We ask that the committee keep the energy efficiency programs under its current rate structure and consider the negative impact SB 647 would have on energy efficiency programs if moved into the general fund and made susceptible to legislative cuts. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony tonight. Are there any questions or comments? You summed it up very nicely. Thank you for hanging with us to this late hour. We really
pleasure.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up, we have David Polanco, followed by Brendan DeSimone. Is David with us? I don't see him online. All right, how about Brendan DeSimone? Nope. Okay, I do see Ian McDonald. Please proceed, sir.
Good evening, Chairs Needleman, Steinberg, and members Fazio, Mara, and other distinguished members of the Energy and Technology Committee. Thanks for the opportunity to testify tonight and register my opposition to SB 647. To begin with, I'd like to say a few words regarding Section 13 of the bill related to the study on gas expansion. First, I'm trying to be peevish, but I do feel obligated to note that the scientific consensus is quite clear that from a climate perspective, in 2025, we should not be pursuing new fossil fuel expansions. And I think most climate scientists, if they were here, would probably tell us the same. I think we also need to recognize that our neighbors in Massachusetts, through their DPU Order 2080 Future of Gas proceeding, are moving pretty aggressively away from new gas deployments. And looking at that very carefully. And, similarly in Rhode Island, they have very aggressive procurements related to wind. And so I certainly wonder if, we're looking at new gas expansion, how much of that winds up with Connecticut ratepayers having a kind of disproportionate burden of bearing that cost. Some could argue we've had a bit of disproportionate burden with Millstone. I know that's a different issue and more complicated, but that's certainly a concern. I'd also just mention that the ISO New England Electric Power Research Institute operational impacts of extreme energy study indicates that the energy burden is pretty manageable. I know there's some complications as we get into some of the issues around data centers and whatnot, but that the energy burden is manageable through 2027 and 2032. And despite anticipation that we're going to have, we're in desperate need for new pipeline expansion, that really seemed to show that we were not. And there was a couple of FERC forums that kind of went pretty deep into this. I'll just, I'll say the good news is that we have a lot of room to run on solar, on energy efficiency, on grid enhancing technologies. So I think we can make up for a lot of that on that end. And I'll just also note the other thing on the public benefits charge, there's a lot of consternation around how some of these costs are socialized to particularly lower income people. And I think one thing that maybe some were hinting at is that there's a lot of things, I don't necessarily have that consternation, but there's a lot of things that are potentially socialized that are not listed there that I think we just take it for granted. If somebody has a larger house, they're maybe creating a disproportionate strain on fuel supplies and on the grid. And if you live farther away, you have more distribution costs. And, if you live in Litchfield County, you might not have the same sort of pollution that people bear in some of our cities like Bridgeport. And lastly, if you have commercial or industrial, you might have lower rates. Now, a lot of that we say that benefits people, so we don't seem necessarily too concerned. But I think it's a little unseemly to put all of the concern around things that are socialized just on our most vulnerable residents. So I just thought I'd mention that, and happy to answer any questions that folks might have. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony and for thinking a little bit outside the box. We appreciate that. Are there any questions or comments? No, thank you again for your testimony. We are going to go backwards, hopefully one last time. Susan Wilcox has joined us. Susan. We can see you, Susan. Are you with us? How about we go to Diane Lauricella and then we'll come back to Susan. Welcome, Diane.
Good evening and thank you, Senator Needle, Representative Stein, ranking members, Senator Fazio, Representative Mara from my neck of the woods, and esteemed members of the Energy and Technology Committee. Kudos to your stamina. For the record, my name is Diane Lauricella, Norwalk organizer of the Norwalk Zero Coalition, and a longtime environmental management professional. Like many of you know, cheapest forms of energy are those that are not used or wasted in the first place. I wanted to speak in opposition to Senate Bill 647 as written, just about all of its sections. I wanted to lift up the testimony of Ian, my friend who just spoke, Ms. Wazer, Fridays for Future, Martha Klein, Ms. Klockenbrink, Attorney Rothenberger, Mr. Felton, Dr. Mitchell, Rivers Alliance, Tanea Taylor, and parts of Mr. Maddox's testimonies, because I'm too tired to mention a lot of the good things they said, and I'm sure you don't want to hear them again, but they did a good job. And also many of the people that are in favor of this bill, I think that they need to look at, in truth, what the bill is about. While I appreciate the efforts by this committee, the state staff, and many submitted testimony, I would still like to see a more comprehensive approach to this difficult issue, not the piecemeal approach that was begun when deregulation was foisted upon us way back when. We have been trying to fix what I feel was a mistake ever since. As one speaker stated, look to New York's programming. Why reinvent the wheel? Senate Bill 647 begins with a bill title that is somewhat misleading as written, and it has attracted our outrage, while then proposing within its body the removal of many of the good programs that have and will reduce our energy bills if kicked into the general fund. Now, I'm not discounting that our energy bills are just too damn high. The outrage is real, but it's a bit misplaced. Use the energy efficiency programs, people. Relief can happen if energy efficiency measures are deployed on a much more robust residential, commercial, and public basis. Too many people have still never heard of Energize CT. Lumping the Millstone Agreement of 2017 in the public benefits billing bucket instead of the supply bucket was a mistake. Why was this done? I think there are reasons for it in this bill. As written, and the way it's done, it shouldn't be done the way it is in the billing. As written, this bill places the public benefits in the public benefits bucket at risk. It puts it at risk. And please note that most of these programs are for every ratepayer, be they business residents, not just the low wealth community. There is a need indeed to constantly examine the public benefits programs in detail on an ongoing basis, but this bill is not the answer. Yes, over-reliance of frac gas methane pipelines has caused much of the high cost fluctuation, so that if this was approved as written, it would reduce even further the chance for job development and transition of the fossil fuel skilled workers to solar, heat pump, and geothermal jobs. Some ideas in my minute to go. As I've said before, Energize CT has many worthwhile programs, but it is counterintuitive to think that our major utilities will optimize spreading the energy efficiency gospel. I've begged the EE board to rethink who is responsible for educating and outreach. It should not be the utilities. Please, in future deliberations, consider removing the utilities from the responsibility of educating the masses. Also, consider in the future session separating DEEP's energy side from the environmental quality side, which I once was in the employ of. I don't think it's getting enough attention. Please vote
Diane,
against. Yes.
Bell's rung twice now. If you could.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted to finish my sentence, if that's okay. Would that be okay, sir?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm concerned that this bill would eliminate funding for energy efficiency programs, the green bank, heat pump incentives, and electric vehicle infrastructure, because general fund pressures would dilute and eliminate the non-fossil fuel programs. Thank you for letting me speak.
Diane, and I never really thought of it that way, that the Millstone charge really does belong on the supply side, because it is very much supply oriented. And would we be having the same conversation if it had appeared on that part of the bill? Very interesting question. And the only other thing that I wanted to comment on is the energy efficiency thing is a good, if we all avail ourselves of energy efficiency, maybe we wouldn't be talking about a lot of these other problems as well. So I think your point's really well taken. If we were all availing ourselves of all the energy efficiency programs, we wouldn't have a lot of the problems we're talking about today. Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Diane, for sticking with us. You mentioned a lot about the public education and the education of ratepayers, that it doesn't belong on in the energy companies bucket. What would you say to so many of our municipalities and Board of Eds that are reaching out saying, can we get, PURA or the state to eliminate the charging of the public benefit charge to municipalities? What would you say? How would you educate folks that are asking for that?
Well, quite frankly, I think as long as there were standards involved, distributing that money for education on a local basis, is that what you're saying, Representative Hughes?
Yeah, well, everybody's outraged, like you say, everybody. And now, our municipalities and Board of Eds are looking to tighten their belt, and they're saying, how can we get rid of this public benefits charge? And to your point about educating about the energy efficiency and how those programs and how everyone benefits, especially our municipalities and nonprofits, how would you answer and address that?
It's a late hour, so I'm sorry I didn't quite catch what you were saying. I believe if there was, I believe that it would be better to have municipalities, like every city and town hall, to have municipal energy czar, so to speak, or maybe I shouldn't be speaking in those terms now with what's going on in Washington, but as long as there are standards For instance, in the waste management field, of which I'm in that profession, every town is supposed to have a designated recycling coordinator. Yet I have found that the standards and the capabilities and the amount of time provided by a municipality varies widely. And so the program is not well, we're just not getting to our goals. The same, I fear, would happen on a municipal level for energy unless there were standards and training and maybe certification. But I do think it would be better to bring it to the people instead of waiting for a utility to spend over millions of dollars over the years. Much of it has gone to good programs, but it's not widely known, and it's not really the marketing of it. Utilities will tend. It's just happening it's just not being amplified and optimized for reasons that others at higher pay grades would should be studying. Was a mistake to continue the utilities getting so much of the public benefit to you for marketing, or it might be the load management money. I forget exactly where the money comes from for their marketing money, but it should be distributed closer to those that need to use it, both municipalities, schools, and the public.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. And I think we missed somebody before. I don't see anyone else. Thank you for testifying. I think Susan Wilcox might be on the line here. Susan? Susan going once? Susan going twice? Susan's gone. Oh, no, she's there, but not responding. Okay, so where are we here? 121. Wow. Okay, we really moved ahead. So Nathan Rowling, how are you?
I'm okay. Can you hear me?
Jennifer Sparks. Thanks.
See, can you hear me okay?
Yep, you're good.
Great. And boy, talk about thanking all of us. I have such enormous respect for you, Senator Needleman, and of course, Representative Steinberg and the ranking members and all the distinguished members of the Energy and Technology Committee. It's remarkable that you folks are so deeply involved in this. I feel just personally appreciative of the effort you're making on behalf of the public interest. So anyway, I'm Nathan Froling, Director of External Affairs at the Nature Conservancy. And again, thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'll certainly keep it in my 3 minutes. We're testifying in support of 7086 concerning the public benefit charge docket, in strong opposition, not surprisingly, to Senate Bill 647 concerning customer access to affordable electricity, and in support, actually, of Senate Bill 4 concerning energy affordability, access, and accountability. So regarding 7086, this bill directs PERA to open a docket to increase transparency and understanding of electric bill charges. And given certainly the rising concern about rates and frankly, we would say some misleading statements about the public benefits charge, we fully support this docket, which will, we think, help tell ratepayers the true story that less than 1% per kilowatt hour of your electric bill, less than 1 cent per kilowatt hour of your electric bill is used to fund renewable energy and efficiency programs. Yet these programs have been the source, as we've been hearing all day today, for millions of dollars of savings to customers and municipalities, and that the source of increased electric bills pertain to covering the cost of Millstone, the COVID cost recovery for utilities, and higher use of electricity to deal with extreme heat last year, not because of clean energy, not because of energy efficiency, and not because of these programs that are supported by the public benefits charge. So we just wanted to put our 2 cents on the record. In our opposition to Senate Bill 647, we note that this bill undermines what Connecticut has actually managed to put in place toward a safe, affordable, and sustainable future in response to climate change and skyrocketing energy demands that we anticipate in the near future. The bill is regressive, negating actions toward renewable energy, electric vehicles, clean and efficient heating and cooling, among other concerns. And it offers, in our perspective, not really any true vision in return, suggesting climate and energy-related programs be moved to the general fund from our perspective, is code for underfunding them or eliminating them. And this bill is not, therefore, really truly about how we lower the cost of electricity. Lastly, our support for Senate Bill 4 is based on our support for both offshore wind and nuclear power, each of which we interpret as supported by this bill, and each of which we need to play a role in the energy mix of the future. We are aware of safety concerns with nuclear energy, along with questions about cost and timing, but our analysis, and I'm talking about our Nature Conservancy analysis nationally, indicates nuclear is going to have to be part of meeting our climate goals, which we think is the most paramount goal. Offshore wind is even more important because it is one of the few energy sources that can deliver carbon-free energy at a scale and pace needed to meet these climate goals. And we believe only part of the story has been told regarding cost, leading to a false narrative that offshore wind is too expensive. In reality, despite high contract prices for offshore wind, actual deployment can hold the line on cost, if not reduce them. Our written comments go into much more detail about all three bills, and thanks for this opportunity to put our voice on the record. Happy to answer
Nathan,
questions.
appreciate the patience. Not sure if anybody has any questions at this point. I think we're all kind of bleary-eyed.
I don't blame you.
Normally, I would have some questions, but not right now.
I'm happy to let you get on to the next testifier. Thank you so much.
Thank you. 122 Jennifer Sparks, followed by Sam Danowski from the Sierra Club. Jennifer Sparks, not here. No. Sam Danowski, followed by Reverend Davida Crabtree. No, 124 is not here, so followed by Kathy Zepio.
Good evening, Senator Needleman and members of the
Hello.
committee. My name is Sam Danowski. I'm the State Director of Sierra Club's Connecticut chapter. On behalf of our more than 30,000 members and supporters in the state, thank you for the opportunity to testify on two bills before you today. Our testimony is in opposition to Senate Bill 647 and in opposition to Senate Bill 4. While well-intentioned and in response to real concerns about energy prices, particularly following the increase in the public benefit charge, which I am hopeful we will see paid off over 10 months and go back down. Neither of these bills, in our view, address the primary sources of our persistently high cost of energy here in Connecticut. The primary sources are generation from nuclear and gas power plants and distribution, not programs that help people afford their bills, and not clean energy programs that diversify our electricity supply, control demand, and reduce pollution. Starting with SB 647, my written testimony provides details on the entire bill, but I'll focus remarks on two sections. Section 3, which will effectively eliminate Connecticut's energy efficiency program, and Section 13, which aims to increase gas supply. Energy efficiency is the most cost-effective way to reduce energy demand and energy costs. It's a preventative measure that helps keep our state from having to build more power plants. Everyone benefits when demand is controlled. Section 13 requires a study on how to expand natural gas capacity. As others have testified, natural gas is primarily composed of methane, which is a potent greenhouse gas. It's leaked at every stage of extraction and transport and has been implicated in accelerating the climate crisis. Greenhouse gas emissions from methane gas combustion combined with the leaks make it worse than coal. Expanding natural gas is costly for our climate, and it's also bad for energy costs. Gas expansion, in our view, is a giveaway to giant energy corporations that are eager to have Connecticut ratepayers pay for their billion-dollar pipeline projects, enabling them to push more gas through our state to reach terminals where they can ship the gas overseas, which drives up the prices of gas here and ultimately of our electricity. And we can't ignore the public health costs that Connecticut residents, particularly those in environmental justice communities, pay with our bodies and our healthcare dollars. Expanding gas is a costly idea any way you look at it. Moving to SB 4, sections 1 through 4 would change again Connecticut's nuclear construction moratorium, allowing reactors in every municipality, would establish more funding for nuclear power and would make the Commissioner of Energy and Environmental Protection an ombudsman for the nuclear industry. New nuclear is costly, even before taking into account externalities, takes too long to build, to address our climate problems and our energy needs. It's a distraction from renewable energy, which is what we really need. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Look, I have been a proponent of rational and reasonable consideration of new nuclear and of supporting existing nuclear, but it does seem like we're in a moment where a lot of people think that that's the brass ring, and I'm not one of them. Right? I think that maybe in 15 years, and maybe when we really understand the safety issues, because 50 and 100 megawatt nuclear reactors are not going to be safely scattered everywhere. The security that you need for Millstone is probably not much different than what you would need for a 100 megawatt reactor. So that alone just loads up the cost. So you'd have to gang 10 of them, 20 of them together, and then they become a giant resource and they're going to be very expensive. I don't even know today how anybody can estimate what the cost is going to be. I'd like it to be successful. I'm one of those people, but I don't think we should be banking on it in the short run. I think it's a long-term strategy. We know what we know. We know what we have. I personally am ever mindful of the cost of heating, electric, people's homes. I'm very mindful of it, and I'm very mindful of the impact on business, but I'm also mindful of the idea that the cheapest solution is not always the best solution. And I think that that's a problem that we're facing in the moment, because in 3 years, 4 years worth of massive disruption to the energy markets can teach us a lot. And one of the things it can teach us is that depending on global commodities, for 50% of our energy production, creates volatility, which has ripple effects, especially since deregulation and the way our bills are generated and the complexity with which everything is done. Focusing on any one part, this is why I said at the very beginning, we should be looking holistically at this and not looking at this one piece, which has blown up recently because of the volatility. We should be looking at the whole thing and see what we can do. And you and several other people have reminded us continually that comparing the value of energy efficiency against current costs is not the metric. It's comparing energy efficiency against the cost of new supply. Because new supply, I can guarantee you, whether it's natural gas or coal, any new supply is going to be more expensive than what we have on the grid right now. Just going to be, and looking, somebody on the phone, on one of the calls said they built a house a few years ago for $175 a square foot. I was talking to somebody quoting now $600 or $700 as a baseline price to build new construction. So building anything is expensive right now. That's what led to the problems with wind, that the war hit and Europe found itself literally without power. And they decided that any kind of energy independence made sense. On-site generation of energy makes sense in a lot of ways. We just have to figure out how to make it the most affordable way possible. So with that, thank you. Next, you want to go? Representative Mara.
Thank you so much for testifying. Just I think I heard you say, did you mention that coal is worse for the environment than natural gas?
So natural gas is as bad as coal for the environment. When you add the combustion emissions with the leaks that happen from fracking to transport, there's many well-documented studies that show that it has it's as bad as coal. It also is more potent in the short term. So natural gas is 87 times more potent than carbon in its short term, which is about 20 years. And so there's lots of push to really reduce methane, particularly natural gas, quickly, because unlike carbon, which lasts 100 years in the atmosphere, we can reduce it much quicker. So we stop using and leaking and combusting natural gas now. In 20 years, that's out of the atmosphere. And from a climate perspective, that can really help and is really important. It's been identified as accelerating the climate crisis in the last few decades by scientists out of Cornell. So there's a lot of studies. I'm happy to share them with you.
And how about oil?
I don't know that I have the numbers in front of me, but I'm happy to get where oil is with that, but also equally problematic.
Okay, it's just that throughout our winter, we had days where we had oil that we were using even more than natural gas. I don't know if you're aware of that.
So some peaker plants are really problematic. And so what we want to do is make sure we're doing as much energy efficiency as possible, because that helps from having to turn those peaker plants on. We found that behind the meter solar, you'll see recently ISO New England has reported that behind the meter solar has helped with winter reliability. And so it takes some strain off the grid, and you don't have to turn on those peaker plants. We do not want what we want to do is move us from where we are to renewables rather than where we are to another fossil fuel that has equal problems.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Mara, and thank you, Sam. Kathy CPO, followed by Andy Bauer.
Hi, good evening, honorable members of the Energy and Technology Committee. My name is Kathy Sepiel, well pronounced, thank you. I work for Save the Sound, but tonight I'm going to testify personally as a Connecticut resident of 23 years who has benefited from the state's clean energy programs. I oppose SB 647, which seeks to eliminate clean energy solutions from our state programs, ultimately. My husband is a teacher, and I obviously work for a nonprofit. So for the many years when we were raising our daughters here in Connecticut, even the cost of buying a hybrid car would have been out of reach for us. But today we have 15 solar panels on our roof, and we drive an electric vehicle. And we were able to become clean energy consumers in part because we got help from both federal and state programs. I really feel for all of the Connecticut residents who are testifying in favor of this bill because they're suffering under the burden of bills they can't pay. I've been there. I really feel for them. But they're supporting this bill because they've been told that it will help them. And what would really give them relief is the opportunity to be able to enter the green energy economy themselves. So my middle-class family benefited from state programs that lowered the cost of installing our EV charger, upgrading our electrical panel, and leasing our car, as well as assessing our home's energy efficiency. Our solar panels were installed in the fall of 2022, and when I take into account the cost of the loan I took out to purchase them, my current electric bills, and the savings I get from charging my EV at home instead of buying gas, I am already ahead. So the reason my family isn't struggling with crushing electric bills is that the state and federal government helped us get off our dependence on utility-generated electricity. And as you've heard over and over again today, those savings are not just personal. Every EV that takes a polluting gas-powered car off the road, and every home solar array that contributes energy to our grid, especially at times of peak demand. So think of those really sunny, hot July days when my solar panels are feeding electricity back into the system at exactly the same time as people are powering up their air conditioners. That's a benefit to everyone, helping to reduce pollution and lower our energy costs. And as you heard from Deep this morning, these programs are stringently tracked, and we know they're saving ratepayers money. And finally, I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that there are also lots of families in Connecticut that need way more than rebates to help them with their energy needs. And I just want to state that attempts to move programs like Operation Fuel, shutoff protection, and so on into the general budget where they will have to compete for funding with so many other state expenses are essentially a tax on those programs to protect Connecticut families in need. So I would thank you for your time, not just for my time, but for all of the time that you've put in today. And at this late hour, anyone has any questions about my home green energy use, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you so much, Kathy. I think Representative Mara had a question.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your testimony, and I think that one of the things that you spoke about kind of brings about one of the reasons why I want to put the public benefits charge in with our budgeting process. As you're talking about, you have gone through the energy efficiency, and you've also gone through and put solar on your house. So in essence, you have less of a volumetric charge on your electric bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Right. And that's great. And I love that for you. The issue is, though, is that public benefit charge then has to go up for everybody else, because that still has to be recovered by the electric companies. So
I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. You can comment on that.
Well, just accept that, as I said, my system is also helping to alleviate the problem at the same time. So while it's true that my family is benefiting from this, we're also helping to solve the problem for everybody else. And I'm actually very happy to keep paying into the public benefits charge. I do have a small electric bill still every month. I was getting credits for a while before, because our system was built to accommodate an EV, and we didn't have the car online right away. So I racked up some charges, and then I used them up. So I do have a small electric bill every month, and I'm very happy to continue paying into the public benefits charge, because I understand that the more my neighbors can take advantage of these incentives as well, the better off I am. And all of my neighbors are better off because I have solar panels helping to alleviate some of the pressure on the system. I have an EV that's taking pollution out of the system. I mean, we know transportation is the largest polluter we have in our system. And so I'm no longer driving that gas-powered car. I'm driving clean energy. I drove it up to Hartford and back today. And so I happen to live just a couple blocks from the Wilbur Cross Merritt Parkway. We call it Wilbur Cross here. And, you know, I have asthma now. I don't know, personally, whether I can attribute that to living so close to the highway, but we know that people who live closer to the highways as a group have higher incidence of asthma. If we can get more people driving EVs, then all of us benefit from cleaner air. So I would argue that, you know, putting it into the general fund is really risky. And we want to be sure to continue to support these programs that benefit everybody.
Yes, you know, thank you. And I actually, I very much agree with you that we want to continue to support these programs. And I very much believe that that we can find a way that we put it into the general fund, and then we add that protection around it, because that is something I do believe in as well. But like you said, you would love to continue to fund this. And the one way that you can do that is by paying your taxes, which is where I would like to see this to go. So thank you so much for testifying, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I would just like to add that I think we're hearing a difference in policy and opinion about how stable the general fund would be as a source of paying for these really important public benefits. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, and appreciate the conversation. We're a little bleary-eyed right now. I hate to say that.
Understandable.
And Andy Bauer from Portland Clean Energy Task Force, followed by Sierra Virginie.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
You bet.
Good. Okay. Senator Needleman, Representative Steinberg, co-chairs and ranking members and members of Energy and Technology. First, way to hang in there. My name is Andy Bauer, and I'm speaking in opposition to Senate Bill 647. I'd just like to highlight that in May, we'll be done with the millstone charge, and by July, the backlog of hardship arrearages might have eased somewhat. I think that would be a good thing to advertise right now, maybe give some folks some good news, because the spike last July was clearly the public benefits were just such a small part of that. I'm very concerned about the effects of Senate Bill 647 and will have on the program supported by the combined benefits charge, either curtailing or eliminating them. Having unsuccessfully fought to prevent the combined benefits charges, back then I think it was called system benefits, being co-opted in 2017 and eliminated in 2003, I'm concerned. But I want to not only lift up like one portion, which is the low income discount rate, but also throw some kudos to the folks who toil away to improve the programs. And I'm going to reference PURA docket number 171203 RE11. It's in my testimony. I would encourage you to take a glance because it's a cool story of cooperation between organizations which in the media have been kind of advertising their the media has showcased their inability to get along, and this one is the exact opposite. In any event, as you know, LIDAR is a reduced utility rate, good for seniors on fixed income, good for anyone who's been knocked around by life. I looked over the docket, and then the more I read, the more I liked. For starters, PURA, Avangrid, Eversource, and OCC had a hand in really drilling down to the causes of hardships and how to head them off. Maybe I just read into what I wanted to see, but it seemed like a collaborative, productive process. The program has established a monthly usage cap, so no one can game the system. LIDAR now automatically enrolls folks likely to be in hardship. Nice. No mistake, LIDAR is an additional cost, but uncollectible debt is from hardship is an even larger cost. So facilitating folks to LIDAR is a smart move. It also might avoid a shutoff, which is good. Put another way, these uncollectible debt accounts mean somebody else's bill is entirely paid by other ratepayers. But if that account is moved into LIDAR, they pay at least something, which reduces the load on other ratepayers. Doesn't go away, in total, I know that, but it is reduced. And if arrearages are accrued, there's a mechanism to pay that off. Might take time, but it'll happen. I kind of look at it like my below market rate college loan. I used it, benefited from it, and then I had to pay it back. So in closing, I'm going to ask you to do something difficult. Find and contact someone in your district who benefited from LIDAR or Operation Fuel or an income eligible home energy solutions visit. And yes, I know that plays into the direction in which I want you to go, but I think it's a fair ask. Thank you very much. Again, thanks for hanging in there. I'm happy to respond to any questions or comments.
Thanks, Andy. It's always good to see somebody from my district testify. I really appreciate all the work you do up in Portland.
Likewise.
Sierra Virginie, followed by Kate Donnelly. Sierra. Sierra going once. Nope, no Sierra. So Kate Donnelly, followed by the first group from Eversource, whichever group that is. Kate Donnelly, Hampton Green Energy Committee.
Unmute yourself.
Good evening. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Kate Donnelly. I live in Hampton, where I am the chair of our town's Green Energy Committee and former first selectman. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak against SB 647. I'm a 72-year-old living on a fixed income, not a rich person, and do what I need to do to make ends meet, including stints as an Uber driver and opening an Airbnb. I am exactly from one of the demographics that people are always speaking for, the poor old people who need saving from the high cost of energy in our state. But I am here today to speak for myself, and I say loud and clear that passing SB 647 would be a big mistake for people like me. I have benefited immensely from the programs that this bill would wipe out. I've utilized them to keep my own energy costs down. I live in a house that was built when there was a very little concern about energy efficiency. It was cold in the winter, hot in the summer. Over a decade ago, I signed up for a home energy solutions audit. As a result, I was able to utilize incentives and insulate my attic, which immediately made my home more comfortable and saved me on fuel costs. I received incentive for heat pumps when my home needed a new furnace. This saved me more money. I benefited from incentives, loans, and leases provided by the Connecticut Green Bank to install solar. All of these programs are in jeopardy. I want the rest of the residents of our state to continue to be able to upgrade their homes and save on energy costs. This is essential for those who are having trouble paying their energy bills. It is especially true in environmental justice communities where the housing stock is disproportionately old and energy inefficient. Equally important are the programs that protect people from the cold in the winter and heat in the summer. They include Operation Fuel, shutoff protection, and the matching payment program. These are all vital in providing a safety net for us all. I know you are talking about moving some of these programs into the state budget. Forgive me, but I do not trust that. As you know, many of the funds for these programs have been swept clean to balance a budget over the years. It will be even easier to eliminate them every time there is a shortfall. And what happens if they are reduced or eliminated during tough budget years? Will the funds be cut to make ends meet? Do more people die from heat and cold in our very wealthy state? What happens to the workforce and to the good paying jobs that these programs ensure funding for? How can businesses continue to employ workers when funding is there 1 year and perhaps not the next? We all know that the large increase from the public benefits item in our current bill is mostly due to the bailout of Millstone, not to energy efficiency programs. That portion will end soon. Please don't eliminate the essential programs at a small percentage of our bills. We all know these programs are vital to helping consumers and also very important in reaching our state's climate goals. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you so much, Kate. Not seeing any questions. Oh, yeah, sure. Representative Steinberg.
Kate, I'll just say that typically when somebody starts asking questions, we say, we're the ones who ask the questions. But in this case, you ask the questions that keep me up at night. What are we going to do if we risk moving things to the general fund and suddenly programs people count on disappear? Yeah, that's true with a lot of different programs we have, but we can avoid being in that situation if we don't put it in the general fund. So thank you for your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. First group from Eversource, first wave. Wave one. How many waves do we have, Vincent, tonight?
We were going to propose 2 waves, actually, if that's acceptable to be efficient. Thank you very much.
Excellent, thank you.
And so good evening, Chairman Needleman, Chairman Steinberg, Ranking Member Fazio, Ranking Member Mara, and other members of the committee. I'm Vincent Pace, and tonight I'm joined by Doug Horton, our VP of Distribution Rates and Revenue Requirements, Steve Bruno, our Director of Energy Efficiency, Justin Pelkowski, our Director of Wholesale Power Contracts, and finally, Kevin Bond, the Manager of Research and Business Development. Thank you for the chance to provide all of our testimonies at the same time to be efficient. We appreciate the accommodation very much. I will go first, then followed by Mr. Bruno, and then followed by Mr. Pelkowski. The second panel will have Mr. Belden, who is on Zoom, and he will speak separately. I'm going to first start with House Bill 7088. And Section 2 of that bill directs PURA to develop a defined standard of review for the prudence of infrastructure investments. Now, under Connecticut law, the standard for prudence is very clear, but we think it'd be helpful to clarify the bill to state that Pura should identify in advance what specific types of evidence they want us to file and how much detail, so we give them exactly what they need from us. It's our goal to make sure Pura has the information they need to be able to do their job. We're happy to be able to do that. And then Section 4 of the bill proposes to have utilities adjust their RAM, or Revenue Adjustment Mechanism rates, not once a year, but twice a year, and also to let us use forecasts in developing those rates. We think that's important because it allows us to make sure we reduce rate volatility. Our customers want predictability, they want stability, and Section 4 would promote that. That concludes my testimony on that bill. Now Mr. Bruno will discuss Senate Bill 647.
Good evening, and thanks for the opportunity to speak. Stephen Bruno, Director of Energy Efficiency for Eversource. My comments will be repetitive. I apologize. I also want to mention that Ashton Harper, the student from high school, did a fantastic job. So I'm going to echo some of her comments as well. I'm going to limit my comments today to a few key points about Senate Bill 647. First, I'll discuss Section 3 of the bill that defunds the current conservation load management program by removing the CLM charge on utility bills. Currently, that's 6 mils on the electric side and 4.6 cents for CCF on the gas side. Since 2012, there have been 4 terawatt hours of energy savings, equivalent to an 842 megawatt power plant. We've weatherized over 400,000 homes across the state with electricity savings delivered at a energy savings cost of 6 cents a kilowatt hour. On November 2nd in 2024, and more recently on February 28th of 2025, the companies Avangrid and Eversource submitted the most recent 2025 to 2027 CLM 3-year plan, which provides $3 of lifetime benefits, energy and non-energy, for every dollar invested. There are 34,477 energy efficiency professionals that work on and within the Connecticut energy efficiency programs. That was based on a 2023 Connecticut Clean Energy Industry Report. These professionals help to make up the 44,270 Connecticut jobs supported by clean energy investment in areas such as HVAC, installation, electrical, manufacturing, and more. The CLM funding supports the creation and administration of programs available for every type of customer: residents, businesses, municipalities, landlords, and renters. No matter where people are in their energy journey and all investment ready to take their home, there's also something they can do with the programs offered today. As previously mentioned by others, the programs benefit the most vulnerable in our communities. Customers making less than 60% of state median income and also have the highest energy burden, spending a higher percentage of their household income on energy costs. These customers can receive upgrades such as insulation, air sealing, pipe insulation, and other improvements to help lower their energy bills. Nearly 11,000 low-income households were served last year. For the 2024 number of weatherized homes, that was almost 30,000. Also, businesses in the state, including small business and micro businesses, are seeing results of these programs. Approximately 4,000 projects were completed in 2024, with just over 1,000 of those projects completed at small businesses. Just in 2024, the amount of energy saved through the energy efficiency programs equates to that of a 58 megawatt power plant. And in terms of savings for both residential and commercial customers, $39.4 million saved annually and over $408 million over the lifetime of the energy savings measures installed. Secondly, on sections 1 and 2 of the bill, our testimony explains that the legislator directs the state treasurer pay for the mandated long-term nuclear contracts and other state-approved public policy costs. We would like to coordinate with this committee to ensure that the final language binds the treasurer to pay those public policy costs. Finally, regarding sections 14, 26, an Eversource team spoke at some length last week about the potential for EV and heat pump demand to have downward pressure on rates, especially given EDC visibility and control of load. Today, we'd like to highlight that in the course of implementing the EV programs, which is now in its 4th year, the EDC has continued to gain learnings, and as part of the review process, annually recommend program changes to make the program more efficient and ensure we're targeting dollars to specific strategic market needs. We're keenly aware of affordability concerns and are committed to continued optimization of program incentives. Thank you.
My name is Justin Pelkowski. I'm the Director of Wholesale Power for Eversource. We submitted pre-filed testimony on Senate Bill 4, an act concerning energy affordability, access, and accountability. Like Steve, I'll limit my comments to a few key points. The decision to utilize energy products from a long-term nuclear purchase power agreement should follow a similar process as procuring standard service under the procurement plan approved by PURA, where the procurement manager determines how to fulfill the standard service procurement needs. The region supply dynamics are often changing in the standard service procurements, which follow the processes laid out in the state procurement plan, are intended to provide default service to customers who have not chosen a third-party supplier. Eversource would be happy to sit down with this committee or individual members in the future to discuss the details of how standard service procurements operate, how long-term contracts that Connecticut enters into affect the region's supply needs, and any other energy supply discussions. That concludes my testimony.
So that completes the testimony from this panel. We're happy to take any questions if you have them for us. Thank you very much for the accommodation.
I have a new bottle of seltzer. I'm only kidding. It's late. Thank you, guys. I really do appreciate it.
I'm referring,
We have an over.
and we have the ability to influence the outcome. Senator Fazio.
All right. Who's given me a piece of their action? Mr. Bond, right? Or what?
Yep, Bond.
Yes.
Yep.
I did not mean for it to go that way, but that's funny. So which specific parts of the of energy efficiency charges within, I think it's the combined public benefits charge, are you opposing moving to the general fund?
The way that we read the bill was that it was eliminating the fund completely. So the testimony that we put together was to basically oppose defunding the energy efficiency fund. We didn't read it as it was being transferred. I think it's a policy decision on where you want to fund the dollars from, but our testimony relates to the fact that we read it thinking that the energy efficiency fund was being defunded.
Yeah, again, I think we've said it repeatedly in the testimony that the theoretically would be to fund it through the general fund if it passes muster through an appropriations process. Likewise, there was another item you testified against moving into the general fund. I think it was the EV charging program.
You got that.
Nope, I'll just clarify that. So the same way we testified last week on the bill, we take no position on whether it's funded through the current mechanism or on the through the general fund. We're just generally supportive of the program.
Of the program.
Yeah.
Okay. And that program is that infrastructure installation one that Eversource normally takes part in under that program?
So the EV programs have several components, both residential and commercial, and within commercial, targeting several different charging types. I'd say so. So the incentive is meant to, on the commercial side, is for the infrastructure to support the charging stations.
Yeah. Okay. So there is part of the infrastructure investment that Eversource will take part in under that program.
So I just want to get the definitions right. So if you're talking about utility infrastructure, the incentives are funding the customer.
The customer, yes.
Yeah.
They're funding the customer's installation of an electric vehicle charger.
Correct.
The Eversource isn't necessarily doing. Is Eversource sometimes doing the installation or no?
Not on the customer side. No.
Not on the customer side. Okay, understood. I think that's all my questions. Thank you.
Great.
Real quick, I'm not sure if this is relevant or not.
but could you explain what the standard service charge is, or standard supply service charges? I'm trying to read through it. I don't know if that's relevant for any of you.
Thanks, Doug. So right now, the standard service rate for residential customers is about 11.2 cents. And this is going to be generally speaking the same thing, not just for standard service customers, but whether or not you're on third-party supply. The standard service rate, when we go and we procure that, we're procuring what's known as full requirement service. And that has multiple components to it. The first component is load following energy. So that means that when customer demand goes up, you need more generation. When it goes down, you need more generation, and there's a cost to fulfill that need. So suppliers are paying for those costs. There's another
Oh, go ahead, I'm listening.
there's another cost component, which is called capacity, that gets charged by ISO New England to load surveyed entities or suppliers. That ensures that there's enough generation on the grid at any given moment to meet the demands on the grid. So it's a reliability charge. ISO New England also charges ancillary services charges. Again, they're charges to help the grid operate. There's also RPS charges that goes into the standard service rate or third-party supply rates. Those are charges that ensure that suppliers are procuring enough renewables to meet standard state mandates. And then finally, there are fees that get charged by the suppliers to manage their portfolios. So when you add that all up, that gets you to the 11.2 cents.
And you just administer that. You're not setting those rates, is that?
No. So what happens is we go out 4 times a year typically. So there's quarterly procurements, and we have first half rates, second half of year rates, and each 6-month period gets chopped up into 10% tranches. So if a supplier is awarded a tranche, they're assuming 10% of the load. Sorry, I lost my train of thought.
If I could just add one point, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to add that an important point too, Mr. Pelkowski can add, is that we coordinate with the Office of Consumer Counsel, and ultimately the Pura procurement manager approves the results. And so we make no markup. We simply procure the energy at wholesale. We pass that through at cost to our customers, and we encourage them to shop. If they can find a better deal with a competitive retail supplier, we're happy to see customers save money on the supply part of their bill. We are simply there to provide a default or standard service that they can come back to if they don't find a better deal through competitive retail supply.
All right, but Millstone is, there's got to be some bearing with the Millstone because they're lower than 11.5 cents.
So
why are we not? They just don't have the capacity because we deal with Massachusetts also.
So when I was mentioning those components of full requirement service, the Millstone contract, we take title to that energy component. So that's just that first component that I mentioned. And historically, if you look at our rates over, say, the past 15 years, standard service rates might have been around 10 cents. About half of that would have been the energy component, about 5 cents. Millstone contract is about 5 cents.
All right, thank you.
So in other words, you can't just substitute Millstone for full requirement service.
They're lower, but thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Mara, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony today. Really appreciate it. We have a lot of discussion around Millstone here, and I get really out of sorts when I hear numbers that I don't think make a lot of sense. Can you please explain to us? I don't know if you have the numbers with you on you. I in fact do here, but what is your percentage of Millstone in the public benefit part?
All right. I'm gonna need to do some math. Well, let me start by saying this is that the portion, or if I take a step back even further, and I took the over on what we're getting out of here, that felt like it was directed at me. Was it? 2.5 hours last week. It's 10 o'clock. They weren't going to let me talk, but I will try to be brief. I think just to the last point, when you know, what standard service, that's the electricity that's generated. We don't generate electricity, we're not allowed to, so we purchase it, we flow it through. Then there's the public benefits. The public benefits includes a number of things. Millstone is reflected in the public benefits charges, as are other, you know, legislatively mandated purchase power agreements that we are required to enter into. We are required to pay timely for those contracts and then recover them. Last year, the Millstone component was a significant driver of the increase in the public benefits charges, because in prior years, the public benefits charge was held artificially low, such that, you know, we were paying out hundreds of millions of dollars under that legislatively mandated contract to Millstone, then had to recover those costs, and that hit last year. So last year, Millstone was a significant portion of the increase that hit customers' bills. Your question was, how much is Millstone as a component of the public benefits charge? I don't have that at my fingertips. I think perhaps though it's a much less component of the overall public benefits charge, and especially in a given year, it's much less of a component of the overall public benefits charge. But again, last year, you had a compounding effect because we had to catch up from prior years. And there was a situation where the rate, because it was held too low, needed to catch up to the current years. And I know that's probably not intuitive, but
No,
we're going
that's
from
okay. What you're speaking of is a change, a percentage change.
change, correct?
I am talking about, and maybe I'll just throw a number out here because in all fairness, I pulled out your all's docket from, and I calculated it myself. So I'm looking at 7%. Does that sound about right?
I think that is probably, yes, that's in the range that I would estimate. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I think that's important for people to hear, because when we talk about nuclear and when we talk about being supportive of nuclear, there's a lot of, dare I say, maybe gaslighting on how high nuclear is. But when we look at it, when we're looking at it with all of the other charges and understanding that it is right around that 7% mark for Eversource, and, you know, this is obviously just my own, you know, quick calculations. I think that's important for people to hear, because people throw around a 70% quite a bit, and that is not, in fact, what the charge is when we look at it holistically. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. So the numbers that were bandied about last year was 77% of the increase, and those were Eversource numbers that were thrown around there. And I know that we haven't washed all of that through the system at this point. Hopefully that's going to occur. And I do want to remind everybody that it was held low in a subsequent period after there was a credit given, but that's because at that point, electric supply rates were still really high. There was still that lingering effect. So there was a strategy behind it, but where the strategy terminated was after we had multiple periods of adjustment and a large amount of arrearages or under-collected costs, and the beginning of the sort of a placeholder for the low-income discount rate. There was a decision rendered by PURA to amortize a large chunk of that over 10 months. And I think that that was not a unanimous decision by the authority. I'm not going to weigh in on an opinion on that, although I did at the time, because I believe that the chair at that time wanted to amortize it over a longer period of time. It's at this point, it's water under the bridge, and it's not worth going into that much. But I do want to say that I'm just not used to talking rates with a guy that doesn't have really white hair. So welcome aboard. You got big shoes to fill. Jim was a really solid guy, and he was always upfront with what he knew, to the extent that it could be discussed, you know, with anybody outside of the proper channels. So thank you. There's a lot going into it. I guess there's one question that I have left. There's a bill out there, and one of my colleagues has asked if it makes any sense. Maybe you guys actually supported this to allow you to treat the procurement from Millstone differently and to actually utilize it in the standard service directly, because I don't think the public understands that you buy it and sell it real time into the market. And that's where the hedge occurs. And it might provide some more stability if you were able to buy it and hold it for your own account. Does that make sense to you?
So I would say overall, it doesn't really matter if we're liquidating it in the spot market or holding it. Ultimately, I view it as a hedge, whether it's for all customers or for standard service customers. So if it's in the money, this past winter, January, February, ISO New England prices have been quite high. The Millstone contract would be in the money. That's going to create benefits through the non-bypassable charge. If we were to transfer a portion of all of that generation to the standard service rate, then the standard service customers would be receiving those benefits. And vice versa, if we were to transfer Millstone to standard service and it turned out that it wasn't in the money, that would increase the standard service rate.
So there was another suggestion about all of the procurements, not just Millstone, but and I can't think of a mechanism to do this, but to really get a true cost of supply here. And if we took all those procurement hedges and distributed them over all the suppliers that provide power to the market per kilowatt hour, it would probably be more equitable. It would not be equitable to force you to do it and not the other providers to do it, because then it would inflate your costs, potentially inflate them or make them lower than they should be. Could go either way, but we have a competitive market for supply, and I can't figure out a way to say, you're 1% of the market, you have to buy 1% of the hedge, you have to buy 2%, you have to buy 5%. Eversource, you have to buy 70 because you supply 70%. I just don't know how we would do that, but it might reflect a more accurate cost if we could figure out a way to do it and distribute it over the cost over the entire rate base. Does that make any sense?
And I think that occurs right now with the current construct where it's flowing through all distribution customers. If you use more, you're going to get more of a benefit, or if it's cutting the other way, you're going to pay more for the costs. But I completely agree with your point that if you put it in supply, it may create imbalances where at one time, if there's a lot of benefits, it's going to decrease the standard service rate, and then the markets may get out of balance. People may view the standard service as being much cheaper, migrate on, and then in the next period, it could reverse.
Yeah, I mean, the math would be just too complicated, and because the number of customers is constantly moving back and forth from supplier to supplier, contracts are being renewed or not renewed, you know, in terms of the large scale commercial and industrial customers. I just don't know how you could allocate the math, you know, the dollars equitably over all the suppliers, because you're technically a supplier of last resort, right?
Correct.
And I've heard from different people that, I mean, I have seen the data, and I do want to say that averaged out over the last 15 years, unless somebody makes a career out of following the rate board, the standard service rate has been a beneficial rate, right? That's the data that I saw a bunch of years ago. And I don't think it's changed. Again, there was an opportunity because the standard service did go up to 24 cents. There was a lot of efforts to mitigate that. But there were third-party providers that were providing lower rates for a period of time. I think what we saw in the adjustment last July is that, you know, there was nothing out by more than 1/10 or 2/10 of a cent. From with the standard service on either side, plus or minus. So I think it's always pretty tight when there are less volatile times, but the volatility in that moment created all these problems, and through the hedges out of whack. I mean, everything is I just want to ask you one last question quickly. I got 10:30 on the clock now. You have any explanation for the persistently high natural gas prices right now? Because 50% generally of our electricity comes from natural gas generally, and it's very volatile. By last year, this time, we saw much, much lower gas rates, which were resulting in much lower supply rates on the spot market. Supply rates are still really high and it's begun to warm. So I'm just wondering what you think is the cause of that.
That's a really good question, and we have been investigating that internally at Eversource Energy Supply, and we have not come up with a concrete conclusion of, we're calling them sticky gas prices, of why they have been staying at a high rate through January and February. As you say, even though weather has been warming up, it does seem to be a little bit amiss. It doesn't follow the typical pattern.
It always concerns me when I talk to 4 or 5 experts and they all tell me the same thing, that they can't figure it out, that it's an inexplicable thing going on right now. I don't know what it is either, because it's not like there's a shortage of natural gas right now. So I don't get it. In the forward market, you should be down already on gas prices, and it just doesn't seem like they are. But Senator Fazio's the expert trader, not me. Oh.
Foster, we got.
No, I'm sorry. You guys, I'm Representative Foster. Oh,
Mashinsky.
Mashinsky, Mary, sorry.
Yes, I wanted to ask thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask Mr. Bruno to restate the savings of energy efficiency. What is the time span of the savings that gave you the equivalent of a power plant? And then where did you say 37 megawatt plant or equivalent to a 57 megawatt plant?
Sure. Thank you. So first of all, I did bring extra copies of the annual report that was filed, so I'll leave those for distribution. But essentially, we gave some stats that are directly from 2024. In 2024, I think the same stats that Katie Dykes had mentioned today as well was the equivalent of a 58 megawatt plant for 2024. But in my oral testimony, I had gone back to 2012, and going back from 2012, those were the stats I did. That was combined the state of Connecticut for the utilities, Eversource and Avangrid. It was 4 terawatt hours of energy savings, equivalent to an 842 megawatt power plant. So that went back to 2012.
Okay, so is that the source of the commissioner's testimony, that the efficiency is about half the cost of building a power plant?
She gave data for 2024 only, and that's in this report here. That was the 58 megawatt plant. I think she also said that the supply costs were about double the cost to deliver energy savings.
Okay, so your testimony and hers coincide.
Right.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Foster, followed by Representative Piscopo.
Thank you all so much for being here today. Sorry, it's been a long day, so I'll just try and ask these questions as quickly as I can. I just have a couple. So the first is, I want to talk a little bit about the program. Is there any part of your executive compensation package that's part of the ESG goals?
Yeah, I can try. I know that as a leadership team and at the board level, we do track. I just don't have at my fingertips what all the board metrics are. And we have made a commitment to be carbon neutral by 2030. So that's something that has great visibility at our board level. I don't have the specifics, though, like I said, of what the metrics are to be able to answer that directly.
One of the things that I understand is that there's like an incentive structure for delivery on these programs that's built in. And I want sort of a better understanding about whether or not that's rooted in metrics that are outcomes based or outputs based. And I want to know who gets the ROI from your company on those benefits when those programs are being administered.
I can address if you're talking about energy efficiency programs, when we do our plan filing, the one we just did, for example, there's a performance incentive matrix in there for both every operating company, Eversource Electric, Eversource Gas, Avangrid, UI Electric, SCG, and CNG. In that filing, there's a performance management exhibit that shows how the calculation is, and it's metric based. There's savings criteria in there, energy savings, net benefits. So it takes the dollar value of the savings less the money you spend. So you're incentivized to spend less money to get the savings. There's also other metrics in the exhibit as well, such as percentage of homes that get insulated that are from the HES single family program or from the income eligible program. There's also environmental justice metrics in there as well with regards to number of customers that participate in the programs. All those collectively are each individually weighted, and there's a schedule that's in the filing. And that's in the plan file we can send to you.
I would love to understand the calculation of those metrics specifically, because I think that the levers that you can pull to measure success are really dependent on like outcome versus output. And, you know, we mentioned this, you guys pulled me aside outside after my previous questions earlier. I've reviewed the booklet again. I don't feel super confident in the calculations of your demonstrated benefits based on what's in the report. It's beautiful. But I'm used to showing work on the math for how you got to those questions. And you did, it's, you know, there's this alarming sort of number in the back about the annual spending on research, demonstration and development. The evaluation, measurement, verification, $3.7 million. And as a research scientist whose salary was never anywhere close to that, like not even pennies on that dollar, I'm mortified by that number and my inability to sort of trace these numbers back to understand what we have to demonstrate ratepayer impact on the programs. And so I would really like to get a better understanding of what that is. It feels to me like there's higher bonuses that are delivered to Eversource employees based on this program. That's like part of the way that this is functioning. And the evaluation of it from my perspective lacks unbiased rigor from what I'm seeing here. I would love to be proven wrong. But I don't feel super comfortable with the way the system is set up and how it is incentivized and how your compensation is determined based on the program's efficacy. So I would just love to get a little bit more information, and I would love my sort of suspicion that this is not okay. I would love to be proven wrong. But right now I don't feel like I don't feel like it's adding up right in here. And I love that the idea that we could do efficiency, and I know we can. I know that investments in home energy efficiency programs can save the ratepayers. I know that investment in better insulation lowers utilization. I just don't know that we're actually doing that. And that scares the living daylights out of me. And so I would love to get a little bit more demonstrable proof beyond.
Sure, be happy to provide additional information. Just a couple of points is the evaluation budgets for evaluation studies by consulting companies, third party, to look at the data, look at the savings before, after, how the programs are run. We have monthly energy efficiency board meetings, and there's also the energy efficiency board as technical consultants that review the plans, the budgets, the proposed savings and goals. We're happy to elaborate more on the data behind it.
And I'll just put this out here for the committee's consideration. An academic, you can write into statute a graduate student at UConn or Yale, and a graduate student who would have the skills to generate this report in less than a year. The salary for a UConn master's or PhD student right now is $30,000 plus fringe and indirect. And so I just don't feel great about it at all. So especially because I just don't think I'm getting like good answers to my question. So I just think the ROI on the evaluation and the ROI on demonstrating the efficacy, it just, like, I love supporting researchers. I like the idea that we have independent researchers evaluating this program. I just don't think that we're being really responsible with the ratepayers' dollars right now.
And I think the key point Mr. Bruno would like to leave with the committee is that that's a summary of all the analysis. It's a very rigorous process where a lot more information is reviewed by that independent third party. There's a lot more rigor. We're happy to provide that offline to answer your very good questions. So thank you for raising it.
I think it's just that we underpay the grad students at UConn. Representative.
Here, 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 here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. I should know this, but so I'm legitimately curious on the effect of the renewable portfolio standards and what effect that has on the rate, on the overall procurement or the rate of the load. Is there a mandate for?
Yes, so a portion of the load, you need to procure various forms of renewable energy certificates. There's class 1, there's class 2. And when you add that all up, there's also a market where renewable energy certificates trade. They have current prices. When you add up the current prices for those classes times the mandate, it's about 1.5 cents here in Connecticut.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. No, guys.
First round 2.
Eversource round 2. No, she said no. Thank you, guys, seriously.
Thank you.
Great. Am I up?
Yes, you are.
Oh, great. I will make every effort to be brief. Good evening, Chairman Needleman, Chairman Steinberg, Ranking Member Fazio, Ranking Member Mara, and other members of the committee. My name is Andy Belden. I'm Vice President of Solar Programs for Eversource. We submitted detailed pre-filed testimony on HB 7087, an act concerning shared clean energy subscriptions. As we interpret HB 7087, Connecticut EDCs would be required to purchase electricity from clean energy and energy storage projects at or near current retail electric rates. These projects could be in any state in New England and may be of an unlimited size. Absent HB 7087, these projects would receive compensation either based on the prevailing market value of their generation or via a program or policy funded by the ratepayers of the state in which the project is located. As an initial matter, consultation with attorneys having expertise in federal law interpret HB 7087 to conflict with long-standing federal statutes and precedents that give the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission exclusive rights to oversee electricity prices in interstate commerce. Further, in Connecticut, the existing shared clean energy facility program, residential renewable energy solutions program, and non-residential renewable energy solutions program already provide opportunities for clean energy projects to share bill credits with a range of customer types, including low-income customers, affordable housing customers, small businesses, agricultural customers, nonprofits, and government entities. Each of these programs undergoes an annual review by PURA in which stakeholders can suggest and PURA can adopt program modifications. To our knowledge, no stakeholders in these dockets have advocated for expanding the scope of these programs in the manner suggested by HB 7087. More specifically, the Shared Clean Energy Facility, or SCEF program, which prioritizes provision of energy bill credits to customers that struggle to pay their electric bills, has become a model that has been adopted in other states Eversource operates in. When a customer is enrolled in a SCEF project, they receive a discount on their bill. The cost of this discount is funded by and ultimately recovered from all electric customers. The current SCEF program ensures that the customers most in need of a bill credit are given priority for this public benefit. HB 7087 creates a new model in which any customer, regardless of need, can receive a ratepayer-funded public benefit. Finally, the market model proposed by HB 7087 will likely foster the entrance of new solar sales and telemarketing companies into Connecticut. Across the country, states are working to implement more robust consumer protections related to solar marketing, and absent such efforts in Connecticut, HB 7087 risks encouraging bad actors to use aggressive or deceptive practices to sign up customers, as we have seen in other states with some similar community solar market structures. This concludes my testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Representative Steinberg.
Thank you for your testimony. as much as I feel gratified that our SCIF program is a model for other states, I'm looking at the results, and I'm not convinced that we're really hitting on all cylinders at this point. Obviously, we've asked Pura to look into all of our solar incentive programs, but I hope that you can see opportunity for us to do better than even what might be a model, because the only thing that really matters to me, do we have a robust community solar program that people can take advantage of? Do you agree? And do you, are there things that you are prepared to suggest to Pura that can make the program stronger?
So absolutely. I would preface my comments by noting that we really just had our first SCEF projects come online in the latter half of 2024. So the SCEF program has gone through, I believe, 6 procurements at this point, but those projects obviously take a long while to build. So we really are just at the cusp of those first projects coming online, given the time frame for building solar in Connecticut and frankly in New England. I think the other thing to note, and what I think is what we find most attractive about the SCEF program is in Massachusetts, the similar market model that's being proposed in HB 7087 requires incentives around 22 to 24 cents per kilowatt hour to operate. In Connecticut, the SCEF program is paying about 13 to 15 cents per kilowatt hour for incentives. So the competitive nature of the SCEF program and the market structure for how we're giving customers credits is really resulting in a much more efficient program that's ultimately saving costs for all ratepayers. So, and I also think we've also seen in every solicitation that we run for the SCEF program, strong participation. So to the extent that the legislature feels like the program is underperforming, they certainly have the opportunity to expand the size of those solicitations. But we've never had an issue on an annual basis of the program not meeting its solicitation goals.
Very encouraging. Thank you for that. We'll be hopeful that these projects get off the ground and provide benefit. That's it for me. Any other questions or comments? Not, oh, yes, Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for your testimony. You mentioned the timeline for solar projects and maybe it being slower than we might like. Do you have thoughts on how, if at all, we could address that or speed that up?
Certainly, and it's not a problem unique to Connecticut or frankly to New England. The issue of interconnection queues has really been a challenge for renewable projects and any energy project across the country. In Massachusetts, one of the things that we've been excited about is the ability to make investments kind of forward-looking in order to upgrade substations and the transmission system to anticipate future community solar projects. We've been in discussions in Connecticut really for a year and a half now about a similar structure for investments like that. Unfortunately, we didn't come to an agreement with Pura on how to structure that. And so, we're currently evaluating Pura's latest proposal for how to make those sorts of investments. But I think a big part of it is being able to build the grid that we know we're going to need to meet our long-term renewable energy goals, and providing kind of the investment certainty that's needed to really spend, $50, $100, $150 million to upgrade substations, kind of on a forward-looking basis.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. And if there are any other questions or comments? If not, again, thank you for participating tonight. I know it's a late night. Really appreciate your input, and we will talk more.
Thank you.
Moving along, next up is Amalia Shatil, followed by Quanish Flippin.
Good evening to everyone who stayed up so late. I have a few questions, and then I'd like to talk my testimony against SB 647. Some of these questions are because of testimony that I've heard. One of them is that I can't have solar on my house because I have shade, and I've always had 100% solar, and I can't find on Energize CT anymore 100% solar. And I'm wondering if, and I think this is connected to HB 7087 about procurement of solar, and why I, as a customer, can't have a 100% solar, only 30%, which is the lowest rate that, and the only rate that is available right now for on Energize CT. My second question is, I moved from Pennsylvania, and there are, you know, when we got our energy from other sources, not from West Penn Power, which was where we were, the transmission was included in the kilowatt per hour. So if my transmission, if I was getting it at 0.113, the transmission was part of that. And so I'm wondering why in Connecticut the transmission is not part of what of that that price, and we have an extra transmission beyond what that extra company is doing. So that's it. Those are questions that are not related to SB 647. I'm here for to testify against SB 647 because I'm part of the sustainability team in East Haddam and have been the boots on the ground to work on getting home energy solutions income eligible customers to sign up for home energy assessments, including myself, who is income eligible. And so I had one and know the whole process. And so, and I think of also all the other things from which our town has benefited from the public benefits. We've benefited from Green Bank. We have a solar array from CPACE that brings electricity to our schools, and we also all the programs that Eversource has done with helping make all our town have LEDs instead of other kind of lighting, which has you know, I'm as a sustainability team person who monitors all of that. We brought our energy down by 15% or 14% because of that change. And those are all benefits that help our town and help taxpayers lower their bill. And we also had a meeting of all our sustainability teams at our RiverCog, all the Council of Government, all the teams together. Done?
Yeah, I'm sorry. The bell rang.
Okay. So I'll adjust that we are working with Eversource, and we're part of their information, and we are working on helping us become energy efficient. And I think that we're working with the public benefit. And I think once the millstone has been explained away, then the public benefits are not that large. And this is a very interesting time that while the millstone is up, that there's a desire to move the public benefits out. And I think if it was done at a different time, nobody would care if about keeping the public benefit. So it's really about the timing, which is concerning to me.
I really do appreciate that, and thank you as a constituent. Just one quick answer to one of your questions. In the bill redesign, the bill used to be supply and everything else, which was distribution, transmission, and all of the policy issues, all of the hedges, et cetera. In the bill redesign, they broke it out into supply, distribution, transmission, and other. And the other is the public benefits, but that is 45 items. We did transmission separately because transmission is not regulated by the state of Connecticut. but regulated federally. And we want people to understand what's happening to that side of the rate. So with that, I want to thank you. I don't see anyone else having their hand raised. So thank you as a constituent, and thank you for spending all this time waiting for us. Now, Quanish Flippin, followed by Bernard Pelletier.
Hello, good evening. Quanisha Flippin. Thank you all. It's a really long night. It's a lot with my kids trying to balance, make sure I'm not missing my name. And so yes, thank you all for being available to hear. As I mentioned, my